For a moment, the young people going to Yanglu commune looked at Song Mingyue differently. Some male youths had already started to secretly think about how to win over Song Mingyue and charm her into willingly spending her over 1,000 yuan on them. Of course, the premise was that they could get that 1,000 yuan back. If they couldn't, they would wait and see if Song Mingyue's family would send her money. If they did send money, the plan would continue. If not, they would pretend they hadn't thought about it at all. Song Mingyue had no idea that someone was already plotting how to spend her money. If she knew, she would definitely spit in their faces. Her money was meant to support her future husband in becoming wealthy. How could this group of useless frogs think they deserved to covet her savings? They were ugly and had unrealistic dreams. The staff at the commune youth office, upon hearing that Song Mingyue had lost over 1,000 yuan, didn't dare to be careless. They quickly called the police. At the same time, they contacted the railway staff. They asked them to help stop the youths who had been in the same carriage as Song Mingyue from leaving just yet. Thus, they wasted more than half a day going back and forth. It wasn't until dark that the police and railway staff finished searching the youths in the same carriage. Of course, they found nothing. Now, Song Mingyue had lost both her money and the goodwill of all the youths in the carriage. It's getting late. Everyone should stay at the guest house for the night and head to the commune tomorrow, said the staff at the commune youth office, feeling quite frustrated. After arranging rooms for the youths, they ignored Song Mingyue's pleas and left in a huff. Really, to help her find that 1,000 yuan, they wasted so much time, and now everyone had to pay for an extra night at the guest house. How could she still have the nerve to ask him for money? It wasn't his fault. What a nuisance. Xia Zhizhi and Song Mingyue, both youths from Yujia village, naturally shared a room that night. There were also two other female youths going to Yujia village, Sun Lingling and Lu Man. When Lu Man entered, she dropped her luggage with a thud and rolled her eyes at the still dazed Song Mingyue. Such bad luck. We wasted half a day for no reason, and now we have to share a room with someone who might lose something again. If she loses anything else, we probably won't be able to leave tomorrow either. Sun Lingling tugged at Lu Man's sleeve. Man, stop talking. It's getting late. Let's eat something, wash up, and go to bed. After sitting on the train for several days, Lu Man was exhausted. Reluctantly, she nodded. I heard the guest house doesn't have enough hot water, so let's get some water to wash up first and eat later. Xia Zhizhi was squatting on the floor, organizing a pile of new things she had bought. Since she and Mo Chuan had switched to the sleeper carriage early on, she hadn't spent much time with Song Mingyue and hadn't had any close contact, so she was cleared of suspicion. While the other youths were waiting to be searched by the police, Lin and Mo Chuan had taken her to buy everything she would need after arriving in the countryside. He had paid for everything. When Xia Zhizhi wanted to repay him, he stubbornly refused, acting as if it was a big deal that she didn't spend his money. Xia Zhizhi. She once again suspected that he might have some mental issues. His mental state was just too unstable. The next day, Lin and Mo Chuan got up early and bought breakfast for Zhizhi, bringing it to her. Zhizhi, I got you some fried dough sticks and salty tofu pudding. Take your time eating. I'll return the bowl after you're done. Xia Zhizhi didn't hold back and smiled at him. Thank you, Lin and Mo Chuan. I'm just hungry. Last night, Xia Zhizhi thought for a long time and finally realized that since Lin and Mo Chuan, this cold person, was willing to be nice to her, she might as well accept it. It wasn't like she couldn't repay him. Besides, she was truly beautiful. Calling her a stunning beauty wouldn't be an exaggeration. With Lin and Mo Chuan, who came from a good family and had a bit of a temper, protecting her, she would face fewer troubles in the countryside. Moreover, there might be people secretly eyeing the Xia family's wealth, sending someone to cause her trouble and pressure her to reveal the location of her treasures. She could use Lin and Mo Chuan's influence to deal with those people while they hesitated. In short, it was simple. Since there was an easy way to handle things, Xia Zhizhi certainly wouldn't make it harder for herself. Seeing Zhizhi smile, Lin and Mo Chuan couldn't help but smile back, feeling sweet inside. He thought all his efforts over the past few days hadn't been in vain, and that he had finally softened Zhizhi's attitude. Zhizhi, take your time eating. I'll help you carry your luggage downstairs." When Lu Man and Sun Lingling returned after finishing their meal, they saw Lin and Mo Chuan carrying a big bag in each hand, looking cheerful as he hurried outside. Man, Xia Zhizhi is so lucky to have such a considerate partner," Sun Lingling couldn't help but say. He was handsome, came from a good family, was willing to spend money on his partner, and was always considerate and helpful. She was so envious, she could hardly stand it. Lu Man, who was straightforward and somewhat anti-male, retorted without hesitation, "Humph, men are all after looks. Just because Xia Zhizhi is pretty, any guy would treat her well." The heavenly mirror had already regained most of its power, greatly enhancing its ability to obscure heavenly secrets. It could confuse not only ordinary human memories, but even the memories of the heavenly path in the small world. When Xia Zhizhi first crossed over, she had already returned to her original appearance, which was completely different from the original Xia Zhizhi. Those who had known her didn't notice anything wrong upon seeing her. It was as if the original Xia Zhizhi had always looked like her current self. Before long, Song Mingyue returned, but she hadn't gone out to eat. She had gone back to the police station to ask if there were any leads on the thief. Unfortunately, she returned empty-handed. Those useless people said the thief had probably escaped long ago, and her money couldn't be recovered. They told her to take care and relax. Was that even a proper response? She had lost 1,000 yuan, nearly 3 years' worth of wages for an ordinary worker. Who could be relaxed about that? Xia Zhizhi glanced at Song Mingyue's haggard face, stifled a laugh, finished her meal, and handed it to Lin and Mo Chuan, who was waiting at the door. In her heart, she silently joked with the heavenly mirror. This broken mirror, this reborn female lead is the weakest one I've ever encountered. Before I even get to play with her for a few rounds, she'll probably be done for. After seeing this reborn female lead's life, she could only sum it up in one word. Foolish. Perhaps because she had been a housewife in her past life and lacked experience, Song Mingyue didn't have any means to become wealthy after her rebirth. She only thought about snatching her sister's husband from her past life, relying on him to become the future rich wife. Having received the original owner's spiritual spring, she didn't even know to keep it a secret. To please the youths and her in-laws, she often foolishly added it to her meals. Later, she even confessed to her husband about her golden finger, using it to help his career. She didn't even know what to say to her. After taking 2 bus rides back and forth, the group finally arrived at Yanglu commune. The village chief of Yujia village, Yu Lincheng, and tractor driver Yu Jianan squatted under the shade of a tree, looking resentful and not shouting like they did yesterday. They simply hung a wooden sign that read Yujia village on the tree. Whether the new educated youth could see it was up to chance. After waiting all day yesterday without seeing anyone, they had to waste another day today, and their frustration was heavier than ever. Other production teams were similar to Yujia village. They also didn't receive anyone yesterday and had to come again today. Everyone was as grumpy as a gourd, and even if new educated youth came to ask, they would just say, "Look for yourself," and say nothing more. This left the new educated youth quite annoyed. It could be said that Song Mingyue single-handedly disrupted the harmony between the educated youth and the villagers. With Lin Machuan, the devoted follower, Xia Zhizhi didn't have to run errands. She casually found a shady spot to watch their luggage while waiting for Lin Machuan to locate Yujia village. When she saw him loading their bags onto the tractor, she slowly walked over. "Zhizhi, can you get on? Should I help you up?" As Lin Machuan placed the luggage down and came over to take her hand, Xia Zhizhi quickly scrambled onto the tractor in a rather ungraceful manner. She felt a bit embarrassed, thinking her goddess image was ruined, and couldn't help but glare at the man who was always trying to take advantage of her. "I can get on by myself, I don't need your help." Lin Machuan didn't notice Zhizhi's embarrassment and helped her sit on the bundle where he had placed the clothes. "Sit tight, the tractor is bumpy. Don't fall off." The other 6 educated youth heading to Yujia village had already gotten used to Lin Machuan's clinginess towards Xia Zhizhi after the morning's commotion and didn't react as much anymore. Everyone was worried about having offended the village chief so soon after arriving. It's all Song Mingyue's fault. If she hadn't insisted on reporting to the police and searched us yesterday, the village chief wouldn't have waited all day for nothing. Lu Man shot a glance at Song Mingyue, who was sitting in the corner. Man, Comrade Song lost a lot of money yesterday and was just anxious. We're all new here, so it's better not to fight among ourselves. Sun Lingling squeezed Lu Man's hand, advising her softly. Zhou Guojun added, yeah, we're all new and don't know if the old educated youth will exclude us. It's better to stick together and not cause internal strife. To be honest, he was also angry with Song Mingyue for making them offend the village chief right after arriving. But now that it had happened, being angry wouldn't help. They needed to find a way to make the best of the situation. Guichao, a tall and thin educated youth sitting next to Zhou Guojun, thought of something and smiled at Song Mingyue. Comrade Song Mingyue was understandably anxious. Anyone would be worried about losing that much money. Let's be understanding of each other. Song Mingyue knew she had upset everyone and didn't dare to speak, only smiling at Guichao, who stood up for her. Vroom vroom vroom. The sound of the tractor starting was very loud, drowning out the voices of the educated youth. Xia Zhizhi suddenly remembered something and quickly pulled out the old-fashioned bright red scarf Lin Machuan had bought for her to wrap her hair, then took out a green silk scarf to cover her mouth and nose. The roads were all dirt roads. As the tractor moved along, dust flew everywhere. If she didn't take precautions, she would return to the village looking dirty. Sure enough, the tractor hadn't gone far when the city-dwelling educated youth were not only jostled around but also choked by the flying dust. The female educated youth with silk scarves quickly found theirs, while those without used their outerwear to cover their hair and mouths. The male educated youth. They weren't as fussy, breathing in the dust as they endured the ride to Yujia village. Tui, tui, tui. Got dirt in my mouth. As soon as they got off the tractor, the male educated youth were all covered in dust, spitting repeatedly. Even Lin Machuan, who usually had a bad temper, was no exception. He had been quite handsome, but now he looked worn out, and his appearance had dropped by a notch. Yet he was completely unaware, thinking he still looked good as he dusted himself off and flashed a smile at Zhizhi. Xia Zhizhi. Forget it, as long as he was happy. The village chief had calmed down and took off his straw hat to shake off the dust. He called out at the entrance of the educated youth point, Qian Junfeng, come out. Qian Junfeng was the person in charge of the educated youth point. Hearing the village chief's voice, he quickly ran out. Village chief. He smiled warmly at the village chief, his attitude very friendly. The new educated youth have finally arrived. Sorry for the trouble you had to go through. This batch of new educated youth had delayed the village chief and the tractor driver for 2 days. Although it had nothing to do with him, as the person in charge, he had to say something nice to make the village chief feel better, hoping to be remembered favorably later. The village chief nodded. All right, I'll leave them in your hands. I'm going back to eat. Village chief, we've prepared food here too. Stay and have a bite, Qian Junfeng urged. Of course, it was just polite talk. The village chief knew that the educated youth had limited rations, so he waved his hand and got back on the tractor. Watching the village chief leave, Qian Junfeng's smile faded as he turned to look at the new educated youth. Xia Zhizhi stood out too much with her beauty, almost glowing, making the dusty educated youth point seem brighter. He couldn't help but linger on her, his eyes filled with admiration. Of course, it wasn't just him. Everyone reacted the same way when they first saw Zhizhi. Zhizhi was used to it. Lin Machuan, however, was not used to it and felt a pang of jealousy. He stepped forward, blocking Zhizhi, glaring fiercely at Qian Junfeng. What are you looking at? Do you know whose woman this is? Stop staring. Only then did Qian Junfeng realize he had been staring at Zhizhi. He quickly averted his gaze, his dark face slightly reddening. Feeling a bit awkward, he said, No, I didn't mean to. Xia Zhizhi smiled slightly, looking understanding. I know, most people react like this when they see me. After saying that, she shot a glare at Lin Machuan, who was prone to jealousy. Lin Machuan, stop talking nonsense. I'm not anyone's woman. This annoying man really knew how to take advantage of the situation. Seeing that Zhizhi was angry, Lin Mo Chuan immediately stopped talking nonsense. However, he still shot a warning glance at Qian Junfeng, telling him not to stare anymore, or else his fists would not be kind. Qian Junfeng didn't fully understand the meaning behind Lin Mo Chuan's glare, but seeing his fierce attitude, he dared not look at Xia Zhizhi again. He just wanted to quietly wait for the opportunity to attend the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university, and didn't want to cause trouble that would leave a bad impression on the village leaders. This used to be the landlord's house, so it's quite big. The male educated youth live in the room on the east side of the front yard, while the female educated youth stay on the west side. The middle is the living room, this side is the kitchen, and this is the shared bathroom. The back has small single rooms that are already set up with beds. You need to pay rent to stay there. If you want to live there, you have to pay the team 60 yuan for a year's rent. Qian Junfeng introduced the housing situation at the educated youth site to them. Xia Zhizhi wanted to enjoy her own space, so she quickly chose an empty single room and moved her luggage inside. Lin Mo Chuan followed closely and picked a single room next to Xia Zhizhi's. Lu Man and Zhou Guojun also had money and quickly chose a room. As for the rest, Song Mingyue, Sun Lingling, Guichao, and Zhao Weibing were short on cash, so they took their luggage into the large dormitory room in the front yard. What no one noticed was that before Sun Lingling left, she shot a resentful glance at Lu Man. It seemed she was unhappy that Lu Man didn't help her out financially, so she could also stay in a small single room at the back. Broken mirror, give me a cleaning spell. After closing the door, Xia Zhizhi's first task was to summon the heavenly mirror to work. Heavenly mirror. When it comes to exploitation, Zhizhi is the best. Complaints aside, the heavenly mirror worked quickly. With a spell, the small room instantly became spotless. The dust that had accumulated on the bed, windowsill, and floor gathered into a small pile at the door. Not bad, broken mirror. You cleaned it really well. Xia Zhizhi touched the windowsill and the edge of the bed, and it was indeed spotless. This was cleaner than manual cleaning. I've decided from now on, you'll handle the cleaning at home, broken mirror. She patted the floating heavenly mirror, looking like she was giving it an important task. The heavenly mirror almost stumbled and nearly fell. Xia Zhizhi, you're so lazy. I finally regained most of my strength, and now I'm stuck doing these trivial, low-skill tasks. You're insulting me. Xia Zhizhi casually replied, All right, I won't insult you. Just keep helping me make the bed. Next, the heavenly mirror was directed by Xia Zhizhi to spin around. Not only did it neatly make the bed, fold the blankets, and place the thermos in the right spot, but it also hung the curtains and door curtains for her. It looked very cozy. Mission accomplished. Xia Zhizhi clapped her hands, looking satisfied. The heavenly mirror, sprawled on the bed, wanted to roll its eyes. Humph, as if you did it yourself. Humph, how is it not me? Zhizhi said shamelessly. You're mine, so what you do is basically what I do. Before the heavenly mirror could protest, she quickly tossed it into her space and took out a can of meat that Lin Mo Chuan had given her to head outside. Today, the senior educated youths were treating them to a meal, and they couldn't go empty-handed, so she decided to bring this as a gesture. As Xia Zhizhi stepped out, she bumped into Lin Mo Chuan, who was coming from the front yard with a broom and dustpan. Zhizhi, let me help you clean your room. As he spoke, he was about to head toward her room, which scared Xia Zhizhi into stopping him. I'll clean my own room. You can't go in. Her room was now too clean, and everything was neatly arranged. Even if she had 8 hands, she couldn't have done it all in just 4 or 5 minutes. Anyone who went in would notice something was off. As for the outside, the windows were papered over, so you couldn't see inside clearly. What troubled Zhizhi was that Lin Mo Chuan was being overly attentive. After a lot of persuasion, she finally convinced him to drop the idea of helping her clean. She worried he might sneak into her room while she was in the front yard. Before leaving, Zhizhi made sure to lock the door. Sigh, what a hassle. When she arrived in the kitchen, Xia Zhizhi found Lu Man, Song Mingyue, and Zhou Guojun there too. Lu Man had half a sausage, Song Mingyue had a large jar of pickled vegetables, and Zhou Guojun brought mushroom meat sauce, saying it was to add to the meal. Oh, this is so embarrassing. The two female educated youths cooking in the kitchen said it was embarrassing, but their hands moved quickly to take the items, their eyes darting between the three. They heard that this batch of educated youths came from good families, and half of them were living in the small rooms at the back. They didn't know what their personalities were like. If they were shy, they might even benefit in the future. Xia Zhizhi stopped in her tracks upon seeing this scene, her brows furrowing. These senior educated youths had calculating looks in their eyes, completely different from the image of educated youths seen through the lens of a reborn female lead. Forget it. She wouldn't be the fool this time. She tucked the meat can into her arms, pretending nothing had happened, and turned to walk back. The people in the kitchen were talking and didn't notice Xia Zhizhi coming and going. Lin Mo Chuan, let's go to the village committee to collect the grain first. Xia Zhizhi called for Lin Mo Chuan as she returned to the backyard. This guy had a lot of strength and could help her carry the grain back. The team leader had previously said that each new educated youth could borrow 50 jin of grain from the village, which would be deducted from their work points after the autumn harvest. They also needed tables and chairs for the room, so she had to ask around to see if there were any carpenters in the village to reserve one in advance. Hearing Xia Zhizhi call him, Lin Mo Chuan immediately dropped the broom and walked out, not forgetting to grab 2 bags of brown sugar from his luggage. It's not appropriate to go empty-handed, he said, handing 1 bag of brown sugar to Zhizhi. Zhizhi, let's go directly to the village head's house. Zhizhi didn't refuse and took the brown sugar. Okay, I want to set up a stove outside for cooking so we can ask the village head who can do that. Hey, I want to go too. Wait for me. Finally free from the kitchen, Zhou Guojun saw the two heading to collect grain and hurried back to grab half a jin of biscuits, quickly chasing after them. Lin Mo Chuan thought Zhou Guojun was really clueless and looked displeased. Can't you go by yourself? Why did he have to come and disturb his and Zhizhi's time together? Zhou Guojun scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. I had no choice. Those 2 senior educated youths in the kitchen were giving me looks like they wanted to eat me. Xia Zhizhi found Zhou Guojun amusing. He had shown off his wealth as soon as he arrived, making him a target for others to aim for. At this time, everyone was preparing lunch, and the smoke from cooking rose from every household. Zhizhi and her friends did not delay the village chief's time. After receiving their share of grain, they exchanged some eggs and vegetables from the village chief's wife, then quickly asked for the location of the carpenter's house before leaving. Aunt Hua weighed the red sugar in her hands and happily said, "These 2 bags of red sugar weigh a pound. Just right to send to our girl for her postpartum recovery." The girl she referred to was her youngest daughter, who had just given birth a couple of days ago. "All right, you handle it as you see fit." The village chief took a puff from his old pipe and divided the biscuits left by Zhou Guojun among his grandsons. If he didn't give them more, the kids would start drooling.
Thank you, Grandpa.
Wow, these biscuits are so tasty, they smell like milk. Grandpa, I want more. After having 1 piece, the kids felt unsatisfied and clung to the village chief, asking for more. Aunt Hua, hearing this, worried that the village chief would give away all the biscuits, quickly hid the remaining biscuits and red sugar in the cupboard. Enough already, it's almost time for lunch. What more do you want to eat? She scolded with a stern face. The kids were still quite afraid of their grandmother's authority, so they quickly shrank their necks and ran out. The village chief suddenly sighed, his brow tightly furrowed. The educated youth who came this time are all in good condition. Half of them have single rooms. I heard 1 female educated youth lost over 1,000 yuan on the train. Our village is probably going to stir up trouble again. There were many bachelors in the village, each with high expectations but low abilities. If they found out that there were so many well-off female educated youths among the newcomers, who knows what trouble would arise? Aunt Hua curled her lips. It's all your fault for spoiling them. They all think they can do anything just because they're related to you, the village chief. When they finally encounter someone tough, you'll be in trouble as the village chief. No one knew about the conversation between the village chief and his wife. When Xia Zhizhi and her friends returned to the educated youth station, it was just in time for lunch. From the old educated youths to the new ones, everyone introduced themselves one by one. Over the years, many educated youths had returned to the city, some were recommended to university, and others got married. Now, only a dozen old educated youths remained. Besides their new batch, only 2 pairs of educated youth couples lived in the back single rooms. Xia Zhizhi took a special look at the 4 individuals, knowing from the heavenly mirror that these couples were well-behaved and not troublemakers, so she didn't pay them much attention. The rest of those sleeping in the big dormitory were not easy to deal with either. What impressed her the most were the 2 female educated youths cooking lunch today, Chen Lijuan and Wu Jing. The 2 had been in the countryside for 2 or 3 years, knowing they had no hope of returning to the city. They were solely focused on climbing the social ladder, hoping to marry well and live a life free from labor and worry. Unfortunately, both were only average-looking and lacked any charm to attract good male-educated youths who were not interested in them. The 2 married male-educated youths living in the back courtyard had also been approached by them. But those men were not foolish. They were unwilling to help and worried that the 2 would act rashly in their desperation, so they hurriedly married female-educated youths from similar backgrounds. As for the villagers, the 2 looked down on the local men and didn't consider them at all. There was also Su Zhaodi, who appeared timid and insecure but actually liked to steal and trick men into doing her work, having had relations with several young men in the village. Zhao Xiaoyan, thick-skinned and fond of taking advantage of others. Not only the female-educated youths, but there were also a few oddballs among the male-educated youths. Wei Jiangwo was messy and disliked bathing, and his stinky socks went unwashed for a month, making the male-educated youth dormitory unbearable. Hu Ziqiang bullied the weak and feared the strong, looking down on women and enjoying belittling them with words. Zhu Yongkong relied on his good looks and could recite a few cheesy poems. He dabbled in tea arts and had several girls in the village bringing him food and drinks. Zhao Yukai was a male version of Chen Lijuan and Wu Jing, wanting to marry a good wife to return to the city or live a life without financial worries. In short, more than half of the old educated youths have unlikable personalities. The heavenly mirror rambled, introducing Zhizhi to all the educated youths. Xia Zhizhi shrugged, "I don't care if they're likable or not. As long as they don't bother me, I'll pretend I don't know." Her older brother and second brother weren't likable either, so she wouldn't criticize others. The heavenly mirror said, "Among the new educated youths, aside from the foolish reborn female lead and some Lingling, who tries to deceive Lu Man for benefits, the others are all normal people." As for Guo Chao and Zhao Weibing, although a bit greedy, they weren't too outrageous. Xia Zhizhi was the last to introduce herself. Xia Zhizhi, 16 years old, just finished my first year of high school from Jiangcheng Province. Concise and to the point. Not a single unnecessary word was spoken. "Hey, how did you come to the countryside without graduating high school?" Lu Man couldn't help but ask. Xia Zhizhi smirked sarcastically, "I had no choice. My stepmother didn't want her biological daughter to go to the countryside, so she deliberately caused trouble and secretly signed me up." "Oh, I see." Lu Man looked at Zhizhi with a hint of sympathy. She also had a stepmother and was forced to go to the countryside. Fortunately, her grandparents and uncle were very kind to her, and her father worked under her uncle, so he didn't dare to let her stepmother mistreat her. She didn't have a hard life. "All right, enough talking. Let's eat quickly. We have to work in the afternoon." Zhao Xiaoyan had been waiting impatiently. After speaking, she rushed to the plate of stir-fried green peppers and pork, grabbing a big scoop. Seeing this, the others quickly followed suit. They feared that if they were slow, they wouldn't get any meat. Xia Zhizhi. Just watching how this group ate ruined her appetite. Why eat it all? Moreover, she glanced at the coarse, chunky porridge in her bowl, which looked irritating to her throat, and she didn't want to drink it. "Lin Machuan, I don't want to drink this. What should I do?" She poked the boy next to her and whispered in his ear. Lin Machuan didn't want to drink the rough porridge either, but seeing Zhizhi's eager little eyes, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. "Just pour it all into my bowl. I'll drink it." In this era, Anyone who dared to waste food would not only be criticized but also face severe consequences. Even though Lin Machuan came from a good family and had the means to be arrogant, it was better not to make such a principled mistake. So, Lin Machuan took on the entire burden. He stretched his neck and forced down 2 bowls of a very irritating porridge. After this painful lunch, Lin Machuan immediately decided he wouldn't eat with the educated youths anymore. He wanted to have meals alone with Zhizhi. Zhou Guojun and Lu Man were also well off and couldn't stomach such unpalatable food, quickly expressing their agreement. I want to eat separately too. Times 2 Sun Lingling moved her lips, wanting to say something but hesitating as she looked at Lu Man. She also wanted to be with Lu Man. Lu Man's family sent her 15 yuan for living expenses every month, so she could benefit by sticking with her. Lu Man was straightforward and didn't understand Sun Lingling's little schemes. Lingling can stay with me. She couldn't stand seeing Sun Lingling's pitiful look and quickly added. Seeing her goal achieved, Lu Man was still as easy to deceive as ever, and Sun Lingling quickly smirked before suppressing it. Later, she would talk to Lu Man about the living arrangements. Those old educated youths were not easy to deal with, and they were also cliquish. She probably wouldn't last long under them, so it was better to move out and live with Lu Man. Hearing that several of the new educated youths wanted to eat separately, the old educated youths were instantly displeased.
What do you mean by this?
Zhao Xiaoyan slammed her chopsticks down, her face long. You just got here and are already causing division. Do you look down on us old educated youths? Causing division? Lu Man and Zhou Guojun were startled. Wasn't that a bit of an exaggeration? And no, what are you talking about? Zhou Guojun stuttered in a panic, lacking any intimidation. Xia Zhizhi was speechless. What kind of domineering CEO talk is this? Especially when paired with the slightly awkward and rough image of a male lead from a period drama, it just feels so out of place. Lu Man had somehow walked over to Xia Zhizhi's side. Sighing, he said, Song Mingyue is fine, just leaving without a word. We educated youths have completely made enemies with the villagers now. Among the educated youths, there was Su Yulan, Song Mingyue, and Zhu Yongkong, who had tarnished their reputation quite a bit. The villagers now looked at them with disdain. Xia Zhizhi didn't care about reputation. Let them make enemies. They just gossip behind our backs. They wouldn't dare do anything to us, so what's there to be afraid of? It was already 1974, 3 years away from the college entrance examination. She was destined to leave this place. They could say whatever they wanted. They weren't from the same world, and who would remember them in the future? Tianji Mirror said it's still Zhizhi, who just forgets her roots. Xia Zhizhi rolled her eyes internally. What roots are there here? It's just a transit station at best, and I won't be coming back. Places without value and people without value don't deserve a place in her memory. Xia Zhizhi raised her hand to check the time and realized it was getting late. She quickly told Lin Machuan and ran back to cook. It was hot, so she had the robot Xiao A make some spicy and sour cold noodles. Xiao A was a service-oriented smart robot invented by Sanbao in her previous life. Its internal chip had a complete recipe collection. Whatever dish she wanted, she just had to tell it, and it could make it. Xiao A not only cooked but also took care of children, completely freeing housewives from their chores. In her last life, it was in high demand. The noodles were made by an automatic noodle press, and there were many finished products in the storage ring. Xiao A's job was just to boil the noodles, rinse them in cold water, and prepare the spicy and sour sauce. Xia Zhizhi was responsible for lying in the house and keeping watch. When she sensed someone was back, she quickly went out to hide Xiao A and pretended to guard the stove, rinsing the noodles.
Xia Zhizhi.
It was one of the female leads from today's fight, Song Mingyue, followed by Yu Delin. Xia Zhizhi, I want to buy the wooden beads around your neck. Is this enough money? She held out about 100 yuan, staring intently at the wooden beads on Xia Zhizhi's neck, her eyes filled with determination. Not for sale. Xia Zhizhi didn't even spare a glance for someone who couldn't understand a simple refusal. Previously, she had the audacity to ask for the beads outright and received 2 slaps from Xia Zhizhi for her trouble. Later, She tried to sneak into Xia Zhizi's room at night to steal them. She was met with a beating from both Xia Zhizhi and Lin Cuicui, leaving her bedridden for half a month. She thought she had learned her lesson and wouldn't dare to ask again. But now, she seemed to think she had backup and came to bully her. Crossing her arms, Xia Zhizhi shot a cold glance at Yu Delin standing behind Song Mingyue. With a sneer, she said, "What? Do you just love stealing from others? Just finished stealing from someone, and now you're eyeing my stuff. It seems my previous lesson wasn't enough for you." With that, she slapped out without giving them time to react. Yu Delin froze for a few seconds, quickly stepping in front of Song Mingyue, frowning. "Xia Zhizhi, why are you hitting people for no reason? Mingyue just really likes the wooden beads around your neck and wants to buy them. Is it necessary to be so harsh?" In no time, Song Mingyue's face began to swell. To be honest, Yu Delin had always had a crush on Xia Zhizhi. Unfortunately, Xia Zhizhi always looked down on him, which hurt his feelings. It made him too afraid to even approach her. "Hey, what a little temper." Xia Zhizhi found it amusing and pulled out a whip, chasing Yu Delin and giving him a good thrashing. "What do you think you are, coming to me and talking nonsense, thinking I'm easy to bully? Xia Zhizhi, don't go too far."
Ow.
Yu Delin started off stubborn, but after one hit, he nearly jumped up in pain. "Stop, stop. If you don't, No matter how he dodged, he couldn't escape the whip that moved like a snake, and when he tried to fight back, he couldn't even grab the hem of Xia Zhizhi's clothes, only running around in pain. At first, he was still tough, threatening Xia Zhizhi not to go too far. But soon he couldn't hold back anymore, gasping for air and begging for mercy. With the whip techniques learned from her last life, combined with her endless internal strength, Xia Zhizhi mercilessly gave the rough male lead a taste of her skills. On the surface, it seemed like nothing happened, not even a scratch. But deep down, the flesh was bruised and painful, making him wish he could die. It would take 2 or 3 days for the bruises to show up. After all, this was Yu family village, and the male lead Yu Delin was a local bully. Even though she had Lin Cuicui backing her, she couldn't let herself be caught in a scandal. If someone tried to frame her, it would be troublesome. She didn't want to spend a single cent on them. Moreover, they would be living here for a few more years, so it was better not to escalate conflicts with the villagers too early. Otherwise, it would be hard to live peacefully in the future. The beating left Yu Delin in agony, wanting to fight back but unable to, wishing he could roll on the ground in pain. "Xia Zhizhi, stop. Stop." Song Mingyue was jumping up and down in a panic, frowning one moment, reaching out the next, covering her chest, making 100 fake gestures in a second. But she didn't dare to come closer to save her beloved man. She could only fan the flames with her words. "You didn't say anything wrong. How can you hit people? This is too much, stop it." Who's being excessive?" Xia Zhizhi paused, turned to look at her, clearly seeing the little thoughts in her eyes. With a cold laugh, she said, "Song Mingyue, did I not hit you enough? You're getting bold enough to lecture me now." With that, she raised the whip and swung it at Song Mingyue. She didn't know what this foolish girl was thinking, daring to use her as a tool in their little play, trying to express feelings to Yu Delin. Did she really think she was easy to mess with? Song Mingyue's pupils shrank, instinctively dodging just in time to avoid Xia Zhizhi's whip. Whoa, that was close. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, she saw the whip coming at her face again.
Ah!
Song Mingyue screamed in fright, not daring to stay any longer, and quickly ran away. As for Yu Delin, he had already fled the educated youth point during the exchange between Xia Zhizhi and Song Mingyue, enduring the pain as he escaped. This truly was a case of birds of a feather flocking together, fleeing in times of trouble. Xia Zhizhi didn't chase after them, calmly putting away the whip. In her heart, she scoffed at their audacity to covet her belongings. They were really asking for trouble. After Sun Lingling teamed up with Lu Man, she had always been the one to cook. As soon as Sun Lingling reached the entrance of the educated youth point, she saw Yu Delin rushing past like the wind. Before she could wonder what was going on, she saw Song Mingyue running out in a hurry as well. She quickly grabbed Song Mingyue's arm. Hey, Song Mingyue, what's going on? Why are you running? Song Mingyue, worried that Xia Zhizhi would chase after her, quickly broke free from Sun Lingling's grasp, leaving a hasty remark. Xia Zhizhi is going crazy and hitting people before running after you, Delin. Oh my, Xia Zhizhi is getting crazier. She used to just slap people. Now she's using a whip. Sun Lingling didn't dare to approach her anymore. Besides fear, Song Mingyue felt more hatred. She secretly resented Xia Zhizhi's arrogance, her brutal methods, and how she resorted to violence at the slightest disagreement, making her suffer greatly. Was it just for a worthless wooden bead? So petty. And she had hit her so many times. Since Xia Zhizhi wouldn't accept her goodwill, she couldn't blame her for being ruthless. With a good plan in mind, she ran a bit faster, preparing to find Delin to discuss how to get the wooden bead from Xia Zhizhi's. To make it easier to refer to, the time-traveling girl Lin Miaran will be called Lin Cuicui below. Before Xia Zhizhi could say anything, Lin Cuicui, who had been watching, immediately shouted, "No, you can't sell it to her." Lin Cuicui, what does this have to do with you? Delin frowned, thinking Lin Cuicui was causing trouble because she was unwilling to break off the engagement with him. Lin Cuicui, I know you've been bothered by me and brother you. Song Mingyue, worried about more trouble, frowned and said, but brother Yu has already compensated your family. Why do you keep making things difficult for us? However, Lin Cuicui didn't even glance at Delin or Song Mingyue. Her eyes were fixed on the intricate wooden beads around Xia Zhizhi's neck, filled with a heat she didn't even realize she felt. Xia Zhizhi, I like the wooden beads on your neck too. I want to buy them from you. Song Mingyue's heart sank. Could it be that Lin Cuicui also sensed the strange attraction of those beads? Her gaze darkened as she looked warily at Lin Cuicui. Lin Cuicui, are you deliberately opposing me? And just because you say you want to buy them, do you even have money? What nonsense are you talking? Everyone in the village knew that Lin Cuicui's family was very poor, with patched clothes for both adults and children. Lin Cuicui paused, momentarily speechless. It seemed she really didn't have any money. Not only did she have no money, but her family was also broke. What should she do now? Just watch the spiritual spring slip away? Lin Cuicui's mind raced, and she suddenly pointed at Song Mingyue, saying, Fine, you're openly speculating. If you dare to spend money to buy something from Xia Zhizhi, I will report you. Now it was Song Mingyue's turn to panic.
What are you talking about? You.
Xia Zhizhi completely ignored the two of them, letting them argue while she noticed Lin Moquetchuan had almost finished eating. She tugged at his arm. Are you full? If you're full, let's go. Lin Moquetchuan slowly wiped his mouth with a napkin. Also ignoring the two clowns, stood up and looked at Zhizhi with fondness. Let's go back to the youth station to get some things, then we can go fishing in the small pond on the back mountain. Song Mingyue and Lin Cuicui, who were still arguing.
Wait.
Xia Zhizhi, are you leaving now? Don't you see we're arguing about you? Everyone had finished eating at about the same time. The people who had been listening to the argument while eating now had free mouths. The village chief's wife, while picking her teeth, asked, Delin, what's going on with your wife? Why is she always bothering Xia Zhizhi for things? Because of this, Song Mingyue had received several beatings from Xia Zhizhi. The village chief had intervened at the youth station several times. Unexpectedly, Song Mingyue, who had been beaten, still couldn't forget about other people's things even after getting married. Delin, you too. If your wife likes wooden beads, why don't you just make one for her to wear? Why does she have to take someone else's? The village chief's wife was worried that Song Mingyue would anger Xia Zhizhi and get beaten again, causing trouble for her husband to resolve, and couldn't help but say something. The others present also thought Song Mingyue was asking for it. Xia Zhizhi had clearly said she wouldn't give or sell them, yet Song Mingyue kept pestering her. She deserved to be beaten. Thinking this, they couldn't help but let a few words slip. Delin's mother heard the commotion and came out of the kitchen. After understanding the situation, she shot her useless son a glare. Then she turned to angrily scold Song Mingyue. You disaster. Do you even know how you came in here? You can't stay quiet for a day. If you dare to make Dylan do these shameless things again, just watch me deal with you. Buying a broken wooden bead with money? She saw Song Mingyue as someone who didn't know her worth, marrying without a dowry, and still having the face to spend her family's money on worthless things. Truly asking for a lesson. You Dylan. His mother was on a rampage, and he didn't dare to say much. To be honest, he didn't understand why Song Mingyue was so obsessed with Xia Zhizhi's wooden beads, insisting on buying them at the wedding. Now, the villagers were looking at them differently. Who knows what they were thinking about the two of them? Song Mingyue was scolded in front of so many people, feeling wronged with tears welling up in her eyes. Lin Cuicui found it amusing to watch the scene. System. The female lead without her golden finger is really pitiful. In the original plot, her mother-in-law doted on her. She never scolded her like this. System. Host, you should focus on what's important now. Lin Cuicui is about to go fishing with Xia Zhizhi. You should hurry and follow them to complete your task. Lin Cuicui. She was so engrossed in watching that she almost forgot about this. I'm going now. She clapped her hands, quickly told her mother, and ran outside. But Lin Cuicui was energetic and in great shape, while Xia Zhizhi had inner strength. They weren't slow climbing the mountain, and Lin Cuicui, being a novice, couldn't keep up. By the time they reached their destination, Lin Cuicui was still halfway there, panting heavily. Wow, this water is so cool. Xia Zhizhi, barefoot, splashed in the water, with fish swimming past her feet, her face full of delight. This pond is very far from the village, and no one wants to come here. Otherwise, it would be a great place to cool off. Lin Cuicui caught a small crucian carp. Xia Zhizhi's eyes lit up. Lin Cuicui, you're amazing. You caught a fish so quickly? She didn't like to work, but she always appreciated emotional value. Sure enough, as soon as Xia Zhizhi said this, Lin Cuicui couldn't help but smile, working even harder, cleverly showing off his strong waist and the muscles in his arms. Xia Zhizhi's eyes genuinely sparkled this time. Although she admired strength, she was also very willing to appreciate a beautiful body. Lin Cuicui was quick and efficient. Perhaps because there weren't many people fishing here, the fish were easy to catch. In less than half an hour, he had caught almost half a bucket of fish. Zhizhi, do you want to eat grilled fish? I brought some seasoning. Xia Zhizhi shook her head. Forget it, the water here isn't clean, and we can't properly clean the fish. Let's not eat here. She definitely couldn't eat fish washed with the water she had just soaked her feet in. I've never been here before. Let's explore a bit before heading back. Maybe they could catch some wild game to improve their meals. And also take the chance to tease someone. Xia Zhizhi smirked, withdrew her spiritual energy, and grabbed Lin Cuicui's arm, walking in another direction. Host, Xia Zhizhi and Lin Cuicui have left the pond and are walking in the opposite direction from you. Having already walked most of the way and almost reaching her destination, Lin Cuicui rolled her eyes and fell asleep on the ground. The towering green mountains, dense trees casting rich shadows, and the vast blue sky with a few wispy white clouds create a beautiful landscape painting. On an irregular black stone in the forest, a couple is passionately kissing. The man's strong arms tightly wrap around the girl's tiny waist, as if trying to pull her into his body, his half-closed eyes shining with a predatory light. To others, this might seem full of sexual tension, stirring their emotions. But to Lin Cuicui, it felt like watching her man cheat.
Ah.
System. Quickly separate them. Separate them. Her eyes blazed with anger as she shouted and pounded the soft grass. System. Now what should I do if the newly bound host is mentally unstable? Waiting online, quite urgent. System. Are you even listening to me? Lin Cuicui yelled. The system sweating. Well, host, this is your matter. As a system, I cannot intervene in the development of characters in the small world. Then you want me to watch my future man be intimate with another woman? Lin Cuicui glared. What's the purpose of this? Are you trying to make me angry? The more she spoke, the angrier she got. Darn system. Either don't let me see this, or help me stop their intimate actions. You let me see it but don't help. Are you just trying to break me down? System. Humans are really strange. They have such a strong sense of possession over those who don't belong to them. Host, you need to understand that Lin Machuan is not your boyfriend yet. Lin Cuicui was momentarily speechless but retorted, "This is still your fault. You told me to pursue Lin Machuan and make him fall in love with me. That means Lin Machuan will eventually be mine. How can I not have a sense of possession over my future man?" System, hehe. Meanwhile, Xia Zhizhi, seeing Lin Machuan kiss endlessly, pushed the person who was almost glued to her away and touched her sore lips. Ouch, I must have cut my lip. Lin Machuan, you are too much. She lightly punched Lin Machuan's chest. Lin Machuan's previously lingering expression changed instantly as he quickly grabbed her small fist. Zhizhi, are you trying to harm your husband? Those punches had no strength. Was she trying to send him away? Xia Zhizhi exploded. Pfft, what nonsense are you talking? You are not my husband. Okay, I'm not your husband. Lin Machuan chuckled softly, his eyes fixed on her bright red lips and beautiful eyes. But you will definitely be my future wife. Though he was smiling, his gaze was serious and stubborn, with a madness that others couldn't understand hidden deep within. Xia Zhizhi. Mom, there's a creep here. After spending most of the afternoon with Lin Cuicui, Xia Zhizhi was coaxed by the scheming Lin Machuan to kiss and touch his abs and chest. Seeing it was getting late, they finally headed back. On the way down the mountain, Lin Machuan carried Zhizhi. She didn't want to walk anymore. Lin Cuicui, almost exhausted on the mountain. Can someone come save me? When they returned to the youth station, both new and old youth gathered in the front yard, discussing something. Lin Machuan, Xia Qingji, you didn't come. Qian Junfeng, with excitement on his face, waved to them. Come sit. We have something to discuss. Lin Machuan paused. Okay, wait a moment. I'll put these fish away first. Xia Zhizhi didn't follow him back to the backyard. Instead, she squeezed past Zhao Xiaoyan and sat next to Lu Man, smiling as she asked, Qian Zayuth, what's going on? You seem so happy? Qian Junfeng gave a reassuring glance to the pushed-aside Zhao Xiaoyan before saying, It's nothing much, just that the quota for the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university has come down again. We need to discuss how to campaign for votes. If it were me, I would definitely vote for Qian Zayuth. Xia Zhizhi openly declared her choice. Qian Zayuth is from the old third batch of youth, experienced enough, and is likable and articulate. Besides Qian Zayuth, I really can't think of anyone more suitable for the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university. At that moment, Lin Machuan also walked over. I'll vote for whoever Zhizhi votes for. Qian Zayuth, since Zhizhi and I have already made our choice, do we really need to listen to the long speeches? Zhizhi hadn't eaten lunch and only had some canned meat and mung bean cake. He still needed to cook for her. Qian Junfeng hesitated. Maybe you should still listen. It might be useful later. Lin Machuan remained unmoved. No need. I don't need to go to university to return to the city. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone cast either jealous or fiery glances at him. Qian Junfeng twitched his mouth. Well, okay then. He really wasn't worried about being envied at all. After receiving a clear answer, Lin Machuan didn't say goodbye and directly pinched Xia Zhizhi's armpit, lifting her off the chair. Xia Zhizhi, who was gossiping with Lu Man, suddenly felt light, and the scene in front of her shifted as she stood on the ground. Before Xia Zhizhi could explode, Lin Machuan rubbed her head and said, Zhizhi, let's go. I'll make you a fish dish with 3 ways to eat it. All right, considering how diligent you are, I'll forgive you this time. Xia Zhizhi waved goodbye to Lu Man. Lu Man, I'll come find you later for more gossip. Sure, you can come to find me anytime. Lu Man smiled and waved, feeling happy just looking at Zhizhi's beautiful face. Man, why are you getting along so well with Xia Qingji now? Sun Lingling felt uncomfortable watching the scene. Lu Man used to have only her as a good friend. Even if she made new friends, she would always meddle and ruin it. But that darn Xia Qingji, no matter how much she secretly slandered Lu Man's character, She just wouldn't listen and insisted on staying in touch with Lu Man, unaware of Sun Lingling's thoughts, smiled and said, Xia Zhizhi is beautiful and has a great personality. We get along very well, so of course, our relationship has improved. Sun Lingling lowered her eyes to hide her emotions. Oh, I see. That's good. I'll try to get to know Xia Zhizhi too. What a good personality. She was clearly just a beauty lover, liking to accommodate pretty people, which is why she got along well with her. Unlike her, who had to constantly accommodate Lu Man's bad temper. Qian Junfeng is very good at dealing with people. Moreover, there are not many who meet the conditions for the workers' and peasants' university, only a few among the old educated youths. Even if he doesn't say anything, most of the educated youths and villagers would still vote for him. However, he doesn't want anything unexpected to happen at this last moment. Besides finding someone to help with the voting, he is also keeping a close eye on the few qualified old educated youths to see if they are up to anything shady. But this has nothing to do with Xia Zhizhi and the other new educated youths. They continue to live as they always have, without the anxiety of the old educated youths. Xia educated youth. Xia educated youth. This time, it's not just Song Mingyue bothering Xia Zhizhi. Lin Cuicui has joined in. The skin-enhancing effect of the beauty pills provided by the system is gradual, and Lin Cuicui has become even fairer, with no blemishes on her skin. Xia Zhizhi leaned against a tree trunk, raised an eyebrow, and smiled at Lin Cuicui. Lin Cuicui, you've changed so much. Your skin gets better and fairer every day. How do you take care of it? Why did Xia Zhizhi suddenly notice this?
No one had asked her about it before.
Lin Cuicui's gaze flickered for a moment, feeling nervous, and she chuckled. Maybe. I've been eating well and sleeping well lately? Song Mingyue suddenly exclaimed. I didn't notice until you mentioned it, Lin Cuicui. Your skin has changed so much. Lin Cuicui didn't want to keep talking about this topic, so she quickly said, Xia educated youth, didn't you say your wooden beads go to the highest bidder? Then, she suddenly leaned in close to Xia Zhizhi's ear and whispered, how about gold? 1 pound of gold. Does the system have gold in stock? Xia Zhizhi's eyes lit up, and she communicated with the heavenly machine mirror. Broken mirror, it seems there are many good things in this system. Remember to swallow her system later. Heavenly machine mirror. Understood. Sure. Xia Zhizhi immediately dismissed the waiting Song Mingyue. You and I will go to the educated youth point. It's not convenient to trade here. Song Mingyue became anxious. Hey, what did Lin Cuicui say to you that you decided so quickly? Lin Cuicui rolled her eyes at her. It's none of your business. Step aside. She pushed past the obstructing Song Mingyue and happily linked arms with Xia Zhizhi as they left. Song Mingyue, unwilling to give up, quickly followed. Hey, Mo Chuan, your Zhizhi is with Song Mingyue and Lin Cuicui. Shouldn't you hurry and check on them? Zhou Guojun, who was paired with Lin Mo Chuan, noticed Xia Zhizhi leaving with Lin Cuicui and quickly reminded Lin Mo Chuan. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo Chuan shook off the dirt on his hands and hurried after them. Heavenly machine mirror, can you create a small space inside the fake wooden bead I carved? It doesn't need to last long. As Xia Zhizhi walked, she communicated with the heavenly machine mirror. Lin Cuicui is different from Song Mingyue. She has read the novel. If she finds out the wooden bead is useless, she will definitely suspect that the bead I gave her is fake and that I have the real one. What if she spills something later? That would cause us trouble. If, after using it, she finds only a small space and no spiritual spring, she will probably think the spiritual spring is meant for the female lead, and she, as cannon fodder, isn't worthy of it. Heavenly machine mirror. Alright, I can draw a Qianquan talisman. Later, you can use your ability to transfer it into that bead, and it will definitely fool Lin Cuicui. With its ability, the Qianquan talisman can last at least a year. Lin Cuicui is lucky to have this crossing girl. The cooperation between the two is very smooth, and all operations are conducted in the flower soul space, with Xia Zhizhi showing no signs of suspicion. By the time they reached the educated youth point, everything was ready. Xia Zhizhi ignored the clingy Song Mingyue along the way. This woman is both foolish and unaware of her own shortcomings. Knowing she has competition, she still flaunts that 100 yuan every day. Does she look like someone who needs that 100 yuan? Who is she trying to impress? Hey, Lin Cuicui, what do you mean? Seeing Lin Cuicui and Xia Zhizhi enter the room together and about to close the door, Song Mingyue was startled and quickly blocked the door with her hands and feet. I'm not in yet. Why are you closing the door? Lin Cuicui was also exasperated. This reborn female lead has some nerve. Their disdain for her is so obvious, yet she still shamelessly tries to get close. Unable to hold back, she rolled her eyes. Song Mingyue, can you be a little more perceptive? I've never seen someone so clueless. Enough. Why waste words with her? Xia Zhizhi said impatiently, pushing Lin Cuicui aside and pressing hard on the door, causing Song Mingyue to scream in pain. Ah! Let go, quickly let go. My hand is going to break. This is what you get for being so clueless and sticking to me. Xia Zhizhi scoffed inwardly. She loosened her grip a bit, and when Song Mingyue pulled her hand back, she quickly closed the door and locked it, ignoring Song Mingyue's cries of pain outside. Lin Cuicui was shocked by Xia Zhizhi's ruthless actions. Xia, educated youth, are you sure? This is okay? The reborn female lead wouldn't really have her hand broken by Xia Zhizhi, would she? The sounds from outside were quite distressing. Seeing Lin Cuicui no longer acting high and mighty, as if she held the script in golden finger, she didn't even dare to meet Xia Zhizhi's gaze. Xia Zhizhi silently smirked. It's fine, let her shout. Once she tires out, she'll leave on her own. After all, she had practiced martial arts for a lifetime in her past life, and her control over strength is now excellent. That little force definitely didn't hurt Song Mingyue's bones. She pretended to search under the pillow and secretly took out the already processed fake wooden bead from her space, which looked 90% similar to the original, enough to be convincing. Xia Zhizhi waved the wooden bead in front of Lin Cuicui. Here, this is my wooden bead. You mentioned 1 pound of gold. Let's do a cash-on-delivery deal. Lin Cuicui looked at the nearby spiritual spring, suppressing her excitement. All right, cash on delivery. I'll get the gold for you right away. She pretended to dig into her pocket, but actually pulled out a small gold bar from her system space, placing it in Xia Zhizhi's hand. At the same time, she snatched the fake bead from Xia Zhizhi. Well then, since we've completed the transaction, I'll be leaving now. And remember, don't tell anyone about our gold exchange, or we'll both be in trouble. With that, she quickly tucked the fake wooden bead away and ran off. Broken mirror, for now, you should follow Lin Cuicui. Xia Zhizhi touched the small gold bar in her hand and smiled slightly. When she next meets Song Mingyue, you can strip the system from her. This way, the blame for losing the strategy system can fall on Song Mingyue. Okay, Zhizhi, I'll go now. A mini version of the heavenly mirror, the size of a grain of rice, flew out from Xia Zhizhi's forehead, circled around her, and then vanished in a flash of light. Unaware of the trouble ahead, Lin Cuicui was excited about the prospect of obtaining the spiritual spring. Not only would she not get the spiritual spring, but she would also lose the system entirely. The heavenly mirror took a week to complete its task. During this time, after a public vote, Qian Junfeng ultimately secured a spot at the Workers', Peasants' and Soldiers' University. Lin Cuicui was still upset about not getting the spiritual spring when Song Mingyue, after bothering Xia Zhizhi, started to pester her. The tactics were exactly the same as before with Xia Zhizhi. First, she shamelessly asked Lin Cuicui for it. When that didn't work, she offered to buy it with 100 yuan from her old acting days. Seeing that Lin Cuicui still ignored her, she bizarrely bribed Lin Cuicui's nephew with a piece of candy, drugged Lin Cuicui's food, and knocked her out. That night, she sneaked into Lin Cuicui's house to steal. Just as Song Mingyue touched the wooden bead around Lin Cuicui's neck, the heavenly mirror immediately devoured the strategy system bound to Lin Cuicui. Warning, host, danger. Before the system could explain further, it was completely consumed by the heavenly mirror, as if it had never existed in this world. The system's voice was too sharp, causing Lin Cuicui a headache. She briefly regained consciousness and locked eyes with Song Mingyue's unique willow leaf eyes in the dark. Startled, she grabbed Song Mingyue's hand. Song Mingyue didn't expect Lin Cuicui to wake up. Startled, she dropped the scissors and stifled a scream. She broke free from Lin Cuicui's grip, covered her face, and stumbled away. Stop, Song Mingyue, you stop right there. Lin Cuicui wanted to chase after her, but the effects of the drug overwhelmed her. She weakly shouted and fell back into unconsciousness. The heavenly mirror returned to Xia Zhizhi after completing its mission. When Xia Zhizhi woke up in the morning, it excitedly recounted its experiences over the past few days. Zhizhi, this time we gained a lot. Although the strategy system was a bit useless, many items in its warehouse are quite useful. The heavenly mirror listed them one by one. Like the protagonist's halo, love at first sight halo, aura of dominance, mind-reading skills, and X-ray vision skills. All these halos or skills sold in the system all carry some source power. After I devoured these scattered treasures, the cracks on the mirror surface decreased by a third. Victory is in sight. The heavenly mirror excitedly darted around the flower soul space. It also made sure to store the leftover gold, silver, jewels, and various high-tech products in the newly built warehouse. Zhizhi, you should be able to use all these things. It explained, the halos and skills I devoured weren't meant to be kept from you. Mainly, they aren't good things. Think about it, for example, the love at first sight halo. If you put it on someone extremely ugly, the target will fall in love with that ugly person at first sight and become hopelessly infatuated. In short, it's like casting a spell on someone. Any form of halo is a form of enchantment. If someone with strong mental power comes along, this thing won't work. As for skills like X-ray vision, turning stone into gold, and mind reading, you don't need them at all. Xia Zhizhi already had X-ray abilities from her soul power, and her accumulated wealth over several lifetimes was immeasurable. Moreover, with the heavenly mirror, which could predict the future, mind reading was insignificant. The remaining potions for beauty and intelligence are even more useless for you. After hearing this, Xia Zhizhi's expression relaxed a lot, but she still wanted to emphasize one point. Next time you come across treasures I haven't seen before, remember to let me take a look first. She hadn't seen any of these halos or skills before. It was easy to forget in a moment of excitement. The heavenly mirror chuckled awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. Zhizhi, there are still many high-tech products from the interstellar era here. Do you want to take a look? They cover all aspects of life, and the technology is beyond your imagination. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhizhi became interested. Meanwhile, she sat leisurely in the shade of a tree, occasionally glancing at Lin Mochuan, who was sweating in the fields, and then immersing herself in the space, browsing through the high-tech products the heavenly mirror mentioned. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Cuicui and Song Mingyue were already fighting because of their mischievous actions. Song Mingyue, what are you pretending for? I saw clearly last night that you were the one who stole from my room. Lin Cuicui was nearly going crazy. It was bad enough that the spiritual spring only produced a small space. Now she had lost her system too. Thinking of the last word danger left by the system last night, she firmly believed that Song Mingyue had taken her system. She shoved her nephew hard. Dog Dan, tell me, didn't Song Mingyue give you a piece of candy yesterday and tell you to drug our family's porridge?
Dog Dan was crying.
It was her. She gave me the candy and said if I put that powder in our porridge, she would give me another piece of candy today. Dogden's mother was also angry with him and pinched his cheek hard. Why are you so greedy? Didn't you know it was poison she wanted you to give us? Lin Cuicui's face was cold. Not only greedy, but also foolish. It was because of this stupid nephew that she lost her golden finger. If she had known this would happen, she should have borrowed more points from the system to exchange for gold back then. Song Mingyue felt both guilty and wronged. I didn't steal your things. No, I didn't go to your house last night.
Why do you say that about me?
Wasn't this just an attempt to steal without success? Lin Cuicui couldn't be trying to extort money from her, could she? Thinking of this, Song Mingyue's expression changed in an instant. By the way, you said you lost something. So tell me what you lost, and why you want to search me. Yu Delin chimed in, yeah, you need to clarify what you lost and what it looks like. If I happen to have something good at home, and you claim it's yours, wouldn't that be taking advantage of us? Lin Cuicui. How should she respond to this? The system doesn't have a physical form. Lin Cuicui found herself at a loss for words, while the conflict between the male and female leads escalated again. Meanwhile, Xia Zhizhi finally encountered the person sent to monitor her by those coveting the Xia family's wealth. This is the new educated youth, Cui Xinian.
You two will get along well from now on.
After a brief introduction, the team leader left the educated youth station with his hands behind his back. He left behind a group of young men and women, stunned in amazement. Cui Xinian's looks were comparable to Lin Machuan's. However, while Lin Machuan had a cold and arrogant demeanor, exuding a strong sense of intimidation, Cui Xinian appeared like a refined and noble young master. Just standing there, he resembled a beautiful porcelain painting, silent and dignified, making it hard for anyone to look away. Hello, I'm Cui Xinian from the capital, and I'm 20 years old this year. His words were like a declaration, deeply resonating in people's hearts. Except for Xia Zhizhi, almost all the female educated youths were captivated by him. Incredible, he was definitely a charming man. Even Xia Zhizhi couldn't help but glance at him a couple of times. Lin Machuan, the jealous type, immediately turned dark and covered Zhizhi's eyes. What's there to look at?
No peeking.
Xia Zhizhi pushed his hand away. Okay, I won't look. Let's hurry back for dinner. I'm starving. She wouldn't be swayed by this man's looks. After all, his uncle was responsible for the deaths of the original protagonist's grandparents and mother. Now he was following family orders to come and get close to her, trying to find a way to access the hidden wealth of the Xia family. What a treacherous person. Just wait, I'll deal with this scoundrel soon. Cui Xinian watched Xia Zhizhi and Lin Machuan's retreating figures, his gaze deepening as he asked Sun Lingling beside him, Comrade, what are the names of those two? Are they dating? Sun Lingling, shy and timid, nodded slightly. Yes, they are dating. One is named Lin Machuan and the other is Xia Zhizhi. They've been together for over 2 months and have a good relationship. She emphasized this point. Xia Zhizhi was so beautiful that she seemed to shine, making everyone else look dull in comparison. It was rare for a well-conditioned male educated youth to arrive, and she hoped he wouldn't fall for Xia Zhizhi, who was just a pretty face with a violent temper. Upon hearing Xia Zhizhi, Cui Xinian's fingers twitched, and his smile deepened. The beauty trap he initially rejected didn't seem so bad anymore. As per tradition, when a new educated youth arrives, everyone is supposed to have a meal together. However, Xia Zhizhi and the others completely forgot about this. Halfway through their meal, someone from the front yard came to call them. Zhou Guojun paused while eating, quickly swallowing his mouthful of rice and exclaiming, "Oh, if you hadn't come to remind me, I would have completely forgotten." He glanced at the little food left on the table. Feeling awkward, he said, "But look, we've almost finished eating, and there's nothing left to offer." Zhizhi had a cleanliness obsession and didn't like sharing food, so the three of them always used serving chopsticks to take food. Once the dishes were on the table, they were almost all divided up. Now there was hardly anything to bring to the front yard. Su Zhaodi looked at the greasy dishes on the table and swallowed hard. It's fine. These dishes add up to 1 plate. There's fish and meat, which is enough for a hearty meal. Without waiting for Xia Zhizhi to respond, she snatched the chopsticks from Zhou Guojun's hand, quickly combined the 3 plates into one, and happily took it away. Xia Zhizhi. Wait, isn't that a bit rude? Lin Machuan nodded and said, "All right, everyone stop looking. Let's eat our food and skip the front yard." The food quality in the front yard was so poor that even dogs would shake their heads. They shouldn't torture their stomachs. Cui Xinian's arrival stirred up quite a commotion in the village. Not only did the unmarried female educated youths at the station take a liking to him, but many unmarried girls in the village also followed him around, helping with work and bringing him food, pushing Zhu Yongkang's chances to the edge. Because of these distractions, Cui Xinian never had the chance to be alone with Xia Zhizhi, which frustrated him. The heavenly machine mirror laughed heartily. Haha. As expected, no matter how clever a man is, he can't escape from clingy admirers. However, even if he shakes off those admirers, Lin Machuan is not easy to deal with.
This guy wants to stick to you all the time.
If Cui Xinian tries to flirt with you, Lin Machuan will probably take him aside for a talk. Isn't that the truth? Ever since Cui Xinian arrived, Lin Machuan's radar had been going off nonstop. He couldn't focus on work and kept watching Zhizhi, fearing she might be seduced by this charming man. Right now, Xia Zhizhi had moved a lounge chair, enjoying the breeze while resting under a tree. Seeing Cui Xinian seemingly walking toward Zhizhi, Lin Machuan's expression changed. He immediately dropped his tools and hurried over. Cui Xinian, what do you want? He blocked Cui Xinian's path, glaring at him. Lin Machuan, you haven't changed at all. Still so domineering. Cui Xinian smiled slightly, as if looking at a clueless child. But you should know, Xia Qingji is a person, an independent individual, not your possession. Can you stop me for a moment and for a lifetime? Lin Machuan scoffed. You're one to talk. Haven't you also not changed? Still using that annoying face to pretend and deceive. Cui Xinian touched his face and suddenly laughed. So, you've always thought of me this way? But have you considered that your mother likes me, not you? It's not because I'm getting in the way, but because she loves me. Strictly speaking, they could be considered brothers. Lin Machuan's parents divorced shortly after he was born, each remarrying. His mother married Cui Xinian's father, Cui Buyuan, and devoted herself to raising Cui Xinian, ignoring her own son, who was still a baby. Later, when conflicts arose between her stepson and biological son, she unconditionally favored her stepson. Of course, Lin Machuan's biological father was no better. Aside from his grandparents' care, he had little to no family support. As a child, Lin Machuan often acted out to gain his parents' attention. Now, they meant nothing to him. Cui Xinian's words couldn't stir any emotions in him. Is Lin Jui's affection worth anything? Lin Machuan smirked, looking down at Cui Xinian. Do you think I care? I warn you, if you dare to covet my woman, I will make sure you don't return. Oh, and I forgot to mention, Lin Machuan shares his grandmother's surname and will inherit everything from her lineage in the future. Unfortunately, no matter how strict Lin Machuan was in his precautions, there were times when he overlooked something. Cui Xian watched Zhizhi, who was picking items at the counter, with a smile that felt like a warm spring breeze, and casually walked over. Zhizhi, what a coincidence. Xia Zhizhi rolled her eyes without hesitation. We're not familiar, so please call me Xia Zhiqing or Xia Qingji. She ignored the young salesgirl beside her, who was staring at her with hard eyes. With his hands in his pockets, he smirked slightly, his peach blossom eyes, which looked affectionate even when gazing at a dog, fixed on Zhizhi, making his smile even more charming.
Zhizhi, you seem to really dislike me. Why is that?
He suddenly leaned down, his light breath brushing against Zhizhi's ear, causing a ticklish sensation. Did Lin Machuan say something to you? Is he trying to flirt with her? Ugh, what a sleazy move. Acting all flirty. Zhizhi's smile instantly vanished, and she rudely pushed him away, her face filled with disgust. Speak if you want, but why get so close? Are you trying to be a pervert? Cui Xian, who was pushed to the ground, looked completely bewildered. Wait, how could this delicate Xia Qingji have such strength? He had always thought other female youth were just jealous and trying to smear her name, but it turned out to be true. In his confusion, Cui Xian lost some of his flirtatious charm and appeared more harmless, looking like a fresh and innocent puppy. The salesgirl's heart raced. Oh, dear. Why are you sitting on the floor? Get up, get up. While helping him up, the salesgirl accidentally brushed against his hand and then his waist, taking every opportunity. Zhi almost laughed out loud. Haha, this salesgirl is quite a character. It's a shame she was born in such a conservative era. Cui Xian's face turned dark. He didn't have time to flirt with Xia Zhizhi anymore. He hurriedly fled as if chased by a dog, not even saying goodbye. Hey, young man, don't rush off. Aren't you going to buy something? The salesgirl called out to keep him. Cui Xian, who was about to leave, didn't care about his image anymore and ran away in fright. Xia Zhizhi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Sister, you are truly something. She gave a thumbs up to the still regretful salesgirl. The second floor of the supply and marketing cooperative mainly sold valuable items like watches, radios, and sewing machines, so there weren't many people around. Otherwise, with Cui Xian's blatant flirting and the salesgirl's bold moves, they would surely be criticized by those who liked to make a fuss about things. If it got worse, they might even be reported for inappropriate relationships. Who told that young man to flaunt such a handsome face everywhere? Otherwise, why would I only flirt with him and not others? The salesgirl smiled coyly. Who would have thought that this seemingly shy girl was actually quite bold? Xia Zhizhi gave her another thumbs up. Not bad. She was really good at playing the victim card. Unfortunately, this tactic didn't work on her at all. With her beautiful face, it felt like making advances on someone would only please them, making it feel like a loss for her. Zhizhi, what are you two talking about? At that moment, Lin Machuan came down the stairs with a newly bought bicycle, looking at Zhizhi in confusion. Xia Zhizhi replied, I'll tell you later. Let's buy a watch first. The watches at the supply and marketing cooperative were all domestically made, and Xia Zhizhi picked a Manhwa brand watch to wear. The watch had a golden oval dial and a reddish-brown strap, looking delicate. It was barely acceptable. Seeing this, Lin Machuan didn't even blink and directly paid. State-run restaurant. So, during the time I was buying the bicycle, that dog Cui Xian bothered you again? Lin Machuan ground his teeth, laughing in anger. It seems this dog needs a lesson. Yes, he really does, Xia Zhizhi nodded, adding fuel to the fire. He even leaned close to my ear, deliberately trying to flirt with me. Upon hearing this, Lin Machuan's face darkened to the point where it could drip ink. His head even seemed to turn slightly green. A man at the next table couldn't help but glance at him, filled with sympathy. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. A group of young men and women entered the restaurant, and the one being fawned over was none other than Cui Xian. Cui Xian clearly noticed the two of them. His eyes lit up, and he ignored the female youth who had been clinging to him, quickly walking over. Machuan, Zhizhi, what a coincidence. He greeted them and then smiled at Zhizhi. Especially you, Zhizhi. We just parted ways, and here we are again. Xia Zhizhi rolled her eyes. Lin Machuan couldn't take it anymore. He stood up abruptly, forcing a smile while grabbing Cui Xian's neck and pulling him outside. Come on, I need to talk to you. Let's go outside. Cui Xian didn't want to go. But Lin Machuan's grip was like a vice, and he couldn't break free. And no, it's fine. We can talk here. He forced a smile. Zhao Xiaoyan's gaze was fixed on Cui Xian, clearly noticing his reluctance. Unable to help herself, she said, Lin Machuan, is there something we can't discuss here? Why do you have to drag Xian outside? Are you jealous of him and trying to take advantage of the opportunity? Suddenly, Lin Machuan shot her a cold glare, scaring Zhao Xiaoyan so much that she almost bit her tongue and immediately stopped talking. Xia Zhizhi scoffed, casually stirring her rice with chopsticks, and said loudly, some people should just mind their own business to avoid trouble. One day, they might find themselves in a sack. She glanced lightly at Zhao Xiaoyan. Don't you think so, Zhao Jiqing? What a foolish person. Has she never been taught a lesson? Always running her mouth. Truly asking for trouble. Xia Zhizhi's disdain was obvious, and Zhao Xiaoyan's face turned red with anger. But thinking about the other person's strength, she could only swallow her anger and bury her frustration deep inside. The other girls who admired Cui Xian, who had been chattering around him earlier, now fell silent. They clearly chose to watch Cui Xian get in trouble rather than face it themselves. After all, Xia Qingji and Lin Machuan were too fierce when it came to fighting. They couldn't handle it. Better not provoke their attention. Tianji Jing couldn't help but say, Zhizhi, don't you think you and Lin Machuan are like a bullying gang from the future? Look at how scared these youth are. They're practically quail. Xia Zhizhi replied, oh, so what? I never claimed to be a good person. Compared to being a good person, being a bad one brings more happiness. Enjoying oneself while making others feel wronged. Lin Machuan and Cui Xian talked for almost 20 minutes. When Cui Xian returned, although there were no visible marks on his face, his slightly unsteady steps and noticeably heavier breathing revealed that he was hurt. This guy must have been injured badly. Xia Zhizhi withdrew her gaze and looked at Lin Machuan, urging him to eat quickly. After dinner, she needed to go to the post office to call Director Zhu. Yesterday, she received a telegram from Director Zhu. The telegram said that her cheap father and stepmother had both passed away and asked if she would return for the funeral. Did they even need to ask? Of course, she would go back. Her cheap father's job was given by their family, and she couldn't let the Liu family benefit from it. Okay, Uncle Zhu, I understand.
Yes. All right. Goodbye. Click.
The call ended. The phone bill is $2.50. Lin Machuan took out a big black $10 bill and handed it over. The staff quickly returned him $7.50, which he casually pocketed before turning to Zhizhi. He noticed Xia Zhizhi frowning, lost in thought. Zhizhi, what are you thinking about? He waved his hand in front of her eyes, and when she came back to her senses, he added, Let's go back to Jiangxing together. I heard Director Zhu say on the phone that I can help you with anything. Xia Zhizhi glanced at him and didn't object. Sure, I actually have a place where I could use your help. Xia Zhizhi's leave for family visits was easy to get. Her parents had both passed away, and they were waiting for her, the dutiful daughter, to return and mourn. Who would dare to refuse such a reason? As for Lin Machuan, his reason was also solid. As Xia Zhizhi's fiancé, he had to go back with her to help handle the affairs of her future in-laws. All right, let's get this approved. The village chief quickly issued a letter of introduction for both of them. Before they set off the next day, they reminded their roommate, Zhou Guojun, to cook for himself for a while. Zhou Guojun looked at them with envy. This was the busy season for autumn harvest, and Xia Zhizhi and Lin Machuan cleverly avoided it. However, thinking about Xia Zhizhi's parents passing away, he didn't want to show too much envy. Okay, when will you be back? He asked. Lu Man came out of the house and overheard this. Seeing Lin Machuan carrying bags behind Xia Zhizhi, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. Zhizhi, what's going on? Xia Zhizhi replied calmly. Oh, my dad and his new wife passed away. I need to go back to see them off. Seeing that Xia Zhizhi showed no sadness, Lu Man didn't dare to ask more. I see, then be careful on the road. Xia Zhizhi smiled. Okay, I'll leave now. I'll bring back some local specialties from Jiangcheng when I return. Meanwhile, Lin Machuan reminded Zhou Guojun to keep an eye on their house and make sure no one with bad intentions got in to steal their things. It was understandable for Lin Machuan to worry. He was always generous and willing to spend money on Zhizhi. They had quite a few valuable items in their home, which many people eyed. However, due to Lin Machuan and Xia Zhizhi's reputations, no one dared to act on their bad thoughts. Now that they were leaving for a while, who knew if someone would take the risk to steal their belongings? Zhou Guojun weighed the 2 keys in his hand and readily agreed to Lin Machuan's request. Sure, I'll check on it every day. Cui Xian was struggling with his plans. He was thinking that since Xia Qingji wouldn't accept his invitation, he would have to use some forceful persuasion to get her to reveal the secrets of the Xia family's treasures. Just as he had this thought, Xia Qingji suddenly disappeared. Zhou Guojun, did Xia Zhizhi say when they would be back? He wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurriedly asked Zhou Guojun, who was bundling rice. Zhou Guojun looked down on this guy who always tried to steal from his good friend, self-proclaimed good friend. He frowned and replied gruffly, Why do you care about that? Before Cui Xian could respond, his admirer Zhao Xiaoyan, hearing Zhou Guojun's tone, immediately protested. Zhou Guojun, we're all educated youth. Xian is just curious. Can't he ask? Meanwhile, Xia Zhizhi was at the train station, unaware that someone was arguing about her. Broken mirror, can you predict how long it will take Lin Machuan to return? The heavenly mirror replied instantly. After buying the train ticket, He plans to go to a nearby state-run restaurant and supply store for some food, which will take a total of 30 minutes. 30 minutes. That was enough time. She grabbed her 2 bags and quickly walked to a corner where no one was watching, tossing the bags into her space. She said to the heavenly mirror, "Broken mirror, help me apply an invisibility charm." "Okay, Zhizhi." As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Zhizhi's figure vanished. Invisible, Zhizhi took out a silver-white flying skateboard from her space, connected her soul power to it, and jumped on, speeding away. In just 5 minutes, she flew back to Yujia village. She searched around on the flying skateboard and finally found Cui Xian, the scheming guy who intended to harm her. She sneered. Taking out a common interstellar weapon, a Urfa radiation particle gun, she aimed at his forehead. Pulling the trigger, Cui Xian suddenly felt a pain in his forehead. He instinctively touched it, found nothing wrong, lowered his hand, and continued to cut rice. "Ha, you dog, your life is already on a countdown. Enjoy your last moments." Xia Zhizhi put away the gun, smirking silently. Without anyone noticing, she quickly left Yujia village on her skateboard. Thanks to the time-traveling lady Lin Miaran for sending me this golden finger. The interstellar products from the strategy system warehouse are incredibly useful. The chilly autumn wind blew against Xia Zhizhi, but instead of feeling cold, her heart was warm. The Urfa radiation particle has entered Cui Xian's brain. By tomorrow night at the latest, he will be brain dead. Finally, I don't have to worry about his schemes anymore. The heavenly mirror also felt that taking the initiative was the right move. Despite Cui Xian appearing to be a gentleman, he was actually ruthless. No matter how beautiful Zhizhi was, she couldn't compare to the temptation of great profit. If Zhizhi didn't cooperate and revealed the Xia family's treasure early, he would eventually take action against her. Don't forget about the other members of the Cui family, Zhizhi. They've caused a lot of harm for money over the years, the heavenly mirror reminded her. This whole family has long been corrupted by little Sakura, helping her smuggle many of our country's antiques. Produced by the Starry Sky, definitely a quality piece. Xia Zhizhi took only 15 minutes to solve a big problem and had an alibi, completely shaking off any suspicion. When Lin Machuan returned, he had no idea Xia Zhizhi was waiting for him and had even gone out to kill someone. "Zhizhi, you must be hungry. I bought you meat buns and vegetarian buns. Which one do you want? Pick one to fill your stomach." They had rushed out in the morning and hadn't had time for breakfast. Xia Zhizhi wasn't very hungry in the morning and didn't like greasy food, so she chose a vegetarian bun to nibble on. While eating, she talked to Lin Machuan about her family situation. In short, she wanted to give Lin Machuan a heads up. She told him that her relationship with her cheap dad's family was very bad. This trip home wasn't about mourning, but rather to stir up trouble and annoy them, and also to take her cheap dad's job away. She was determined not to let the Lu family take advantage of the Xia family. Lin Machuan didn't expect that Xia Zhizhi had a more tragic childhood than he did. At least he had his grandparents to protect him, while Xia Zhizhi had no one behind her. "Zhizhi, Suddenly, a buzzing sound interrupted him. Before he could express his heartfelt words, the train slowly pulled into the station, and passengers rushed toward it. Xia Zhizhi quickly stood up, pulling Lin Machuan's arm as they moved forward. "Let's not talk about that now. Hurry and get on the train. I want to sleep a bit more." After practicing flying skateboards and shooting all night in the space, she had only slept for an hour and was completely exhausted. Lin Machuan. All right, he would save those heartfelt words for later. Lin Machuan still bought a sleeper ticket, the middle bunk in the same carriage. Worried that Zhizhi would be disturbed while sleeping, he let her take the middle bunk while he stayed in the lower bunk to watch their luggage. With Lin Machuan, who looked fierce and intimidating, protecting her, they didn't encounter any strange people on the way. Even if there were troublemakers, they didn't dare to approach them. They transferred trains twice and arrived smoothly in Jiangcheng. After getting off the train, they took a shower at the guest house and rested well. Then they went to a state-run restaurant to treat themselves. Only then did they go to the food factory to find Director Zhu. At the food factory, Director Zhu had given prior instructions, so when Zhizhi brought Lin Machuan, the gatekeeper confirmed their identities and let them in.
Knock knock, commune.
Xia Zhizhi and Lin Machuan entered one after the other, greeting him with smiles. Uncle Zhu, long time no see. When Director Zhu saw Zhizhi, he smiled warmly. Oh, Zhizhi is back. Come sit down, come sit down. However, he looked at Lin Machuan behind her. Zhizhi, who is this? Xia Zhizhi glanced at the nervous person and smiled. Oh, he's my boyfriend. He's worried I might run into trouble, so he came back with me. Although she didn't plan to marry Lin Machuan, in this era, relationships between men and women were taken very seriously. It wouldn't be appropriate for a man to accompany her so far for a funeral without any relation. It was better to directly acknowledge him as her boyfriend to avoid any trouble. Hello, Uncle Zhu, I'm Lin Machuan, Zhizhi's boyfriend. Lin Machuan grinned, happily claiming the title. This was the first time Zhizhi had acknowledged him as her boyfriend in public. Lin Machuan? That name sounded familiar. Director Zhu thought for a moment. Then his expression changed as he asked cautiously, Is Lin Cuicui, the old man Lin, your? Yes, he's my grandfather. I take his last name, Lin Machuan replied with a smile. So you're the mischievous grandson the old man Lin talks about. Director Zhu realized, and when he looked at Lin Machuan again, his gaze was warmer. Your grandfather has been running around for you lately. You should be able to return to the city soon. The Zhu family had a good relationship with the Lin family. Unlike the Zhu family, which was bustling with people, the Lin family had only one daughter, who was spoiled rotten. Luckily, there was Lin Machuan to carry on the family line. He couldn't just watch this grandson, who had a biased father and an unreasonable mother, lose his future and stay in the countryside farming. Recently, he had been helping this grandson find a suitable job, preparing to bring him back. When Lin Machuan heard he could return to the city soon, his first reaction wasn't joy but concern. What about Zhizhi? Did my grandfather say anything about finding her a job? Director Zhu smiled at this, feeling an unexplainable sense of relief, thinking Zhizhi wouldn't have to worry about her future and had found a good partner. He knows your temperament, so he wouldn't dare to go against your wishes. Although he hadn't met Lin Machuan before, he had heard plenty of stories about this troublemaker from his father. Xia Zhizhi looked at Lin Machuan and felt a bit regretful. This guy treated her quite well. However, it would take a long time for him to grow up and become someone no one dared to provoke. Lin Machuan didn't know that while he was being open-hearted with Xia Zhizhi, she was still weighing the pros and cons. His lips couldn't help but curl up, feeling excited and already fantasizing about their wedding after returning to the city. He even thought about what to name their future children. Xia Zhizhi asked about the job situation of her cheap dad, Lu Zhengwei. Uncle Zhu, you know my dad's job hasn't been transferred to the Lu family yet, right? Not yet, Director Zhu shook his head. Your dad and your stepmother argued endlessly about the job. One wanted to give it to the younger brother, the other wanted it for her daughter. They never reached a conclusion before he died. A gleam flashed in Xia Zhizhi's eyes. I think this job should belong to me. Uncle Zhu, you know that my dad got this job thanks to my grandfather. The grandfather she referred to was her grandpa Xia. So, as the rightful heir of the Xia family, I've decided to return this job to the food factory for free. She declared with righteousness. She had initially planned to sell it to someone else. However, after thinking it over, Xia Zhizhi didn't want to argue with the Lu family over a few $100s. So it was better to just return it. As long as the Lu family didn't benefit, she felt satisfied. Director Zhu immediately understood Xia Zhizhi's intention and promised to discuss it with the factory leaders to finalize the matter as soon as possible. Returning a job position to the factory for free without spending any money? Who would refuse that? Especially those leaders whose children were facing difficulties in the countryside. They would not only support it wholeheartedly, but also help kick the Lu family out if they dared to cause trouble. It was about their own interests. They had to put in the effort. With her concerns resolved, Xia Zhizhi didn't linger. She borrowed a bicycle from Director Zhu and headed to the countryside. Daling Village, Qingji, this is the place. Your dad and your aunt's coffins are here. Uncle Lu led Xia Zhizhi and Lin Machuan into a dilapidated courtyard with a flattering smile on his face. What greeted them was the sight of 2 coffins in the main room with the door wide open, and her 2 cheap younger brothers, Lu Xiangdong and Lu Xiangbei, who looked noticeably thinner. The 2 half-grown boys, who usually acted mischievous and naughty, were now kneeling in front of the coffins, crying pitifully. Before Xia Zhizhi entered, they were still sobbing incoherently, calling out, "Mom and Dad, don't die. Don't leave us." Hearing Uncle Lu's voice, they trembled in fear, lowering their heads even more, not daring to glance in their direction. The system said, "Zhizhi, your cheap uncles and second uncles have been beating them behind the scenes. Now their personalities have flipped from little tyrants to little quails." Xia Zhizhi crossed her arms, quite satisfied with the current situation of the 2 little ones. What goes around comes around. Who told their parents not to accumulate virtue? They weren't good themselves either. This kind of suffering was what they deserved. Suddenly, Uncle Lu said, Qingji, the money for these 2 coffins was paid by me and your second uncle. You see, shouldn't you pay us back first? While asking Xia Zhizhi, Uncle Lu's eyes were sneaking glances at Lin Machuan, who was locking the bicycle. Clearly, he wanted Lin Machuan, the easy target, to pay. Xia Zhizhi's expression changed, and she looked displeased at Uncle Lu. What money? Why should I give you money? Didn't the Lu family say that sons would take care of their parents in the end? Look at Lu Zhengwei and Zhuang A. The Xia family died too suddenly back then, and they didn't have time to tell the original owner the exact location of their treasure. The original owner only knew that the Xia family had a stash of valuables hidden in this mountain. However, for Xia Zhizhi, finding out was easy. With the ability of the flower soul to scan through any obstacles, Xia Zhizhi walked for about 15 minutes and found the treasures hidden underground. The heavenly mirror reminded her, "Zhizhi, the switch for the underground chamber here is exactly the same as the one in the capital. You need to use the original owner's wooden bead and place it in that stone wall groove." Xia Zhizhi glanced at Lin Machuan, who had been protecting her, and thought to herself, wealth can tempt anyone. However, the treasures here were only 1% of the Xia family's total wealth. Xia Zhizhi planned to take this stash to test Lin Machuan's heart. If he could resist temptation, she would consider being with him in the future. If he couldn't resist, well, she wouldn't feel guilty for being ruthless. With a click, the moss-covered wall in the cave slowly opened, revealing a passage about the height of a person, winding down into the underground. Xia Zhizhi turned on her flashlight and took Lin Machuan's hand, leading him down the passage. What is this? Lin Machuan looked at the scene in shock. Several large boxes were wide open, filled with gold and silver ingots in equal measure, along with dozens of egg-sized luminous pearls embedded in the walls, dazzling to the eyes. Xia Zhizhi glanced at him with an inscrutable expression and said lightly, "I assume you've investigated my background. These things are the culprits behind my grandparents' and mother's deaths. Lin Machuan, would you be tempted by this wealth?" Her tone was casual, as if she were asking if he had eaten. But Lin Machuan's heart tightened, and he quickly replied, "Zhizhi, you can doubt anyone, but you mustn't doubt me. I would give myself to you. How could I covet your things?" As for investigating Xia Zhizhi, he didn't deny it. After all, it was the truth. He just didn't know how Zhizhi found out. Men say one thing, but who knows what they really think? Xia Zhizhi scoffed inwardly. Broken mirror, is the small transfer array set up? It's done, we can go now. The mini heavenly mirror flew back to Zhizhi's side and landed on her finger. As long as someone steps into the array's range, the treasures here will disappear like a mirage and be transferred to your space. Correspondingly, there was also a small array in Zhizhi's flower soul space to receive the transferred treasures. By the way, I also set up a little bee monitor so we can see who comes to steal the treasures. The heavenly mirror added. Xia Zhizhi was very satisfied with the heavenly mirror's arrangements. Testing was one thing, but she couldn't joke about money. So much gold and silver would be worth a lot in the future. If Lin Machuan really got greedy, wouldn't she be at a loss? Xia Zhizhi tucked a few gold ingots into her bag. Let's not talk about this anymore. I found what I needed, so we should hurry back to the city. Lin Mo Chuan was taken aback, then frowned. Didn't you say your dad and stepmother were arranging the burial this afternoon? Wouldn't it be inappropriate to leave without seeing your dad off? Xia Zhizhi rolled her eyes in annoyance. When did you become so indecisive? If I stay longer, I'll end up paying for their coffins. I won't be a fool like that. Come on, let's hurry. In her opinion, Lu Zhengwei, Zhuang Eifan, and Lu Xiaodai were all bad people. They could just be wrapped in a straw mat and buried. Especially Lu Zhengwei, that scum. She was already being generous by not turning him to ashes, and he expected her to see him off. Dream on. Lin Mo Chuan felt helpless. He was only thinking of her. Uncle Lu didn't seem like an easy person to deal with. If news of this reached people like old Master Zhu, who had connections with old Master Xia, they might think poorly of Zhizhi. In Chinese culture, it's believed that debts are settled upon death, and the deceased are to be respected. No matter how bad Lu Zhengwei was in life, now that he was dead, if Zhizhi, as his daughter, didn't even see him off, people would surely talk about her coldness. I don't care what they think. Xia Zhizhi rolled her eyes again. I'm not planning to build any relationships with them. They can think whatever they want. I just want to live comfortably. Lin Mo Chuan sighed. All right, I will also work hard to make your life comfortable. He ruffled Zhizhi's hair. He thought to himself that he had a long way to go. He needed to work harder. In the early morning, everything was quiet. Xia Zhizhi once again asked the heavenly mirror to put an invisibility charm on her, then jumped out of the window of the guest house on her flying skateboard. She went to the outskirts and switched to a small spaceship called Night Charm, which had invisibility effects. Night Charm could become completely invisible in the dark, like a shadow. She entered the spaceship and linked her soul power to the Night Charm control panel. With the guidance of the heavenly mirror, she shot up into the sky, becoming a dark light that swiftly left Jiang City and headed for the capital. Upon arriving in the capital, her first task was to eliminate the Xia family's enemy, Cui Shiren's uncle. Of course, she didn't spare the other men from the Cui family either. She fed the adult men various incurable cancer drugs and leukemia-inducing drugs with different onset times. The minors were all turned into idiots. She also thoroughly searched their homes for hidden treasures. She would not allow these traitorous Cui family members to have a chance at a good life in the future. After dealing with the Cui family, she went to the Xia family's ancestral home and collected all the treasures hidden in the underground chamber, setting them aside to keep for future generations. She was now extremely wealthy, with treasures piled high in her space, not feeling tempted by these valuable items at all. After finishing everything, she hurried back. What she didn't know was that just after she left, a young woman quietly climbed out of bed and began knocking on the wall. The next morning, after bidding farewell to Director Zhu, Xia Zhizhi took Lin Mo Chuan and boarded a train, leaving Jiang City. Unbeknownst to her, Uncle Lu and his two brothers had gone to the guest house to ask her for money, but came up empty. They then went to the food factory looking for work, only to be rejected by the factory leaders. These factory leaders were quick to shift the blame, claiming that Xia Qingji voluntarily returned her father's job to the factory and that they should take any issues up with her. Uncle Lu and the others were furious. That Xia Qingji, what grudge does she have against us to deliberately ruin our future? Uncle Lu said angrily. Uncle Lu Heir, however, understood the situation. Who told our third brother to be so ruthless back then, causing the Xia family to lose 3 members? Our family has been supporting Zhuang Eifan's children for so many years, and we never treated Xia Qingji well. It's no wonder she hates us. The 3 brothers came in with high spirits, but left feeling dejected. On their way back, Xia Zhizhi and Lin Mo Chuan were much more relaxed. They strolled and paused, spending a few days in every interesting city they passed. It was only when their introduction letters were about to expire that they had to board the train home. As soon as they stepped into Yu Family Village, they received some shocking news. Cui Shiren had died in his sleep. The female educated youth, Su Yulan, had her boat capsized and was exposed for having relationships with several young men in the village. Song Mingyue was caught while speculating in the black market. Su Zhaodi had been sneaking around, trying to steal from Xia Zhizhi's house. If it weren't for Zhou Guojun hearing the noise and rushing over, she might have succeeded. Xia Zhizhi. Su Zhaodi actually tried to steal from her. Xia Zhizhi quickly forgot about the village gossip and rushed to the educated youth point, with Lin Mo Chuan, loaded with bags, following behind. Now that the busy farming season was over, their timing for returning was just right. At this time, many people were at the educated youth point, but since a lot had happened while they were away, no one felt like chatting or joking around. When they saw Xia Zhizhi and Lin Mo Chuan rushing by, no one had the energy to join in the excitement. Everyone was focused on their own tasks.
Don't worry, Xia Qingji.
I arrived just in time. Su Zhaodi hadn't had the chance to search her things before I caught her, Zhou Guojun said. She broke your thermos, so you should ask her to pay for it. Xia Zhizhi nodded and took a package of snacks from Lin Mo Chuan, handing it to Zhou Guojun. Thank you for watching over our home during this time. Here, this is a specialty from Jiangcheng. Enjoy, she smiled. Zhou Guojun was a good person. He kept his word and truly helped them, making him someone worth befriending. He happily accepted the snacks and started telling them about what had happened while they were away, mainly for Xia Zhizhi's benefit. Meanwhile, Lin Mo Chuan was busy cleaning up and organizing the specialties they had bought in various cities, not paying much attention to their conversation. Putting aside the incident with Cui Shern for now, the issue with Song Mingyue being reported was actually caused by Lin Cuicui. If it weren't for the male lead, Yu Delin, having some connections in the county town to get Song Mingyue out, she might have already been sent away. Because of this incident, Song Mingyue and Lin Cuicui became bitter enemies, and they would fight whenever they met. As for Su Yulan, since so many young men in the village were involved, the village leaders quickly arranged for her to marry into a family to avoid further reports. Lin Mo Chuan's grandfather acted quickly. Just half a month after they returned, while they were preparing to buy winter clothes and bedding, they received a call from Lin Mo Chuan's grandfather, telling them to hurry back to the city as a job had already been arranged for them. Xia Zhizhi thought, "All right, we don't need to prepare anything now. Let's pack up and head back to the city." Soon, amidst the envious gazes of all the educated youths, they set off for Beijing with their bags. 20 years later, Xia Zhizhi had just returned from a trip abroad with her 3 sons when she unexpectedly ran into someone. She paused and squinted slightly.
Tang Henian,
she whispered softly. Zhizhi, the woman next to Tang Henian, is his childhood sweetheart. It seemed she had a strange experience and unexpectedly awakened memories of the future, Tian Jijing said in surprise. She knows Tang Henian's future, and to prevent you two from meeting again, she convinced the Tang family patriarch to have Tang Henian change cities for work. Later, she hurried to follow Tang Henian to that city, caring for him every day, and finally got what she wanted. TSK, now they have a son and a daughter and are very happy. Xia Zhizhi responded lightly and turned her gaze to the man running towards her, feeling suddenly cheerful. Zhizhi, I'm not late, am I? Lin Mo Chuan, nearing 40, had completely shed his youthful sharpness and exuded a commanding presence that made people admire him. However, in front of Zhizhi, he instantly reverted to his clingy, youthful self. He took Zhizhi's suitcase, put his arm around her shoulders, expressing his longing during their time apart, and mentioned wanting to take her to a newly opened restaurant to welcome her back. Meanwhile, the 3 sons, left unnoticed, thought, "Wait, are we really that insignificant?" The 3 boys exchanged glances, sighed, and resignedly pushed their suitcases to catch up. They couldn't afford to waste time. Otherwise, their parents might forget about them and drive away. When the family of 5 returned to their courtyard after dinner, they unexpectedly ran into Tang Henian and his wife. Lin Mo Chuan greeted Tang Henian with a smile. "Brother Henian, have you been reassigned to work here?" "Yes," Tang Henian nodded. "I heard you're about to get a promotion. Congratulations." "Congratulations to you too, Brother Henian," Lin Mo Chuan said, glancing at Jiang Wanwan and teasingly added, "I didn't expect you two to end up together. It really is true that a girl chasing a boy is like a layer of gauze." Then he became serious and said, "Zhizhi, let me introduce you. This is Tang Henian, and this is Jiang Wanwan. We all grew up in the same courtyard. Brother Henian, this is my wife, Xia Zhizhi. She graduated from Jing University and is now a well-known novelist in the country. He spoke with pride. Many martial arts and idol dramas on TV are based on the novels my wife wrote. Xia Zhizhi smiled and nodded at them. Brother Henian, sister-in-law. She had noticed that Jiang Wanwan's expression changed when she saw her, becoming noticeably tense and gripping her hands tightly. When she called Tang Henian Brother Henian, she kept observing his expression, clearly worried that he might fall for Xia Zhizhi again. Tang Henian also nodded at Xia Zhizhi, his face revealing no special emotions. The three boys politely greeted everyone. After some small talk, they parted ways. What Xia Zhizhi didn't know was that shortly after they entered their courtyard, Jiang Wanwan and Tang Henian had a heated argument. The person who made her heart race at first sight in a past life would be no exception in this life. As Tang Henian's partner, Jiang Wanwan had long noticed his unusual behavior and couldn't accept that the man she had diligently pursued for over 20 years still hadn't warmed up to her heart. Yes, Jiang Wanwan has been pursuing Tang Henian for over 20 years. Even after marriage, she continued to chase after him. To win Tang Henian's heart, she catered to his likes and constantly compromised, often putting herself in difficult situations. Unfortunately, while Tang Henian appeared gentle on the surface, he was very stubborn inside. Love is love, and indifference is indifference. The main reason he married Jiang Wanwan was due to his parents' pressure to marry, his grandfather's matchmaking efforts, and the fact that he hadn't met someone he truly liked. Plus, Jiang Wanwan had a good personality and was suitable for marriage. That's why he agreed. He silently watched Jiang Wanwan break down, filled with regret. He didn't understand why he had fallen for another man's wife at first sight. He even lost his composure to the point that his wife noticed. After a long pause, he said, "Wanwan, please don't be angry." Jiang Wanwan wiped her tears and stared intently at Tang Henian. "Henian, I want you to promise me that you will never have any inappropriate thoughts about Xia Zhizhi again. Promise me." Tang Henian hesitated. What are you hesitating for? Just say it. Promise me." Jiang Wanwan couldn't hold back any longer and shouted. Xia Zhizhi was a disaster. If she hadn't appeared in that memory, Tang Henian would have long been sent to prison by that madman Lin Cuicui, and his life would have been ruined by that couple. She saved him. Why couldn't he love her, the one who had been by his side for over 20 years, instead of only liking Xia Zhizhi, that superficial woman? It was unbearable for Jiang Wanwan. But unfortunately, feelings are the hardest to control. When Tang Henian saw Xia Zhizhi again, he couldn't help but be captivated by her. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. Passionate, bitter, anxious, and sour. All kinds of emotions tangled in his heart, leaving him breathless. Xia Zhizhi had no idea that her husband, who was supposed to be on a different path, had fallen for her at first sight again, and because of her, he and his wife Jiang Wanwan were in a cold war. The three kids were about to go to college, and she was busy preparing their dorm supplies, directing the family around. The housekeeper was checking off the lists Xia Zhizhi had made to ensure nothing was forgotten. Lin Cuicui stood in front of the fridge, packing homemade snacks and jerky into bags. As the wealthiest in the family, Xia Zhizhi generously gave each of her three sons a bank card. "Kids, each card has 1 million. Spend it freely, and if you need more, just ask me." In this life, Xia Zhizhi inherited all the wealth of the Xia family, and with her writing and stock trading, she earned more money than she could count, allowing her sons to spend as they pleased. Hearing there was so much money on the cards, the three kids were excited and flushed. "Thank you, Mom." ×3 no one understood. The family was so rich, yet their dad had never let them spend. They only received 100 yuan a week as pocket money, watching their classmates flaunt their wealth. Now, it was finally their turn to show off. They were so moved, they almost cried. So, the three kids proudly took their bank cards and went to their high school reunion. They went to the most expensive private restaurant. Originally, a classmate who was the richest was supposed to treat them. But when it was time to pay, they found the bill had already been settled. He couldn't help but wonder, who is this unknown hero treating us? Sanbao raised his chin. It was Lin.
Huh?
The wealthy classmate looked at Sanbao with suspicion. No way. How could I not know if you had money? Lin Jingyan, stop bragging. Having been classmates for 3 years, he had never seen Lin Jingyan or his 2 brothers spend money freely. Of course, they weren't poor either. Nowadays, a regular worker's monthly salary is just a few hundred yuan, and with each of the Lin brothers getting 100 yuan a week, that adds up to 3 or 4 times a worker's salary. Their family must be above average. Feeling doubted by the wealthy classmate, Sanbao immediately became unhappy. Whether I have that much money or not, just ask the cashier. Don't judge people by appearances. He felt belittled. If it weren't for his dad repeatedly reminding him not to reveal their parents' identities, he would have exposed himself right then to shock everyone. Debao and Erbao also glared at the wealthy classmate, displeased. Not to mention their dad's current status, being the head of the Ministry of Finance, was a sure thing. Just based on the wealth accumulated by their mother's family, even if they did nothing for the rest of their lives, their wealth would still far exceed that of the wealthy classmate's family. Not to mention their mom's impressive skills in stock trading and writing. For their family, the money on the bank cards was just a series of cold numbers that could never be spent out. And that wealthy classmate still dared to look down on them. What a joke. The wealthy classmate had no idea about the 3 kids' anger. He turned to ask the cashier and was shocked to confirm that Sanbao had indeed paid the bill. He couldn't believe it. The usually stingy Lin Jingyan brothers were actually quite wealthy. Suddenly, the wealthy classmate became friendly with the 3 brothers, trying to find out what their family did and why they acted so modestly. Not just the wealthy classmate, but other classmates also didn't mind that the 3 brothers were still minors, crowding around them to chat. The 3 kids were as smart as ever, having skipped a few grades in school, making them 3 or 4 years younger than their classmates. Because of the age difference, they didn't have many friends to play with. This was the first time they felt the warmth of their classmates. However, the 3 kids were clever and didn't let the classmates' enthusiasm go to their heads. They knew what to say and what not to say, revealing nothing about their family situation. The wealthy classmate sensed that the 3 kids were not ordinary. When he got home, he asked his dad to send someone to investigate. However, he was sternly warned by higher-ups, which scared his dad into giving him a good beating. Of course, the reason the wealthy dad was warned was partly due to Lin Machuan's identity, but mainly because Sanbao, the research genius, was being secretly protected by the state. The heavenly mirror of this life was no longer as useless as in previous lives. It could easily help Sanbao have dreams about his past research achievements. He dreamt of research ideas and processes, allowing him to write down the answers, making him a key protected talent at such a young age. Wanwan, you and Henyang are like an old married couple now with 2 kids so grown up. Why are you still making a fuss? Don't you worry about what others might think? Jiangma looked at her daughter with disappointment. At this age, she still doesn't understand love. Even if Tang Henyang really likes some young girl outside, as long as his father is around, he wouldn't dare to divorce Wanwan or have an illegitimate child. As long as it doesn't harm her daughter and the 2 grandchildren, it's not a big deal. Jiangma didn't know the details. She only knew her daughter was upset because her son-in-law had feelings for someone else, and she was trying to figure out how to advise her daughter not to make a scene. Okay, Mom, stop talking. I know what I'm doing. Jiang Wanwan stirred her coffee anxiously. Strictly speaking, in this lifetime, Xia Zhizhi and Tang Henyang had almost no connection. Now they are both married with kids, and there shouldn't be any inappropriate behavior in the future. But she just couldn't get over it in her heart. In her dreams, Tang Henyang treated Xia Zhizhi very differently than he did her. He would stand against the world for Xia Zhizhi, even defying his parents and grandparents, and he wouldn't regret it even if it ruined his reputation. But with her, he was cold and distant. Jiang Wanwan felt frustrated. She had devoted herself to Tang Henyang for so many years, but never received his love. Xia Zhizhi didn't have to do anything. Just showing her pretty face could make Tang Henyang lose his mind. She touched her own face, which had lost much of its youthful glow, and thought of how Xia Zhizhi still looked as beautiful as a young girl, feeling even more upset. Did only those who were beautiful deserve love? And why did Xia Zhizhi seem to live so comfortably no matter who she married? Even at nearly 40, she still looked young? This made Jiang Wanwan very unhappy. It felt like all the good things were falling to Xia Zhizhi. Hey, Wanwan, isn't that Tang Hinyang? That girl next to him isn't the one he's keeping on the side, is she? Jiang Ma suddenly interrupted Jiang Wanwan's thoughts, and she quickly looked in the direction her mother pointed. Sure enough, it was Tang Hinyang and Xia Zhizhi. Jiang Wanwan immediately couldn't sit still, grabbing her bag and heading outside. Across the street, Xia Zhizhi glanced at Tang Hinyang, who was arguing with the driver behind her, and thought to herself, what bad luck. Today, she had finally managed to get Lu Man out for shopping, and while her car was parked waiting for pedestrians, it was intentionally rear-ended by the driver behind her. This caused her car to slide forward and bump into the car in front, which just happened to be Tang Hinyang's. The driver behind her was initially rude and tried to extort money while also getting too close to Xia Zhizhi. Before she could react, Tang Hinyang came to her rescue. The driver hadn't looked closely at Tang Hinyang's license plate and thought this older man was just trying to show off, speaking disdainfully. Tang Hinyang's secretary wouldn't allow anyone to insult their boss and quickly revealed his identity. The driver was so scared, he nearly collapsed. He realized he had messed with someone important and was now terrified. The driver quickly became obedient. No matter what Tang Hinyang said, he listened carefully, nodding and saying things like, yes, you're right, sir, and I'll remember this, I won't dare again. He was as docile as a rabbit. He had no choice, he was in business. Although he had made a lot of money in the past 2 years, he didn't dare to go against those in power, especially those who oversaw his business.
Henian.
Jiang Wanwan's voice interrupted Tang Hinyang. He paused, waved to the driver, who quickly got in his car and left. The driver, who had been trying to flirt with the beautiful Xia Zhizhi, didn't dare to look at her again. Jiang Wanwan caught a glimpse of Xia Zhizhi and, not knowing what she was feeling, affectionately linked her arm with Tang Hinyang's and smiled at Xia Zhizhi, saying, Zhizhi, what are you up to? What a coincidence running into our Henian. Xia Zhizhi smirked internally. She thought Jiang Wanwan was really working hard to maintain her marriage, as if she was afraid Tang Hinyang would cheat on her. Nothing much, just had a little accident with my car and bumped into Henian's, she replied casually. Hearing Xia Zhizhi call him Henian, Jiang Wanwan found it very unpleasant. But since Xia Zhizhi called him that because of Lin Cuicui, she didn't want to ask her to change it, as it would seem like she was overreacting. Alright, I have things to do, so you two chat. I'm heading back to work. Tang Hinyang couldn't stand Jiang Wanwan being so clingy in public, especially in front of Xia Zhizhi. It made him uncomfortable. He pulled his arm away, gave Jiang Wanwan a warning look that Xia Zhizhi couldn't see, then smiled and nodded at Xia Zhizhi before getting in the car and leaving with his secretary. Xia Zhizhi. Wait, didn't you forget something? You didn't give me the compensation money from the driver who hit me. Xia Zhizhi's expression turned sour. She felt like the version of herself who liked Tang Hinyang was blind. How could she have fallen for such a forgetful man? Sister-in-law, I have plans to go shopping with friends, and I'm going to be late, so I won't chat anymore. She forced a smile at Jiang Wanwan, didn't wait for a reply, and got into the driver's seat, driving away. As for manners, her husband was way more impressive than Jiang Wanwan's, so what could Jiang Wanwan do about it? Jiang Wanwan watched Xia Zhizhi act as arrogantly as she remembered, nearly grinding her teeth in anger. Wanwan, who is that mistress? Why is she so arrogant? Does Tang Hinyang spoil her that much? Maybe I should talk to your in-laws and let them manage Tang Hinyang better. No way should those shameless women bully you. The proper wife. Jiang Ma had come over at some point, looking serious. Hearing her mother's words, Jiang Wanwan immediately forgot her anger and said helplessly, Mom, what are you talking about? That woman is Lin Cuicui's wife. What? Jiang Ma was shocked, so that's Lin Cuicui's wife. She looked around to make sure no one was listening, then sighed in relief. Good thing no one heard what I said earlier, otherwise. Lin Machuan wouldn't let us off easily. If you mess with Lin Machuan, even his parents wouldn't be able to help. In recent years, Lin Machuan had been ruthless, taking down everyone from his biological parents to his step-parents and all his siblings, whether full or half-blooded. Although there was no evidence to prove he did it, everyone knew he was behind it. He would repay every slight. He was extremely dangerous. Now, no one dared to provoke this madman. Zhizhi, over here. Lu Man, dressed in a classic 90s fashion, spotted Zhizhi's eye-catching car and waved excitedly. Xia Zhizhi made a stylish turn and parked her red sports car right in front of Lu Man. Get in. Lu Man replied, sure. Zhizhi adjusted her sunglasses, turned the steering wheel, and drove straight to the newly opened racetrack in the suburbs of Beijing. Zhizhi, your new luxury car is really impressive. Everyone's turning to look. Lu Man gave a thumbs up and joked, before I got in, I saw my colleagues staring at it with envy. Hee, who could blame her for having such a wealthy and good-looking friend to hang out with? They could only envy her. By the way, I think I saw a dent on the back of your car. Xia Zhizhi shrugged. I couldn't help it. I got rear-ended on the way here. Lu Man was a fun person. Even after Xia Zhizhi moved back to the city years ago, they kept in touch through letters and their friendship remained strong. Unlike Zhizhi, who was already married with children, Lu Man had been influenced by her father's anti-man views since childhood and had chosen to stay single all these years, treating her work as her partner. She had thrived in her diplomatic career and often invited Zhizhi out to have fun. They spent most of the day at the racetrack and then went to a new hot pot restaurant for a spicy meal. After dinner, they watched a movie before reluctantly parting ways. Zhizhi, you're back. As soon as she entered the house, Lin Machuan put down his newspaper and rushed to help Zhizhi with her bag, take off her coat, and change her shoes. His actions were so smooth, it was more meticulous than an ancient servant. Zhizhi, I heard from He Nian that you got rear-ended today and almost faced harassment. Don't be mad. I'll send someone to teach that guy a lesson. He handed Zhizhi a glass of juice, looking serious. Zhizhi didn't care about punishing anyone. She was only concerned, that guy dented my new car. Make sure he pays for it. She spent $2 million on that car. It was painful to think about it getting damaged right after she got it. Lin Machuan remembered something and took out a stack of cash from a drawer. By the way, this is the compensation from Tang He Nian for you. Is it enough? After revealing his identity, Tang He Nian's secretary made sure the driver immediately offered compensation for the damage to both Xia Zhizhi's and Tang He Nian's cars. Of course, the main responsibility was on him. If it weren't for him, Xia Zhizhi's car wouldn't have collided with Tang He Nian's. He should pay. Xia Zhizhi didn't bother counting the money in detail. She just checked the thickness and thought it was enough, so she accepted it. She scoffed. At least that driver knew what to do. Otherwise, I would have made him regret it. Flirting with her that was quite bold. Before long, it was time for their 3 sons to report to university. Lin Machuan took a day off to accompany Zhizhi to drop off their 3 sons at Qing University. However, despite being there as parents, Lin Machuan and Xia Zhizhi didn't help their kids carry anything. They walked hand in hand, sweetly enjoying the campus scenery and watching the energetic college students while exchanging cheesy sweet talk. Meanwhile, their 3 sons looked like laborers, each carrying a huge stack of bedding and dragging an oversized suitcase, struggling to keep up with their parents. They listened in disbelief to their parents' mushy conversation. Wow. Are those bedding rolls alive? What a hefty stack. Oh no, 3 hefty stacks. From a distance, all you could see were the bedding rolls, completely hiding the boys underneath. Seeing many people pointing and whispering, Xia Zhizhi felt embarrassed by her sons and lost her motherly love for a moment. Lin Machuan, I want to try the food at the university cafeteria. Let's go eat. She winked at Lin Machuan, signaling him to send their sons away. She didn't want to be embarrassed any longer. Lin Machuan. His Zhizhi was still so straightforward, so cute, so refreshingly genuine. He cleared his throat and turned to their 3 sons to bow. Air bow, sand bow, your mom is hungry and wants to eat, so we won't go to the dorm with you. De Bao shot his dad a disapproving look. Dad, who said they would help us make our beds and clean our dorms before we left home. It hadn't been long, and they were already changing their minds. Lin Mo Chuan glanced away awkwardly and cleared his throat again. Well, this is a special situation, right? You wouldn't want your mom to starve while climbing stairs with you, would you? De Bao looked at their mom, who was trying hard to act like she didn't know them, sighed, and nodded reluctantly. Fine, since mom is hungry, dad can go eat with her. My brothers and I can manage on our own. With that, he adjusted the large bedding roll on his back. Air Bao and San Bao, being mama's boys, didn't mind their mother's occasional complaints. They still loved her and listened to her. So, even when they were being scolded, they weren't upset. They encouraged their mom to hurry and eat so she wouldn't go hungry. Xia Zhizhi. With her sons being so understanding, was it really wrong to feel embarrassed by them? After a moment of reflection, Xia Zhizhi decided to follow her feelings and pulled Lin Mo Chuan toward the cafeteria. Forget it. She could be a good mom another time. She couldn't let her beautiful and noble image be ruined by 3 bedding rolls. With a straw in her mouth, Xia Zhizhi leaned on Lin Mo Chuan's shoulder, sipping her yogurt and watching the students coming in and out of the cafeteria. Just as she was about to express her thoughts, she suddenly spotted something. Hey, Lin Mo Chuan, look. Isn't that your brother's daughter, your niece Minro? Why is she hanging out with Song Mingyue's son? Minro? Upon hearing that surname, Lin Mo Chuan instinctively frowned. He had already severed ties with his hypocritical older brother and didn't want to deal with his brother's issues. Don't mind her, Zhizhi, you eat your food. Saying this, he pushed the fried skewers in front of Zhizhi, urging her to eat while they were still hot, as they wouldn't taste good when cold. Before Lin Mo Chuan, there was an older brother who shared the same parents. However, unlike him, who was neglected by their parents and raised by their grandparents, Lin Mo Chuan's brother had received love from their parents in his childhood. After their parents divorced, their grandparents favored him, and he faced no hardships growing up. According to Zhizhi, Lin Mo Chuan's brother had always looked down on Lin Mo Chuan, the younger brother whose paternity was unclear and who caused their parents' divorce, often bullying him. As he grew older, he even conspired with their stepmother to convince their father to send Lin Mo Chuan to the countryside as a youth. If it weren't for Lin Mo Chuan pulling a trick on his brother before leaving, and later using a backup plan that led his brother to make a big mistake, their grandfather would have been completely disappointed in him. Perhaps Lin Mo Chuan wouldn't have been brought back to the city so quickly. So, it was understandable that Lin Mo Chuan couldn't stand his foolish and malicious older brother. At that moment, Minro was busy trying to attract a wealthy man. She was completely unaware that her actions were being observed by her uncle and aunt nearby. Yu Pringfei was smiling foolishly, constantly serving Minro food. Ro air, eat more. You've lost so much weight over the summer, it pains me to see it. Minro bit her lip, her eyes misty, looking at Yu Pringfei as if she wanted to say something. Pringfei, seeing her expression, Yu Pringfei immediately felt concerned. Ro air, what's wrong? Are you in some trouble? Tell me, and I'll help you. Minro blinked, a single tear rolling down her cheek. I want to continue my studies abroad after graduating from university, but my family can't afford it. Yu Pringfei couldn't bear to see her cry. How much do you need? I'll give it to you. Please stop crying. Wow, Zhizhi, your niece has some skills. Tian Jijing said. Look at how she's got the male lead wrapped around her finger. He's become such a fool. Xia Zhizhi didn't even blink. Tian Jijing continued. You might not know, but Song Mingyue is currently plotting to take her sister's inheritance and plans to have her sister's family killed. Unlike Song Mingyue, who only relied on men, her sister had real business acumen. With Song Mingyue going to the countryside, her sister avoided an early marriage and successfully finished high school and went to university. After graduating, she thrived in business. Without Song Mingyue's sister as a supportive partner, the male lead Yuda Lin lost his chance to become the richest man in the country. Now, his business could only be considered average. It couldn't compare to his sister-in-law's business scale. Song Mingyu probably couldn't stand seeing her sister without Yu Delin, while she herself became a successful boss, living a better life. Meanwhile, as a reincarnator, she could only be a despised wife, watching her husband find one woman after another, without daring to complain. Perhaps she was also envious of her sister's wealth, leading to her greed. Xia Zhizhi paused, feeling speechless. This world's fate is blind, allowing such a woman to be reborn and even giving her the female lead's aura. Always wanting to take from others. Tian Jijing coughed, feeling a bit embarrassed. Zhizhi, to be fair, we're not much different from Song Mingyu. Let's not talk about the older brother, but the second brother too. They were both in cahoots. Whether it was bargaining with fate for merits to exchange for origins, stripping the original female lead of her golden finger, or plundering foreign bank vaults of gold and jewels. Not to mention, Zhizhi raiding foreign banks every time she entered a new world, causing financial crises abroad. That was far worse than Song Mingyu killing her sister's family. Xia Zhizhi paused, showing no self-reflection, and confidently said, "Is it wrong to be lenient with myself and strict with others?" She could be malicious and not feel guilty about her wrongdoings. But she couldn't stand seeing others do bad things, especially when it was someone she disliked. She felt uncomfortable if she didn't criticize them a little. Tian Jijing said, "Since you can't stand Song Mingyu, do you want to help her sister?" It's understandable why Zhizhi disliked Song Mingyu. Song Mingyu had indeed become a bit of a white-eyed wolf. The only reason she could maintain her position as Mrs. Yu was that Yu Delin tolerated her because of her successful sister. If it weren't for Song Mingyu's sister constantly reminding her brother-in-law Yu Delin, those young and beautiful mistresses would have long taken advantage of the situation and bullied the clueless original wife. Now she wanted to bring down her own support. Who knows what she was thinking? Xia Zhizhi replied irritably, "This has nothing to do with me. Am I crazy to meddle in this? What a ridiculous suggestion from this broken mirror. Did it think she looked like some kind of savior? Why are you suddenly angry?" Lin Mo Chuan, focused on feeding his wife, noticed her sudden anger and quickly put down the fried meat skewers. Is it because the skewers aren't fresh? Did Zhizhi not enjoy them? What was he even saying? Making her sound like a child who couldn't enjoy a fried skewer. Noticing the curious glances from nearby students, Xia Zhizhi's face turned red as she pushed Lin Mo Chuan's face away. With a straight face, she said, "Just talk normally. Why are you getting so close? People will laugh at us." Unlike Tang Hinian's pretentiousness, Lin Mo Chuan didn't care about what others thought. Whether there were old people or children around, strangers or acquaintances, nothing could stop him from being close to his wife. As soon as Zhizhi pushed him away, he leaned in again, asking why she was upset. Xia Zhizhi. What to do about a clingy husband? She was quite anxious. In the end, Zhizhi grabbed Lin Mo Chuan's hand and fled, noticing a few children of Lin Mo Chuan's colleagues pointing at them and giggling. It was clear they weren't saying anything nice. The couple completely forgot about their 3 children and didn't say a word to them when they left. In search of their irresponsible parents, the 3 kids searched every cafeteria at Qing University but couldn't find them. They had no choice but to accept the fact that their parents had forgotten about them. This is too inconvenient. I need to start researching personal communication devices right away. 3 Treasure said, swallowing his rice, looking both angry and sad. Big Treasure said, "Okay, little brother, I support you mentally." Second Treasure added, "I also support you mentally." Xia Zhizhi didn't know that her and Lin Mo Chuan's frequent forgetfulness about the kids had led to 3 Treasure's early desire to create a smartphone. This allowed the flower country to use smartphones a decade earlier than the beautiful country. Meanwhile, Lin Mo Chuan was happily enjoying the fact that his 3 sons, who were always asking for money, had finally gone to college, meaning no one would disturb his and Zhizhi's world. However, he unexpectedly discovered that Tang Hinian, who lived across the hall, seemed to have inappropriate feelings for his wife. When Lin Mo Chuan wasn't around, Tang Hinian often coincidentally ran into Zhizhi and would use the excuse of looking for him to get closer to her and talk to her.
Lin Montachuan was furious.
He began to create trouble for Tang Hinian, keeping him so busy that he had no time to think about his inappropriate feelings. If it weren't for the fact that this was a crucial moment for Lin Mo Chuan's promotion, where he couldn't afford any mistakes, he wouldn't have been so gentle with Tang Hinian. Late at night, after an intense moment, Lin Mo Chuan held Zhiji's soft body tightly, breathing heavily, and said with determination, "Zhizhi, you are mine, and you will always be mine. If you dare to have feelings for someone else, Zhizhi poked his strong chest with her finger, slowly tracing it to his charming Adam's apple, her voice slightly hoarse as she casually asked, "What will you do?" Lin Mo Chuan took her wandering finger, kissed it, and looked into her beautiful eyes with a smirk. "Then I'll get rid of the person who makes you feel uneasy." Very well, that was typical of Lin Mo Chuan. Zhizhi, who didn't have much of a moral compass, saw nothing wrong with Lin Mo Chuan's thoughts. "Don't worry, you meet all my criteria for a partner. I won't be attracted to those men who aren't as good as you." She shot him a playful glance, reassuring him. Lin Mo Chuan was truly outstanding among his peers. Forget about Tang Hinian. Even on a national scale, few could compare to Lin Mo Chuan. She would never do something foolish like picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. After they cleared the air, the couple quickly returned to their sweet atmosphere. On the other hand, Tang Hinian was having a hard time. After being warned by Lin Mo Chuan, he had initially restrained his overwhelming feelings and decided to focus entirely on work. But fate played a trick on him, making him dream of the life that should have belonged to him. In the dream, Xia Zhizhi was his wife, and the triplets were his sons. Their family of 5 should have been happily living together, with Lin Mo Chuan merely a stumbling block on their path to happiness. But now, they were artificially separated. And the person responsible for this was his wife, Jiang Wanwan, who had given him children and managed the household. Tang Hinian had initially felt guilty for falling for Xia Zhizhi at his age, and had uncontrollably tried to get closer to her, which made him feel bad about Jiang Wanwan. After waking from the dream, all his guilt vanished, replaced by disgust and hatred. But what good would that do? Jiang Wanwan had been married to him for over 20 years, treating him wholeheartedly and raising their children. Because of that, he couldn't divorce Jiang Wanwan or sever ties with her. Otherwise, he would be a heartless scoundrel. However, after that night, Tang Hinian separated from Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan angrily confronted him. Tang Hinian calmly looked at her, his voice as cold and indifferent as ever. 20 years ago, did you also have a prophetic dream, knowing I would be with Zhizhi, and deliberately encouraged my grandfather to transfer me out of the capital just to take Zhiji's place? Jiang Wanwan was initially shocked, then her expression shifted from anger to a mix of tears and laughter. Her voice was choked. You dreamed too? Tang Hinian didn't respond, his face cold as he glanced at her. Your goal has been achieved. You will always be Mrs. Tang. But that's all you will ever be. Don't covet what doesn't belong to you. And don't go looking for Zhizhi. You owe her, not the other way around. With that, he turned away, ignoring the dazed Jiang Wanwan, and entered the guest room with his blanket.
Bang!
The door slammed shut. Jiang Wanwan leaned against the wall, slowly sliding down to the floor, staring blankly at the door, her heart feeling as bitter as chewing on a bitter herb. After plotting, she had trapped her own heart. With his memories, Tang Hinian was in great pain and dared not see Zhizhi again, fearing he would see her happy with Lin Mo Chuan, his lifelong rival in dreams. That would be like stabbing him multiple times in the heart. Lin Mo Chuan had no idea what Tang Hinian was thinking. He only believed that Tang Hinian was intimidated and no longer dared to covet his wife, thinking he was being sensible. So he left the old man alone. The heavenly mirror said the main reason is that Lin Mo Chuan thinks Tang Hinian looks older than him, has a worse figure and a lower position, so Zhizhi would never look at someone like that. That's why he let him off easy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so lenient. If the other party posed any threat, Lin Mo Chuan wouldn't treat him so lightly. Xia Zhizhi rolled her eyes. How did you know that? The broken mirror was just bored, analyzing trivial matters every day. The heavenly mirror chuckled. By the way, I forgot to tell you, Lin Cuicui sabotaged Song Mingyue's plan, and now Song Mingyue's sister has fallen out with her. Without her sister as support, Song Mingyue has already been kicked out by Yuda Lin. Lin Cuicui and Song Mingyue were sworn enemies. Years ago, the fake wooden bead Xia Zhizhi sold to Lin Cuicui was secretly taken by Song Mingyue when the spell was about to expire. When Lin Cuicui got it back, everything she had hidden in her space was gone along with it. Lin Cuicui couldn't accept this fact and fainted on the spot. From then on, the two became bitter enemies. Yuda Lin, the male lead, was struggling in business, largely due to Lin Cuicui deliberately causing trouble and sabotaging his opportunities. Xia Zhizhi only considered the matters of these people as jokes. In this life, the heavenly mirror has been very helpful, occasionally giving Sanbao hints in dreams, allowing the technology of the flower-planting nation to rise steadily, reaching a world-class level by the time it entered the 21st century. Debao continued to enter the officialdom, thriving there thanks to his abilities. Sanbao became a cold and domineering CEO, making waves in the business world, and after more than a decade, he became the new richest person. At the request of his beloved mother, while making money, he also did not neglect public welfare, dedicating himself to improving the environment and reducing pollution. Still, the saying goes, heaven's way is ruthless, treating all things as grass dogs. To the small world, humans are merely parasites. As long as they do not go extinct and do not disrupt the biological chain, the heavenly way does not care whether they die in large numbers or not. What it cares about is its own physical condition, namely the ecological environment. Humans have been releasing pollutants and mining without restraint, severely harming the hygiene and health of the small world. If Zhizhi and the others could help improve it, they could surely gain more from the heavenly way. As for Zhizhi, she has reached the peak of her writing skills in this life, with nearly all her novels adapted into classic TV dramas. They are remade every 10 years. She has become a well-known figure. Zhizhi, I'm leaving. In the next life, I want to be with you again. You can't fall in love with anyone else before I show up. Lin Machuan, with graying hair and missing teeth, held Zhizhi's hand tightly in his dying moments, his gaze still stubborn like when he was young. Xia Zhizhi pressed her lips together. Seeing the stubbornness in his eyes gradually fade into a plea, she sighed inwardly and smiled, nodding to reassure him that she would wait for him. A few kind lies to help him leave happily. Upon hearing her response, Lin Machuan closed his eyes without regret. Zhizhi, Lin Machuan remembered the life where he wasn't with you before he died. The heavenly mirror sighed. Xia Zhizhi also sighed. This life is really chaotic. Not only are there reincarnations, but there are also system travelers, and 3 people with precognitive dreams have suddenly appeared. After saying this, she let the heavenly mirror take her away from the world. Xia Zhizhi squatted on the ground, poking at an ant nest, sighing for the 108th time. Why am I so unlucky, becoming a married woman with children? As if that wasn't enough, her situation was even worse. She was a displaced person, and her parents and brothers still lived in a cow shed at the foot of the mountain. A family of intellectuals, now all sickly, probably nearing death. Although the original owner managed to marry through sheer persistence and escape from suffering, her situation wasn't much better. The man she married only came home every 10 days or so, and when he didn't treat the original owner well, not speaking to her at all, only playing with their son. Moreover, the monthly allowance was only 5 yuan, not even enough for the original owner to spend in a day. The original owner's son was also ungrateful, feeling embarrassed to have her as his mother and wanting to call the white auntie his mom instead. The heavenly mirror sighed as well. This time, our timing for entering is really not good. Considering the circumstances, the original owner's conditions were the best. If it were just me, I would have flown to Hong Kong by now, Xia Zhizhi said, distressed. But with the original owner's whole family as a burden, if I dared to go missing, they would probably have a harder time. The original owner's parents were university professors with study abroad backgrounds, and they were sent down after being reported by students. The original owner's parents and brother care for her a lot. Even in the few days since I came here, I've enjoyed their love. If I just leave, it would probably harm them. In the days she had been here, the water was fetched by the original owner's brother, meals were cooked by her mother, and her father helped with cleaning. This family truly cherished the original owner. If it weren't for her mother having a high fever today and unable to get out of bed, she would probably be cooking for her right now. Xia Zhizhi, though not particularly kind-hearted, didn't want to harm such good people. As for the original owner's husband and her ungrateful son, she didn't even want to look at them, let them fend for themselves. The heavenly mirror sighed for a while, then suddenly exclaimed, "Not good." It flew out of the space, expanding to the size of a fan, and fanned Zhizhi. Zhizhi frowned, feeling a chill leave her body. Broken mirror. What's going on? The heavenly mirror shrank back to the size of a palm.
Zhizhi, the plot has changed.
The original body was originally arranged by the heavenly way for that recently arrived traveler. The traveler was supposed to replace Bai Qiuling, the local heroine, becoming the new heroine. The male lead would go through a chasing wife arc, and in the end, the traveler and the original owner's husband would have a pair of twins, leading to a happy ending. Unfortunately, this body was occupied by Yu early, and the traveler was sent to the starving Chun Honghong next door. I don't know how the new heroine will play out after switching bodies. The heavenly mirror was waiting to see the drama unfold. Xia Zhizhi became interested and asked the heavenly mirror how the new plot would develop. In the original plot, the original owner was a cannon fodder, her husband Xue Lin was the male lead, and Bai Qiuling was the heroine. Before Xue Lin transitioned, he was a comrade and close friend of Bai Qiuling's husband, naturally knowing Bai Qiuling as well. At that time, there was no special feeling between them, until Bai Qiuling's husband sacrificed himself, and she was kicked out by her in-laws for not having children, coincidentally running into Xue Lin, who had already become the deputy director of the police department. Seeing Bai Qiuling's plight, and out of loyalty to his friend, Xue Lin helped her rent a place near the police station and found her a temporary job to settle her down. Bai Qiuling was not the type of heroine who was noble and righteous. Knowing that Xue Lin's wife was intentionally clinging to him and had issues herself, she began to have ulterior motives. She often brought food and drinks to Xue Lin at the police station under the guise of repaying his kindness. Occasionally, when Xue Lin took his son to the unit's dormitory, she would actively help take care of him, making the original owner's son obediently call her mom. According to the first version of the plot, after the original owner's parents were vindicated, she couldn't wait to divorce Xue Lin, not even taking her son, and hurried back to the city with her parents. Only then did Xue Lin and Bai Qiuling end up together. In the second version of the plot, the traveler, after taking the original owner's identity, fought fiercely with Bai Qiuling, slapping faces and showing off skills. She successfully made the original owner's husband fall in love with her. After a series of chasing wife dramas, they ended up together. Life in the countryside was tough. The mother-in-law was harsh, the sister-in-law liked to take advantage, and the neighbors often spat at her. During the time Zhizhi had been there, she had fought with these people quite a bit. "Xia Yinong, what's wrong with you lately? Why are you fighting with everyone? Don't you fear Xue Lin coming back to deal with you?" The village head was once again called to mediate a dispute. Seeing Zhizhi's defiant expression, he was worried to the point of frowning. Xia Zhizhi ignored the village head's words. She crossed her arms, kicked her sister-in-law, who was squirming on the ground, and looked down at her pained expression, her voice cold. "Son Baozhu, you really don't learn your lesson. After getting beaten last time, you still dare to come here to take advantage of me. It seems I didn't scare you enough last time." Son Baozhu could only squirm on the ground in pain, along with her husband and mother-in-law. The three were filled with resentment, but they couldn't fight back, and arguing was. No, Xia Yinong didn't even want to argue with them. She went straight for the attack. As soon as they insulted her, she slapped them without hesitation, leaving them dazed. Their heads felt like mush. The three, furious, rushed to beat Xia Yinong, only to end up in their current state. After being kicked, Sun Baozhu shivered, then remembered she had backup, so she became fearless. Enduring her pain, she cried out, "Village head, Look how arrogant Xia Yinong is, threatening people in front of you.
Boo-hoo.
Look at what Xia Yinong did to me. I can't even get up. You must punish her severely and make her pay us, or else a bad element will be riding on us. Shue's mother, also writhing in pain on the ground, scolded Xia Zhizhi. You heartless little girl. You dare to hit your mother, and Shui Lin's face turned cold upon hearing his son's words.
Xiao Yu, who taught you to speak like that? Was it your Aunt Bai?
Xia Zhizhi was not the original owner. She had no affection for the original owner's troublesome son and wouldn't greet him warmly like the original owner did when he returned. The troublesome son might have been bad from the start or spoiled by the original owner. He could look down on his mother and treat her coldly, but expected her to unconditionally tolerate him. Now, seeing that Xia Zhizhi didn't even give him a glance, he couldn't take it anymore. In a moment of anger, he forgot Bai Qiuling's warnings and blurted out his true feelings. This was the first time Shueziyu faced his father's coldness, and he shrank back in fear, tears welling in his eyes. He shook his head and cried, "No, it wasn't Aunt Bai. She said I could say those things in front of her, but not in front of Dad." Upon hearing this, Shui Lin understood Bai Qiuling's intentions. If it had been before today, he might have been angry at Bai Qiuling's little scheme, but not this angry.
Now.
Inside the house, the heavenly mirror chattered away, reporting the situation outside to Xia Zhizhi. Shui Lin gave your troublesome son a good beating and told him not to say things like wanting another woman to be his mom anymore. He gets punished every time he says it. If he slips up and you hear it, he'll be in big trouble. Your troublesome son is unhappy about it, but doesn't dare to complain, so he just cried and agreed. After enjoying the drama, the heavenly mirror couldn't help but exclaim, "Zhizhi, you're so beautiful. No man can resist your charm." As Xia Zhizhi changed back to her original appearance, the heavenly mirror also altered everyone's memories, making them believe that this was the original owner's true look. The reason Shui Lin returned today was that while chatting with colleagues about the original owner, Zhizhi's image replaced the original owner's in his mind. He was uncontrollably drawn to her. At the same time, he realized how cold and stingy he had been towards his wife before, which was truly unacceptable. He couldn't wait to return. He wanted to have a heartfelt talk with Zhizhi to improve their relationship, hoping they could live happily together with their child without being apart anymore. Unfortunately, he had a beautiful vision, but Zhizhi didn't want anything to do with this dirty man. No matter how he tried to please her, she remained unmoved.
Stop knocking.
I'm not eating or cooking. Xia Zhizhi, annoyed, turned over and rested her head on her pillow, continuing to scroll through her phone to read novels. That shameless man only came to her because of her looks. Now that she looked good, he changed his attitude and tried to win her over. He should consider whether he deserves her. Exactly. Who is it that treated the original owner coldly and only gave her 5 yuan for living expenses every month? The heavenly mirror also found it disgusting. Now that he sees Zhizhi is a stunning beauty, he's infatuated and wants to make peace. He should think about whether he deserves her. The heavenly mirror genuinely believed the male lead was not a good person. No matter what, the original owner married him and bore him a son, yet he treated her with cold violence and allowed his family and villagers to bully her. If he had cared for the original owner, she wouldn't have had such a hard time in those years. Now he wants to make peace? He should consider if he deserves it. Xia Zhizhi completely agreed. In fact, most people in the world are superficial, and the male lead is no exception. Don't view them as noble. Although the original owner couldn't compare to a beauty like Zhizhi, she was still quite attractive. Otherwise, the male lead wouldn't have been with her. Don't say he was drugged or manipulated. He was a top soldier before, with excellent physical and mental strength. How could he be so easily controlled by drugs to sleep with a stranger? That's ridiculous. He was simply infatuated and ended up sleeping with the original owner. Afterward, this shameless man even blamed the original owner for drugging him, claiming he had no choice but to marry her. After marriage, he treated her colder than a stranger. I don't know where he gets the nerve. While one person and one mirror criticized Shui Lin, he was feeling extremely dejected. Zhizhi wouldn't open the door for him or acknowledge him, so he could only take his full bowl of food back to the kitchen, keeping it warm until Zhizhi got hungry. After waiting 2 more days, Zhizhi finally saw her mother-in-law and sister-in-law leave. Finally caught them, daring to call her a bad person. Today, she would let them experience the methods of a bad person and understand what despair feels like. Rong Rong, where are you going? The original owner's nickname was Rong Rong, often used by her parents and brother, which Xue Lin shamelessly picked up. Xia Zhizhi impatiently pushed past him. Get out of my way, you're an eyesore. Xue Lin called, Rong Rong. Before he could say anything, an angry Zhizhi slapped him. Don't call me that. Who do you think you are? You annoying dog, stop bothering me. I can't stand you. After saying that, she shot him a fierce glare and stormed off, leaving Xue Lin holding his sore cheek, confused and heartbroken. With the heavenly mirror's guidance, Xia Zhizhi quickly arrived at the location of her mother-in-law and sister-in-law. She looked around and couldn't help but smirk. This is truly a stroke of luck. Xue's mother and son Baju were standing at the edge of a cliff, picking sour dates. Suddenly, they felt a huge push from behind, and both lost their balance, falling off the cliff. Ah! Their screams mixed with the sound of breaking branches, making Xia Zhizhi's teeth ache. She released her spiritual energy and took a cautious look. Sure enough, when the mother and daughter-in-law fell, they broke the sour date tree, and now they were covered in branches. Not just on their bodies, but also on their faces. Just thinking about it was painful. Zhizhi, your cheap mother-in-law and sister-in-law both broke their legs, the heavenly mirror said cheerfully. This place is remote. It will take a long time for anyone to find them. Now they would have to suffer. Xia Zhizhi felt satisfied. They deserve it. They messed with me, and now they've hit a wall. And the original owner's little uncle wasn't a good person either. He even tried to hit her that day. Xia Zhizhi couldn't tolerate that. So she went down the mountain and found her little uncle. She knocked him out, brought him into her space, and injected him with a few syringes of her newly developed muscle atrophy serum, ensuring he would never have the strength to harm a woman again. Zhizhi didn't spare the village leaders and those who bullied the original owner. She secretly gave them some poison, causing them to suffer from painful but hard-to-describe illnesses. Zhizhi, what about the male lead? How do you plan to take revenge? Asked the Tianji mirror. Zhizhi rubbed her chin, feeling conflicted. Well, I'm not sure how to deal with him. If I say the original owner was bad, he did provide protection for the original owner and her family, so they didn't suffer as much as others. If I say he treated the original owner well, he has always ignored her suffering and treated her with cold violence. Plus, I want to see the competition between the local female lead and the time-traveling female lead for the male lead. If one of them succeeds, I want to know how the original owner's son, who dislikes her so much, will fare with a stepmother and half-siblings. The Tianji mirror reminded her, Zhizhi, don't forget, Xue Lin values the son a lot. In Bai Qiling's time as the female lead, he never had children. The time-traveling female lead later became devoted to the male lead because of this. She believed the male lead didn't truly love the original female lead. Otherwise, why would he undergo sterilization behind her back and never have children with her? Unlike her, they later had a pair of dragon and phoenix twins, the fruit of their love. Xia Zhizhi. She really forgot about that. Never mind, Xue Lin should be kept around. With him, the original owner's parents and brother won't suffer. Even if she runs away in the future, Xue Lin will likely take care of her son's grandparents and uncle for the sake of their son. That's right, Zhizhi plans to run away. Her identity in this life is too lowly. She can't stand being looked down upon everywhere she goes. She wants to go to Xiangjiang and live a better life. To ease her worries, Zhizhi sneaked into the cattle shed while everyone was looking for the missing Xue mother and son Baozhu, using flower spirit energy to heal her sick father, mother, and brother. Then she quietly left. The whole thing took less than 10 minutes, and it was done through a wall, so no one knew she had been there. Not long after she got home and climbed into bed, She heard Xuelin talking with a young girl at the front door. From their conversation, it seemed Xuelin got hurt by a thorn while helping Xue mother, and the time-traveling girl, Chen Honghong, wanted to help him remove the thorn but was refused. Xia Zhizhi was puzzled. Wait, does the time-traveling girl have feelings for Xuelin already? In the original plot, didn't she look down on him at first? The Tianji mirror would have rolled its eyes if it could. Ha! What disdain! The time-traveling girl was initially attracted to the male lead's looks, but he treated her poorly, so she pretended to look down on him. In this life, the time-traveling girl didn't become the educated young lady Xia Yinong but instead turned into the uneducated village girl Chen Honghong. Her looks couldn't even compare to the 80-point Xia Yinong, let alone by Qiuling, the original female lead. Her chances of winning over the male lead just got a lot harder. The Tianji mirror calculated that in a week, N City would face heavy rain, leading to floods for half a month. This flood would wash away dams and cause disasters, resulting in many deaths. Xia Zhizhi decided to use this flood as an opportunity to escape the country and go to Xiangjiang. Since the village was on higher ground, the flood wouldn't harm the villagers much. So when Xuelin suggested taking her and the Char Siu son to stay in N City, Xia Zhizhi agreed, without hesitation. However, I need to make one thing clear. Our relationship isn't that close, so I won't share a room with you, Xia Zhizhi said. Once we're in N City, we'll sleep in separate rooms. Oh, and you can bring our son to sleep with you. I don't want to sleep with him, she added. Usually, she didn't even want to talk to the original owner's son, let alone sleep with him. Mommy. The Char Siu son, feeling rejected, pouted and tears welled up in his eyes. He covered his mouth and quietly sobbed, letting silent tears fall, too afraid to cry out loud. He feared Zhizhi would notice. During this time, Xia Zhizhi had often scolded the Char Siu son. If he said something she didn't like, she would hit him. Now, the little guy was too scared to raise his voice around Zhizhi. He knew she was annoyed by crying children, so he dared not make a sound, only covering his mouth and silently shedding tears. This pitiful sight would make any loving mother want to hold and comfort her child. Zhizhi glanced at him and then looked away. Xuelin looked at his son, then at Zhizhi, who pretended not to see anything and sighed quietly before taking his son outside to comfort him. When Xia Zhizhi and the others arrived at the N City police dormitory, it was already dark and most families had started cooking. Hey, Director Xue, who is this girl you brought? Chow Ho-Hot paused her stir-frying, her eyes sparkling as she stared at Zhizhi, thinking, wow, this girl is so beautiful. She looked like a fairy, even prettier than the stars in magazines. Not just Chow Ho-Hot, many people in the hallway were also staring at Zhizhi. Those inside the house peeked out to see her. Xuelin felt both proud and bitter as his stunning wife captured everyone's attention. Unable to hold back, he announced loudly, "And Chow, this is my wife. It's her first time here, so please take care of her." So this is the wife of Director Xue, who has some issues.
Sure.
When I have time, I'll take good care of your wife.
Xia Zhizhi frowned.
I don't need your care. You don't have to act like you dislike me so much. After saying that, she shot Xuelin a glare. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go home. I don't want to stay here and be pointed at. Xuelin felt bitter. What should he do? He had finally gotten his wife to warm up to him a bit, and now it felt like they were back to square one. Who spread the rumor that his wife had issues? He would definitely deal with that person later. So, everyone watched as the imposing Director Xue, like a loyal dog, carried bags and packages, smiling and explaining as he welcomed his problematic wife into their home. Seriously, who spread the rumor that Director Xue didn't care for his wife? Does this look like someone without feelings? He was practically groveling. After the flood broke out, Xia Zhizhi fell into the water in front of everyone and was swept away by the current. Bai Qiuling desperately held on to Xueling, who was about to jump in to save her. Xueling, calm down. Xia Yinong has already been swept away by the flood. It's too late to save her. Xueling had lost his reason at this point and couldn't hear her words. He didn't hold back any strength, twisting Bai Qiuling's arm and pulling her away before jumping into the rushing water without a second thought. Xueling, don't do anything foolish, come back. Watching Xueling jump into the fast current without hesitation made Bai Qiuling's heart ache. It seemed she had underestimated Xia Yinong's influence on Xueling. Along with Bai Qiuling, Xueling's colleagues were also calling for him to come back. Xia Zhizhi was unaware of these events. At that moment, she had already activated her invisibility charm and was gliding on a flying skateboard towards Xiangjiang. It was now 1971, and it would be another 5 or 6 years before the Xia family would be vindicated. She couldn't endure suffering for that long. Moreover, in the mainland, she was not only a bad element, but also a married woman. Even if she wanted to remarry, she couldn't find anyone better than the male lead, Xueling. But continuing to be with Xueling was also bothersome for her. So, she decided to focus on herself first and not worry about her original parents. Gliding on her skateboard and feeling the breeze, Zhizhi took half a day to reach Xiangjiang. She passed the port and jumped off her skateboard when she reached the bustling city center. Wow, in the same era, the development of Xiangjiang and the mainland is like heaven and earth. Tall buildings, bright lights, and young people dressed stylishly, like butterflies. Unlike the mainland, where everything looked dull and gray. As a newcomer without power or connections, Zhizhi didn't dare to show off her wealth. Following the guidance of the fortune-telling mirror, she found someone who specialized in smuggling and used a pair of ordinary but heavy gold bracelets to get an ID. The name on the ID was Xia Zhizhi. During this time, hearing others call her Xia Yinong made her unsure if they were referring to her. 9 years passed. Zhizhi made a living by copying her previous life's works and those of great authors from her space phone and tablet. She successfully became a well-known novelist. Like in her previous life, her works were almost all bought by film companies for adaptations into movies or TV shows. Through writing and selling copyright, she bought property and established several businesses. Of course, as a single woman who smuggled in from the mainland, her smooth life here was surely due to someone looking out for her. For example, Zhizhi, can I take you out for dinner? At some point, Charlie entered Zhizhi's study. He leaned on the desk, one hand on the chair's backrest, pulling Zhizhi's petite body close to him, his elegant voice softly reaching her ears. It was charming and flirtatious. Zhizhi paused her writing, turned slightly, and looked up at the man. Charlie, whose Chinese name was Li Shenghui, was of mixed Chinese and British descent. He was very tall, standing at 193 centimeters, with a striking mixed-race appearance, very fair skin, and deep, attractive features. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, he hid long legs under his suit pants, and he had intentionally left 2 buttons of his black shirt undone, revealing a hint of skin. He was strikingly handsome, exuding both charm and allure. Zhizhi thought to herself that he was a charming man and smiled. Sure, but I like spicy food. I wonder if Mr. Charlie can handle it? Charlie smiled in mock distress. Zhizhi, you little troublemaker. You really know how to challenge me. Looks like to make you smile, I have to endure this spicy meal. At the Sichuan restaurant, even the mild spice was too much for Charlie, who gulped down a large glass of milk. After a while, the heat faded, and he returned to his usual composed demeanor. Zhizhi ate while enjoying the scene, teasing him occasionally, making him feel helpless. Zhizhi, why do you always like to tease me? Zhizhi wiped her mouth and smiled. It's fun, and you seem to enjoy it too, right? By the way, I'm going back to my country. She suddenly said, we should break up. Without a hint of guilt for using him. Charlie was taken aback, thinking he misheard. What did you say? Zhizhi's expression turned serious. Charlie, my parents and children are in my home country. I want to go back and reunite with them. So, we should break up. Charlie's face suddenly darkened as he stared at Zhizhi. Xia Zhizhi, do you know what you're saying? He gritted his teeth, speaking each word carefully. Zhizhi looked at him with an expression that said, don't be unreasonable. I heard your family has already arranged a fiancé for you. You know I've always been proud and don't want to share a man with anyone else. Let's part on good terms, okay? Her relationship with Charlie was based on her attraction to his looks, and the rest was for her own benefit. Besides, they had agreed from the start that they were just friends and wouldn't marry in the future. Charlie's current attitude was somewhat off-putting. As for Charlie leaving her and not being able to find another woman, Zhizhi chose to forget about that. She hadn't seen her triplet sons in years. She needed to go back and be with them. No matter how much Charlie pleaded, how he tried to hold on, or how he went crazy, Zhizhi still embarked on her journey back home. Beep beep. The triplets heard a car horn outside and brightened up, immediately dropping their bowls and rushing out of the house. Xia Zhizhi, in a bright red dress and black high heels, held a cigarette between her fingers, leaning against the car door, lost in thought. Hearing footsteps nearby, she looked up. 3 little ones, who looked like her, leaned against the door, shyly gazing at her. She smiled and opened her arms. "Babies, Mommy is back. Do you miss me?" The triplets could no longer hold back, rushing into her arms with red eyes. "Mommy, Mommy, Mommy." The eldest had tears streaming down his face, rubbing against her in her embrace, feeling wronged. "Mommy, you finally came to see us. We are no longer children without a mother." The second and youngest also felt emotional, unable to hold back their tears. Seeing this made Zhizhi's heart ache. She wiped the tears of one child and then the other, her hands never stopping. The triplets were conceived in her 3rd year in Hong Kong, born in 1975. At that time, their father, Lu Yuzhou, was on a mission in Hong Kong and met Zhizhi during this period. Zhizhi thought he was handsome and had good conditions, so she quickly won him over, and eventually, they had a secret child. Unbeknownst to Lu Yuzhou, with the careful care of her unfortunate boyfriend Charlie, she successfully gave birth to 3 sons. The reason Zhizhi chose to leave Charlie and pursue Lu Yuzhou to have children was mainly because Lu Yuzhou was too outstanding. He excelled in every way. He was good-looking, fit, came from a distinguished family, and was very capable. Not only was he the youngest division commander in the Southeast Military Region, but he was also an ice-type ability user and a top figure in the Special Department 731, always ranking first. His future was limitless. Having encountered such a gem, Zhizhi naturally wanted to secure him early. In the summer of 1977, just after the triplets celebrated their 2nd birthday, Zhizhi packed their bags and sent them back to their father and grandparents. Although Zhizhi had a steady boyfriend in Hong Kong, in her heart, Lu Yuzhou was also her man, marked as hers. Once he was her man, he could never betray her. Even if he couldn't be with any other woman, being just a nominal husband to someone else was unacceptable. Not long after, when she heard from the Tianji Mirror that Lu Yuzhou's parents were pressuring him to marry their friend's daughter, Zhizhi couldn't sit still. While sending imported machines to the mainland, she had her assistant and bodyguards take the triplets to the Lu family. Now, Mr. and Mrs. Lu had no time to think about pressuring their son to marry. Once they confirmed the triplets were indeed their son's children, they happily settled into a life of doting on their grandchildren. The separation of the mother and her 4 sons lasted 3 years. The poor triplets thought Zhizhi had abandoned them and cried themselves to sleep every night. "You are Mommy's treasures. How could Mommy ever abandon you?" Zhizhi hugged her sons tightly, comforting them. "Mommy sends money, letters, and gifts every month. If I didn't want you, why would I send you so many things?" The eldest son clung to Zhizhi's neck, saying softly, "Mommy, please don't leave, okay? I want to be with Mommy forever. I don't want to be teased by others, saying I'm a child without a mother." Zhizhi. The little guy was indeed clever, knowing how to play the pity card. If she didn't know her eldest son was no pushover, always making those who bullied him cry, she might have believed he was being picked on. The 2nd and 3rd sons didn't know how to play the pity game. They squeezed beside Zhizhi, repeating in high-pitched, baby voices that they wanted to be with Mommy and never be apart. Zhizhi felt a headache coming on. Okay, Mommy won't leave. I'll always be with you from now on. So please stop calling me my dear. You're making your Mommy almost deaf." She covered her ears, silently complaining. No matter how long they were apart, or how well others treated them, The triplets' attachment to their mother would never change. Look, as soon as Zhizhi returned, they forgot all about their loving grandparents and father, insisting they wanted to live with Mommy. Mr. and Mrs. Liu, who chased after them, felt a pang in their hearts. Children really are closest to their mothers. Though they felt sad, Mrs. Liu still greeted Zhizhi politely. "Oh, you must be Zhizhi. You're so beautiful and stylish." Mrs. Liu hurriedly invited Zhizhi inside. "You must be exhausted from the journey. Come in and have some water. And little he, the driver, come in and take a break too." Little he, mentioned by Mrs. Liu, was Zhizhi's assistant for many years, whose full name was He Kailon, with the English name Bonnie. She had been responsible for coordinating the transportation of imported equipment between the mainland and Hong Kong. Next, Zhizhi planned to promote her to vice president to oversee factory operations in the mainland. After Zhizhi established herself in Hong Kong, she initially wanted to secretly bring the original owner's parents to Hong Kong. However, the original owner's parents were stubborn and refused to leave their country under false accusations. The original owner's brother was also worried about their parents and didn't come along. With no other choice, Zhizhi donated a lot of money and imported equipment to the mainland. Her only requirement was to help clear the original owner's parents' names and allow them to return to their hometown. After completing all this, Zhizhi felt she had repaid the original owner's debt and stopped concerning herself with the original owner's parents. However, due to her contributions over the years, she was now recognized by the higher-ups. She was definitely a patriotic businesswoman. Now, hearing that she brought a team and a large sum of money to invest in the country, the higher-ups repeatedly instructed Mr. and Mrs. Liu to treat her well and even granted Liu Yuzhou a half-month leave. They insisted he must use his charm to entice Zhizhi to stay in the mainland and invest more. Liu Yuzhou. After spending the whole day playing outside with her 3 sons, Zhizhi returned to the Liu family's courtyard and saw a man in military uniform waiting at the door. Liu Yuzhou had handsome features and an impressive presence. He was as tall as the mixed-race handsome Charlie, but his build was broader and sturdier. He stood there like a mountain, exuding a strong sense of security. "Liu Yuzhou?" Zhizhi stopped in her tracks, surprised. Why did he suddenly come back? The Tianji mirror, hidden in the flower spirit space, smiled silently. Liu Yuzhou didn't even glance at the triplets. He grunted softly, his gaze fixed firmly on Zhizhi. His eyes were filled with emotion. "Are you going back to Hong Kong?" The words he wanted to say swirled on his tongue, but he swallowed them, instead asking this gentle question. What he really wanted to ask was, "Are you still with Charlie? Can you break up with him and be with me?" But that question felt too shameful and immoral for him to voice. She raised an eyebrow. "My 3 beloved treasures are here. How could I bear to leave?" After saying that, she looked down at the 3 children. She just happened to see their bright eyes sparkling as they looked up at her. Big Treasure loves Mommy the most and wants to be with her forever. The eldest son tugged at Zhizhi's finger, shaking it and speaking in a sweet, babyish tone. The second and third sons, always eager to imitate their big brother, also chimed in, wanting to be with Mommy forever. They completely forgot about their father. Liu Yuzhou didn't feel sad at all. He actually hoped the 3 kids would secure Zhizhi's heart, so she would finally be with him. Men marked by Zhizhi will always be completely devoted to her, with no thoughts of others. Liu Yuzhou is no exception. Especially after hearing hints that Zhizhi is broken up with Charlie, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. Not only did he stay awake, but he also kept his 3 sons from sleeping. In the middle of the night, he sat in front of their beds, endlessly instructing them on how to help their dad win back their mom. The 3 little ones, struggling to stay awake, looked at him with tired eyes. Bad dad. Stinky dad. He was so mean, not letting us sleep. Just wait, we'll definitely cause trouble for you later. Humph. So, for the next few days, even though Liu Yuzhou followed Zhizhi everywhere, the 3 little troublemakers took turns causing chaos, and his progress in winning her back remained at 0. Liu Yuzhou. What is this? Did he create a few obstacles on his path to love? Just when Lu Yuzhou was frustrated and ready to go home and give his little troublemaker a good talking to, an unexpected opportunity came. Mom, I want to eat roast duck. Can we go eat roast duck? A little girl with rosy lips and white teeth, wearing a pretty dress, pointed at a roast duck shop, urging Chen Honghong to take her inside. Next to her, a little boy who looked just like her frowned and disagreed, saying, Sister, Mom's roast duck is much better than what they sell outside. Let's not eat out.
No.
I want to eat at the restaurant. I want to eat at the restaurant. The little girl refused to listen and almost threw a tantrum. Fortunately, Chen Honghong quickly grabbed her, or they would have embarrassed themselves in public. Okay, we'll go inside and eat, all right? Chen Honghong pointed at her daughter's forehead playfully. Just ask nicely next time. If you make a fuss outside again, I won't buy you anything, got it? Having achieved her goal, the little girl smiled brightly and nodded, without really paying attention.
Got it.
Mom, let's hurry inside. Shueziu, the son of Xia Zhizhi and the former character, watched the cheerful mother and children ahead, and a shadow passed over his eyes. He glanced at his silent father and said gloomily, Dad, let's go inside too. After speaking, he quickly looked down again. He looked like a quiet, gloomy teenager. Gone was the spoiled child he used to be. Xue Lin ruffled his son's hair and sighed, saying, Xiaoyu, your Aunt Chen is not your real mother. I can't expect her to treat you like she does your younger siblings. But don't worry, you are my first child, and you are the one I care about the most.
Don't
bully your younger siblings. He swallowed the last part of his sentence under his eldest son's resentful gaze. Xue Lin felt bitter inside. He knew his son hated him for breaking his promise and having twins with Chen Honghong.
But
he had clearly undergone a sterilization procedure, and he didn't understand why this happened. If it weren't for the fact that the two kids looked so much like him, he would have thought they were Chen Honghong's children with someone else. Thanks to the timely updates from the fortune-telling mirror, Xia Zhizhi, who was dining in a private room, saw everything unfold. In these years in Hong Kong, she had kept a close eye on the male lead and his two official female leads. She knew their stories inside and out. After Xia Zhizhi faked her death and escaped, Bai Qiling felt she had a chance and brought lunchboxes to the police station's family building every day to curry favor. Xue Lin didn't matter for now, but Shueziu, this little brat, was so charmed by Bai Qiling that he forgot his own mother. He wished he could marry his dad and Aunt Bai right away. He really wanted Bai Qiling to be his mom. Unfortunately, with the presence of the time-traveling female lead, things didn't go as he wished. It seemed that the time-traveling girl didn't enter Xia Yinong's body, but became a useless village girl instead. The heavens, worried that the time-traveling girl and the male lead wouldn't end up together, gave her a small boost, a chef system. Chen Honghong used this chef system to gradually overshadow the original female lead, Bai Qiling, who was a fake chef with a magical sauce, making her unable to lift her head. Eventually, she successfully replaced Bai Qiling as the head chef of the state-run restaurant in N City and became its star. Even Xue Lin, the male lead, fell for her. To top it off, when she discovered Bai Qiling intended to harm her, she turned the tables. She tricked Bai Qiling into the bed of a useless, abusive man. Now, Chen Honghong had opened a restaurant in the capital, while Bai Qiling, the original female lead, rotted away in an unknown corner. The heavenly mirror sighed. Bai Qiling is really unfortunate. But Chen Honghong, the current female lead, isn't doing so well either. The male lead has humiliated her so many times, yet she still stays with him.
I don't know what to say.
Don't be fooled by Chen Honghong's outward appearance of being carefree and indifferent, treating the male lead and the little brat like air. Inside, she was feeling miserable. Her husband didn't love her and constantly suspected her of cheating, thinking their two children were illegitimate. Her stepson was a handful, always causing trouble and secretly bullying her young children when she wasn't around. The worst incident almost led to her children being sold by human traffickers. She wanted to report it to the police and send her malicious stepson to reform school. But Xue Lin absolutely disagreed. Later, when she couldn't take it anymore, she secretly reported it, but Xuelin openly favored his eldest son and lied seriously. He claimed she was just making things up to frame her stepson. This caused Chen Honghong to endure a long period of strange looks from the male lead's colleagues and neighbors. Xia Zhizhi didn't care about any of this. She only cared, "Didn't you say the chef system's level is too low and doesn't have the resources you need?
Can you give it to me?"
This chef system was the lowest level. It didn't have any magical pills or artifacts, nor any high-tech products from interstellar realms. The best it offered were subpar interstellar potions. These could only be obtained through a lottery. The rest were just some food seeds or gold beans as daily rewards. Xia Zhizhi was a wealthy woman and looked down on the meager rewards in the system's warehouse. She kept the system mainly for Lu Yuzhou or her 3 sons. No matter the time or place, there should always be someone in the house who could cook well. Zhizhi didn't want to cook, so she thought about either training her husband or her 3 sons. If she trained them well, she could enjoy delicious meals in the future. The heavenly mirror. When it comes to dogs, Zhizhi is the most dog-like. Xia Zhizhi stroked her chin, thinking her idea was brilliant. Lu Yuzhou's job isn't suitable. He can't stay home to cook for me long-term. So, I can only train the eldest treasure. Let's rotate. Train the eldest in this world, the second in the next, and the youngest in the one after that. That way, everyone gets a fair share. Haha, as long as you're happy. The heavenly mirror silently mourned for the 3 little ones who hadn't even reached table height. The heavenly mirror had been observing the male and female leads intermittently. It wouldn't waste its energy to deduce their story details for gossip. It would just take a quick look now and then to understand the situation and report back to Zhizhi. I don't know if it's bad luck or what. Unfortunately, every time the time-traveling girl got angry at the chef system, the heavenly mirror always missed it perfectly. It couldn't understand why a modern rich beauty like her would willingly hang herself on the male lead, rushing to be a stepmother. Just like now, as soon as the heavenly mirror stopped broadcasting, Chen Honghong received a directive from the chef system. "Dear host, your husband Xuelin has a poor appetite and hasn't eaten much. It's possible the roast duck from the restaurant doesn't suit his taste. Please prepare a delicious roast duck before 7 p.m. to satisfy his cravings." Chen Honghong inhaled, exhaled, and took several deep breaths to suppress her urge to flip the table. Through gritted teeth, she said, "Okay, system, I will make a delicious roast duck for Xuelin." Her good mood was completely ruined. She stuffed the wrapped roast duck pancakes into her mouth, chewing them tastelessly, wishing she could tear the chef system to pieces. Chen Honghong's anger was evident. Even though her young twins were too busy enjoying their food to notice, Xuelin and Xueziyu both saw her distress, but neither cared. "Old hag, who are you trying to charm?" Xueziyu scoffed, unable to resist mocking her. Now, this little brat hated Chen Honghong so much that he misinterpreted any of her small actions as attempts to charm his dad. Chen Honghong turned red with anger. She slammed the table, stood up with a fierce glare, and pointed at Xueziyu's nose to scold him. "Xueziyu, you."
"Enough."
Xuelin interrupted, no longer pretending to be dead. He coldly said, "Little Yu is young and doesn't understand. Don't argue with him. I will talk to him later." Chen Honghong felt stuck, nearly choking on her frustration. She silently chanted in her mind, "The male lead is my target, the beloved old man of the dog system. I can't scold him, can't scold him, can't scold him." Chen Honghong kept reminding herself to calm down and finally managed to suppress her anger. She sat back down, feeling pain in her chest again as she caught sight of her oblivious children, who were completely indifferent to what is happening. Her gaze dimmed. Honestly, since she came to this world, aside from the brief happiness of escaping the arranged marriage with the help of the system and working in the city, she had been enduring grievances. She felt like a puppet controlled by the system, forced to follow its orders or face electric shocks as punishment. Her marriage with the male lead was the same. At first, she had a filter for Xuelin and liked him, willing to be with him for life. But later, as life became more suffocating, she wanted a divorce but couldn't. The chef system was a terrible thing. It claimed to help her achieve chef status and reach the peak of life, but it was really just serving the male lead. Even if she wanted to gain experience points, she had to do it through him. It made her too scared to even think about divorce. Zhizhi didn't know the grievances in the female lead's heart. After eating, she left with her son and Lu Yuzhou, not wanting to get entangled with her ex-husband and the little brat. Another morning, Lu Yuzhou and Zhizhi had planned to climb the Great Wall together today. They quickly greeted Lu's parents and hurried out of the Lu family home with their backpacks. "Old Lu, look at your son. He's always out chasing Xia Zhizhi and never at home. Can't you manage him?" Lu's mother, seeing her son rush out without even eating, felt a pang in her heart. "Don't worry, children will find their own way." Lu's father leisurely sipped his millet porridge, saying calmly, "Your son is already grown. If he likes someone, let him be. We can't keep him single forever, can we?" "What kind of talk is that?" Lu's mother was unhappy. "Our son is only 35 this year and already a military commander in the Southwest military region. It's hard to find someone better than him in the whole country. Even at 35 or even 40, it's easy to find a young and beautiful girl." She emphasized the words young and beautiful. Lu's father paused, frowning. "All right, let's not say such things anymore." Seeing Lu's mother still unsatisfied and wanting to say more, Lu's father immediately frowned. He scolded, "You're really short-sighted. What does it matter if she's young and beautiful? Can a young girl provide support for the next generation? Where did you get such futile and outdated ideas? What kind of society are we in now? Why does it matter if she's a young girl? It doesn't matter how many relationships she's had before. Her abilities are undeniable. Many leaders in the country still support her and want her to invest. As long as your mom is really something, waiting for me with an empty stomach," Lu Yuzhou said, unable to hide his smile as it kept rising. "I told her I like eating your leftovers, but she insisted on waiting for me. Truly, love is overwhelming." After a while of self-encouragement, Lu Yuzhou happily picked up his chubby son and walked into the living room with big strides. "Zhizhi," he called out as soon as he entered. He set his chubby son down and quickly glanced over the two older kids playing with toys on the floor, his gaze landing on Zhizhi, who was lazily leaning on the sofa. He caught his breath, instantly captivated. "Zhizhi, you look so beautiful today." Since they might be going on a long journey, Zhizhi had specially worn a light fruit green sports outfit, her face free of makeup, and her long hair tied up in a loose bun, looking particularly fresh. With Zhizhi's timeless youthful beauty, she was breathtakingly lovely, a delicate flower that drew admiration. Whether she could attract girls was uncertain, but she could definitely attract boys. Zhizhi loved being praised for her looks, but why did Lu Yuzhou's words sound so off? "What do you mean I look beautiful today? Wasn't I beautiful before?" She rolled her eyes repeatedly. His words were not flattering at all. If it weren't for the fact that this awkward man had potential and made her feel more confident against any threat, she wouldn't want to talk to him at all. Lu Yuzhou hesitated. He really wanted to say that Zhizhi didn't suit heavy makeup or a glamorous style. It only lowered her attractiveness. But seeing the chilly look in her eyes, he quickly shut his mouth. Forget it. Even if Zhizhi's taste was questionable and she couldn't dress well, she still attracted attention. If she found her true style, his rivals would be lining up from abroad. "Zhizhi, let me serve you some soup." "Zhizhi, let me peel a tea egg for you." "Zhizhi, I'll." At the dining table, Lu Yuzhou was busy serving Zhizhi, hardly eating himself, focused entirely on her. Once he confirmed that Zhizhi was full, he dumped the leftover rice from her bowl into his own and ate with gusto. He even picked up the messy corn and fatty meat that Zhizhi had left behind, not minding at all, and cleaned it up completely. Xia Zhizhi. She felt a bit disgusted by this man's habits. Not just Zhizhi, but the three kids also wore faces full of disdain. Big Treasure, who was a bit of a neat freak, couldn't hold back anymore and put down his chopsticks, complaining, "Dad, watching you eat makes me lose my appetite." Even if he loved his mom, he didn't need to eat things that came from her mouth, right? Lu Yuzhou paused in his eating, then glared at him, saying, "You little brat are too spoiled, lacking any manliness. You think you can eat now? I once ate raw meat and drank water mixed with animal urine on the battlefield. Would that disgust you?"
What?
What did he just say? Dad actually ate raw meat? Drank animal urine? Big Treasure's face turned pale as he looked at his once-admired dad, suddenly feeling he was neither handsome nor impressive anymore. And he definitely didn't want to become a soldier like his dad. Neat freaks really can't handle this. Second and Little Treasure also felt a bit queasy, but since they weren't neat freaks, their reactions weren't as strong as their older brothers. "What are you guys talking about?" At that moment, Xia Zhizhi walked into the dining room, carrying a stylish white backpack and wearing comfortable sneakers. "Nothing," Lu Yuzhou quickly replied. Big Treasure was just upset that we're not taking him out to play today and is throwing a tantrum. Big Treasure pouted. Forget it. He decided not to argue with his silly dad. Who knows when his dad would marry his mom? "Oh, I see." Xia Zhizhi nodded, glancing at the time. "Have you finished eating? If you have, let's hurry up and leave. It'll get hot soon." I'm done. Let's first drop off Big Treasure and the others at my parents' place. With help from a maid they brought from Hong Kong, the dishes would be taken care of." Zhizhi and Lu Yuzhou handed their 3 sons over to their grandfather and left in the car under his approving gaze. Climbing the Great Wall is actually quite boring. But if a couple does it together, it becomes much more interesting. For instance, now, after walking for a while, Zhizhi didn't want to go on and insisted on sitting down, ignoring the looks from passing people, demanding that Lu Yuzhou carry her. Lu Yuzhou immediately blushed, his bronze skin showing a noticeable flush, revealing how shy he was. "Ahem, Zhizhi, don't be difficult. I'll carry you, okay?" He couldn't resist her, and despite the strange looks from onlookers, he carried Zhizhi as if she were a feather, unaffected, moving swiftly. They were so fast that no one could see their faces clearly. Every time Xia Zhizhi saw him shy, she found it incredibly amusing. "How can you be such a tough guy yet have such thin skin?" She giggled, resting her head on his sturdy shoulder, her delicate fingers playfully poking his face, feeling the warmth radiating from him. She couldn't help but tease, "Why is your face so hot? Are you shy?" Lu Yuzhou gritted his teeth, his voice low. "Zhizhi, you little tease, stop blowing on my neck, or I might explode."
Huh?
No wonder your body is so tense. Xia Zhizhi suddenly realized something and stopped her antics. This was the man she intended to marry. If he got too worked up, she would be left alone for the rest of her life. After carrying her for over 20 minutes with a weight of 90 pounds, Lu Yuzhou still looked calm and steady, showing no signs of fatigue. Seeing the sun getting stronger, Lu Yuzhou knew Zhizhi was afraid of the heat, so he quickly carried her into a lookout tower to rest. "Zhizhi, drink some water first." He took out a cup from his backpack filled with pear juice he had made, along with sweet and spicy pork jerky, chestnut cake, and almond cookies that his mom had prepared the night before, laying them all out in front of her. Xia Zhizhi glanced at the dirty stone bench and turned her head in disgust. "This place is too dirty. I don't want to sit here." Like pulling from Doraemon's pocket, Lu Yuzhou quickly took out a plastic sheet from his backpack and spread it out for her. "Is this better, little ancestor?" "That's more like it." Xia Zhizhi nodded slightly, sitting down modestly and picking up a piece of almond cookie to take a small bite. In the watchtower, there were not only Zhizhi and her friends, but also many other tourists. Everyone stared at Lu Yuzhou, a tall and obviously older man, as he carefully picked up the flaky pastry that Zhizhi dropped and handed her water, more considerate than a long-time servant. Then they looked at Zhizhi's young, fresh face. It felt strange. Poor parents everywhere. "Big brother, your daughter is already this grown, and you still care for her so much. You're a great dad." A chubby old man, without much thought, smiled and gave Lu Yuzhou a thumbs up. He was also a daughter-doting dad and felt a connection with Lu Yuzhou. What was this? A great dad? Lu Yuzhou's face darkened. Did he really look that old? In fact, Lu Yuzhou didn't look old at all. He just spent a lot of time outdoors without taking care of his skin, which made him look natural for his age. Standing next to Zhizhi, who looked like she was in her teens, he seemed a bit older.
What?
An older woman rolled her eyes and scoffed. No dad looks at his daughter like that. They clearly look like an old man with a young wife.
Things are better now.
A few years ago, their affectionate behavior would have raised eyebrows. Some even speculated maliciously. Come on. Who knows if they're a real couple? Acting all lovey-dovey in public, it's obvious they're not decent people. Zhizhi was initially happy to hear everyone compliment her youth, but when she heard someone say she was not decent, she got angry. Who said, "I'm not decent"? Step forward. Her eyes turned sharp as she glared around, rolling up her sleeves as if ready to fight. Seeing Zhizhi's fierce attitude, the man beside her stood up too. The one who spoke carelessly shrank back, afraid to breathe. Just as Zhizhi was about to confront that person, a sweet female voice interrupted her. "You joker?" Wang Area walked over, holding her friend's hand, not even glancing at Zhizhi, and excitedly said to Lu Yuzhou, "I can't believe it's really you. I didn't expect to see you here. Let's hang out together." Ignoring her, Lu Yuzhou tightened the bottle cap and started packing his things. Wang Area's smile faltered. She didn't want to miss this chance to see Lu Yuzhou, so she mustered the courage to repeat herself loudly. This time, Lu Yuzhou didn't pretend not to hear. He paused, looked confused, and asked, "Are you talking to me?" Wang Area's eyes lit up as she eagerly nodded. "Yes, I'm Wang Area, the second daughter of Wang XX. Our families even planned for us to meet for a matchmaker. Do you remember?"
Ah, what are you talking about?
Matchmaker? Who's matchmaking? Lu Yuzhou pretended to be clueless. Wang Area was taken aback, but patiently replied, "It's us. We were supposed to meet. If it weren't for some unexpected events, we might have ended up together."
What?
Ended up together? Together in what? Is there an orange? Can I have one? Lu Yuzhou looked completely confused. Wang Area was so frustrated, she almost choked. Her friend looked at her with sympathy. "Area, no wonder you always say your parents are biased. I thought you were exaggerating, but it's true. Area's parents were really too much. No matter what, they shouldn't set their daughter up with someone so clueless, right? Even if he looked decent and energetic, he was still clueless." Wang Area. "Honestly, I feel like I've lost all my face in this lifetime." Lu Yuzhou kept pretending to be clueless, reading the room wrong, and as things got more ridiculous, Wang Area couldn't handle the strange looks anymore and ran away, covering her face.
Huffed.
Xia Zhizhi fell into Lu Yuzhou's arms, laughing so hard she shook. "Lu Yuzhou, you really are something else. There's not a hint of acting in you." Honestly, it was the first time she saw a man refuse a woman in such a way. The impact was strong. Lu Yuzhou helplessly supported the laughing girl, grabbed his backpack, and took her hand to leave. Seeing there weren't many people around, he finally explained, "I had no choice. It was part of the task. I'm not just good at playing clueless. I can also portray other types of disabled people well. Look at him. So proud of himself." Xia Zhizhi glanced at him, speechless. "Seriously, did you offend someone in charge? Why can't you just play a normal person?"
Cough.
Lu Yuzhou cleared his throat, his eyes flickering, and chuckled awkwardly. "It's not that bad. I don't think I offended anyone too much. It's just that person is petty and nitpicky." This specifically referred to a certain director from a special bureau. It was just a few times he didn't follow orders and they made a big deal out of it. Well, Lu Yuzhou was a rebellious youth in his younger days too. Now that he's older and in a higher position, he understands that director's intentions a bit more. "All right, as long as you're happy," Xia Zhizhi said, forcing a smile. Feeling the sun getting hotter, Zhizhi didn't want to walk around anymore. She patted Lu Yuzhou's shoulder and signaled for their ride to head back. People in love want to try everything. Lu Yuzhou, not knowing whose advice he took, drove Zhizhi to a newly opened, famous couples restaurant after leaving the Great Wall. Coincidentally, this restaurant was opened by the time-traveling heroine Chen Honghong. Just as they finished ordering, they stumbled upon the heroine being maliciously targeted by her competitors. The owner of the restaurant across the street was stirring trouble with her arms crossed. The victim was sitting at the restaurant entrance, crying and complaining about how she and her man got food poisoning after eating at the couple's restaurant and had to stay in the hospital for several days. My husband and I got food poisoning. It must be your restaurant's food that's the problem. You have to pay me. If you don't give me 2,000 yuan, I'll report you to the police. Many customers, hearing that the food might be poisonous, immediately dropped their chopsticks and ran away without caring about the bill. Only Zhizhi and Lu Yuzhou remained calm, urging the waiter to bring out their food quickly because they were starving. Hearing the commotion, Chen Honghong. However, when she turned to see Zhizhi, she couldn't help but exclaim,
Xia Inua.
You are Xia Inua? Xia Zhizhi glanced at the confused Chen Honghong and asked, What? Do you know me? Now, Chen Honghong looked completely different from the village girl she used to be, so it was understandable that she didn't recognize her.
You.
Didn't you die? Chen Honghong's expression was complex. How could this be? The restaurant owner across the street, seeing Chen Honghong still had time to chat, felt annoyed and interrupted her, insisting, Boss Chen, you can catch up later. Can we please deal with the real issue first? Chen Honghong had no choice but to turn back and continue arguing with the troublemakers. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Lu Yuzhou, who had been attentively serving Zhizhi, and secretly guessed, seeing Xia Inua looking young and beautiful as always, she must have found a powerful supporter. That's why she faked her death to escape Xuelin. The rest will be added later. Xia Zhizhi had no idea that Chen Honghong looked down on her, thinking she was just trying to get close to a rich man. With Zhizhi and Lu Yuzhou's persistent urging, the waiter finally brought out the delicious-looking dishes. Xia Zhizhi felt confused but was too hungry to care about anything else. Otherwise, she would have stopped to say something. However, to be fair, Chen Honghong truly was a talented chef trained by the system. The food was incredibly delicious. Chew, 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 bringing out the natural flavors of the ingredients. Chew, chew, chew. Unlike those flashy dishes outside that relied on heavy seasoning, chew, chew, chew. Xia Zhizhi ate without looking up, too engrossed to even watch the drama unfolding. Lu Yuzhou continued to serve her food, and with just a glance from her, the food would magically appear in her bowl. The two were happily enjoying their meal. Meanwhile, Chen Honghong, who was arguing with the troublemakers, was unaware that the heavenly mirror had already circled around her, stealthily stripping her of the chef system. It happened so quickly that Chen Honghong only felt a brief headache. The heavenly mirror quickly returned to Zhizhi's flower spirit space, fiddling with the chef system, but still couldn't understand how it worked. So, it pulled out a strand of divine power and gave the chef system a sharp whip. Tell me how you changed the rules. You better change them according to my instructions right now. The chef system, like a scared puppy, yelped in pain, not daring to hesitate for a moment, and immediately began changing the system rules as instructed by the heavenly mirror. From now on, only two entities would issue system tasks: Xia Zhizhi and the heavenly mirror. Wah! The heavenly Dao Daddy had really put it in a tough spot. It never mentioned how dangerous this world was. There was even a divine artifact. The chef system was like a fence-sitter. Seeing that the heavenly Dao Daddy hadn't come to save it for so long, it quickly cried and acknowledged the heavenly mirror as its big brother, hoping that big brother would spare it since it was being sensible.
Wah!
Meanwhile, after finally getting rid of the troublemakers, Chen Honghong was about to talk to Xia Zhizhi when she realized she had already left. She frowned and sighed in disappointment. Forget it. Since she's in the capital, I'll surely run into her again. Then I can talk to her about her son. If only she could immediately throw her troublesome stepson Xueziu onto Xia Zhizhi. How's the boss doing? The waiter who had previously given Xia Zhizhi a cold shoulder approached. Is the owner across the street still bothering you? Are we going to be okay? Several nearby restaurants had been sabotaged by that owner before. She was worried she might lose her job again. Chen Honghong gave her a reassuring look. Don't worry. She has someone backing her, and I'm not without protection either. If she dares to mess with us again, she won't be able to escape my wrath. Her cheap husband, Xuelin, had a decent position now. Although he didn't treat her well, she was still his wife, and he wouldn't refuse to help her. Seeing the boss's confidence, the waiter was first surprised, then relieved. That's good, that's good. No need to worry about losing her job again. However, it was hard to believe that the boss, who came from a small place, actually had quite an impressive background. After working hard all day, Chen Honghong returned home only to find the chef system missing. No matter how much she called, the chef system didn't respond. When Xuelin came home, he found the house cold and empty, with the kids munching on bread and cookies, and frowned. Xiaoyu, why are you eating this? Where's Aunt Chen? Didn't she make you dinner? His first concern was for his dear son. The pair of twins nearby didn't get a glance from Xuelin, as if they weren't his children at all. No wonder Chen Honghong was furious with her troublesome stepson, wanting to hand him over to Zhizhi, his real mother. Not only did the stepson often pick on her, bullying her son and daughter, but he also received all of Xuelin's fatherly love, making her own children feel like weeds. Xueziu swallowed his bread and sulked. Aunt Chen is lying in the room. She won't open the door no matter how much we call. The twin sister looked timidly at Xuelin. Daddy, Mommy might be feeling unwell. She didn't mean to skip dinner.
Please don't argue.
The twin brother hung his head, fidgeting with his hands, trying to appear quiet and reserved in front of Xuelin. Unfortunately, the twin sister was destined to be disappointed. The one who loved to argue wasn't the cold and indifferent male lead, but the time-traveling heroine. Especially now that she suddenly realized she might have lost her golden finger, she felt upset, and the dog male lead was nagging her for not cooking dinner, which made her explode. She threw pillows and smashed lamps, cursing the dog male lead thoroughly. Xia Zhizhi is rich. This is not just a description. She really has mineral resources. Over the years, besides investing in real estate, she has also bought several mountains overseas, guided by the Tianji Mirror, which contain either gemstone or diamond mines. Now, they are gradually being developed. She is making a lot of money. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so valued by the country. She is truly wealthy. However, Xia Zhizhi has a bad temper and is unwilling to socialize, making her not suited for business, but her investment insight is unmatched. She also employs a large group of elites. She plans to give them some shares and have them take charge of building factories and companies domestically. Boss, here's my proposal. I plan to build a clothing factory in Pengcheng. Boss, I plan to enter real estate. Several well-dressed young men and women stood in front of Zhizhi, each presenting their business plans and visions. Xia Zhizhi approved all those she found promising. Once everyone had finished speaking, Xia Zhizhi put down her pen and offered a few encouraging words. Do your best. If you do well, I will give you more shares. If you lose money, I won't keep you here. Of course, if you try to trick me and steal from me, you know my methods. I hope you won't play tricks on me. Xia Zhizhi still smiled, but those who had been with her for several years, like Bonnie, could sense the threat and intent behind her flowery smile. Boss, we wouldn't dare. They shivered and quickly replied. To make a name for themselves in Hong Kong during the 60s and 70s, one either had to have real skills or a powerful backing. Xia Zhizhi chose Charlie as her boyfriend back then because he came from a notable family. His father was an heir to a noble family in Eagle Country. When out in public, his bodyguards were well-armed, and even high-ranking government officials had to show him respect. Although they have broken up now, Charlie, marked by Zhizhi, is now deeply infatuated. If she asks him for help, he would definitely not refuse. Moreover, any wrongdoing would not implicate her. Zhizhi gave them a warning and then sweetened the deal. With a wave of her hand, she approved all the funds they requested and granted each of them 5% of the shares. Their earlier anxiety vanished, replaced by joy. After sending them off, Xia Zhizhi stretched, left the study, washed her face to remove her striking makeup, changed out of her blazer, and put on a new light blue qipao, pairing it with high heels. She grabbed a stylish chain bag and stuffed the car keys inside. Swaying gracefully, she walked out to pick up her boyfriend and the kids for dinner. Zhizhi, are you here to pick up the kids again? Mother Lu greeted her with a fake smile, unable to say anything rude, but her disdain was evident. especially when she saw the qipao Zhizhi was wearing. Her eyes nearly sparked with anger. Ugh, she's already a mother of 4, yet she dresses like a seductress, not knowing who she's trying to attract. Look at how tight that dress is. It clings to her slim waist, and her curves are clearly visible. What's the difference between this and wearing nothing? Xia Zhizhi immediately recognized what the old-fashioned Mother Lu was thinking and rolled her eyes without hesitation. Look at what you're saying, Auntie. It's as good as saying nothing. If it weren't for picking up the kids, she wouldn't have come here at all. Did she come just to endure Mother Lu's critical gaze? Mother Lu was furious. Xia Zhizhi, don't go too far. No matter what, I'm your elder and your future. Big treasure, second treasure, third treasure. Xia Zhizhi didn't want to hear Mother Lu's long lecture and shouted, startling Mother Lu into silence. Mommy! Mommy is here! 3 chubby little ones rushed out of the yard, jumping into Zhizhi's arms, calling her mommy sweetly. Lu Yuzhou followed behind, grinning widely, completely oblivious to his mother's displeasure. Zhizhi, you're done with work. He didn't even notice his mom standing there with a dark expression, her teeth grinding. Xia Zhizhi replied with a hum, pulled out her hand, and tossed the car keys to Lu Yuzhou. I heard there's a new hot pot restaurant on XX Road, run by someone from Sichuan, and it's supposed to be really good. Let's take the kids to try it. She likes spicy hot pot, while Lu Yuzhou and the kids prefer clear broth.
Perfect.
Before leaving, Lu Yuzhou finally noticed his mom, but it was too late. He casually said, Mom, Zhizhi and I are taking the kids out to eat. You don't need to prepare lunch for us. He happily followed Zhizhi, and no one mentioned taking Mother Lu along. Mother Lu. What's the use of having a son if he just makes her angry? Mother Lu felt dizzy with anger, but she didn't dare to confront Xia Zhizhi, who was so capable. Old Lu would definitely scold her if he found out. Once the family of 5 disappeared from sight, she finally dared to clutch her chest and mutter a few complaints. At the hot pot restaurant entrance, Xia Zhizhi unexpectedly ran into Chen Honghong and her family.
Xia Yinan?
Chen Honghong's eyes lit up, then she tugged at the obviously stunned Xuelin's arm. In front of the passing customers, she mocked, See, I told you Xia Yinan isn't dead and has a new husband. You said I was lying. She glanced at the 3 little ones next to Xia Zhizhi, who looked just like her. Not only does she have a new husband, but she also has 3 sons. She's long forgotten about you 2. Only you, like a fool, keep reminiscing about her. As for Xueziyu, the useless son she deliberately raised, he doesn't even think about his real mother. He's only interested in Bai Qiuling, who almost became his stepmother. Xia Zhizhi stopped and didn't even glance at Xuelin or Xueziyu. She looked at Chen Honghong with displeasure. Excuse me, miss, my name is Xia Zhizhi, not Xia Yinan. Please don't call me that or say nonsensical things again, or I will sue you for defamation. Even the country now recognizes that Xia Yinan is dead, and the one alive is the wealthy Xia Zhizhi from Hong Kong. If Chen Honghong and Xuelin don't understand this and keep bothering her, she will definitely show them her methods. Big treasure, second treasure, third treasure. Let's go inside and eat. Don't pay attention to these nonsense people. She linked arms with Lu Yuzhou, followed by her 3 adorable chubby sons, and walked straight into the hot pot restaurant, not sparing a glance at her ex-husband or his useless son. Xueziyu's memory of his mother was already vague, and he found it hard to believe that the young, beautiful, and arrogant woman was his real mother. Dad, is what Anshin said true? He looked at his father with questioning eyes. Is that woman really my mom? Xuelin suddenly came back to his senses, wiped his face, and smiled in a way that looked more like crying. That's right. She is your mother. Although he didn't know how Xia Yinong managed to change her name and identity, he was 100% sure that the woman he just saw was indeed Xia Yinong. Not only did she look the same as before, but her unique floral scent hadn't changed at all. Chen Honghong chuckled, seizing every chance to undermine her stepson.
So, what if she is your mom?
She has 3 sons with another man, and she doesn't even want to acknowledge you. You're really unfortunate. Your mom doesn't love you. Xueziyu's face darkened, and he clenched his fists, glaring at Chen Honghong in anger. Old witch, stop saying those divisive things. I will never leave Dad to give his love to those two little jerks you gave birth to. Even if you wish for it, it's a hopeless dream. The fraternal twin sister was frightened and burst into tears. Bebe wants Daddy's love too. Why doesn't Daddy like Bebe? Seeing this, the fraternal twin brother held his sister tightly, trying to hold back his own tears. He couldn't help but resent his overbearing older brother, his biased father, and his helpless mother. Others have stepmothers and stepfathers. But he felt useless, as his father wouldn't even protect them from being bullied by their older brother. Shueziyu, are you really a brother to them? Chen Honghong was furious and quickly comforted the two children. Xue Lin remained silent, like a statue, unwilling to say a word as long as his favored son wasn't suffering. In the private room, Debeo was also asking about Zhiji's relationship with the earlier group. Mom, is what that lady said true? Do you really have other sons?
Mom, it's just us and Dad as a family.
Please don't pay attention to them. Debeo puffed up his chubby cheeks, seriously demanding that his mom only love him and his brother. He didn't want any other brothers. The little guy was so domineering, just like Zhizhi. Zhizhi smiled affectionately, scooping some of Debeo's favorite handmade fish balls into his dipping dish. Okay, I'll listen to my big son. I definitely won't pay attention to them. Don't be upset. Let's eat. After dinner, I'll take you to the zoo to see the big tiger. That's better. Satisfied with the answer, the little guy proudly nodded, picked up his chopsticks, and happily grabbed a fish ball, swallowing it in one bite. Mom, the fish balls are delicious. I want more. Sure. All the fish balls are yours, Zhizhi said with a laugh. Debeo was the smartest and most sensitive of the three, and he cared the most about Zhiji's motherly love. The other two didn't seem to care about the earlier incident at all, stuffing their mouths full from their bowls, looking carefree. But Debeo couldn't eat a single bite until he clarified things with Zhizhi. Xia Zhizhi noticed that Lu Yuzhou, who had been silently serving food to her and the boys, hadn't spoken since he saw her ex-husband's group. Wait, Lu Yuzhou, you're not jealous, are you? She poked his stiff arm, a bit incredulous. Lu Yuzhou pressed his lips together, looking somewhat pitiful. Just a little. Thinking about how you were once married to that man and have such a big son makes my heart ache. Zhizhi, I don't want to be so narrow-minded, but I can't help it. No matter how I try to convince myself, I still can't stop being jealous of that man for having been your legitimate husband. Wow, really wow. Where did this old man learn this from? A tea art master? Xia Zhizhi felt like she was seeing a new side of him. Lu Yuzhou, how did you become like this? Lu Yuzhou's expression froze, thinking he had overdone it. Just as he was about to explain, he heard Zhizhi exclaim, "Why have you become so disgusting? You used to be such a tough guy." Honestly, playing with tea arts really didn't suit a big, strong man like Lu Yuzhou. It looked quite awkward. Lu Yuzhou. This was not the reaction Lu Zhuangshi had described. Not only did Zhizhi not feel sorry for him, but she even called him disgusting. Lu Yuzhou felt like he was falling apart. Zhizhi. Xia Zhizhi interrupted him. All right, let's eat first, and we can talk after. She hadn't even taken a bite yet. She didn't want to lose her appetite. Lu Yuzhou reluctantly replied with an "oh," and began to serve Zhizhi her meal. Lu Yuzhou knew that Xia Zhizhi had no feelings for her ex-husband and their son. This scene was mainly to make Zhizhi feel sorry for him and agree to his proposal. Unfortunately, it backfired, and Zhizhi found him disgusting, silencing him. After finishing their meal, Lu Yuzhou was ready to try again when he was interrupted by a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Xia Yinong, I'm Chen Honghong, Xue Lin's current wife. I need to talk to you. Can I come in? Seeing Zhizhi nod, Lu Yuzhou put on a stern face and got up to open the door. Get to the point. We have things to do later. This was the first time Lu Yuzhou had been so rude to a woman. Chen Honghong's smile froze. However, knowing that Xia Yinong's husband was likely not ordinary, she dared not show her displeasure. Okay, I'll be quick. Xia Zhizhi pointed to a chair nearby, indicating for her to sit. Then she got straight to the point. You're Chen Honghong, right? You've been looking for me. What do you want? Just say it. I don't want to hear you beat around the bush. She looked very impatient. Seeing this, Chen Honghong had to say directly, I know you are Xia Yinong. Yeah, that's me. What do you want to say? Since there were no outsiders, Zhizhi didn't argue. She lazily leaned against Lu Yuzhou, quietly playing with his calloused fingers, not even glancing at Chen Honghong. Clearly, she didn't think much of her. Chen Honghong felt a lump in her throat, but didn't show it. I don't know if you've heard, but your son, Xueziyu, has been spoiled by Xue Lin over the years. He likes to fight, and has even committed crimes. Specifically, she meant the kidnapping of her own children. If it weren't for Xue Lin covering for him, he might still be at the farm. Can you really bear to see your child, whom you carried for 10 months, turn into a bad seed? Xia Zhizhi didn't even frown, casually replying, whether he's a bad seed or not has nothing to do with me. He's Xia Yinong's son, not my Xia Zhizhi's son. His matters should be handled by his father. Chen Honghong stared at her, unwilling to give up. Do you really have no feelings for your first child? Even if he... Xia Zhizhi interrupted her with a smile. All right, whatever happens to him in the future has nothing to do with me. Chen Honghong, I know you want to pass this hot potato, Xueziyu, to me. Unfortunately, I'm not very willing to take it on. She shrugged, gave Chen Honghong a half-smile, then turned to Lu Yuzhou and the 3 children, saying, let's go. The dining experience today was terrible, with someone always ruining my appetite. I won't come back again. Some people just like to treat others as fools. Chen Honghong's face turned pale, like a spilled paint palette. She felt like a clown in front of Xia Yinong, exposing herself to ridicule. Watching the happy family of 5 leave, she felt a mix of emotions. A local could leave the male lead and still find such an excellent man, who cherished her like a treasure. Why was she bullied by that dog of a man, Xue Lin? Deep down, she knew her unhappy life was mainly due to the male lead, Xue Lin, not her stepson, Xueziyu. However, in the original story, the male lead didn't treat Xia Yinong, his ex-wife, as a white moonlight but doted on Xueziyu, his son. He even underwent a sterilization procedure before remarrying, fearing that his new wife would have her own child and treat Xueziyu poorly. In this life, without the male lead's consent, she secretly used a potion from the system's lottery to conceive twins, yet her life was worse than the original female lead, by Qiuling. If only she had known. Cough, cough, if only she would still have children. Xueziyu, that mischievous child, only liked Bai Qiuling and didn't care for her at all. He always listened to Bai Qiuling's instigation and went against her. If she didn't have a child, what was the difference between her and a nanny in this family? Chen Honghong was only discouraged for a moment when Xia Zhizhi refused to take on the stepson. She quickly regrouped and, when Xue Lin was away, began to provoke her stepson. Her words were full of disdain. You have a mother who gave birth to you, but she doesn't care about you. She only cares about the triplets she is now. To her, you are nothing. Blah, blah, blah. She spoke as harshly as possible. Xueziyu, an 11 or 12-year-old boy, couldn't handle such provocation. Especially after hearing from his dad that his mom was now a famous wealthy woman in Hong Kong, with several mines and countless assets, he couldn't sit still. I was born from my mom too. Why does her money only go to those 3 little brats, and not to me? He angrily stormed out to find Xia Zhizhi. Stop! Xue Lin shouted, stopping his impulsive son. He grabbed his son's arm, sat back on the sofa, rubbed his forehead in frustration, and said, Do you even know where your mom is? You want to go find her without worrying about being kidnapped? Chen Honghong rolled her eyes. Come on, kidnappers don't take kids this big. He was almost as tall as her and still thought of himself as a baby. Chen Honghong didn't know what to say about this foolish male lead. Dad, my mom is biased. She only thinks about those little brats around her and doesn't care about me at all. Xueziyu cried. She didn't want to raise me when I was little, and now that she's rich, she doesn't come back to see me. When she sees me, it's like she doesn't see me at all. She's a bad woman. He wouldn't say. He didn't recognize his mom now. His real mom was so rich, and she wasn't like before, a bad person whom everyone in the village spat on. Thinking of this, he glanced at his stepmother. In his heart, he thought, my real mom has mines under her name, and her money is not something this little restaurant owner can compare to. Humph, just wait. Once I win my mom over, I'll be a rich kid. Let's see how this old witch, my stepmother, will act then. Xuelin had no idea about his son's foolish fantasies. He explained that his current mom, in terms of identity, wasn't his real mom. Even if he found Xia Zhizhi, she wouldn't recognize him, and he would be helpless. Just based on how your mom has ignored us all these years, you can see her attitude. She doesn't want to acknowledge us at all. Xuelin felt bitter. It was all his fault for realizing too late and for not raising Xiaoyu well, extinguishing Rongrong's last bit of affection for him and Xiaoyu, leading to her leaving without looking back. Xuezhiyu didn't believe it. What kind of mother wouldn't recognize her own child? Once he found out his real mom's address, he would definitely go to meet her, and then he would be a rich second generation. Chen Honghong could see what her stepson was thinking and couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Go ahead and think. No matter how much you wish, it won't help. Not to mention that in this life, Xia Yinong had long escaped to Hong Kong and had children with another man, leaving no love for this stepson born out of wedlock. In the last life, after Xia Yinong returned to the city with her parents, she never looked for this stepson again. This showed how heartless she was. While they were discussing Xia Zhizhi, she was also talking with the heavenly mirror about Chen Honghong, the transmigrated female lead. Zhizhi, why doesn't Chen Honghong just divorce Xuelin if she's so unhappy? The heavenly mirror was puzzled. She's no longer bound by the system, and no one is forcing her to be with the male lead or to please him. Xia Zhizhi sat on a small stool by the kitchen door, watching her eldest son and youngest child standing at a custom-made small table, diligently slicing potatoes to practice their skills. Without the system, she lost her confidence. Moreover, Chen Honghong was a rich second generation in her past life, raised in a wealthy family and influenced by the upper class. She wouldn't let emotions dictate her actions and let the male lead go to another woman. Also, the reason she can run a restaurant smoothly in the capital without anyone daring to cause trouble is thanks to her husband's high position. Love doesn't matter. Benefits and advantages are what count. Debao, are you tired? Do you want to take a break? Seeing that practice time was almost up, Xia Zhizhi quickly called her eldest son over for water. Debao obedient Bao, Xiaobao, that annoying guy is begging at our house again. This time, we have to teach him a lesson, so he won't dare to bother mom again. Debao leaned against the window in the front yard, his chubby face tense as he glared at Xuezhiyu, who was shouting at the door. Big brother, let's hit him. Xiaobao waved his little fist, eyes wide with anger. Let's go give that annoying guy a beating. How dare he make mom angry? That's unforgivable.
Bao nodded seriously.
Mama's clearly said she doesn't like him at all and doesn't want to recognize him. How can he still have the nerve to come here? His face is so thick. This guy really has no sense. If they don't beat him up, they'll feel frustrated. The three brothers exchanged glances, clenched their fists, and charged out. Xuezhiyu was filled with hatred, blaming Xia Zhizhi for being cold-hearted and glaring at Lu Yuzhou, who was watching him closely. He also resented his dad for not being strong enough to keep such an amazing mom. If mom were still here, he wouldn't have to deal with a stepmother, live in a big house, or worry about money. He could buy whatever he wanted. Look, even kids can be materialistic. The son, who once despised his biological mom, now desperately wants to recognize her again. Xia Zhizhi scoffed, turning away from the ugly face of her original son. Lu Yuzhou, are you done talking? She called out to Lu Yuzhou, who was chatting with the male lead, Xuelin, under a nearby willow tree. Lu Yuzhou turned to look, just as his three little chubby sons came rushing out, shouting, Xuezhiyu, you're dead. The three little guys were surprisingly strong and quickly had Xuezhiyu, who was much taller, crying for help. Help! Dad! Come save me! Wah, I'm going to be beaten to death by these little brats. Xuelin couldn't bear to see his son being bullied and rushed over to break it up. Lu Yuzhou followed, quickly pulling the three little chubby ones aside before Xuelin could grab them. Xia Zhizhi patted each of her little chubby ones on the head, feeling proud. Dabao, Airbao, Xiaobao, you're amazing. You can beat up a big brother who's so much bigger than you. Hearing this, Xia cried even louder. Ahem. Lu Yuzhou cleared his throat a couple of times, signaling Xia Zhizhi to tone it down. Rong, even if you have no feelings for the son, you don't have to hurt him like this, Xuelin said, looking at her with disappointment. He was just a child back then, misled by others, and said some hurtful things to you. Do you really need to hold a grudge all these years? Xia Zhizhi scoffed, her expression dismissive. Come on, don't use "he was just a child" as an excuse. He's fundamentally bad. Otherwise, how could he be so easily swayed to hate his loving mother and insist on having another woman as his mom? Now that he has a stepmother, he got what he wanted. Whatever happens to him in the future is his own doing. Of course, she didn't spare Xuelin, the scumbag. And you, stop acting like a victim and looking at me with that disgusting gaze. You make it seem like I wronged you. Back then, you didn't seem to like me much. You were stingy with living expenses, refused to communicate, and let me be bullied in the countryside. It's rare to see a husband like you. I must have done something terrible in my past life to end up with you for those few years. The original character, a pampered princess from a scholarly family, must be furious inside to be treated like this. No wonder she would divorce the man and return to the city after her parents were vindicated. Anyone with self-respect wouldn't continue living with a man like this. Xuelin was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head in shame, tears glistening in his eyes. You're right. It's all my fault. I hurt you back then. Yes, what was he really upset about? It was clearly he and his son who were at fault, who had hurt Rong first. What right did they have to blame her and expect her to treat the kids equally? Lu Yuzhou looked at Xia Zhizhi with sympathy. Although he already knew about her past, hearing her say it now still made his heart ache. Not only did she meet the wrong people, but her son wasn't good either, and she was constantly bullied. No wonder she ran away to Hong Kong. Perhaps seeing Xia Zhizhi's resolute attitude, or maybe feeling ashamed and knowing he didn't deserve her, Xuelin and his son never came back after that day. Lu Yuzhou went to the small garden, watching Xia Zhizhi leisurely turning a pen while thinking of her novel, and smiled slightly, keeping his achievements hidden. With him around, no one could upset Xia Zhizhi. Xuelin had a lot on his plate and couldn't afford to think about such messy things. And Xueziyu? He had exposed Chen Honghong's intention to ruin him and was now busy fighting with his stepmother, while his dad hired several college tutors to help him with his studies. He was completely swamped. Don't think he didn't know. Xueziyu kept bothering Xia Zhizhi because Chen Honghong was provoking him on purpose. Zhizhi, I made you some milk tea. Try it and see if it tastes good, Lu Yuzhou said softly, placing the milk tea next to her. Xia Zhizhi touched the cup, felt the perfect temperature, and happily took a sip. Not bad, just like what Dabao makes. It was her favorite taro milk tea. Lu Yuzhou cleared his throat, trying to defend himself. Well, it wasn't all Dabao. I put in the tea leaves and milk. Xia Zhizhi rolled her eyes. Come on, who doesn't know? With Lu Yuzhou's terrible cooking skills, even a dog wouldn't eat what he made. Thank goodness she didn't give him the chef system. That would have been a waste. Dabao is so good. I need to reward him properly. She took a big sip, deciding to give Dabao a set of courtyard houses. She couldn't let him suffer while his lazy, greedy mom thought about delicious food without showing any appreciation. So, Dabao, who had just learned a dessert recipe to show Mom, walked out of the kitchen. Not only did he get hugs and kisses from Mom, but he also received a huge courtyard house deed and an office building in the second ring of the capital. Dabao. He's only 5 years old, and he's already achieved financial freedom? Zhizhi is generous and treats her 3 children equally, implementing a reward system. As long as they do something that makes her happy or maintain their grades in the top 3 of the school, she rewards them with houses, money, or any expensive toys they like. For example, luxury cars, famous watches, planes, cruise ships, or even antiques. If they like it, Zhizhi will buy it for them, ensuring they never face any hardships in life. Suffering is just something to observe. Wealth nurtures people, and luxury does the same. The triplets have a wealthy mother like Zhizhi and a powerful military father like Lu Yuzhou, plus they are smart and physically fit. They were born with a halo, even more so than the main character. Xia Zhizhi and Lu Yuzhou got married when the triplets turned 10 and moved back to the capital. After marriage, Lu Yuzhou seemed to have moved in as a son-in-law, living in Zhizhi's courtyard. This made Lu's mother very angry. They say raising sons is for old age, but what kind of son do I have? Just look at him, he looks like he was given everything for free. She was so upset that she kept slapping her thigh. Hey. Lu's father twisted his face and shifted a bit to the side. Go slap your own thigh. My old leg can't take your heavy hands. Lu's mother awkwardly put her hands down, cough, it's not. I'm afraid of pain too, you know? If you're afraid of pain, then slap me. Lu's father said irritably. People say young couples are companions in old age. You bully me like this. Don't you feel guilty? Lu's mother. What's there to feel guilty about? The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship is either the east wind overpowering the west wind or vice versa. Zhizhi is capable and strong, never losing out. Lu's mother wanted to show her authority, but Zhizhi just gave her a blank stare and walked away, not wanting to look at her at all. There was no stage for the drama to unfold. How could she show off? Gradually, Lu's mother stopped seeking trouble. Every time she saw Zhizhi, she treated her like a guest, polite and careful, afraid Zhizhi would turn the triplets against her as their grandmother. Yes, Zhizhi is just that unpretentious. Whenever Lu's mother upset her, she would encourage the 3 kids to dislike their grandmother and not talk to her. After being the middle child for years, the triplets thought, really, as long as mom is happy, our feelings don't matter at all, smiling faces. Time moved to 2010. The 3 treasures were shining in their respective fields, yet none wanted to get married. This made Lu's mother anxious. Every day she complained about Zhizhi not caring as a mother or went to the matchmaking corner for her grandsons. Graduated from prestigious schools, with houses, cars, looks, and money, plus a capital household registration. Except for being a bit older, they were outstanding in every other way. Every time Lu's grandmother went to the matchmaking corner, she was like a star among the crowd, if not for her bags full of photos when she returned. Xia Zhizhi thought the old lady was bored and went there for a sense of superiority. Son, you're here too. Come help me choose which pretty girl would be suitable to be our daughter-in-law. When the old lady returned home and saw her eldest son Lu Yuzhou there, she happily waved at him. Now over 60, Lu Yuzhou's aging had slowed down due to his increasing ability level, making him look like a vibrant 40-year-old. He wanted to refuse, Mom. The kids will marry when the time is right. Let's not interfere. This made the kids afraid to come home. They feared that as soon as they returned, there would be a strange girl waiting to meet them. The old lady huffed, displeased. My 3 grandsons have learned from you, their father. They are all older and still don't want to marry, and they insist on finding someone they like. If they found girls like Xia Zhizhi, she wouldn't enjoy her meals anymore. Lu Yuzhou didn't want to cause trouble for his sons, quickly said he had things to do at home, and left. He left his difficult mother to his father. Once home, Lu Yuzhou couldn't find his wife in the living room or bedroom, so he headed straight to the game room. Zhizhi was engrossed in the popular game LOL, not in the mood to listen to Lu Yuzhou ramble about his mother. Okay, be quiet for now. Let me finish this game first. She was really annoyed. Lu Yuzhou, feeling wronged, closed his mouth and stared at her silently, like a neglected wife. Zhizhi was becoming increasingly impatient with him. Did Zhizhi think he was getting old? He glanced at Zhizhi, whose face showed no wrinkles despite losing some collagen, then touched his own face. He felt disheartened. Clearly, he and Zhizhi used the same skincare products, so why did she look under 30 and still youthful, while he seemed to age visibly? At this moment, Lu Yuzhou clearly forgot he was over 60. For a man his age, looking as good as he did was already impressive. Yet, he was still complaining about looking old. Xia Zhizhi had no idea her husband was feeling down about his aging looks. She was focused on her game, fingers flying over the keyboard, excited. until the game ended. Seeing her husband's sulky expression, Xia Zhizhi was speechless. What's wrong with you now? He was getting less clever as he aged, standing stiffly beside her instead of finding a chair to sit down. Lu Yuzhou looked at her, with longing. Zhizhi, do you think I'm old? Xia Zhizhi was confused. Why would you say that? What had she done to trigger his sensitive nerves? Lu Yuzhou opened his mouth to say something but was interrupted by Sanbao's shout. Mom and Dad, I brought home my future daughter-in-law.
Huh?
Sanbao found someone? Xia Zhizhi quickly got up to see how pretty her future daughter-in-law was, forgetting about her husband's dramatics. The three treasures were all very particular about looks, especially Sanbao, who had vowed to find a stunning beauty like celebrity Zhou XX as his wife. She wanted to see if this future daughter-in-law was as beautiful as Zhou XX. But Xia Zhizhi never expected that Sanbao had actually brought home Zhou XX herself. When she saw Zhou XX, Xia Zhizhi was almost speechless. Unable to hold back her thoughts, she blurted out, Sanbao, aren't you studying? How did you meet a big star? Sanbao grinned. I'm a fan of Zhou XX, so I often sneak into the film set to see her, and we gradually got to know each other. Zhou XX debuted early and is the same age as Sanbao. However, stars take good care of themselves, and Zhou XX looks like she is in her 20s even though she is in her 30s. Today, dressed playfully, she looks even younger. Hello, Uncle and Aunt, my name is Zhou XX. Here is a gift I bought for you. Having made it in the entertainment industry, Zhou XX is very charming and knows how to talk. She quickly made Zhizhi happy. Zhizhi and Lu Yuzhou have no demands about their daughter-in-law's background and don't look down on those in the entertainment industry. Seeing that Sanbao genuinely likes Zhou XX, and knowing that she comes from a respectable family with parents who are teachers, they quickly agreed to their marriage. They agreed without hesitation, completely forgetting about the troublesome old lady at home. When Lu's mother learned that her grandson was marrying a female star, she immediately became furious and started scolding her husband. Lu Yuzhou, let's not even talk about our family status. That female star's family can't compare to ours. I can't allow her to enter our home after spending so many years in such a messy industry. Doesn't this sound like a veiled insult? Xia Zhizhi looked displeased at her mother-in-law, who was angrily scolding her son. Mother-in-law, are you talking about me? Lu's mother paused and forced a smile. No, what are you thinking? You're my wonderful daughter-in-law. I like you too much to say anything bad about you. She mentally scolded herself for her loose tongue. Next time, please be careful with your words. My feelings are very fragile, and I can't stand being insulted. Lu's mother obediently replied, Okay, I will remember. What could she do? Her daughter-in-law is wealthy and controls the family's finances. If she upset her, how would she afford her health supplements? Lu Yuzhou and Lu's father watched quietly. Luckily, they have Zhizhi. Otherwise, no one could manage their mother/wife. Even though Lu's mother was unhappy, Sanbao still married his big star. At the wedding, Zhizhi saw Shueziyu, who was over 40 and looked older than Lu Yuzhou. He had a big belly and was awkwardly trying to charm the big shots with a glass of wine. It was both ridiculous and laughable. Wait, we didn't invite him, did we? Xia Zhizhi laughed angrily. Is he here to network at our son's wedding? Seeing Xia Zhizhi about to confront him, Lu Yuzhou quickly stopped her. Zhizhi, don't be impulsive. It's not just him. His dad and stepmother are here too. We can't kick them all out. Although it's not easy for someone like Lu Yuzhou, who has special abilities, to rise in the ranks, Lin, as the male lead, has been doing well over the years. His career has been thriving, but family conflicts have been a problem. His eldest son, lacking support, has been overshadowed by his younger brother, who has their mother's backing, leading to a mutual downfall. He didn't have an invitation but still shamelessly brought his son along. He hoped Zhizhi would help him out because his eldest son was her biological child. Unfortunately, his plans were ruined by Chen Honghong. Knowing Lin was bringing Shueziyu to Sanbao's wedding, she followed with her own son and daughter. Thus, an uninvited family encounter occurred. Lin thought, It's one thing to come uninvited, but bringing the whole family is too much. Xia Zhizhi wouldn't think he was so shameless as to bring his whole family to build connections, would she? Shui Lin felt restless, ashamed to look at Xia Zhizhi and her husband on stage. No one noticed that Shui Ziyu was chatting with De Bao and Air Bao, who took the opportunity to push him out of the banquet hall. Hey, what are you doing, second brother and third brother? Let's talk properly. Shui Ziyu, now middle-aged, had been suppressed by his stepmother and half-brothers many times, stuck in a low-level position for years. He had lost his youthful impulsiveness and anger, leaving only thick skin and cunning. Now he shamelessly called himself the eldest brother, referring to De Bao as a department head and Air Bao as a brigade commander.
Da Bao laughed in disbelief.
Wow, Shui Ziyu, you've really learned to network over the years. He looked Shui Ziyu up and down with disdain. He was unwilling to admit that their beautiful and talented mother could give birth to such an ugly and oblivious fool. What networking? We were born to the same mother, so we should be the closest. We had our disagreements before, but I was young and didn't understand. Shui Ziyu awkwardly smiled, trying to appear honest. Enough, we know exactly what kind of person you are. De Bao sneered. You've been held back by your vicious stepmother and successful brother for years, and now you want to seek our family's help. Air Bao added coldly. Aren't you your dad's favorite son? Why not ask him for help instead of coming to us? Oh, I get it. You pursued true love and insisted on marrying a poor college girl with no career support, while your younger brother was smarter and married someone from a good family, getting promoted with his father-in-law's help. In reality, Shui Ziyu's younger brother also faced pressure from their biased father, Shui Lin, and was only a couple of ranks above Shui Ziyu. Shui Ziyu couldn't compete with De Bao and Air Bao. Before the wedding even started, they had already bullied and threatened him until he left. Xia Zhizhi didn't even have a chance to intervene. Chen Honghong was wise enough to know she couldn't provoke Zhizhi's family and didn't dare to cause trouble. During the toast, she smiled and praised Zhizhi and her husband, complimenting the newlyweds. Not only did Chen Honghong say nice things, but her children also showered them with compliments. They subtly tested Xia Zhizhi's attitude to see if she felt sympathetic towards Shui Ziyu and might help him against them. Help Shui Ziyu? Huh. Not even Xia Zhizhi, who isn't his real mother, would bother with him, let alone his actual mother, Xia Yinong. Speaking of the original owner's parents and brother truly loved her. Although they lived far apart, one in the south and one in the north, they sent her favorite snacks every month and handmade clothes for her 3 children. Later, when the family wealth returned, the original owner's parents split it evenly between their 2 children. Today was the wedding of the 3rd child, and the elderly Mr. and Mrs. Xia insisted on attending their grandson's wedding, despite their unsteady legs. They mainly wanted to see their daughter. Although Zhizhi had helped them improve their health before leaving, the couple still suffered for 2 years after she was gone. Now, as they aged, their health had worsened. They thought about how they would see their daughter less and less in the future, which is why they insisted on coming to see her and their grandchildren. Knowing that her parents were coming, Zhizhi specially sent her newly acquired private jet to pick them up from the Xia family in Sioux City, ensuring a comfortable journey. Otherwise, the elderly couple wouldn't be able to handle the tiring trip. After the wedding, Zhizhi brought her parents and her brother's family back home, where her parents continued to ask about her life. Zhizhi patiently answered all their questions. Finally, she couldn't help but suggest, "Mom and Dad, why don't you stay in the capital to enjoy your retirement? I've just built a private hospital in the suburbs, with top doctors I hired at great expense. With their help, I can feel more at ease about your health." In gratitude for her parents' constant love for her and her children, Zhizhi was willing to help ease their suffering. Mrs. Xia smiled, her eyes crinkling with warmth. "Your dad and I have lived this long. We can't bear to leave our hometown. Tomorrow, we'll go back with your brother and sister-in-law." Mr. Xia nodded in agreement. "Your mother is right. You don't need to persuade us anymore. As people age, it's hard to leave home." Moreover, they knew their own bodies well and didn't want to die far from home. Seeing her parents were determined, Zhizhi didn't push further. She went to her study and took out 2 ginseng roots she had prepared recently. The ginseng was grown in her special space. She didn't dare to use the very old ones, so she took 2 that were 10 years old, which looked just as good as the 100-year-old ones. Their effects were even better, making them perfect for nourishing elderly bodies. Mom and Dad, this is ginseng I specially arranged for you. You can use a slice in your soup every day. It's very nourishing, so don't hesitate to use it. She insisted on placing the ginseng in their hands. Since they insisted on leaving, her plan to help improve their health had to be abandoned. To feel better about herself, she prepared some good things for them. Besides the ginseng, before they left, she spent a lot of money on a truckload of nutritional supplements suitable for the elderly. That was all she could do. As for curing their ailments or significantly reducing their pain, she hadn't considered that. Everyone knows their own bodies, especially the patients. They would notice any changes right away. If Zhizhi were foolish enough to try that, she would only raise suspicion. Not long after sending off her parents and brother's family, Zhizhi was visited by Charlie, who had aged into a little old man.
Zhizhi, long time no see.
You're still as charming as ever. Charlie had lost his youthful charm, now sporting a neatly trimmed beard and showing clear signs of aging. Zhizhi couldn't hide her disdain. Charlie, you've aged too much. I can't see any of your former charm. With all that money, doesn't he take care of himself? Charlie, unfazed by her comments, chuckled. Zhizhi, you're still as straightforward as ever. It seems you've been doing well all these years. Of course, Zhizhi is my favorite person. I can't let her suffer, even a little. Lu Yuzhou brought over tea and placed a cup next to Charlie, then sat down beside Zhizhi, wrapping an arm around her shoulder and looking at Charlie defiantly. How has this man become more childish with age? Zhizhi rolled her eyes at him and pushed his hand away.
Stop that.
Have you washed your hands? Lu Yuzhou feigned a hurt expression, looking at Zhizhi as if she were a heartbreaker. I washed them. They were clean this morning. Zhizhi was growing increasingly impatient with him, especially in front of her rival, Charlie. Lu Yuzhou felt like his heart was breaking. Zhizhi ignored the increasingly dramatic old man and turned to Charlie to discuss business. Over the years, Zhizhi had entrusted her overseas mines to Charlie, but now that he was older, he planned to step back from the family business and hand it over to his nephew. He came to inform Zhizhi and see if she wanted to continue with the nephew or find someone else to manage it. He also bought a house not far from Zhizhi's, planning to retire nearby with her and Lu Yuzhou. Charlie had once been marked by Zhizhi and had never married or had children, now wanting to be close to her and talk occasionally. Even with Lu Yuzhou around, he didn't mind. Lu Yuzhou was furious. You foreigner, what are you talking about? You want to retire with whom? And what do you mean you don't mind? Zhizhi and I are legally married. No one can say anything about us being together. Charlie looked at his jeweled cane and regarded Lu Yuzhou as if he were a child. Mr. Lu, we all love the same woman. Why can't you be more generous and let me, a man who has loved Zhizhi for a lifetime, join your family? Lu Yuzhou was fuming. Who would have thought that, even in old age, a rival would come out to compete for his wife? Zhizhi glanced at Lu Yuzhou, who looked ready to fight, and then at Charlie, who was still provoking him, and covered her head in frustration. This is going to be a lively future. With Charlie's presence, Zhizhi's later years became chaotic, often having to mediate between her husband Lu Yuzhou and her ex-boyfriend Charlie. Eventually, she found them too noisy and would sneak away to stay with her 3 sons for a while. When she left this world, Zhizhi regretted and vowed never to get involved in love debts again, as she truly couldn't mediate between the 2 men's conflicts. Note: regarding Zhizhi not seeking revenge on the male lead, the reason is that the male lead's kindness to the original owner outweighed any grievances. The Xia family could live peacefully in the countryside for those 10 years, waiting for brighter days, largely due to the male lead's status as their son-in-law, which deterred anyone from bullying them. In the early days of the founding of the country, the movement to fight the landlords and distribute land was in full swing, and the Xia family in Pingcheng, where Xia Zhizhi lived, was no exception. On the stage, Farmers burned the unfair contracts and usury agreements they had signed with landlords, pointing at the Xia family head, who was bowing his head in shame and accusing him of his many wrongdoings. Zhizhi stood in the crowd, watching her so-called father, the landlord, being scolded to the point where he couldn't lift his head. She felt a sense of satisfaction. He deserved it. This heartless old man harmed even his first wife, and now he was getting his comeuppance. And then there was her maid, Ma Nao. Xia Zhizhi glanced at Ma Nao, who was trembling on stage at her place, and silently laughed. "Good girl, if you like taking my things so much, then I'll let you have them. Now not only have my belongings become yours, but even my identity is yours. Just don't take anything else from me in the future." Shen Chongfeng spread his arms wide, carefully protecting Zhizhi. "Miss Xia, there are more and more people here. We should leave quickly. If someone recognized them, they wouldn't be able to escape." Seeing the people she disliked getting what they deserved, Xia Zhizhi felt no more regrets. Under Shen Chongfeng's protection, she safely left Pingcheng. They changed their identities and arrived in Hushi. In the alley, Shen Chongfeng, wearing a short jacket and long pants made of coarse cotton, still looked handsome as he walked through the alley, carrying half a pound of pork he had just bought. Everywhere he went, friendly neighbors greeted him. "Oh, Chongfeng, did you buy meat for your little wife again?" Shen Chongfeng smiled shyly at the comment. "She might be unwell. Zhizhi hasn't been able to eat for days. I'm just trying to make her something delicious to improve her appetite." "Wow, being a wife like that is truly a blessing. Chongfeng, you're one of the best young men around here. A man who cares for his wife will never go wrong." Shen Chongfeng's eyes brightened, clearly pleased with the praise. "Thank you for your kind words, Aunt Nyo." Once Shen Chongfeng disappeared from sight, the friendly neighbors who had just praised him immediately changed their expressions and started to gossip. "That Shen Chongfeng looks tall and strong, but he's not manly at all. He's such a pushover and even likes to complain to his wife. I mentioned something about his wife in front of him once, and he turned around and told her. I ended up being scolded by that little shrew, Xia Zhizhi, for several days." "Exactly. He looks good, but he talks nonsense. They've been here for half a year, and he still claims to be unwell. He's just afraid we'll take advantage of him. He could have come up with a better excuse." Shen Chongfeng knew that the neighbors would gossip about him after he left, but he didn't care at all. He didn't have the time to worry. The first thing he did when he got home was check if Zhizhi was in the room. Seeing her comfortably lying on the bed reading a novel, he sighed in relief. He happily went into the kitchen to prepare the new meat, humming an unknown tune. Life was good now. He had finally broken free from his shackles and was living the life he wanted. He was sure that he and Zhizhi would live happily together from now on. Inside the house, Xia Zhizhi heard the man in the kitchen making pig-like sounds while humming off-key, and she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Every day, he just acts so foolish. Then she suppressed her urge to scold him and picked up her book to continue reading. In this life, Xia Zhizhi had traveled back to when the original owner, Xia Luowei, was 8 years old. At that time, the original owner's mother had just been killed by her father, who quickly remarried. From then on, the original owner, a legitimate young lady, became a neglected little pitiful girl. The maid, Ma Nao, was bribed by the new mistress and often withheld the original owner's rations. The original owner couldn't eat enough or stay warm, and being sensitive, she soon fell into despair and passed away. Xia Zhizhi, who had come to this life, knew that landlords wouldn't have a good ending, especially someone like the head of the Xia family, who was cruel and greedy. In the future, they would definitely be the first to be overthrown. She didn't plan to fight for attention or to slap her stepmother and maid in the face. She maintained the original owner's persona, rarely leaving the house, spending her days reading, embroidering, and occasionally sighing at the moon, pretending to be a melancholic girl. To prevent her father from scheming against her marriage, Xia Zhizhi kept her thick, ugly bangs and acted submissively in front of others, afraid to speak loudly. Whether meeting the Xia family or their servants, she kept her head down, silent, and tried not to leave any impression. Her father, stepmother, and half-siblings had all been taken away for re-education, and now they probably couldn't even remember what she looked like. Not just them. Even Ma Now, who had spent the most time with her, likely couldn't clearly recall Zhiji's features. This was also why Xia Zhizhi could escape so easily. With just a slight change in hairstyle and revealing her face, along with returning to her original aura, who would recognize her as the Xia family's legitimate third young lady. In this life, she was too lazy to struggle. She just wanted to relax. Shin Chongfeng's experiences were similar. He was the legitimate young master of the Shin family in Pingcheng, also having lost his mother early and having a stepmother and stepfather, leading a very difficult life. Once, when Xia Zhizhi sneaked out to play, she unexpectedly met Shin Chongfeng, who was in high school. Shin Chongfeng was intelligent and articulate, clearly not an ordinary person, and was one of the few outstanding young men in Pingcheng. They gradually developed feelings for each other, one being interested and the other being willing. To reduce the threat he posed to his stepmother and younger brother, Shin Chongfeng always appeared shy in public, looking incapable of handling big situations. His father grew increasingly disappointed in him and eventually ignored him altogether. Seeing Shin Chongfeng not striving for success, his stepmother and younger brother were delighted and stopped plotting against him. Thus, Shin Chongfeng grew up safely. Perhaps he had gotten used to acting shy and weak. He now habitually showed this harmless side, especially when facing Xia Zhizhi, where he obediently let her bully him, always smiling foolishly. In reality, he had a ruthless side. Otherwise, the entire Shin family wouldn't have been taken down while he alone managed to understand the situation and quietly moved most of the family's assets away. He even helped Zhizhi escape. In this life, Xia Zhizhi was too lazy to struggle. She just wanted to relax. Her true identity wouldn't hold up under scrutiny, so she didn't plan to seek out other powerful men. Seeing Shin Chongfeng being obedient yet clever, she decided to bind him to the chef system. As the current leader of the chef system, Zhizhi decided to train Shin Chongfeng well, aiming to make him a new generation of exemplary husband. He could handle both the kitchen and the living room. He could fight off bullies and deal with scoundrels. Not to mention, after half a year of training, his cooking skills had improved dramatically, often making the neighbors' kids cry for more. If it weren't for Zhiji's fierce temper and sharp tongue, they wouldn't even know how much they had taken advantage of the neighbors. In the kitchen, Shin Chongfeng happily waved his spatula, unaware that the chef system in his mind, which constantly urged him to improve his cooking skills, actually had an owner. The owner was his dear wife, Xia Zhizhi. He also didn't know that Xia Zhizhi, this selfish person, made the system assign him tasks every day to satisfy her cravings, forcing him to make various delicious snacks. He plated the stir-fried braised pork and added some noodles, making a tomato and egg noodle soup. Zhizhi, dinner is ready.
Come out and eat. Coming.
Xia Zhizhi quickly came out from the room. When she saw the large pieces of meat on the table, her eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but praise Shin Chongfeng, feeling they were in sync. Wow, you made my favorite braised pork. Chongfeng, you are so thoughtful. You always know what I want to eat. I'm really touched. Shin Chongfeng couldn't handle Zhiji's direct compliments and smiled widely. Yeah, I think we are very much in sync. He lied without batting an eye. The system was his, and if the system and Zhizhi were in sync, it meant he and Zhizhi were in sync too. Yes, that's how it was. The heavenly mirror in the space watched this scene in silence. Silly boy, still happy over there? Haven't you noticed that Zhizhi only contributes her mouth to praise you while you do all the housework? Day after day, you're happily doing chores like a silly dog. Zhizhi, try this and see if my cooking has improved. Knowing Zhizhi didn't like fatty meat, he kindly used serving chopsticks to remove the fat from the pork and put the lean meat in her bowl. Xia Zhizhi chewed on the lean meat, her eyes brightening as she gave Shin Chongfeng a thumbs up and praised him. Oh my, this is so delicious. Chongfeng, you're a genius. You can cook better than the chefs in restaurants after just a few tries. I must have accumulated 8 lifetimes of good fortune to find such an excellent husband like you. She kept praising him, making Shin Chongfeng smile the entire time. After serving Zhizhi, he happily ate the leftover fatty meat and then cheerfully went to wash dishes in the kitchen. After finishing his chores, he asked Zhizhi for her dirty clothes and shoes, happily taking them outside to wash at the communal faucet with the other ladies. The heavenly mirror remained silent for a long time. Zhizhi, doesn't your conscience hurt? Shen Chongfeng used to be a rich young master who didn't lift a finger, and now look at him, he's become your personal little worker. Every day, he came home and never had a moment of rest. Always working. He earned money to support the family outside, and he did housework at home too. No wonder love-struck fools don't eat. Just look at what those with such things are experiencing. Xia Zhizhi was annoyed. Fine, if he won't do it, you do it. If you won't do it, he will. Choose one. The heavenly mirror immediately fell silent, as if it had said nothing. By the way, broken mirror, are we not getting involved in the plot of this world? So far, I don't even know who the main characters are. Xia Zhizhi couldn't help but ask. In the previous world, she had some connection with the main characters, but in this world, she hadn't seen a trace of them. The heavenly mirror pretended to be profound. What's the rush? You'll meet them when the time comes. Sometimes it really was best not to speak too soon. Just after Xia Zhizhi mentioned the main characters of this world, a noisy family moved in across the street in the afternoon. It was a big family. There were about 15 or 16 people in total. The family was loud and not harmonious at all. They could argue over where to place something. Xia Zhizhi stood at the door with her arms crossed, her eyes sparkling as she eagerly peeked at the commotion across the street. Not just her, but several of the neighborhood ladies who loved gossiping were also crowding at the opposite door to watch the excitement. Fortunately, these ladies were short, generally just over 4 feet tall, and didn't block Zhizhi's view. Otherwise, she might not have seen what was happening inside. Lin Cuicui, you silly girl. Did your eyes grow on your backside? Didn't you see Junjie fall? Wang Yanfen, holding her son who was less than 6 months old, scolded the pretty girl beside her while soothing her baby. Every day, you just know how to pamper these girls, not able to tell right from wrong. Junjie is the pride of the Zhao family. I think you're unhappy with me as your sister-in-law and are deliberately picking on my son. And you girls, you useless little girls, your brother is crying like this, and you don't even know to comfort him. What use are you to me? After saying that, she angrily slapped 2 identical little girls, making them stumble and almost fall. Wah, Mommy, I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Zhao Xuan, scared of the pain, wiped her tears and was the first to admit her mistake. Sister-in-law, Shuyi and Xuan are also your daughters. How can you bear to hit them for your son? Zhao Xia, who had traveled here, was a pampered only child from the 90s and couldn't stand such gender discrimination. Besides, you're a woman too. Do you really think of yourself as worthless? Otherwise, why would you belittle your daughters like this? She stood in front of her 2 nieces, her face flushed with anger, looking very attractive. Xia Zhizhi raised her eyebrows. Broken mirror, could this girl be the female lead of this world? Yes, indeed, Zhizhi. The heavenly mirror paused for 2 seconds and then skillfully introduced the female lead, Zhao Xia. Zhao Xia from the future year of 2015, a 90s girl, actually 20 years old. She traveled back to the early days of the founding of the country in Shanghai and went through a series of hardships, almost being violated several times. Finally, during an escape, she accidentally ended up at the Zhao family's home. By coincidence, Zhao Xia looks exactly like the second daughter of the Zhao family. To have a legal identity, she claimed these relatives. The original Zhao Xia was too beautiful and overly ambitious, always wanting to attach herself to the young master of the Zhao family, which was noticed by the illegitimate daughter she served. The illegitimate daughter didn't want her stepmother to know she had such a restless maid, so she secretly had the original Zhao Xia dealt with. When the illegitimate daughter saw someone who was supposed to be dead appear before her, she was terrified, thinking Zhao Xia's ghost had come back to find her. In her panic, she exposed her own misdeeds. Zhao Xia was frightened by what she heard, worried that staying there would lead to the same fate as the original Zhao Xia. After returning, She cleverly persuaded the Zhao family to pack up and hurriedly escaped from that household. Zhizhi, this female lead is something else. She carries a magical item, the Universal Book, which can take people through any time point. The Mirror of Destiny sounded very excited. This magical item and I share the same origin. We both have the ability to travel through time and space. Once I absorb it, my main body can be fully restored. Xia Zhizhi was puzzled. You both are magical items, but you're only half broken. How can you absorb it? Hey, Zhizhi, there are differences between magical items, okay? The Mirror of Destiny was unhappy that Zhizhi underestimated it. I am one of the 10 great ancient magical items, a treasure that existed before the world was formed, crafted by the famous Queen Mother of the West. The Universal Book was made by some unknown deity from a small world of cultivation. Its abilities and the power it carries are far inferior to mine. Just look at how it could still take Zhizhi through any small world even in its broken state, while the Universal Book can only take its owner through any time point in their own small world. Clearly, its abilities are superior. Xia Zhizhi stroked her chin, deep in thought. You're right, but where is Zhao Xiaoye's Universal Book? When do we make our move? As soon as possible. We should act before Zhao Xiaoye realizes she has a golden finger. We need to seize it quickly. Otherwise, it would be uncomfortable later. The Mirror of Destiny claimed to be considerate of others. Xia Zhizhi. Do you think Zhao Xiaoye will thank you for being so thoughtful? After waiting a moment and seeing the broken mirror still lingering in the flower spirit space, she couldn't help but say, Didn't you say we should act quickly? Why aren't we going? The Mirror of Destiny stammered for a while. Seeing Zhizhi's impatience, it finally said shyly, Zhizhi, I might need your help again this time. Although the Universal Book isn't as powerful as me, if I go in openly to absorb it, it will definitely resist fiercely. When magical items fight, it will make a lot of noise and cause innocent casualties.
So.
Xia Zhizhi frowned. So, you want me to do the sneaky stuff again, right? Yes. The Mirror of Destiny timidly reminded her, Zhizhi, this time, you mustn't use soul power to steal. The Universal Book will detect it. It's best to just grab it directly. As long as the Universal Book doesn't want to create karma, it won't attack an untrained mortal. If a magical item gets involved in karma, it will gradually lose its power, and its spirit will slowly fade away, eventually becoming an ordinary item. Of course, if the Universal Book is bound to the female lead at this moment and she commands it to harm mortals, it will definitely do so. In that case, the karma belongs to the owner, and it has nothing to do with it. Like when it listened to Zhizhi before, putting bad luck symbols on people, drawing teleportation arrays, or altering mortals' memories. If it caused trouble, it would all be Zhizhi's fault. And Zhizhi is someone with a life but no fate, so she doesn't attract any karma. Thus, 1 person and 1 mirror, 0 casualties. That annoying broken mirror actually wants her to do such sneaky things again. Xia Zhizhi gritted her teeth in anger, cursing in her heart for a while before finally calming down and starting to observe the argument between the female lead and her sister-in-law. She prepared to find the right moment to strike and get the item. The Mirror of Destiny was just a step away from fully restoring its main body. For the sake of an easier future, it might as well do this sneaky thing. After all, it would be the last time. Over there, Zhao Xiaoye and sister-in-law Zhao were arguing fiercely, while the Zhao family men seemed to ignore it, moving in and out with their belongings, completely uninvolved in the women's quarrel. In the end, it was Zhao's mother who couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Shut up. If you keep arguing, I'll give you both a slap. Hurry up and get to work. Can't you see everyone is busy? You two with your endless chatter. Always arguing." She was mainly scolding her daughter-in-law, Wang Yanfen. Ever since her daughter-in-law finally broke the curse of having daughters and gave birth to a son, she had straightened her back and often argued with her mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Zhao Chuntao, Zhao Xiaoye's older sister, saw their mother was angry and quickly pulled Zhao Xiaoye aside. "Mom is angry. Hurry up and work, or she will hit you again." Yes, because Zhao Xiaoye's unruly and self-centered nature, along with her often ill-timed kindness, had led her to be scolded and beaten by Zhao's mother frequently. Zhao Xiaoyi, a pampered girl from a modern middle-class family and a foolish college student, had never experienced such grievances and initially resisted. But the more she resisted, the harder she was hit. Parents in this era believed that discipline produces good children. They wouldn't spoil their kids like modern parents do. So, it was no surprise that Zhao's mother quickly subdued Zhao Xiaoyi. Now, whenever Zhao Xiaoyi heard her cheap mother say she would hit her, she would reflexively shiver, feeling both wronged and angry as she picked up a cloth to start cleaning. "Oh, Mom and Dad, I miss you so much."
Hey, you're Zhao Xiaoyi, right?
At some point, Xia Zhizhi squeezed through a crowd of onlookers and came to Zhao Xiaoye's side. A clear and pleasant voice rang above her, and then her shoulder was gently poked twice. Zhao Xiaoyi paused her cleaning and looked up. She saw a stunningly beautiful young girl bending down to look at her, with perfectly shaped almond eyes sparkling like stars, making her heart flutter and leaving her speechless. Zhao Xiaoyi was momentarily stunned, and when she felt her shoulder poked again, she quickly stood up and said confidently, "I'm Zhao Xiaoyi." "Who are you?" "Oh, I'm Xia Zhizhi. I live across from your house, and just moved in not long ago. I haven't made any friends yet, so you can come to play with me anytime." Xia Zhizhi smiled brightly, took out a small bag of pine nut rice dumpling candy made by Xinchong Foam, and placed it in her hand, playfully winking. "This is a welcome gift. You mustn't refuse it." Pine nut rice dumpling candy? It seemed like children from wealthy families would make a lot of pine nut candy for guests during weddings. Zhao Xiaoyi didn't realize this was homemade by Xia Zhizhi and thought it was bought from outside. Seeing Xia Zhizhi's friendly attitude, she felt the other person genuinely wanted to be her friend, so she thought for a moment and accepted it. "Thank you. I'll return the favor later." Xia Zhizhi waved her hand dismissively. "These were made by my husband. They're not worth much, so no need to return the favor." "What?" Zhao Xiaoyi was shocked. "You're married? But you shouldn't be 18 yet, right?" She looked her up and down, and no matter how she looked at Xia Zhizhi, she seemed so young. Although she was stunningly beautiful, her youthful appearance was not much different from that of a modern middle school student. Xia Zhizhi. "I am 16 in lunar years. In actual years, she is 15. Shin Chongfeng is also young, just about to turn 18 in a month. Considering both of their ages are quite young, they only sleep in the same bed and have not consummated their marriage." Shin Chongfeng created a backstory for them, claiming their servants from the Shin family in Pingcheng, one working for the second young master and the other a maid in Madame Shin's room. The two hit it off early on. When the Shin family fell, they found themselves lost, having been sold as children and unable to find their way home. So, they decided to take their savings and settle in Husher. These identities are flawless. The real identities of the two: one was accidentally killed during the chaos while trying to loot the Shin family's wealth. The other was killed by street thugs while trying to escape with some valuables. Both are as good as dead. Moreover, they have no relatives or close connections, so no one would think of them. As long as no one who knows them comes all the way to Husher to identify them, no one will discover their true identities. Xia Zhizhi didn't want to see Zhao Xiaoye's pitying look, so she quickly changed the subject, talking about her previous identity and the hardships she faced as a maid. In the end, she casually flicked her hand, using her inner strength to swiftly break the bracelet on Zhao Xiaoye's wrist. Instantly, the beautiful beads and book-shaped stones fell to the ground. Xia Zhizhi's expression changed. "Oh no, Xiaoye, how did your bracelet break?" She quickly squatted down to help Zhao Xiaoye pick up the beads. While the other was distracted, she discreetly tapped the book-shaped stone with her finger, silently transferring it into her space. As soon as the book entered the space, before it could react, it was swallowed by the heavenly mirror. It struggled fiercely, and in a weak voice, it said, "Zhizhi, I need to enter seclusion for a long time to refine this book. I can't help you for now. Just be careful in the days to come. Don't do anything reckless." After saying that, Without waiting for Xia Zhizhi to respond, it plunged into the water in the space. Xia Zhizhi paused for a second, then continued to pick up the beads as if nothing had happened. Strange. Why do I suddenly feel so anxious? Typically, the female lead senses the loss of her special ability, and Zhao Xiaoya is no exception. She suddenly felt a wave of panic, causing her to frown. She muttered softly, "Could it be that I have a heart condition? Why do I feel so unwell all of a sudden?" Before she could dwell on her anxiety, her older sister, Zhao Chuntao, came over. "Xiaoya, what are you dawdling for? Just cleaning a shoe cabinet, and you're not done yet? Mom will be here soon to scold you." Well, compared to a heart condition, Zhao Mom is scarier, so she better get to work. Xia Zhizhi had achieved her goal, so she didn't linger. She handed the picked-up beads to Zhao Xiaoya, told her to come play when she had time, and hurriedly left. As she watched Xia Zhizhi leave happily, Zhao Chuntao squatted down to help her younger sister clean the shoe cabinet and asked, "Who is that? Why did she come to find you?" Zhao Xiaoya's earlier panic had passed, and she quickly perked up. "Her name is Xia Zhizhi. She lives across from us and is really nice. She just gave me some candy. I'll share it with you later." She then recounted what Xia Zhizhi had said, noting that their past experiences were similar since they both had been maids in wealthy households, suggesting they would have plenty to talk about in the future. Zhao Xiaoya was innocent and spoke without lowering her voice, so everything was overheard by Zhao Dajia, who immediately insisted that Zhao Xiaoya hand over the candy to share with everyone. Great! The Zhao family, which had been quiet for a while, was now in an uproar again. Xia Zhizhi was unaware that her bag of candied pine nuts had sparked yet another argument. At that moment, she was lazily lying on her bed, half-closed eyes, allowing the robot Xiao A to give her a massage. Soothing music played in her Bluetooth earphones, and soon she drifted off to sleep. In the evening, Shun Chongfeng returned home with a bag of vegetables. "Zhizhi, did a new family move in across from us?" Shun Chongfeng now worked as an accountant at a pawn shop, going to work on time every day. His job was easy, allowing him time to do housework and study for the upcoming college entrance exam. Xia Zhizhi sat on a small stool, resting her chin on her hand, watching Shun Chongfeng wash the vegetables. Yes, that family surname is Zhao. They used to be servants in a wealthy household, so they should have some knowledge. Be careful how you speak and act around them. Don't give anything away. She lowered her voice and gave him a sly look. Shun Chongfeng paused washing the vegetables and smiled wryly. "Zhizhi, you're overthinking it. I'm just a neglected young master who has never developed any heirs of a wealthy family. There's really nothing to give away." After so many years, he had grown accustomed to pretending, and the facade had become part of him. He looked nothing like someone from a rich family. Xia Zhizhi never felt sorry for him. Seeing Shun Chongfeng's pitiful state, she rolled her eyes at him. "Shun Chongfeng, you know I can't stand a hard life. You must succeed in life, otherwise I'll just marry someone else." Upon hearing this, Shun Chongfeng immediately felt a pang of anxiety. He quickly vowed, "Zhizhi, I will not let you down. Please don't rush to find someone else. It would break my heart." He appeared shy on the surface, but deep down, he was ambitious and proud. He couldn't let the woman he loved think less of him or secretly seek someone else. Perhaps to prove something or to win Zhizhi's heart, after washing up that evening, Shun Chongfeng eagerly pulled Zhizhi into their room and started kissing her. From a novice to skilled in just 5 minutes. He seemed to be addicted to it, holding Zhizhi and kissing her nonstop, his hands wandering. Zhizhi slapped him. Finally, he calmed down. It seems that wherever the female lead is, chaos follows. In the middle of the night, Zhao Xiaoya's 6-month-old nephew suddenly started wailing, waking up all the neighbors. The baby's cries and the neighbors' shouts made Zhizhi feel irritated. She kicked Shun Chongfeng a few times to wake him up and ordered, "That annoying baby is crying too much. Shun Chongfeng, go make that baby shut up. Zhizhi, don't be angry. I'll go right now." Still half asleep, Shun Chongfeng quickly put on his clothes and hurried outside. Once the night breeze hit him, He shivered and realized what Zhizhi had said. He scratched his head awkwardly, glanced at his own door, and, not daring to go back, steeled himself to walk to the door across the hall. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. He felt too embarrassed to knock properly, so he rhythmically tapped on the door, like a ghost knocking, pausing for a few seconds after every 3 knocks. In the dead of night, it sounded particularly eerie. The Zhao family, feeling guilty, feared someone was coming to argue, so no one dared to open the door. They all hid inside, pretending to be dead. Wang Yanfeng, however, did not pretend. Holding her son, who cried even louder at the sound of knocking, she yelled, "Who the heck is knocking at this hour? Enough already!" Her sharp voice pierced through the night. Shen Chongfeng, standing outside the Zhao family's door, heard every word clearly. He paused his knocking, bit his lip, and remembering Zhizhi's instructions, he quickly resumed knocking. He was relentless. While he wasn't bothered, the little baby was quite annoyed. The baby, who had been tired of crying, was now even more upset with the noise, frowning and waving his little fists, as if trying to chase away the annoying sound, and cried even louder. Wang Yanfeng, both distressed and impatient, pushed her husband, who was pretending to be dead, beside her. "Yongjun, go see who's knocking at the door." If the baby was a little one, then Zhao Yongjun was a big baby, cowardly and reluctant to confront anyone. He was afraid of trouble and didn't dare to go out. "I'm not going," Zhao Yongjun replied irritably, lazily turning over to continue pretending to be dead. Seeing her husband's cowardice, Wang Yanfeng's anger flared up, and she couldn't help but scold him. "Zhao Yongjun, you useless man. What good are you if you can't even protect your wife and child?"
Slap.
As soon as she finished speaking, a heavy slap landed on Wang Yanfeng's face. She looked at her useless husband in disbelief. "Zhao Yongjun, you hit me, you little brat, banging on my door with a deck of cards late at night, scaring my child half to death. Because of you, my child had to go to the hospital early this morning and get 4 fluids all morning. You better pay up, or I swear I will." Wang Yanfeng was furious. Shen Chongfeng, the eldest son of a prominent landlord in Pingcheng, had never faced such a scene before. He was momentarily stunned and didn't know how to respond.
Creak.
Xia Zhizhi opened the door, her face dark, and without hesitation, she dumped a bucket of slop all over Wang Yanfeng. "With a mouth like that, you should drink this." It was the middle of summer, and the slop had been sitting for 2 days, giving off a terrible smell, with rotten vegetable leaves and rice grains mixed in.
Ah.
Wang Yanfeng, with rotten leaves and stinky rice on her head, widened her eyes in horror and screamed sharply. "Ugh, you little brat! How dare you dump slop on me? I will kill you." Xia Zhizhi was not going to just stand there and take it. As Wang Yanfeng lunged at her, she quickly sidestepped and kicked Wang Yanfeng hard in the backside.
Ha! No, no.
As expected, Wang Yanfeng couldn't handle the force of the kick and crashed into the wall, pain shooting through her nose as blood gushed out. Wang Yanfeng fell to the ground, holding her bleeding nose, tears streaming down her face. "Wu Yongjun, why are you still standing there? I've been bullied like this, and you aren't going to help me take down those 2 brats?" The commotion had drawn the attention of the neighbors, who came out to see what was happening. Zhao father and Zhao mother, who were both bullies, saw that Xia Zhizhi and Shen Chongfeng were outnumbered and quickly sent Zhao mother and their daughter to help their daughter-in-law. As for Zhao Yongjun, the coward, he didn't move an inch and didn't even dare to look at the seemingly weak Shen Chongfeng. He hid behind his father, Zhao father, carefully watching the fight, ready to run at any moment. Even though there were only 2 people on the other side, what if they were tougher than they looked? If he didn't get involved, they couldn't do anything to him if he ran away. A fierce woman leading 2 young girls charged over, making Shen Chongfeng's heart race, and he quickly spread his arms to protect Zhizhi. "Zhizhi, don't be afraid. I'll protect you." Xia Zhizhi felt no gratitude. She just found him a nuisance. "Get out of the way. You're just in the way." She pushed him aside, grabbed the slop bucket, and hurled it at Zhao mother, knocking her down. Then she kicked Zhao Chuntao and punched Zhao Qiujuan, who was trying to get up. She attacked Zhao Mother with punches and kicks, targeting the most painful spots, making Zhao Mother scream in agony. Old woman. Seeing his wife being bullied, Zhao Father was furious and wanted to help, but Shen Chongfeng stopped him. Sir, it's best if we men don't get involved in women's fights. Shen Chongfeng smiled shyly. If Zhao Father hadn't felt the iron grip on his arm, he might have thought Shen Chongfeng was just a softie. Zhao Father was restrained. Zhao Yongjun, sensing the situation was bad, had already slipped away. The neighbors couldn't just stand by and watch the chaos escalate, so they rushed in to break it up. Stop fighting, stop fighting. We're all neighbors. We need to get along. Don't let a small matter ruin our harmony. Zhizhi, this time it was Zhao's wife who was wrong. She shouldn't have pointed at your husband and yelled, nor should she have demanded compensation, and they shouldn't have ganged up on you. Now that you've fought, just let it go. People tend to avoid trouble. Seeing Zhizhi so fierce and strong in a fight, no one dared to provoke her, and they all blamed Zhao's family for the trouble, showering Zhizhi with compliments. Feeling satisfied after the fight, Xia Zhizhi also made it clear to everyone that she was not to be messed with, so she decided to stop. Everyone, you may not know, but I have a bad temper and even more strength. Sometimes I can't control my anger. So, please don't think that just because it's just me and Shen Chongfeng, we're easy to bully. If you mess with us, you might regret it. Otherwise, my fists are not for show. With that, she gathered her energy and punched the brick wall, creating a hole. Wow, Zhizhi has such great strength. Aunt Nyo swallowed hard, remembering the bad things she had said about Xia Zhizhi, and shivered in fear. She silently vowed never to speak ill of Zhizhi again. She couldn't withstand one of her punches. Cough, cough, all right, it's getting late. Everyone should head home. Aunt Nyo's husband, Zhu Deguai, stepped forward. Zhu Deguai was the chef at a local restaurant, respected in the neighborhood, and when he spoke, everyone obeyed and dispersed. At this time, in the early days of the new country, the laws were not well established, and there was no real punishment for fighting. Even reporting to the authorities would get no response. Watching the Zhao family leave in a sorry state, Xia Zhizhi turned to Shen Chongfeng with a proud smile. I did a good job establishing my authority this time, right? No one will dare to mess with us again. Shen Chongfeng nervously took her hand and checked for injuries, relieved to see her skin intact, but still worried and rubbed her hands gently. Zhizhi, please don't be so reckless in the future. If anything happens, let me handle it. I would be heartbroken if you got hurt. Xia Zhizhi found him annoying. Enough, you know my temper. I won't get hurt, so stop worrying about unnecessary things. With that time, he should be making her some delicious snacks instead. Shen Chongfeng sighed, taking her hand with one and grabbing the battle hero slop bucket with the other, hanging a bag of vegetables around his neck. He led her to the cool shade in the yard. He hurriedly started cooking. It was already past noon, and if he didn't hurry, she wouldn't get to eat the braised fish he had planned for her. At the Zhao family's house, everyone who had participated in the fight was nursing their wounds. Wang Yanfan knew she was the cause of it all and dared not speak, silently squatting on the ground to wash her face. Zhao Mother, in pain, grimaced, holding her chest one moment and rubbing her stomach the next. When she caught sight of Zhao Xie secretly laughing, her anger flared, and she immediately began to scold. Her insults were as harsh as they could be. Zhao Xie's face turned ugly. If it weren't for her lack of money and connections, making it impossible to get a household registration, and being a lone girl who couldn't live alone outside, she wouldn't want to stay in this house for another moment. The soft and cute niece Zhao Shui noticed that Zhao Xie looked upset. She walked over and gently took Zhao Xie's hand, her sweet voice comforting. Auntie, Shuin will always love you. Don't be sad. Auntie is the person in the family who cares for her the most and protects her, so she needs to win her over. Seeing her sister flattering Auntie again, Zhao Shuin felt competitive and hurried over to show off. Zhao Shuin was more articulate than Zhao Shuin, and her sweet words made Zhao Xie's heart soften. She patted the heads of the twin sisters, and all her negative emotions vanished in that moment. At least her affection for these two nieces wasn't wasted. They even cared about her. Thank you, Shuin and Shuin, for your concern. Auntie is fine. I'm going to the kitchen to cook.
Who wants to help me?
All the women in the house had been scolded, except for her, as the angry Zhao mother ordered her to cook. Zhao Shuin blinked and took a step back. Today it's Big Sister's turn to work. Big Sister should help. She was going to marry a rich young man, so she had to take care of her looks and hands. Let Big Sister do the work. After all, she liked doing it. Children born to servants in wealthy families were much smarter than the foolish college students of the 21st century. Zhao Xia had no idea about her two nieces' little schemes. Hearing this, she smiled and let her niece go play while she took her elder niece to the kitchen. Zhao Shuin pursed her lips and followed closely behind Zhao Xia. She felt extremely uncomfortable inside. Why couldn't anyone, whether it was her parents, grandparents, or 3 aunts, see her being bullied by her younger sister? Why was she always left to do what her sister should be doing? It was unfair, really unfair. Especially Auntie, who said she cared for her but didn't notice her suffering at all. As Zhao Shuin added firewood to the stove, she lowered her head in grievance, tears falling to the ground. Unfortunately, Zhao Xia, a cooking novice, was too busy washing rice, cutting vegetables, and cooking to notice her niece's unusual behavior. She was completely unaware that her unintentional actions were hurting her sensitive and fragile elder niece's heart. Zhizhi, I heard they're clearing out spies in the city. You mustn't go out. Before heading to work, Shen Changfeng reminded Zhizhi. Zhizhi lazily turned over. I know. I don't like going out anyway. Hurry to work and buy some sugar on your way back. I want to eat sweet rice cakes. Shen Changfeng smiled gently, pinching Zhizhi's cheek. Okay, I'll make them for you when I get back. Don't sleep too much this afternoon, or you won't be able to sleep tonight. Stop nagging. Just go to work, Zhizhi said impatiently, brushing his hand away. She was waiting to lock the door and sneak into her space to watch her favorite idol dramas. It wasn't safe outside in this era, and there weren't many entertainment options. She could only wait for Shen Changfeng to leave to sneak into her space to binge-watch dramas or play some puzzle games. If she wanted something more sophisticated, she could go to her experimental building to play with chemistry experiments and innovate ways to quickly create various chemical agents for diseases. That's right. After traveling through so many worlds, she hadn't abandoned her original profession. She hadn't researched any good things at all. But she had developed a lot of harmful chemical agents, perfect for harming or pranking others. After Shen Changfeng left, Zhizhi didn't stay in her space for long before the female Li Zhao Xia came knocking. Knock, knock, knock. Zhizhi, it's Zhao Xia from next door. Are you home? Zhao Xia knocked on the door. I'm here.
Just a moment.
Hearing the noise, she quickly exited her space and jogged to open the door. Wow. Zhao Xia, what happened to your face? As soon as she opened the door, she saw a bright red handprint on Zhao Xia's beautiful face, making Zhizhi widen her eyes. Goodness, did the female lead get hit by Zhao mother again? Zhao Xia covered her face, looking aggrieved. I got hit by my mom, because my cooking was bad. It was just that she added a little too much salt, right? Drinking more water after the meal would solve it.
Was it really necessary to slap someone?
That was too much.
Huh.
Zhizhi frowned. How could your mom do that? If she hits you, you should run away instead of just waiting to be hit. Zhao mother only dared to bully the soft and gentle female lead. If it were Zhizhi in her daughter's place and someone dared to slap her, she wouldn't just slap back. She would also give the person a dose of her newly developed chemical agent, sending them to the afterlife. Zhao Xia paused, suddenly remembering something, and looked back. Sure enough, Zhao Dezhao, that troublemaker, was washing clothes while sneaking glances this way. Zhizhi noticed too and shot a fierce glare at Zhao Dezhao, scaring her into quickly averting her gaze. Summer Yi, it's too hot outside. Let's go inside to talk. Zhizhi invited Zhao Xia in, slamming the door shut to block the outside view. Summer can make you thirsty, so the living room always had cool tea ready. Zhizhi poured Zhao Xia a cup of cool tea and placed it beside her. This is the cool tea specially made by Shen Chongfeng for the hot summer.
Try it and see how it is.
The teacup was the most ordinary white porcelain. Zhao Xia glanced at it casually. Suddenly, she remembered the mismatched tea set that Zhao's family had taken from their master's house. It seemed there were antiques among them, dating back to the reign of Emperor XX of the previous dynasty. It could be worth a lot in the future. No, she had to take the opportunity to gather some antiques. What if one day she accidentally traveled back and could exchange them for a lot of money? If she couldn't go back.
Hey.
Zhizhi waved her hand in front of the dazed female lead, chuckling. Zhao Xia, did you come to our house just to daydream? Zhao Xia suddenly snapped back to reality and smiled sheepishly.
I was lost in thought just now.
Remembering her purpose for coming over, she tightened her grip on the teacup and looked at Zhizhi. I heard your husband Shin Chongfeng works as an accountant at a pawn shop.
I want to know how he found that job.
I mean, is it easy to find work now? Zhizhi pondered for a moment. Are you asking because you want to find a job too? Zhao Xia nodded slightly, blushing with embarrassment. She knew it was troublesome to ask someone she had just met for help. But she really had no choice. She just wanted to find a job to escape. She didn't want to face the noisy Zhao family every day anymore.
I see. What skills do you have? Tell me.
Zhizhi was quite accommodating towards Zhao Xia. After all, she had no grievances with her, and upon meeting, she had already given her a golden opportunity. There would be no more chances to use that golden opportunity to travel freely to any time point to exchange goods, stockpile food, and accumulate wealth. The female lead could no longer be as valuable as in the original plot. If she were to be unlucky and not meet her destined male lead, the Zhao family, a bunch of profit-driven people, would surely swallow the naive and kind Zhao Xia whole. But Zhao Xia was left dumbfounded by the question. What skills did she have? She had studied Thai, a minor language, in college, but the original Zhao Xia wouldn't have known this, and she couldn't make money from it. As for anything else, it seemed she didn't really have any skills. Under Zhizhi's questioning gaze, she forced herself to say, I think I could manage as a salesperson and maybe as a warehouse manager too. Zhizhi. It was clear that without the golden opportunity to help her, the female lead was practically useless. I'll ask Shin Chongfeng to help you inquire when he gets back tonight. It's a bit chaotic outside right now, so don't go running around. I'll let you know when there's a job opportunity. Although Zhao Xia was a bit naive and often overly kind, she was still a good girl overall. She might as well help her out. Once the heavenly mirror finished refining the universal book and she emerged from her seclusion, she would discuss with the heavenly mirror about sending Zhao Xia back to the future. Otherwise, with this unfortunate female lead's accident-prone nature and without a golden opportunity to help her, she would eventually die in this era. That evening, while having dinner, Zhizhi mentioned Zhao Xia's job request to Shin Chongfeng, asking him to keep an ear out for any opportunities. If anything suitable came up, he should let her know. Shin Chongfeng paused, puzzled. Zhizhi, Zhao Xia might be too foolish, or perhaps too kind-hearted. Just after Xia Zhizhi reminded her, she was soon coaxed by her two nieces and let go of her grievances, starting to help them again. And now things were getting noisy again.
Wah wah wah.
Sister Zhao, far from her precious son, shouted for her eldest daughter to hurry and change the baby's diaper. Zhao Shui, looking pitiful, tugged at Zhao Xia's hand. Aunt, the baby's poop is just too smelly. I don't want to go. Zhao Xia also felt it was unfair for Sister Zhao to push the diaper-changing duty onto her daughter, who was only 6 years old. Stepping forward, she indignantly said, Sister, can you please not push all the work onto Shui? She's just a child. How can she do such a disgusting task?
Bah.
I can use my own child as I please. Mind your own business. Sister Zhao was fed up with Zhao Xia. With that time, you might as well wash a few more pieces of clothing. Don't let the tasks pile up until evening. Zhao Xia wanted to say more, sister. Shut up. If you really can't stand it, come and wash the diaper yourself. Zhao Xue's expression changed, and she didn't dare to speak up anymore. Just looking at the soiled diaper made her feel disgusted, let alone washing it. Seeing her second aunt not helping her like usual, Zhao Xue's eyes dimmed instantly. She lowered her gaze and, "Don't argue with Mom. I'll go wash it." After a pause, Zhao Xue thought her niece was seeking encouragement and reached out to pat her head. "You're so good, Xue." Zhao Xue. In her heart, she cursed herself for being so foolish, but reluctantly walked over to her brother. Holding her breath, she skillfully changed his diaper, picked up a wet cloth from the basin, wiped his dirty little bottom, and put on a clean diaper. Only then did she carry the basin, quickly leaving with the soiled diaper. Although she was small, the little girl had plenty of experience taking care of kids. Her 2-year-old sister was raised by her. Pretending to be pitiful in front of the main character was just to get her to help her with chores. Xia Zhizhi watched the scene unfold and honestly didn't like Zhao Xue's overly kind nature. Good people get bullied. Kind horses get ridden. Zhao Xue embodied this perfectly. Now, without any special advantages, she worked hard every day at the Zhao family, feeling exhausted. Yet she still had the energy to stand up for her nieces against their parents' favoritism towards boys. Sometimes, seeing her little niece working so hard made her feel pity, and she would rush to help them.
Xia Zhizhi was speechless watching this.
Clearly, she was the most pitiful in the family, yet she didn't realize it and still had the mood to sympathize with others. At that moment, the heavenly mirror suddenly spoke. "Zhizhi, I'm back." After 2 months, the heavenly mirror finally emerged from its retreat. Xia Zhizhi's eyes lit up as she quickly closed the door and took out the heavenly mirror, examining it closely. Not a single crack remained. She exclaimed, "You're all better now." The heavenly mirror replied proudly, "Yes, but you can't call me a broken mirror anymore. Hey, this little thing holds a grudge. By the way, can you send that female lead back? Otherwise, she might get ground down by the Zhao family." When they first met, the female lead was a vibrant beauty. In just 2 months, she had become pale and thin, with her once bright eyes now dull and lifeless. She looked like someone who had been sold to a sweatshop, completely numb. The heavenly mirror said, "Sure, the female lead is quite pitiful too. Without any special advantages, if she stays here, she might never see her parents again, which would be too tragic." Zhizhi was curious. The World Book allows the owner to write the time and place they want to go. "Since you absorbed the World Book, do you have that ability too?" The heavenly mirror replied, "Haha, not exactly. I can mark a future time anchor and send someone back." Seeing the excitement in Zhiji's eyes, it quickly added, "But you can't do that." Zhizhi frowned. "Why can't I?" She wanted to travel back to the feudal dynasty and loot the emperor's treasury. The heavenly mirror patiently explained, "The female lead's journey is arranged by the heavenly path. It has a fixed script. She's just an ordinary person, so random travel won't cause much impact. But you are different, your influence is too great. If you travel randomly, you're likely to change history. Although we have no karmic debts, it's better not to create new ones." It was a serious artifact trained by righteous deities, truly not wanting to harm innocent people. Xia Zhizhi pouted, reluctantly accepting this reasoning. Fine, then forget it. In her lifetime, she had accumulated countless riches and didn't really need the treasures from the 9 clans. That's a lie. Feeling down, she couldn't stand the heavenly mirror being idle and sent it off to work. Neither of them considered that a sudden disappearance might cause panic among the Zhao family. The mini heavenly mirror worked hard on the female lead side for a while, finally determining the time for her return, finding the anchor point, and even gave her a protective charm. While the Zhao family gathered around the table for dinner, in plain sight, a white light flashed from Zhao Xue, dazzling everyone. When they opened their eyes again, Zhao Xue was gone.
Ghost.
There's a ghost. That little brat Zhao Xue is a ghost. The sharp cries pierced the sky, startling the birds resting on the roof to fly away. Sister Zhao turned pale, her body trembling in fear as she slipped under the table. Brother Zhao, the biggest coward, was already hiding under the table, shivering. Holding his head, he muttered, Buddha bless, great sage equal to heaven bless. 2-year-old Zhao Shulei looked confused, glancing at her elder sister, Zhao Shiyi. Elder sister, what is a ghost? Zhao Shiyi was so scared her teeth chattered, with no time to explain to her little sister.
Aunt.
Great ghost, you have a big heart. Please don't hold it against me. I didn't mean to trick you into working for us. Please don't take me away, woo woo woo. Zhao Xuan and Zhao Shiyi regretted their earlier cleverness, tricking their second aunt into helping them with chores. It turns out Miss Seven was right. That girl Xiaoya is already dead. Mother Zhao stared blankly, murmuring this before rolling her eyes and fainting.
Wife.
Father Zhao was startled and hurried over to support her. Unlike the panic and fear at the Zhao family, Zhao Xiaoya, who had returned to the modern world, was overjoyed. This is the park I came to before I traveled. Ignoring the strange looks from others, she rushed to grab someone and ask for the time. Sure enough, it was the day she had traveled. She ran home like crazy. Mom and Dad, I miss you so much. I promise I won't rebel again. Woo woo woo. Upon returning home, Zhao Xiaoya dashed her parents, sitting on the sofa watching TV, hugging them and crying. Dad, Mom, I miss you so much. I'm so scared. Zhao Mom and Dad immediately noticed their daughter looked completely different. They were shocked until they saw the small red mole behind her ear and the familiar burn scar on her chest. Then they sighed in relief. This was their daughter. Good girl, what happened to you? How could you change so much in just a short while? Zhao Mom took out a tissue to wipe her daughter's tears, asking anxiously. Yeah, we haven't seen you for less than half an hour, and you not only look thinner and darker, but you've also changed your clothes. Zhao Dad looked at his daughter with concern. Zhao Xiaoya sobbed. Woo woo woo, Dad and Mom, I traveled back to the year of the founding of the country. I almost died several times and was taken back by a family named Zhao to be their daughter, and they treated me terribly. Look at my hands, they're all calloused. Zhao Dad and Mom were shocked, their mouths agape. They wanted to say their daughter must be confused from reading too many novels, but after hearing her detailed account of her experiences after traveling, they were uncertain. When their daughter took out the paper money from that era, they started to doubt their lives. No way, is there really such a magical thing in the world? Zhao Dad was bewildered.
Bang!
A cross-time delivery thudded onto the coffee table, startling the Zhao family. What is that? Zhao Xiaoya thought of something, grabbed scissors, and opened the tightly wrapped package covered with several layers of bed sheets, revealing a bunch of jars and bottles. She widened her eyes in disbelief, then squealed with joy. Dad, Mom, the heavens are kind to me. They sent me antiques. They're the antiques taken from the family that exploited me. Zhao Qiujuan and Xia Zhizhi both work at the sugar factory. However, one works on the production line while the other is in the office, so they rarely interact. Xia Zhizhi was still figuring out how to deal with Zhao Qiujuan when, with the help of someone, rumors started spreading quickly in the factory that Zhao Qiujuan was trying to steal Zhizhi's husband. In less than a day, everyone knew that the factory's beauty, Xia Zhizhi, was being openly pursued by an ordinary female worker from the production line. Especially when they learned that this worker was a widow with a child, everyone was shocked. What gave her the confidence? How could she dare to pursue Xia Zhizhi's husband? Surely, she must have some self-awareness, right? Many people used the excuse of going to the restroom to sneak into Zhao Qiujuan's area, curious about her boldness in trying to take Zhizhi's family. She's not that impressive. She doesn't even look as good as Yang Mei. I heard she only attended a few years of literacy classes. How can she think she can compete with Xia Zhizhi for a man? Zhizhi has both beauty and education. If her temper were just a bit better, she would be the perfect woman. What is she thinking? Zhou Yao also secretly admired Xia Zhizhi. However, he felt he was not good enough for her and only dared to think about it in his heart, often standing up for her. He couldn't stand any bad talk about Zhizhi and hated to see her bullied. Like this time, when he heard someone dared to pursue Zhizhi and openly confront her, Zhou Yao was furious and rushed downstairs to confront the person. Upon seeing Zhao Qiujuan, he immediately began to express his anger. Zhou Yao spoke loudly, and Zhao Qiujuan heard him clearly. She lowered her head in embarrassment, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. It must be Xia Zhizhi's doing. Otherwise, how could yesterday's events spread so quickly? Zhizhi is going too far. Doesn't she know how important reputation is for a woman? This is driving me to despair. Zhao Qiujuan clenched the candy wrapper in her hand, feeling bitter and blaming Zhizhi. Even the female workers who had been friendly with her distanced themselves after hearing the rumors. Thus, a vacuum formed around Zhao Qiujuan, making it easier for people to come and go. The entrance to the workshop was crowded. It wasn't until the factory manager came down that he sent everyone away. What's going on here? Manager Yang sighed and shot an annoyed glance at his brother. If you cause any more trouble in our factory, I'll have Dad transfer you out of the city. Let's see if you dare to have such sneaky thoughts about marrying someone else's wife. Yang Zhao, dressed in a neat military uniform, raised an eyebrow and smiled. Brother, you wouldn't want to see me still unmarried at my age, would you? Manager Yang looked around and, seeing no one nearby, kicked his unfortunate brother. What nonsense are you talking? There are so many beautiful unmarried girls. Why are you fixated on the married Xia Zhizhi? What a foolish thing. Is the food in someone else's bowl that much tastier? Yang Zhao casually brushed off the dirt from his pants. Brother, I can't help it. From the moment I first saw Xia Zhizhi, I knew she was the one for me. I may be older and rougher around the edges, but in every other way, I'm not worse than her pretty boy husband. He lifted his gaze to Manager Yang. Brother, I've never asked you for anything. Please don't stop me this time. Zhizhi was unaware of these interruptions. She was getting annoyed by the sympathetic and mocking looks around her. She slammed her hand on the table. Pointing at the grinning woman across the desk, she shouted, Look, look. What's so interesting? Should I call Zhao Qiujuan to flirt with your man so you can understand this kind of concern? Kong Chunling's expression changed.
What are you talking about?
My man wouldn't fall for Zhao Qiujuan. Right. Zhao Qiujuan has high standards and wouldn't even look at your man, Xia Zhizhi mocked. Xia Zhizhi, what did you say? Kong Chunling asked angrily. Xia Zhizhi wasn't scared of her and rolled her eyes.
What did I say?
Just stating the facts. Kong Chunling's face turned pale with anger, her chest heaving. She pointed at Xia Zhizhi. How dare you look down on the working class? You're a bad influence. Kong Chunling. The office director couldn't take it anymore and stepped in to stop Kong Chunling from going wild. She glared at Kong Chunling. If you keep slandering your colleagues, I won't let you stay here. I'll ask the factory manager to transfer you. Xia Zhizhi was someone the factory manager specifically protected. Although the director didn't know their relationship, she didn't dare let anything happen to Xia Zhizhi under her watch. Hearing how serious the consequences were, Kong Chunling quickly begged for mercy, swearing to the top leader that she wouldn't slander her colleagues again. Now that superstitions were being broken, swearing couldn't be done to the heavens. Everyone had to swear to the top leader. The director nodded. All right, just keep it in mind. Remember, you're here to work, not to gossip all day. Yes, I understand, Director, Kong Chunling replied obediently. The director then pointed at Zhizhi. And you, Xia Zhizhi, be nicer when talking to colleagues. Stop acting like you're on edge and arguing with everyone. Zhizhi pouted. Got it, Director. She understood, but whether she would follow through depended on her mood. She didn't want to feel oppressed. The director didn't care if Zhizhi listened. She had said what needed to be said, fulfilling her responsibility. If anything happened later, it wouldn't be her fault. All right, get back to work. If anyone argues over non-work-related issues again, you'll have to write a 2,000-word reflection. A 2,000-word reflection. As soon as they heard this, everyone immediately shut their mouths. Once the director returned to her office, they all turned their angry gazes toward Kong Chunling. Kong Chunling, you need to talk less. Every time you open your mouth, you offend someone or cause trouble, and now we can't even speak freely. Before, when they had nothing to do, they could chat and gossip. Now, Because of Kong Chunling's nonsense and her false accusations against colleagues, they were also restricted in their conversations. What a disaster. Everyone secretly resented Zhizhi too, but they didn't dare show it. Those who worked in the office were either college graduates or had connections. Regular people couldn't find such easy jobs. As for Kong Chunling, she took over her mother's position. Before the public-private partnership, when the sugar factory was privately owned by capitalists, her mother was responsible for organizing documents and cleaning the office. This year, due to health issues, she stepped down. Everyone knows that Zhizhi has someone protecting her. So in the office, only Kong Chunling, a naive person, keeps finding ways to offend Xia Zhizhi. Kong Chunling realizes she has angered everyone and dares not speak anymore. She flips through documents, takes a sip of water, and fidgets with her pen, pretending to be busy, afraid to make eye contact with anyone. Except for Xia Zhizhi, there is no one here she can afford to offend. Xia Zhizhi watches the scene, feeling a mix of emotions. The importance of having a strong man by your side is clearly shown here. In her past lives, she never endured such humiliation. Feeling down, she rests her head on the desk, reminiscing about her glamorous life in her previous life. When lunchtime comes, she listlessly takes out her lunchbox and heads to the cafeteria with her colleagues. Xia Zhizhi, come here for a moment. Just as she reaches the cafeteria door, she is called by the factory director's secretary. Here we go again. She rolls her eyes internally, stops in her tracks, and pretends to be clueless, looking at the man in a Zhongshan suit with a puzzled expression. Secretary Tao, do you need something from me? Secretary Tao clears his throat. Yes, Yang Mei said she needs to see you. She wants you to come to the small cafeteria. The small cafeteria is where the leaders have their private meals. Yang Mei is the factory director's daughter and often hangs out with her father in the small cafeteria. Okay, I'll go now. Humph. It's probably that thick-skinned man looking for her again. Before today, she thought that even though she wasn't a good person, she could at least pretend to have some dignity. Now, she really doesn't want to pretend anymore. She just wants to live a better life. So, this time, Xia Zhizhi doesn't resist or feel unhappy like before. She nods at Secretary Tao, tells her colleagues, and turns to head toward the small cafeteria. The small cafeteria is just a few small rooms next to the kitchen located at the back door of the cafeteria. Zhizhi arrives there shortly. Zhizhi, over here. Yang Mei waves her hand as soon as she sees Zhizhi. Hearing Zhizhi has arrived, Yang Zhao quickly comes out of the private room, wearing a bright smile. Comrade Xia Zhizhi, you're here. Come in and sit down. Mei Mei has been talking about you. Yang Mei thinks to herself, how shameless of my uncle to use me as a shield while secretly expressing his feelings. Zhizhi looks at Yang Zhao's average face. Well, not exactly average. He fits the description of a decent man for this era. But he doesn't match her taste. Let's go inside and talk. I'm starving. Sure, come in quickly. Mei Mei has specially ordered several dishes you love. Ugh. How many times will he use her name to express his feelings? Yang Mei feels embarrassed and covers her face. This meal is just for the three of them. If it weren't for Zhizhi's reputation, Yang Zhao would have sent his niece away to be alone with Zhizhi. Zhizhi, how do you like this boiled shrimp? And your favorite spicy fried pig ears? I especially went to the meat factory early this morning to buy them. Zhizhi is getting impatient. Young political commissar, can you please stop talking? Your saliva is getting on the food. Yang Zhao, 32 years old, is the political commissar of the XX military district in Shanghai. He fought alongside his father and uncle in the war against the Little Cherry Blossoms and achieved great success. He had an unseen fiancée who was sick and passed away before they could marry. The Yang family has a long history of status and wealth, with generations serving in government or as scholars. Since the founding of the previous dynasty, Yang family members have either held official positions or been prominent educators. Their background is deeper than most can imagine. During the Republic period, the legitimate son of the Yang family was a powerful warlord. Later, as the invasion wars intensified, to fight against the Little Cherry Blossoms and drive them out of the country, the Yang family joined the more popular party. With support from relatives managing businesses abroad and in Hong Kong, they secretly transported weapons and supplies back home, ensuring their army never lacked resources. Plus, with the education of a prestigious family, Yang Zhao is known for his military strategy and is a famous scholar general. Yang Zhao's brothers, Yang Jing and Yang Zhao, have also fought alongside their father and achieved great military success. If it weren't for Yang Jing getting shot in a battle, which severely affected his ability to use a gun, he would have continued in the military. Now, his position in the army is likely higher than his brother Yang Zhao's. According to predictions, because the Yang family's branches abroad have continuously supported the domestic situation, no one dared to touch the Yang family. This is the power of a prestigious family. No matter the time, they stand together and support each other. The author notes, this content is entirely fictional. Please do not relate it to reality. I'm afraid of being put in a small dark room. Crying face JPG. Honestly, Yang Zhao's personal qualities are excellent, but he's just not good-looking, and his family situation is a bit complicated, making him unsuitable for Zhizhi, who doesn't like scheming. This meal is consumed under Yang Zhao's infatuated gaze. Zhizhi puts down her chopsticks, takes out a handkerchief from her pocket, calmly wipes her mouth, and then looks at the infatuated man. Young political commissar, can you please stop looking at me like that? It gives her goosebumps.
Buffed.
The tables have turned. It turns out even her uncle can be disliked. Yang Mei shifts her shoulders, trying hard to suppress her laughter. Yang Zhao glares at his unfortunate niece, but when he looks at Zhizhi, his expression is as gentle as can be. Zhizhi, have you encountered any difficulties lately? If you have any problems, don't keep them to yourself. Just tell me, and I will definitely help you solve them. Xia Zhizhi glances at his average face, feeling like she's been stung by a bee, and quickly looks away. Thank you for your concern, young political commissar. I can handle most issues myself. Forget it, she can seek his protection, but she shouldn't develop feelings for someone else. It feels unfair to Shen Changfeng, who has always worked hard for her. No, it's not that she dislikes Yang Zhao's looks, she just can't develop feelings for him. Just as she thinks of Shen Changfeng, he appears at the door of the private room. Zhizhi. Shen Changfeng stands there holding a lunchbox, looking pale, with a hurt and confused expression. Zhizhi's expression changes slightly, and she doesn't dare to meet Shen Changfeng's vulnerable gaze. Changfeng, what are you doing here?
Her voice is a bit dry.
Strangely, she feels a sense of guilt, as if she's been caught cheating. Yang Zhao smiles at the two of them and stands up to welcome the pale Shen Changfeng inside. Director Shen, right? Please don't misunderstand. My niece has a good relationship with your wife. I just happened to visit my niece and ran into your wife. What a scoundrel. He says not to misunderstand, but his words imply otherwise. Zhizhi curses in her heart. She pulls Shen Changfeng's hand and sits him next to her, glancing at the lunch box in his hand, puzzled. Changfeng, why did you suddenly think of bringing me lunch? It's the peak of Shen Changfeng's career, and she had already told him that she would eat in the cafeteria at noon, so he didn't need to waste time going home to cook. Shen Changfeng's palm is cold as he tightly grips Zhizhi's hand, forcing a smile. I've been making you unhappy lately. I'm afraid you're mad at me, afraid you won't talk to me, and I just wanted to make Zhizhi happy. I didn't expect to come to your factory and not find you anywhere. If it weren't for a male colleague telling him where Zhizhi was eating, he would still be searching in the cafeteria. Thinking of this, he glances at the relaxed, smiling man nearby, his lips pressed tightly together, and his expression darkens. Young political commissar, your vacation seems quite long. It hasn't ended yet. He speaks ambiguously. That old man's desire for Zhizhi is disgusting. Shen Changfeng feels a strong dislike for Yang Zhao. Well, I haven't taken a break in years, so I'm using this chance to take my vacation all at once. Yang Zhao smiles slightly, looking at Shen Changfeng with an unintentional scrutinizing gaze. However, Director Shen, I heard that your boss thinks highly of you and has tried to set you up several times. You know, it's hard to refuse your boss, and it's also hard to be rude to the boss's daughter. If you leave room for imagination, it could end up causing trouble for comrade Xia Zhizhi. As a man and a husband, you're really not doing well. The insinuation is too obvious. Although I don't know how Shen Chongfeng did it. In less than a week, he received orders to be transferred to Anshan County in Heilongjiang Province as the deputy county chief, at a deputy level. Since Anshan County is remote, his rank was raised by 1 level to encourage his dedication. Zhizhi, you are not just my lover but also my family and my support for many years. Please don't leave me. Shen Chongfeng knew that Zhizhi hated hardship the most. The first thing he did when he got home was to hold her and cry, begging her to go with him and not abandon him. If we are not happy here, let's move somewhere else and start fresh. When we get to Anshan County, I will be the deputy county chief, just 1 step below the county chief. The county chief is old and will retire soon, and I will definitely move up then. Zhizhi, I won't let anyone make you suffer again. Zhizhi, let's go to Anshan County together, okay? There's a steel factory there where you can continue your accounting work. Zhizhi sighed and patted the back of the crying man. All right, stop crying. I will go with you. Let's hurry and pack our bags. We need to leave the day after tomorrow at the latest. In a few years, the big cities will become chaotic. It's good for them to hide in a more remote place. At least they won't be affected as small fry. Zhizhi had thought about going to the port city. But to do well there, it's not just about money. You need a strong gang or support from high-ranking officials. Otherwise, you'll just be seen as easy prey. If you show off your wealth, you'll be waiting to be taken advantage of. As Zhizhi went to pack her clothes, Shen Chongfeng grabbed her hand. Zhizhi, I've already packed your clothes and sent them out at noon. We need to go to the train station now for tonight's train. To avoid any complications, he needed to take Zhizhi away before Yang Zhao got the news. The Yang family's connections are mostly in the military. Shen Chongfeng used this to keep Yang Zhao in the dark while secretly arranging the transfer to Anshan County.
Zhizhi.
Humph, that cunning man. Several widowers from across the street came to propose, and the neighbors gathered at the door to watch the commotion at the Zhao family. It was noisy. No one noticed the couple quietly leaving with their small packages after locking the door. I forgot to mention that the noise across the street was all due to Zhizhi's prank. To get back at Zhao Qiujuan, Zhizhi imitated her handwriting and sent love letters to the older bachelors and widowers at the sugar factory, expressing her feelings openly. This made those clueless men restless. After sending 3 letters, they couldn't hold back anymore and all showed up at the same time to propose. A few of them, either ugly, short, or scruffy, bumped into each other and realized they all had love letters from Zhao Qiujuan. They immediately became unhappy. They all pointed at Zhao Qiujuan, calling her promiscuous and unfaithful. This ruined Zhao Qiujuan's reputation completely. Of course, despite the insults, they still wanted to marry a wife. After all, they were all in a tough spot, and if they missed Zhao Qiujuan, there wouldn't be another chance. No matter how you look at it, she was a formal worker at the sugar factory, reasonably good-looking, lively, and capable of having children. As for the burden she brought, they thought they could just feed her enough to keep her alive. These conditions were more than enough for them. That's why they kept coming back to propose. Zhao Qiujuan denied writing them any letters, but they didn't believe her and insisted she choose one of them, or they would keep coming back to find her. This persistence was driving Zhao Qiujuan crazy. 3 years later at this time, Shen Chongfeng had dropped the title of deputy and became the county head of Anshan County. However, just after a year of settling into his position, he faced a nationwide famine. According to the system alert, this famine would last for 3 years. If it weren't for the pressure from above, pushing him to ensure that the commune and village leaders did not falsely report grain production, many people would starve this year. All right, the meeting is over. Everyone go back and think about how to help our county get through this tough time. After the meeting, Shen Chongfeng returned to his office and picked up his little one, who was playing with toys on the floor, and gave him a kiss. Good son, you're really obedient. If you say you won't cry, then don't cry. You keep your word, and you'll definitely succeed in the future. Xia Zhizhi raised his chubby little hand to wipe his face, frowned, and said in a baby voice, "Dad, can you please not kiss my face randomly? It's very unhygienic." "Hey, you little rascal, you're even complaining about your dad now." Shen Changfeng playfully pinched his son's little nose. "When I'm old and can't move, I won't be able to count on you to help me." "Help with what?" Shun Jichin scrunched up his nose in disgust. "Dad, I think professional things should be left to professionals. I can hire someone to take care of you." He really couldn't handle that. Just thinking about it made him want to throw up. Shun Changfeng laughed. "Good boy, you're quite clever. But unfortunately, our country doesn't allow hiring nannies. What do you suggest?"
Huh? No nannies?
Shun Jichin's little face wrinkled up as he discussed with Shin Changfeng. "Dad, can't you just not get sick? If you don't get sick, we wouldn't have so many problems." "Hey, you're quite the thinker." Shin Changfeng chuckled. "But I can't control my health. It's not like I can just decide not to be sick." While Shin Changfeng was taking care of his child, he was also working. Zhizhi, on the other hand, was still in the office, pretending to be busy while actually being absorbed in a TV drama playing in her mind. Watching a character turn dark and conquer everything was just thrilling. "Work is over. I heard the grain station is getting supplies today. Let's hurry and line up to buy some." "Hey, Su Fun, wait for me." Before long, everyone in the office had rushed out. Zhizhi leisurely packed her pen, notebook, and water cup into her bag, locked the door, and headed outside. While others were short on food, their family had enough. Shin Changfeng had already told her about the system. The rewards from cooking were enough for their family's rations. Of course, to avoid raising suspicion, Shin Changfeng would still pretend and occasionally get up early to line up at the grain station. "Zhizhi, over here." As she exited the steel factory gate, she saw Shin Changfeng on his bicycle, with Shun Zichin strapped to him in a homemade baby carrier, his eyes sparkling as he called out to Zhizhi. "Mommy, over here. Chun is here." His little chubby hand waved excitedly, afraid Zhizhi wouldn't notice him. Zhizhi smiled as she walked over and gently tapped her son's little nose. "Oh my little treasure, how are you so cute? I saw you as soon as I came out." With a resemblance to Zhizhi, the chubby little one was just too adorable. Not only was he cute, but he also had a sweet tongue. Zhizhi adored him immensely. Little Shinzichin is our familiar Debao. To prevent her child from going to the countryside in the future, Xia Zhizhi decided to give birth separately this time. In the second year after arriving in Anshan County, she got pregnant with Debao and gave birth to him at the end of 1957. Now, Debao is not yet 2 years old, but he speaks clearly and is very lovable. After the famine years passed, she planned to get pregnant again and have Erbao and Sanbao. With the college entrance examination restored, Erbao and Sanbao were only 13 or 14 years old and would not be involved in the issue of going to the countryside. "Changfeng, hurry home, it's getting colder," she urged. Zhizhi skillfully sat on the cushioned back seat and tightened her collar, urging Shin Changfeng to ride faster. Little Shin Jichin cleverly buried his head in his father's arms, afraid the cold wind would chafe his little face. "Zhizhi, if you're cold, lean on me. I'm warm and can keep you cozy," Shin Changfeng said while pedaling the bicycle. After entering the lunar month of October, the temperature in their northern Anshan County noticeably dropped, and passers-by were wearing cotton jackets. Zhizhi buried her head on Shin Changfeng's back, casually watching the emaciated pedestrians who looked weak and unsteady. She wondered how many people would die from this famine. When they got home, Shin Changfeng unbuckled the baby carrier and placed their son on the carpet, letting him crawl and play. Then he carried their son and took a bowl of cookies from the system space for Zhizhi. "Zhizhi, share these with our son. I'll go cook." This bowl of cookies was made recently in the system kitchen so that Zhizhi and their son would have a snack when they got hungry. "Okay, got it," Zhizhi replied. "Just boil some sweet potatoes in the kitchen. Let everyone know we're cooking, but don't waste too much time in there." In reality, they were eating the meals Shin Changfeng had prepared in the system kitchen, which were nutritious and balanced, with the sweet potatoes just to appease the neighbors. "All right, I'll be quick." You two eat the cookies to fill your stomachs first. Shin Changfeng nodded, put on an apron, and headed to the kitchen. Little Shin Zichin had already caught a whiff of the sweet aroma of milk. He dropped his small toy and hurriedly crawled to Zhiji's side, climbing up her leg and eagerly saying, "Chunching wants to eat. Mommy, give Chunching a piece of cookie." If it weren't for his cleanliness obsession, he would probably be drooling by now. Okay, I'll give Chunching a piece. Xia Zhizhi was a fair mother and didn't take advantage of her son, sharing the cookies equally with him. In the end, only one piece was left, so Zhizhi had Shin Changfeng cut it in half, and they each had a half, ensuring fairness. Changcheng licked his lips, still wanting more. Mommy, the cookies are so delicious. Let's eat these again tomorrow. His parents had set a rule that he could only have sweet snacks once a day, so he decided that tomorrow he wouldn't eat candy, but would have cookies instead. These were much tastier than candy. Xia Zhizhi half lay on the sofa, hugging her chubby son who smelled sweet.
You need to ask your dad about that.
He's the head of our family and is in charge of giving us snacks. The mother and son were chatting on the sofa when Shin Changfeng came out with a pot of boiled sweet potatoes. Seeing them, he couldn't help but smile. Zhizhi, Chunching, if there's nothing important, stop discussing and wash your hands for dinner. Zhizhi quickly picked up her little chubby boy and rushed to the dining table, placing him in his special seat, then looked expectantly at her husband. Honey, what are we having for dinner? Chuncheng had the same eager expression. Daddy, what are we eating? Is there meat? The little guy looked at his dad with his tiny hands cutely. If we have braised chicken legs, that would be great. Chuncheng loves braised chicken legs. Daddy Shin Changfeng looked at the two similar, pretty faces sweetly gazing at him, feeling a swell of happiness in his heart. Smiling, he said, "Yes, we have what you both like." He set down the boiled sweet potatoes and went back to the kitchen, bringing out the dishes one by one. A pot of fragrant braised chicken legs, a plate of stir-fried green peppers with meat, a plate of vinegar cucumbers, and a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup. 3 dishes and a soup, just right. Shin Changfeng first served a bowl of rice to Zhizhi, telling her to start eating. Then he served rice and dishes to their son, placing a small bowl of seaweed egg drop soup next to him, reminding him to eat slowly. Only then did he start serving himself. In this family of 3, 2 were big eaters. Chuncheng, who was still shorter than the table legs, had an appetite almost as big as Shin Changfeng's. Zhizhi, the little big eater's mom, could finish 3 bowls of rice in one meal. Watching his wife and son eat with satisfied expressions, Shin Changfeng felt grateful once again for having the system, which allowed his family to eat well even in these tough times. Open the door. Hurry up. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking at the door, accompanied by a bold middle-aged woman's voice. My precious grandson smelled the meat from your house and cried because he wanted some. Hurry up and share some with us. Zhizhi looked at Shin Changfeng. Changfeng, where did this old hag come from? The door continued to be knocked on, along with noisy shouts. Open the door. Hurry up. We're neighbors. What's wrong with sharing some meat? The more she spoke, the ruder she became, and Shin Changfeng frowned in displeasure. I heard there's a deputy director from the police station who just returned from the army. I wonder if the people outside are related to him. Zhizhi opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but suddenly the long silent Tianji mirror spoke up, gleefully saying, Zhizhi, you're so lucky. You've encountered the main characters again. What is this? Another pair of main characters has arrived. Zhizhi told Shin Changfeng to continue eating and ignore the people outside, then immersed herself in the system to check the information about the main characters. Once again, it was a female lead from a female-oriented novel, this time a story about raising children. The female lead, Zhang Siyue, came from a post-apocalyptic world. Upon arrival, she faced the sacrifice of her husband and the situation of her 2 twin sons still in swaddling clothes, crying for food. No, saying Zhang Siyue came from the apocalypse isn't entirely accurate. She was born a few years after the apocalypse ended, and a new order was established globally. Moreover, the apocalypse she experienced didn't involve zombies. Instead, It was caused by alien beings maliciously releasing pollutants that contaminated the environment of her planet. In the end, the surviving humans had altered gene sequences, making reproduction extremely difficult. After the new order was established, the number of newborns worldwide each year did not exceed 100, making them as rare as national treasures. Infants didn't need to be raised by their biological parents. They would be sent to state-arranged nurseries upon birth, funded by the state, and cared for by awakened caregivers until adulthood. Zhang Xiyue grew up in such an environment. Therefore, she cherished children immensely and quickly accepted the two sons of the original owner upon her arrival. To better raise her two sons, Zhang Xiyue agreed to the matchmaking proposal from the wife of the group's political commissar. When she met the male lead, Xia Zhizhi, who was a widower with a son and daughter, she got straight to the point about their respective tasks after marriage, and Xia Zhizhi had no objections to her demands. Before their transfer procedures were approved, they quickly completed the marriage report and got their marriage certificate. It's worth mentioning that all children born after the apocalypse would awaken extraordinary talents. The female lead, Zhang Xiyue, awakened a copying ability. She could copy any inanimate object. Thanks to this ability, the family of the male and female leads smoothly survived the famine years, and later, they made a fortune in the black market by using the food they copied. Of course, the copying ability also had its limitations and couldn't be used infinitely. For example, if an apple was used as the original for copying, it could produce up to 100 identical apples. However, the copies made from the original could not be used as new originals for further copying. Based on this characteristic, the male and female leads began exchanging copies for food, which they then used as new originals for further copying. This way, they ended up with an endless supply of food. Indeed, the female lead, Zhang Xiyue, did not hide her ability from the male lead, Xia Zhizhi, who had a military background and sharp instincts. Xia Zhizhi, not wanting to see more people starve to death, confronted Zhang Xiyue about her ability, and she reluctantly admitted it. Knock, knock, knock. Comrade Xia Zhizhi, are you home? The next morning, Zhang Xiyue came to Zhizhi's door with a small bowl of freshly made pumpkin pancakes. Mom, someone is knocking at the door. Chun rubbed his eyes and peeked out from his warm blanket. Feeling the cold air outside, he quickly snuggled closer to his mom. Zhizhi wrapped her arms around her chubby son, keeping her eyes closed. Let her knock, let's keep sleeping. Last night, she had been playing around with Shin Chongfeng and stayed up late watching movies, not sleeping until 5 in the morning. She was exhausted. But Chenchen's little tummy was growling nonstop, making it impossible for him to sleep. He just wanted to get up and eat. So, the little guy decided to wake up his lazy mom. Mom, don't sleep. Someone is looking for you outside. He pinched his mom's nose, preventing her from breathing. Zhizhi had to open her eyes, and though she wanted to be annoyed, seeing her adorable son's chubby face made her forget her irritation. Okay, I'm getting up. Sigh, raising a child is so tiring. Now I can't even sleep in. Winter in the Northeast is too cold. Shen Chongfeng knew that Zhizhi struggled to get out of bed in winter, unable to stand the chilly clothes. So every night, he would tuck her clothes under the blanket. This way, when she got dressed the next day, her clothes would be warm. Zhizhi quickly pulled out the warm clothes from under the blanket and got dressed as fast as she could. Then she picked up her chubby son, dressed him in the new rabbit fur coat and thick cotton pants his dad made for him, put on his rabbit fur-lined boots, and adjusted his knitted hat. Finally, she took the waddling little guy by the hand and went to open the door. Seeing the visitor, Xia Zhizhi felt a spark of excitement. Zhang Xiyue had a neat bob haircut, a round face and big eyes, looking very cute and innocent, as if she could easily be fooled. But Zhizhi knew it was just an appearance. Zhang Xiyue was quite clever. Aside from initially not understanding the social dynamics of this era and doing some silly things, she had gradually improved. Mom, I haven't seen this ant before. Chun exclaimed, his eyes wide, leaning against his mom's leg, trying to look up at the unfamiliar ant waiting at their door. The little guy had a great memory. He remembered everyone living in their compound clearly. He was sure he had never seen this ant before. Shang Siyue couldn't resist the adorable little boy and smiled at Qinchin. This aunt is new here, so it's normal you haven't seen her. Then she turned to Zhizhi with an apologetic expression. Sister, you are comrade Xia Zhizhi, the wife of County Chief Shen, right?
I am Shan Suyu.
My husband, Xia Zhenhua, is the new deputy chief of the police station, and we just moved in yesterday. I'm really sorry about my mother-in-law knocking on your door for food. My husband and I only found out about it during dinner last night. We were planning to come over to apologize, but it got late, and we saw your lights were off, so we didn't want to disturb you. Cough, cough. The lights had gone off quite early last night. She and Shin Chongfeng were having too much fun, and he had come up with many new tricks. Xia Zhizhi's gaze wandered, and her ears felt warm. Shang Siyue didn't notice Zhizhi's unusual behavior and continued. Zhenhua felt bad about it, so he asked me to come this morning to apologize. As she spoke, she handed Zhizhi the now-cold pumpkin pancake. This is a pancake I just made this morning with a little sugar. Kids usually love it, you can give it to. Suddenly, she realized she didn't know the name of the county chief's child. Qinchin, my name is Qinchin. The clever Qinchin knew the pancake was for him and quickly waved his little hand to answer. Zhizhi had to swallow her words. Oh, so your name is Qinchin. That's a lovely name, and you're very smart. Seeing the adorable and clever Qinchin, Shang Siyue couldn't help but smile again. Thank you for the compliment, Andy. When Qinchin was praised, his eyes sparkled, and he smiled widely. Sister and County Chief Shen are really lucky to have such a well-behaved and cute son. Shang Siyue was charmed and struggled to look away, genuinely complimenting. Then she returned to the main topic. So, I hope County Chief Shen and you won't mind what happened yesterday. My mother-in-law comes from the countryside and doesn't speak well. Xia Zhenhua, the male lead, was not the cold, emotionless type. He had just returned from military service and didn't want to offend the powerful county leaders right away. After learning what his mother had done, he quickly told Shang Siyue to apologize to Shin Chongfeng's wife the next day. He himself waited for Shin Chongfeng to leave in the morning and personally apologized to him, successfully establishing a connection. As for the male lead's mother, after hearing from her son that the people living there were not to be messed with, she vowed on the spot to never offend anyone with her words again for her son's career and future. Oh, so the person who knocked on our door asking for meat yesterday was your mother-in-law. Zhizhi patted her chest, looking a bit shaken. I thought another starving person had barged into our compound and was too scared to call Shin Chongfeng to open the door. She looked regretful. If I had known the person outside was the new deputy chief's mother, I would have invited her in for a while. Although we don't have much meat, we could at least offer a meal. Look at how rude this turned out to be. Shang Siyue smiled awkwardly. The way she said it made it sound like her mother-in-law came specifically to beg for food. Though it was true, anyone with a bit of social awareness wouldn't say it out loud. Sister, I'm really sorry. Zhenhua has already talked to me about my mother-in-law. She promised she won't do this again. Seeing Shang Siyue being so humble, Zhizhi didn't want to make any more sarcastic comments. By the way, you said your name is Shang Siyue. Can I call you Siyue from now on? It's so cold outside. Why don't you come in for a bit? Shang Siyue quickly waved her hand in refusal. No need, sister. My child at home still needs milk, and my house isn't tidy yet. I have to go back to work, so I won't come in. Feeling that the county chief's wife might not be easy to get along with, she didn't want to go inside and make small talk. Then wait a moment, I'll get you a bowl. Zhizhi let her son and Shang Siyue chat at the door while she went back to pour the pumpkin pancakes and packed a few red sweet potatoes that Shin Chongfeng had cooked last night but hadn't eaten, as a return gift for Shang Siyue. We don't have much good stuff at home, but you can take this back for your child to fill their tummy. No one at home liked boiled sweet potatoes, so it was perfect for giving away or returning a favor. Zhizhi felt smarter than Shang Siyue, never showing off her wealth. What era is it? Still sending fried pumpkin pancakes with oil and sugar to others. It's as if she wanted everyone to know her family was well off. Shang Siyue, I befriend you, and you actually came to our house to steal. This angry shout from the next yard was so loud that it startled Qinchin, causing the spoon in his hand to fall to the ground. Shun Chongfeng didn't even bother to help the child pick up the spoon. He looked at Zhizhi with a face full of doubt. Zhizhi, I didn't hear wrong, did I? Director Xia's daughter-in-law stole something? Zhizhi thought to herself that it was finally happening. You didn't hear wrong. Zhang Meiwan shouted that. Just as the divination with the heavenly machine mirror predicted, Zhang Siyue started taking food from others' homes to replicate more grain. Zhang Meiwan was not the first. Before, others didn't dare to expose her because she was the daughter-in-law of the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, and they got their grain back. They were afraid of angering Zhang Siyue. But while they were afraid of her, Zhang Meiwan was not. Her father, Zhang Disheng, was the county party secretary, the real top leader in the county. In the family compound, besides Xia Zhizhi, the future likely successor to her father's position, there were few others she would pay attention to. Zhizhi always liked to join in on the excitement. Hearing that there seemed to be a quarrel next door, she quickly stuffed the steamed bun in her mouth, took a sip of egg soup, put on her wool hat, and rushed outside. Her movements were so quick that Shun Chongfeng only managed to grab her hand. Zhizhi, if you leave the food out too long, it will get cold. Why not finish eating first? Unfortunately, Zhizhi didn't have time to respond to him and had already dashed out of the house to the next yard. Dad, I want to go too, I want to go too. Shun Chongfeng found a clean spoon in the kitchen and handed it to his son, firmly refusing him. Be good, you're not going. Just eat your meal. Chun Chun pouted, wanting to argue with his dad, but was silenced by the threat, if you make a fuss, there will be no little cake tonight. Fine, I'll eat. The little guy scooped a full spoon of fried rice, took a big bite, chewed with his cheeks puffed out, and after swallowing, opened his mouth to show his dad. Dad, look, I ate. You can't cut my snacks anymore. Shun Chongfeng replied that okay, Dad understands. Satisfied with the answer, the little guy happily waved his spoon and ate even more vigorously. Slow down, no one is competing with you. Shun Chongfeng felt exhausted. He hadn't starved him, so why was he always so fierce at mealtime? Meanwhile, Xia Zhizhi watched as Zhang Siyue was verbally attacked by Zhang Meiwan, looking completely at a loss. Or rather, out of it. Zhang Meiwan was almost poking her in the face. She looked like a character from a palace drama, staring blankly with wide eyes, not knowing how to respond. Seriously, girl, are you made of wood? Just look at the expressions of the onlookers. Their disdain was almost overflowing. Do you not care about your reputation? Zhizhi observed Zhang Siyue as if she were some rare species, constantly sizing her up. Sigh, Accountant Xia. Do you think Director Xia's daughter-in-law might be a fool? Liang Ying had somehow joined Zhizhi and said helplessly, Zhang Meiwan scolded her so harshly, and she still looks dazed? Zhizhi shrugged. She probably just doesn't know how to argue. She can talk well usually. I don't know why the main character Zhang Siyue is set up this way. Anyway, she never learned to argue in her life. At most, she learned to persuade with reason and virtue. But some people just won't listen to reason or care about your character. Zhang Siyue suffered a lot because of this. Clearly, Liang Ying didn't believe there were people who couldn't argue. Is she pretending? Even if she's not good at arguing, she should at least respond. But look at her now. What is she trying to do? Act cute. Xia Zhizhi looked over and fell silent. You know, Zhang Siyue's youthful face, combined with her round, confused eyes, was indeed quite cute. Zhang Meiwan shared Liang Ying's thoughts. Zhang Siyue, I'm talking to you. What's with your attitude? Do you look down on me? Do you think being silent will let you get away with stealing? No wonder she could marry Director Xia even with 2 kids from a previous marriage. She had a way of charming people. Zhang Meiwan sneered inwardly. Zhang Siyue frowned, finally finding her voice. I didn't. I told you I really didn't mean to steal your rice and flour. It's you who doesn't believe me. How can I believe you with what you just said? Zhang Meiwan laughed in anger. You can't tell me you've never seen rice and flour, went home to observe them, and then returned them after looking, right? I really just wanted to
look.
Besides, I returned the rice and flour intact and even apologized to you. Why do you keep bringing this up? Zhang Siyue felt that she had already apologized and hadn't caused Zhang Meiwan any loss, yet Zhang Meiwan wouldn't let it go. It was a bit unreasonable. Zhang Meiwan replied, "Hey, you're feeling wrong now. What's going on?" Director Zhang's voice came from the doorway, accompanied by Shang Siyue's husband, Xia Zhizhi. The onlookers parted to make way. Director Zhang's wife also came out quickly, putting on a thick coat. "Old Zhang, you're back. I've made dinner, hurry inside to eat." Seeing Xia Zhizhi there, she smiled and said, "Xiao Xia is here too. I made extra food tonight. Come eat at our house, bring your wife along." It was as if there was no lingering resentment about Shang Siyue stealing their grain. Zhang Meiwan was unhappy and stomped her foot. "Mom, why are you inviting this thief to dinner? Isn't that annoying?" The food at home was already tight. If they let Shang Siyue steal more, how would they survive? Before Director Zhang could scold her, Zhang's mother shot her a glare.
What are you talking about?
"What's stealing? Didn't Xiaoshang return everything?" The implication was that Shang Siyue had indeed stolen from them. Xia Zhenhua's face darkened as he looked at Shang Siyue with a questioning gaze. Shang Siyue felt a shiver and hurriedly waved her hands. "No, I really didn't steal anything. I just borrowed a little grain from Zhang Meijuan's house for a short while and returned it all intact." This statement was worse than not saying anything at all. Xia Zhenhua's expression darkened further, and he awkwardly looked at Director Zhang. "Director Zhang, I'm sorry. My wife acted inappropriately this time. I'll apologize to you and your wife later." Seeing Xia Zhenhua's wife acting this way, Director Zhang didn't know what to say. He waved his hand, still smiling politely and kindly. "Xiao Xia, there's no need for apologies. Just remember to take care of your family while you're out there working hard." Xia Zhenhua looked ashamed. "Thank you for the reminder, Director. I will teach Siyue well when I get home." In the end, Xia Zhenhua left with Shang Siyue, his face dark with anger. Xia Zhizhi returned home, still feeling unsatisfied. "Zhizhi, I've warmed up the food for you. If you're still hungry, go ahead and eat more." Shen Chongfeng continued washing the dishes when he saw Zhizhi come back. A little burden sat on his cotton slippers, clinging to his leg and dragging along wherever he went. "Thank you, Chongfeng. You are so wonderful. I feel like the happiest woman in the world right now." Zhizhi ran over and kissed Shen Chongfeng's face several times. Shen Chongfeng couldn't help but smile. "As long as you stay with me and don't think about leaving, I will always treat you well." Great, this man shines with a little praise and starts bringing up old issues again. Zhizhi rolled her eyes at him. "I was going to tell you about what happened next door, but now I'm in a bad mood, so forget it." Of course, even when she was upset, Zhizhi never joked about her health and made sure to take the warm food with her before leaving the kitchen. Shen Chongfeng found it amusing to watch Zhizhi's angry figure. "Dad, why aren't you comforting Mom?" "You're just standing here laughing," said Chunchen, sitting at Dad's feet, looking confused. "If you don't cheer up Mom, she'll send you to sleep in the cold room tonight." Shen Chongfeng turned his attention back to the dishes, wringing out the cloth and setting it aside, smiling as he said, "Your mom isn't really angry. She's just feeling guilty and embarrassed. Don't worry, Dad will make it better later." Chinchin didn't understand what feeling guilty meant and quickly asked Dad what he meant. "Be good. That's not something you need to learn at your age. Go play with your tin frog in the living room." Zhizhi paid no attention to the father-son duo in the kitchen. Her mind was completely focused on the main couple. She was eating while watching the excitement of the main couple. At the main couple's house, Xia's mother took her grandchildren to the village to gather wild vegetables early in the morning, leaving the house empty. The twins of Shang Siyue were still babies and couldn't understand adult conversations. So, Xia Zhenhua raised his voice and questioned Shang Siyue. "Shang Siyue, did you eat less or drink less to do something like this? Don't you know it's bad for you?" Shang Siyue frowned, her round face looking displeased. "What do you mean by stealing? Don't use such harsh words. I told you I didn't steal anything. Why are you still accusing me?" Xia Zhenhua was both angry and amused.
"Ha!
You admitted in front of so many people, and now you say I'm accusing you?" Shang Siyue knew no one believed her, but she still explained helplessly, "Zhenhua, believe me, I really didn't steal anything. I just borrowed it for a little while and was going to return it quickly. Who knew Zhang Meiwan would come back from the bathroom so fast, and I ran into her. Xia Zhizhi frowned, finally realizing something was off with his wife. No, it should be said that her way of thinking was different from others. He noticed that she truly didn't think she was doing anything wrong or embarrassing. Xia Zhizhi was so troubled that he couldn't even enjoy his dinner. Until, wait, why are there suddenly so many bags of rice and flour under the bed? Xia Zhizhi's eyes widened in shock. Could it all be stolen by Shang Xiyue? Because of this, Xia Zhizhi became distracted at work. For a while, he observed Shang Xiyue, trying to figure out where she was hiding these things and how she got them. If she really did steal from someone, he needed to return it quickly. What if someone starved because of this? Their family would be in big trouble. Unexpectedly, this observation almost shattered his worldview. What did he see? Shang Xiyue could actually produce a huge amount of food. This was the moment when the female lead would confess her special ability. Wait. All this food in the cellar? You created it? Xia Zhizhi stared at the cellar full of potatoes and sweet potatoes, suddenly feeling dazed, as if he were dreaming, and this world wasn't real. Shang Xiyue nodded, looking a bit wronged. That's right, but I can only copy 100 of each item. To avoid starving, I had to borrow some food from the neighbors for a while. You accuse me of stealing and are giving me the cold shoulder. Xia Zhizhi's voice wavered. It's my fault. I won't doubt you again. However, Xiyue, just keep this ability a secret. Don't let anyone else know, not even our own child. What if the child accidentally spills the beans? You could be in danger. Shang Xiyue nodded obediently. Changfeng, don't you think the Xia family has been acting strangely lately? Zhizhi suddenly leaned closer to Shin Changfeng, lowering her voice. I've heard them leaving the house at night several times. The main couple's house was just diagonally across from Zhizhi's. As long as someone wasn't deaf, they could easily hear the heavy sound of their door opening at night. Don't worry about them. Let's just focus on our own lives. Shun Changfeng added some meat from the potato stew to Zhizhi's bowl and some potatoes to Qinchin's, looking calm and not curious about what the main couple was doing out at night. The cafeteria isn't warm, and the food cools down quickly. Zhizhi, eat while it's hot. Today, Shun Changfeng was busy and didn't have time to cook for Zhizhi, so he brought her to the cafeteria at work. As a leader, Shun Changfeng could have special meals. Of course, he was responsible for the ingredients. Other leaders at the unit did the same. If they wanted something good, they brought their own ingredients and the kitchen staff would cook it for them. And Shun Changfeng wasn't the only one eating meat. After all, it was only the first year of the famine. Although pork was scarce, it was still available for purchase. Dad is biased. He only gives Mom meat and not me. Qinchin suddenly pouted, looking upset. Qinchin, look at this. Zhizhi, the unkind mother, picked up a piece of lean meat from her bowl and, under Qinchin's hopeful gaze, put it into her own mouth. She chewed slowly, as if savoring a delicious delicacy, looking completely satisfied. Wow, this meat is so good. It's such a pity Qinchin can't have any. Qinchin's little mouth pouted, crying loudly, Mom and Dad are mean. Zhizhi felt a bit like she had a bad omen hanging over her. Just after discussing the main characters with Shin Changfeng, she stumbled upon a scene where a large group of villagers from the male lead's hometown came to borrow food. There are no secrets that can stay hidden forever. The male lead, Xia Zhizhi, had some extra food and a wife who could keep producing more, so he felt confident he could help his two younger brothers in the village. Recently, he had secretly taken away a large portion of food from his home at night to give to his brothers. Xia Zhizhi was cautious and reminded his brothers not to tell anyone about where the food came from. His brothers kept quiet, but their wives did not. Thinking of their own families, they secretly sent food home and, under questioning, revealed everything. Their family members were even less discreet. Before long, news of Xia Zhizhi's ability to obtain food spread to Xia family village. Some villagers, desperate and starving, heard that Xia Zhizhi, who worked at the county police station, had a way to get food and immediately sought the village chief to take them to borrow food. Some, who had a bit of money, hoped Xia Zhenhua could help them buy food. 80% of the villagers shared the surname Xia, all from the same clan. The village chief couldn't bear to see them starve, especially since his own family was running low on food. So, he gathered a group of older Xia family members and went to find Xia Zhenhua. As Zhizhi and the others passed by the main character's house on their way back, they saw the door wide open, with a group of men in their 40s surrounding Xia Zhenhua, talking non-stop. Changfeng, stop for a moment. I want to see what's going on, Zhizhi said excitedly, patting Shen Changfeng's back. Shen Changfeng reluctantly hit the brakes, resting his right foot on the ground while waiting for Zhizhi to get settled. Zhizhi, don't get too caught up. Remember to come home for dinner, he gently reminded her. I know. You go ahead and cook. Zhizhi waved her hand dismissively and hurried over to the crowd to find Liang Ying. Liang Ying, what's happening? Liang Ying grabbed Zhizhi's hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she chattered about the situation. Zhizhi was very supportive, reacting with different expressions and exclamations, making Liang Ying feel accomplished sharing the gossip. Shen Changfeng chuckled at his wife, pulling their curious son closer as he pushed the bicycle toward home. They needed to hurry back to cook. Today, they had won a big box of seafood in the lottery, and Zhizhi loved seafood feasts. At the Xia family home, Shangxi stood at the cellar door, blocking it left and right, sweating profusely. Her mother-in-law was doing the same. Oh no, it's like robbers have come to steal our food. Zhenhua, hurry, and call some people from the police station to arrest them. Xia's mother, unable to push past the big men, sat down in frustration, pounding her thighs and starting to threaten. Shang Suyu was also furious, saying, Zhenhua, this food isn't just yours. It's for me and my 2 sons too. You need to kick them out or I won't stay with you. This food had nothing to do with Xia Zhenhua. He was already supporting his 2 brothers. If he started helping the villagers too, she wouldn't be able to tolerate it. The desperate villagers suddenly remembered Xia Zhenhua's position, their expressions changing as they withdrew their hands, their gaunt faces filled with sorrow. Zhenhua, we're not trying to steal. We just want to borrow. Yes, borrow. Our family has run out of food, and both adults and children are digging up roots and eating tree bark. As they spoke, tears began to flow. My parents aren't eating. They're lying in bed waiting to die, just trying to save a few bites of food for us. And the children, our grandchildren, are so starved they're just skin and bones. If we don't get food soon, we don't know how much longer they can survive. Hearing that children in the village might starve to death, Shang Suyu's expression changed, and she felt a pang of compassion. If only you had spoken nicely earlier. Xia Zhenhua rubbed his forehead, knowing what Shang Suyu wanted to say, and interrupted her. Suyu, go cook. I'll handle this. Shang Suyu wanted to say more, but Xia Zhenhua gave her a look that brooked no argument, so she reluctantly headed to the kitchen. Xia Zhenhua glanced at the neighbors gathered at their door, sighing internally, imagining how many more problems would come their way. He had been careless this time, giving his brothers too much food. Village chief, secretary, it's not convenient to discuss this outside. Let's go inside to talk. Then he told his mother, Mom, please entertain these uncles and see if we have any sweet potatoes or something to give them to fill their stomachs. Xia's mother glared. No way. Why should we give our food to them?
Mom.
Xia Zhenhua suddenly shouted, his expression serious. Guests are guests, especially those who watched me grow up. It's only right to treat them well. As the eldest son who had to support the family after his father passed away, Xia Zhenhua was the head of the household. In important matters, Xia's mother usually listened to her eldest son. Seeing his serious expression, she didn't dare to argue further and reluctantly walked to the kitchen to find a few small, rotten sweet potatoes to offer. The village chief and secretary, seeing Xia Zhenhua's attitude, realized he cared about the villagers, feeling relieved and their expressions brightening. They sensed their visit might not have been in vain. As the male lead and the village chief and secretary went inside, the onlookers outside, except for Zhizhi, were left anxious, wondering what was being said. Why can't Director Xia say what he needs to say in front of us? Why hide inside? Liang Ying huffed. It's not just the villagers who are short on food. We city folks are struggling too. Director Xia isn't being honest. He has a way to buy food but won't share it with us. Their little Bao was crying from hunger every day. Others chimed in, exactly. We're neighbors, and we'll be living together for a long time. How can they hide food while we starve? Zhizhi joined in, pretending to complain. Yes, we're eating boiled sweet potatoes twice a day, and both adults and kids are looking pale and thin. Don't be fooled by how chubby our Chun looks. It's just his winter clothes. He's actually light as a feather. She hadn't realized everyone was struggling so much. She decided to go home and prepare something for Chun to make his face look healthier. As for her and Shen Chongfeng, they didn't need it. Both of them were on the thin side, clearly not well fed. After returning home, Zhizhi talked to Shen Chongfeng about this matter. Shen Chongfeng, your son is really too chubby. He's almost got a double chin. We need to find a way to help him lose some weight. Zhizhi touched her chin, watching her big, chubby son holding a bowl bigger than his head, fiercely scooping up crab roe rice. Her eyes were filled with sadness. Even if he painted his face yellow, no one would think he was starving. They would just wonder if he had jaundice. Shen Chongfeng paused while picking fish bones for their son, looking conflicted. Zhizhi, I don't think our son is fat. He's just a bit plump. Maybe we shouldn't make him lose weight. Thinking about how he had raised the son from diapers. No, he couldn't bear to see his precious son go hungry and suffer. Xia Zhizhi pinched the flesh on her son's arm. It was solid and plump, making her both angry and amused. Shen Chongfeng, come here and feel your son's body. How can you say he's just a bit plump? If that's plump, then what is really fat? Shen Chongfeng cleared his throat, avoiding her gaze. He took care of their son every day. How could he not know how solidly built he was? It's just, whoever raises the child feels the most pain. He really couldn't bear to see his son go hungry. Cheng, hearing his mom say he was fat and needed to lose weight, was very unhappy. He pouted and said angrily, Cheng is not fat. He's just cute. Mom is not the same loving mom anymore. She wants to starve Cheng. Cheng was very upset, the kind of upset that couldn't be soothed. The little guy finished his rant and turned to Shen Chongfeng, crying in his arms. Cheng doesn't want to be hungry. Dad, don't starve Cheng. I promise I'll be good from now on, woo. Xia Zhizhi. Son, you're making me look like a wicked stepmother. Silly dad Shen Chongfeng didn't care that his white shirt was getting dirty from his son's greasy little face. He lovingly picked up his chubby son and rocked him in the living room. While comforting him, he didn't forget to explain to Zhizhi, don't cry, Cheng. Dad will never let you go hungry. And don't be mad at Mom. She's just worried that you're too cute and might get taken away by bad people. If that happens, you won't see Mom and Dad again. After all, he had raised him himself, so Shen Chongfeng was quite good at comforting his son. In no time, Cheng stopped crying and forgave Zhizhi for wanting him to lose weight. He reached out for his mom to hold him. Okay, Mom will hold you. Zhizhi finished her last bite, wiped her mouth, and quickly took Cheng from Shen Chongfeng. I was wrong earlier. I shouldn't have said Cheng should lose weight. He's not fat at all. Were you still hungry? Mom will feed you, okay? Cheng clapped his hands happily. Okay. Mom has never fed me before. Before, it had always been Dad feeding him. A twinge of guilt crossed her mind. Zhizhi scooped a spoonful of egg custard and held it to her son's mouth, saying indulgently, if you like it when Mom feeds you, I'll keep feeding you. It seemed that in this life, Cheng was their only child, no longer the big brother of triplets. He received all his parents' love, without needing to set an example for two younger brothers. At such a young age, he had become much more carefree and was brave enough to express his wishes to his parents. Zhizhi felt that a child raised with full love was truly different from one raised with only a fraction of it. The happiness was clearly greater. Zhizhi began to think about whether in the future she should let all three children experience the joy of being an only child for a few more years. Her three sons had accompanied her through many lifetimes, and each time they were her pride. Zhizhi truly held her 3 sons in the second most important place in her heart. Well, the first place would always be herself. So the second most important place was indeed very important. The Xia family Xia Zhenhua did not make grand promises about how much grain he could secure. He simply stated that he indeed had channels to buy grain. However, grain was scarce, and he would try his best to help them buy some. Moreover, he did not have much money on hand and needed to prioritize villagers who could afford to pay. Those without money could use gold or old items as payment. The village chief and the secretary had some savings, so they were not worried. But most other families were very poor, struggling to feed themselves, and they simply did not have the money. Seeing their fellow villagers starve, the village chief and the secretary felt helpless and were about to kneel before Xia Zhenhua. Fortunately, Xia Zhenhua quickly supported them, preventing them from kneeling. Village chief, secretary, I'm just a salaried worker. I've spent all my savings on grain, so your pleas won't help. The village chief and the secretary begged him repeatedly, and Xia Zhenhua finally sighed. Village chief, I have some connections with a grain dealer. I can try to ask him if we can settle future payments with grain. But can you guarantee that the villagers will keep their promise to return the grain? If they don't, I will be the one stuck with the debt, as the middleman. His hesitation was genuine. No one knew if the famine would end next year. Giving away so much grain for free might only encourage villagers to expect more. What if they ran out of grain again and came to him for help? The village chief understood that he could not let Xia Zhenhua take the risk of helping them, only to end up in debt. He nervously took out a pen from his pocket. Zhenhua, don't worry. I'll write you an IOU. If they refuse to return the grain, I will pay you back. The secretary stopped him, disagreeing. Hold on, let's first find out who can afford to trade for grain. We should prioritize those who can pay, and then deal with the rest later. He knew the villagers well. If they were given grain too easily, it would only encourage them to take advantage. If they later refused to pay, they would surely offend Xia Zhenhua, making it hard for them to ask for help again. In the end, Xia Zhenhua did help the villagers buy grain. Not only did he help the villagers, but he also assisted neighbors living in the same government compound. After the village chief and secretary left, neighbors started coming to him one by one, and Xia Zhenhua couldn't refuse, so he agreed to help them as well. The only comfort was that he didn't have to worry about neighbors not paying him back. Once they learned the price of the grain, they all paid on the spot. Shen Chongfeng followed suit and came to buy some coarse and fine grains, without warning Xia Zhenhua that this could lead to trouble and possibly cost him his job. Not just Shen Chongfeng, but others also failed to give him a heads up. Everyone thought he was acting recklessly, especially with his family dragging him down, and they didn't want to get too close. Of course, they might also be afraid of being dragged down with him. The main characters attracted all sorts of trouble, and they had seen plenty of ridiculous situations since moving in. They didn't want to get involved in these disputes. Just as one issue was settling, another arose. The grain-buying problem was not over when the female lead, Zhang Xiyue, unexpectedly brought home 2 dirty children. She was busy bathing them, giving them her stepdaughter's clothes, and even offering them the steamed buns her mother-in-law had just made. Her mother-in-law and stepdaughter were furious and jumped up in anger. Zhizhi had always viewed the main character's family affairs as entertainment and never expected that one day their problems would involve her family and possibly bring them trouble. Wah, Granny Xia, Sister Yao Yao, it's our fault. We were greedy and ate the buns. Please don't argue with Aunt Shang. A little girl, about 5 or 6 years old and as thin as a matchstick, looked up at Zhang Xiyue with tearful eyes. Wah, sister, Kong Kong is scared and wants to go home. The little boy beside her seemed frightened and clung to his sister, crying softly. Zhang Xiyue couldn't stand this and immediately expressed her dissatisfaction with her mother-in-law and stepdaughter. Mother-in-law, Yao Yao, can't you be a little less stingy? I only gave them a few buns. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss? When Xia Zhenhua helped his 2 brothers with so much grain, I didn't say anything. She thought she was being generous enough. If she hadn't copied so much grain, they would all be starving like other families. Now, she was just trying to save these poor children who were almost starving, and they were complaining. How ungrateful. When Xia Zhenhua promised so much grain to the villagers, why didn't they protest? So, they just thought she was easy to bully? Xia Yao, the female lead stepdaughter, angrily retorted, "It's not just buns. There are clothes too. Those are mine and Long Long's. Why did you give our clothes to those filthy kids?" Xia Lang was even more aggressive, shaking her little fist and hitting Shang Siyue's leg. "Stepmom. Bad stepmom. You took Long Long's clothes and buns. I don't like you. I want to tell Dad to divorce you." Xia's mother didn't think it was wrong for her precious grandson to hit his stepmother. She felt proud of his behavior. Look at his boldness. He wouldn't let anyone bully him in the future. Moreover, she had long disapproved of her son and daughter-in-law's leniency. She couldn't bear to discipline her son, but she was more than willing to discipline her daughter-in-law. Her grandson's outburst today was a way to vent her frustrations. Due to her upbringing, Shang Siyue never laid a hand on children or spoke harshly to them. Even when her stepchildren acted out, she always tried to reason with them. At that moment, she was dodging her stepson's little punches while trying to teach him kindness and not to be so petty, saying that children are the future of the country and we should help them. She rambled on for quite a while. Xia Yao and Xia Lang were raised by their shrewd and stingy mother, so they didn't listen to her at all. They didn't care about kindness. They only thought that not getting their way meant they were losing out. Giving their food and clothes to others was a huge loss. The siblings grew angrier as they listened. Xia Yao copied her brother and raised her fist to hit the two children who had taken their food and clothes. When Zhizhi and Shen Chongfeng returned from work, the chaotic scene at the Xia family had already ended. The story shifted to Xia Zhenhua coming home to clean up the mess, trying to mediate between his new wife and his mother and children, hoping to bring peace. His biological mother and children were easy to calm down. But Shang Siyue felt she had had enough. They all ate her food and drank her drinks, yet they teamed up to bully her. She felt she couldn't continue living with Xia Zhenhua and insisted on getting a divorce. Xia's mother had no idea that the grain they had been eating was all copied by her daughter-in-law. She always thought her son could marry a good woman without issues, but marrying Shang Siyue, who came with two burdens, was a loss. When she heard Shang Siyue wanted a divorce, she immediately shouted, "If you want to leave, then hurry up. Take your two burdens and get out. They're not even Xia family kids. Why should they eat our grain for free?" Xia Yao and Xia Ling joined in, urging their dad to divorce their stepmother and kick her and those two little brothers out. The two children who caused this commotion shrank into a corner, too scared to say a word. Shang Siyue, furious, turned to her room to pack her bags. Xia Zhenhua couldn't let Shang Siyue leave and hurriedly followed her, trying to soften her heart with sweet words until he finally convinced her to stay. The Xia family's troubles became a source of amusement for the neighbors. Zhizhi returned late and missed the excitement. Her gossip partner, Lianging, specifically came to Zhizhi's house to recount the day's events in detail. "Zhizhi, what do you think Shang Siyue is thinking?" Lianging wondered aloud. What era is it now? How could she be so foolish as to give her own grain to unknown children? Is she trying to make her life harder on purpose? Just wait and see. Many children will definitely come to Shang Siyue to beg for food in the future. Especially those girls who are Xia Zhizhi had just mocked the main characters when their bad intentions dragged her and Shen Chongfeng into trouble. "Master Shen, you are Shen Shaowen, the eldest son of the Shen family." A woman with dry, yellow hair, looking so thin she seemed to be falling apart, led two children out of the Xia family. By chance, she glanced up and saw Shen Chongfeng carrying a bucket to dump wastewater. She immediately went wild, shouting and rushing towards Shen Chongfeng. Xia Zhizhi heard the commotion and quickly ran out. When she saw the woman's face, her pupils shrank, and she swallowed her curse. It was Ma Nao. It was actually Ma Nao, who had taken her identity and was now demoted. Shen Chongfeng was momentarily stunned when he heard his long-lost real name. Then his expression darkened, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he sidestepped Ma Nao's charge. "Comrade, you must have mistaken me. I am not Shin Shaoan. His voice remained calm and gentle, with a faint smile that hid any trace of his feelings. Ma now shook her head. No, no. Although she had always served beside the least favored third young lady of the Xia family, she was much freer than other maids. The third young lady couldn't control her, so she could take the third young lady's share of food and often sneak out to play. So, she had seen not only the eldest son of the Shin family, but also other young masters from wealthy families. Xia Zhizhi worried that Ma now might say something inappropriate and immediately slapped her. It's not about what's right or wrong. I see you trying to charm my man. Who rushes at a man like that? I'll kill you for trying to charm him. Entering a rage, Zhizhi grabbed Ma Nao's hair and hit her until Ma Nao couldn't say a word. Wah. Don't hit my mom. Don't hit my mom. The little girl taken in by the female lead cried and tried to run over to stop Xia Zhizhi, but Shang Xiyue quickly grabbed her arm. Xiao Hua, don't go. You might get hurt. Xiao Hua struggled. And Shang, let me go. I want to save my mom. Shang Xiyue, this is all your fault. Liang Ying glared at Shang Xiyue. If my good friend's marriage gets messed up because of you, just wait and see how I deal with you. After saying that, she hurried over to break up the fight. A good friend shouldn't suffer because of some random troublemaker. As a man often abused by his wife, Shin Changfeng knew how strong his wife's grip was. Worried that Zhizhi might impulsively hurt someone, he quickly hugged her. Shin Changfeng, let me go. She hadn't had a chance to hit that deceitful maid before. Now that she finally saw her, she had to get even for all those years of theft. Zhizhi, don't be impulsive. We'll deal with this later. Shin Changfeng thought Zhizhi was worried about the crazy woman revealing his identity, so he lowered his voice and whispered in her ear. I'll check her out later to see where she came from and who she is. I won't let her cause trouble. Liang Ying quickly ordered the guards to throw Ma Nao and her family out. Quick, get them out. No more outsiders allowed in our compound. Especially you, Shang Xiyue. If you bring in any more random people, don't blame me for getting angry. Look at how upset you've made Zhizhi. Zhizhi had every right to be angry. Anyone in her shoes would be. If some strange woman rushed at her man in public, she would beat that woman up. Xia Zhizhi, seeing the chaos, felt overwhelmed and quickly helped Liang Ying push everyone out of the compound. Thus, Ma Nao, who kept crying in pain, was escorted out by a group of women, along with her son and daughter. After getting them out, Liang Ying sternly informed the guards, from now on, anyone who isn't a family member must register before entering. No more random people with no connection to us are allowed in. She didn't want to see any more women trying to charm married men. This time it's all our Xiyue's fault. It won't happen again. Xia Zhizhi felt embarrassed and was also angry at Shang Xiyue for her thoughtless actions. Because of her, he had offended a lot of people in the compound. Now, even Shin Changfeng, with whom he usually had a distant relationship, was upset with him. Liang Ying snorted, Director Xia, at least you know. Look at your family. You've only just moved in and already caused so much trouble. You should behave yourself from now on. Ma Nao, hurt by Zhizhi, clung to Xia Zhizhi's arm at the compound entrance, insisting that he take her to the hospital. Xia Zhizhi. What a stroke of bad luck. Since this trouble was brought on by their family, he could only hold his nose and take her to the hospital for a full checkup with Shang Xiyue. The result, of course, there was nothing wrong. Zhizhi's usual way of hitting only bruised the flesh, leaving the bones unharmed. Seeing Ma Nao continue to wail in pain, the doctor suspected she was faking and unceremoniously kicked her out of the office. Shang Xiyue, realizing that the mother of the child she helped was such a despicable person, started to look unhappy. Xiyue, let's go back. Remember this lesson and don't help just anyone again. Xia Zhizhi wanted to take Shang Xiyue away. Ma Nao wouldn't let them leave so easily. Not only did she want compensation, but she also hadn't figured out what was going on with the eldest son of the Shin family. Wait, you two stop. She spread her arms to block Xia Zhizhi and Shang Xiyue. I can't let you just walk away after being beaten like this. You need to compensate me. If you don't want to, then have that woman who hit me pay. This was the first time Xiang Siyue encountered such a shameless person. She didn't want to get involved and turned her attention to Xiao Hua and Xiao Shitu. Xiao Hua, Xiao Shitu, come over and pull your mom away. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hua and Xiao Shitu, who had been so obedient before, boldly demanded compensation from Xiang Siyue for their mother. Aunt Xiang, my mom got hurt because of you. If you hadn't brought her into the compound, she wouldn't have been hit. You must compensate us with a bag of flour. No, 2 bags. You have to give us 2 bags of flour. Xiao Hua shook her head and said innocently, I remember you have a lot of food at home. What I'm asking for isn't too much. Also, Aunt Xiang, didn't you say you liked me and my brother? Then you should give us a bit more food. Hearing this, Ma Nao's eyes lit up. Forgetting about the Shun family matters, she tugged at Xiang Siyue's arm, demanding compensation in food. Xiang Siyue trembled with anger, feeling like her genuine kindness had gone to waste. The main characters might have a tendency to attract trouble. In the end, they gave away 2 bags of grain to finally send away the shameless Ma Nao and her 2 equally shameless children. When they returned home, exhausted, Shun Chongfeng had already sent someone to follow Ma Nao to investigate who she was and where she came from. Additionally, it was crucial to ensure that Ma Nao would not have another chance to approach the family compound. Shun Chongfeng didn't care how she knew him. She was likely just someone from the families of the small landlords sent down from Pingcheng. The priority was to eliminate the danger before it escalated. So, on her way back, Ma Nao unexpectedly fell off a bridge, breaking her leg and injuring her head. The 2 children couldn't protect the 2 bags of grain and lost them to passers-by. Zhizhi blamed the female lead for attracting trouble that affected her, and in her anger, she sent out the long-unused Tianji mirror to confiscate the female lead's copying ability. Zhizhi, do you want this skill orb? I can install it for you if you do. The Tianji mirror, a small mirror the size of a palm, kept tossing a white orb into the air. There's just one thing. Since you're not the original owner of the skill, your copying ability will be greatly reduced, with a maximum of 10 times replication. 10 times replication is still impressive, right? Zhizhi thought this skill was great. She could replicate all the gold and jewels in her space, instantly multiplying her wealth tenfold. Thinking of this, she couldn't sit still. She quickly nodded, yes, of course I want it. Hurry and install it for me. This time, she wasn't trying to steal the female lead's golden finger. The female lead had provoked her first. The Tianji mirror drew a strange rune, splitting it in 2, sending one part into the white orb and the other into Zhizhi's hand, and chanted bind. The white orb quickly compressed into a small light ball and disappeared into Zhizhi's right index finger. Zhizhi raised her hand to look and saw a small black appear on her right index finger. Zhizhi, try using the copying skill. Just touch the item you want to copy with your right index finger and silently say copy. The Tianji mirror instructed Zhizhi. Zhizhi obediently took a gold brick from her storage ring, pressed it, and silently said copy. In less than a second, the gold brick on the bed turned into 11. Wow, what an amazing golden finger. Zhizhi's eyes widened in excitement, nearly jumping up. She grabbed the Tianji mirror and kissed it hard, laughing. Good mirror. I knew you were the best. How can you be so amazing and steal everything? The Tianji mirror exclaimed, Don't kiss me. Your saliva is getting on my mirror. After Shin Chongfeng finally finished taking care of his son, he heard his wife laughing wildly inside the house and quickly carried their chubby son in. Zhizhi, what's going on? Did something stimulate you? Why was she suddenly laughing like that? Chun Chen blinked his big eyes, curiously looking at his mom. Mom, you were laughing so loudly just now. It was scary. Dad, and I heard you clearly from outside. Before Shin Chongfeng and the chubby boy could enter, Zhizhi had already put away the Tianji mirror and the 11 gold bricks into her space. She rested her head on her hand, elegantly lying on the bed, trying to calm her excited heart. Ahem, Chun Chen, don't say nonsense. How could Mom's laughter be scary? It sounds so nice. She shot her chubby son a playful glare and then explained to Shin Chongfeng, I wasn't stimulated. I just thought of something funny and suddenly got happy. While Shen Chongfeng was taking off their son's shoes and clothes, he looked up at Zhizhi in surprise. What could be so funny that it made you this happy? His gaze unconsciously fell on Zhizhi's beautiful little face, which was more charming than peach blossoms. His throat moved slightly, and a glimmer flashed in his eyes, making him forget about everything else. Zhizhi, I think Chin Chin is old enough. After the new year, when the weather warms up, we should move him to the next room to sleep, he suggested seriously. Having their son around really affected their intimacy. Zhizhi, that silly man, his mind always goes to the wrong place at night. Ma Nao, whose husband didn't care for her, was taken back home after breaking her leg. Her leg never healed properly, and she ended up limping. Zhizhi worried that Ma Nao's mouth might cause trouble. Later, she specifically went to give her a dose of poison to silence her. Ma Nao, illiterate and unable to speak, and with a limp, would no longer be able to cause trouble. Zhizhi also took the opportunity to inquire about the situation of others in the Xia family. She learned that in the same village where Ma Nao was sent, except for a young illegitimate son adopted by a hunter, everyone else had died from starvation. Zhizhi, the heavenly Tao is protesting against me. One day, the Tianji mirror suddenly said this to Zhizhi. What is it protesting about? Zhizhi continued to look through her accounts. The Tianji mirror replied, the heavenly Tao said it worked hard to send 2 saintly female leads with golden fingers to save the people from disaster, but we sent one back to the original world and stripped the other of her golden finger. According to the original plot, these 2 saintly female leads should be one in the south and one in the north, using their golden fingers to create vast amounts of resources to save those suffering from famine. Now that we've ruined it, it wants us to produce enough resources to save people. The first female lead, Zhao Xiaya, relied on a universal book to travel through any time node to procure resources for saving people. The second female lead, Zhang Suyu, relied on her powerful copying skill to continuously replicate food to save people. Xia Zhizhi. So the heavenly Tao sent these 2 saintly female leads to use them to save people. But she and the Tianji mirror had foolishly taken away both of their golden fingers. Forget it, let's just do it. Otherwise, if the little heavenly Tao holds a grudge, we'll be in trouble. What if the 3 treasures don't let us leave when it's time? So, Xia Zhizhi foolishly sent the Tianji mirror to steal grain from the beautiful country and the cherry blossom country. She then replicated the grain the Tianji mirror brought back tenfold, thinking it should be enough for the country's emergency needs for a while, and finally stopped. One afternoon, bags of grain suddenly poured down from the Golden Hall in the capital, forming a massive mountain of grain. A total of 200 million tons of grain formed a mountain. It completely blocked the road in the middle. This bizarre and supernatural event caused a huge stir. Many starving people, skin and bones, knelt down in tears, thanking every deity they knew. Eventually, military personnel came to collect the grain and disperse the crowd, preventing any chaos. The grain Zhizhi sent was a timely blessing, immediately alleviating the country's famine situation. That year, almost no one died of starvation. Zhang Suyu lost her golden touch and her ability to act willfully, quickly fading into silence. She stopped going out and causing trouble. Instead, she focused on taking care of her nearly 1-year-old twin sons, teaching them to talk and walk. Xia Zhenhua was quite worried after realizing his wife's ability to replicate was gone. The village chief and the party secretary came to urge him several times. If it weren't for the news that the government would soon send food supplies, Xia Zhenhua would have been very anxious. This male lead is generally quite good. He didn't turn against the female lead just because she lost her golden touch, Zhizhi commented on Xia Zhenhua. This male lead shows responsibility, knowing that his situation is his own fault and not blaming Zhang Suyu. With little Tiandao's complaints, Zhizhi and the Tianji mirror took care of the upcoming famine year. At a certain point, the Tianji mirror would go to the capital to make it rain food. Fortunately, it was at the homes of top leaders, so the secrecy was good, and this supernatural event didn't leak out. Otherwise, Foreign media would be in a frenzy reporting on the mysterious powers of the flower country. In the blink of an eye, it was 1966. Shen Chongfeng had joined the municipal committee as the Minister of Organization at a deputy department level. Zhizhi also moved from the county steel plant to the city steel plant, continuing her job as an accountant, which was perfect for slacking off. Seeing the winds change, Zhizhi, who was too noticeable and couldn't stand being idle, worried about causing trouble outside, so she quickly got pregnant with 2 babies. Then, claiming she was older and had a difficult pregnancy, she found a substitute and went home to rest. At 32, she was considered an advanced maternal age in this era, right? After thinking for a moment, Xia Zhizhi pushed that thought aside. Holding the first strawberry from her space, she happily munched on it while browsing her tablet for a comedy to watch. Now she was a pregnant woman and needed to feel good. With her husband at work and her son in elementary school, Zhizhi had the house to herself and could do as she pleased. "Zhizhi, are you home?" She heard Shang Siyue's voice outside. Zhizhi quickly rinsed her mouth with some flower petal water and went out to open the door for Shang Siyue. "Siyu, do you need something?" She stepped aside to let the equally pregnant Shang Siyue in. Perhaps due to the male lead's aura and Xie Zhenhua's outstanding abilities, he and Shen Chongfeng were promoted to the city around the same time, and their houses were still close together. Actually, Zhizhi and Shang Siyue weren't very familiar. Their personalities were quite different, and they usually just nodded at each other. Zhizhi was puzzled about why Shang Siyue suddenly came to visit. Shang Siyue carefully sat on the sofa, supporting her round belly, and after a moment of silence, she looked at Zhizhi, hesitating to speak. This made Zhizhi want to roll her eyes. "Shang Siyue, just say what you need to say instead of stalling." Shang Siyue smiled awkwardly and slowly said, "Zhizhi, how do you usually teach your kids? It seems like your children think differently from others."
Huh.
"What does that mean?"
Zhizhi was confused.
"What's different?" "I think my kids are great." Is the female lead saying her kids aren't good enough for her education and wants to come over to teach them? It's no wonder Zhizhi thought this way. Shang Siyue really did give her kids constant moral education, teaching them about truth, goodness, and beauty. It made her twins feel very constrained. Not that it was truly about truth and goodness. She demanded her kids not to fight back when bullied, insisting they reason with others instead. Basically, she expected them to convince others with logic, literally. She did this herself and expected her children to do the same. This often left the 2 kids feeling very frustrated. Shang Siyue chuckled awkwardly. "Yes, they're quite good, but could you please ask your Qinshan not to teach my kids bad things? This month, I've had to deal with the parents of Yunbin and Yunli several times because they said my kids hit theirs. When I asked, I found out that Yunbin and Yunli learned to hit from your Qinshan." This made her apologize repeatedly. She finally managed to send those troublesome parents away. Xia Zhizhi frowned. "So you mean my son is intentionally teaching your 2 sons bad behavior?" Seeing Zhizhi getting angry, Shang Siyue panicked and hurriedly waved her hands. No. What I mean is that Yunbin and Yunli are young and easily influenced by older boys. Could you please have your Qinshan tone it down and not demonstrate behaviors that good kids wouldn't do in front of Yunbin and Yunli?" Under Zhizhi's glaring gaze, her voice trailed off. Since Zhizhi had always shown a bad temper, often scolding and hitting people. Cough. This especially referred to Shen Chongfeng, who received the most beatings. Shang Siyue had seen this many times when they lived in Anshan County. Xia Zhizhi would really change her face at the slightest disagreement and would hit her husband when she got truly angry. That guy would pinch and twist, leaving visible bruises on his arms every time. Sometimes, when she was furious, she would even slap him. Because of this, Shang Siyue had always been wary of Zhizhi, fearing that if she said something wrong, she would get hit. Xia Zhizhi was amused and pointed at Shang Siyue's nose to scold her. "Shang Siyue, are you out of your mind? If you can't manage your kids, why blame the environment or society? Why look for problems in other people's children? It's one thing to find problems, but why do you think you can control other people's kids? Just take care of your own." Shang Siyue was so scared that her stomach hurt a bit, and she turned pale, wanting to explain. Zhizhi, don't misunderstand, I didn't. Zhizhi didn't want to hear her nonsense and grabbed her arm to push her out. Stop talking, just leave. Get out of my house. Hearing your nonsense makes my stomach hurt, and don't ever come back. She unceremoniously shoved her outside and slammed the door shut. Phew, it felt like the world had become peaceful. Don't argue with fools, especially those with their own stubborn logic, or you'll just end up suffering. Primary school of Kaming City, it was dismissal time, and a stream of elementary school students poured out of the school gate. A remarkably handsome and charming little boy walked out, surrounded by a group of boys his age. Chengge, what should we do? Guo Weidong and his gang are back. Xia Yunbin nervously tugged at Shun Jichen's sleeve, glancing anxiously across the street. He saw a few teenagers on the other side smirking at him, which made him quickly look away, too scared to stare. His twin brother, Xia Yunli, was just as timid, hiding behind his brother and Shin Jichen, keeping his head down and avoiding eye contact with a group of boys. Look at you two, so scared. What's there to be afraid of?
Just go for it.
Shin Jichen felt a headache coming on seeing the twins cowering. They showed no courage at all.
I'll go deal with them.
He tossed his backpack, and Xia Yunbin hurriedly caught it. Chengge, you and your brother stay here. We'll handle this trouble for you. Shun Jichen waved his hand, and a group of little followers immediately followed him, charging toward the other side like a fierce army of young students. If they weren't so young and in such an unsuitable environment, one might think they were reenacting a gang fight. Especially the little boy at the front, Shun Jichen. He struck a pose he must have learned somewhere, with his right foot turned out, hands in pockets and chin raised, looking disdainfully at Guo Weidong in front of him. Guo Weidong, is it you who has been bullying the brothers from our courtyard? With the help of Mama Xia Zhizhi, who often nurtured him, Shun Jichen's physical abilities and growth speed far surpassed his peers. At just 9 years old, he was almost as tall as boys 2 or 3 years older than him. Standing in front of Guo Weidong and his friends, he showed no signs of fear. Shin Jichen, we only want Xia Yunbin and Xia Yunli. This has nothing to do with you, so don't meddle. Guo Weidong had heard of Shin Jichen's reputation for his unusual strength, which even many adult men could not match, so his tone softened unconsciously. Plus, with Shun Jichen's father's status and his mother's fierce protection, he suddenly felt a chill. Guo Weidong didn't want to attract unnecessary trouble for himself and his parents. Hey, what do you mean by meddling? Shun Jichen was displeased. Xia Yunbin and Xia Yunli are from my courtyard. If you bully them, you're slapping my face and our courtyard's face. I can't let that happen. Guo Weidong's expression twisted. But it was people from your courtyard who told me to trouble them.
Huh?
Shun Jichen frowned, realizing something. You must be talking about siblings Xia Yao and Xia Lang, right? Are they the ones behind this? Guo Weidong didn't hide it. Exactly, it's them. Otherwise, how would I dare to bully Xia Yunbin and Xia Yunli? After all, those two were the stepsons of the deputy director of the police department. If it weren't for trying to curry favor with Xia Yao and Xia Lang, they would be crazy to provoke these children of officials. None of them had a director father to back them up. Across the street, Xia Yunli nervously peeked over and asked anxiously, Brother, do you think Chengge and the others will really fight? If they do, Mom will have to take us to apologize, and she might even get Chengge in trouble. Then we'll have no one to protect us. Xia Yunbin tightly clutched Shin Jichen's backpack. It's fine. Chengge is really strong. Even if a fight breaks out, that group over there isn't enough to take him down. As for Mom, we'll hold her back. We can't let her say anything bad about Chengge. However, the two brothers worried for nothing. There was no fight at all. A large group rushed over and soon returned. Yunbin, Yunli, the reason you've been bullied lately is that Xia Yao and Xia Lang are behind it. You should tell Uncle Xia about this. He will definitely help you deal with them, and they won't dare to pull these tricks again. Xia Zhenhua was known for being fair and responsible, treating his biological children and stepchildren equally. If he found out that Xia Yao and Xia Lang had secretly hired people to intimidate and beat up his two younger brothers, he would surely give them a good talking to. That's why Shun Jichin suggested this. Xia Yimin frowned. But Mom will definitely stop Dad from hitting them, insisting on using her way of reasoning to persuade the older siblings. Then nothing would come of it. As soon as Shin Jichin heard Xia Yimin say this, his expression changed. Honestly, if he didn't know that Aunt Shang genuinely liked educating people and didn't believe in hitting kids, he would think she was deliberately spoiling her stepchildren. Looking at how brainless and arrogant Xia Yao and Xia Ling were now, they were completely useless. Yet, he glanced at Aunt Shang's biological children and quickly looked away. They weren't much better off. The stepchildren were foolish, while the biological children were weak. Each had their own shortcomings. In the original timeline, Shang Xiyue relied on resources she had copied to hustle between the black market, accumulating capital for a better future. She hardly had time to care for her children. However, although she didn't have time for them, she was always well off, which made her stepchildren fond of her. Love for the house extended to the crows. Even her biological children were never bullied by the stepchildren. Even the usually sharp-tongued mother-in-law, Xia Mu, treated her sons well. With the grandmother taking care of the children's daily needs and Xia Zhenhua educating them, Shang Xiyue was too busy outside to discipline them. The personalities of the 4 children were much better than in this life. This time, Zhizhi intervened and ruined Shang Xiyue's golden opportunity, causing her to directly spoil all 4 children. Such a protagonist is truly impressive. Zhizhi, bad news. Shang Xiyue's water broke, and she's going into premature labor. She's already been sent to the hospital. Zhizhi's gossip partner, Lianging, was anxiously knocking on the door outside. Lianging, so what if she goes into premature labor? Why are you in such a hurry? Zhizhi, still unaware of the seriousness of the situation, slowly walked out with her 6-month pregnant belly, opening the door and pulling Lianging inside to sit. Oh my, how can I not be anxious? Lianging was sweating from anxiety, but didn't dare to struggle, fearing for Zhizhi's belly, and could only follow her inside. I heard that before Shang Xiyue's mother-in-law took her to the hospital, she kept shouting that her daughter-in-law was bullied at your house, which caused the premature labor. I rushed over to tell you, so you won't be caught off guard and get blamed. What does this mean? Do they want to pin this on me? When Xia Zhizhi heard this, she quickly turned around, her beautiful eyes filled with anger, rolling up her sleeves, ready to confront that woman at the hospital. Zhizhi, don't be impulsive. Lianging looked at Zhizhi's trembling belly, feeling anxious. She carefully stopped Zhizhi. Just knowing about this is enough. Leave the rest to Minister Shen to handle. You're far along now. We can't have any accidents. After some coaxing and persuading, Lianging finally calmed her down and settled her on the sofa. Zhizhi, tell me what Shang Xiyue said to you before so we can think of a countermeasure. We can't let anyone ruin your reputation. Zhizhi leaned back on the sofa, sulking. What else could she say? She just told me to keep our Qincheng in line, saying their kids are learning bad behavior from him and getting into fights. With my temper, how could I stand her nagging? I pointed at her and scolded her, then kicked her out. Liang Ying's husband, Yufeng, had always been part of Xin Chongfeng's team and was an important member of the group he built. Not long after Xin Chongfeng was transferred to the city, he found an opportunity to bring Yufeng along. Yufeng had been working with Xin Chongfeng, always looking up to him. Following suit, Lianging also vented her frustrations with Xin Chongfeng's wife, Xia Zhizhi. Is Shang Xiyue out of her mind? Lianging said in disbelief. Chuncheng is such a good kid. How can she have the nerve to say that? If her sons were even half as good as Chuncheng, she'd be lucky. Exactly. Our Chuncheng is such a great kid, good-looking, good at studying, and has a lot of friends. Unlike their kids, who are timid and bullied every day. Xia Zhizhi was not modest at all. Her child was the best. Lianging was used to Zhizhi's self-love and lack of humility, and she calmly praised Chuncheng a few more times, then praised Zhizhi as well. Sweet words came one after another, making Zhizhi giggle with her hand over her mouth. Hidden in the space, the Tianji mirror thought, no wonder Lianging has been so favored by Zhizhi all these years. She really has a way with words. Before long, Shin Chongfeng and Chinching returned. Liangning explained what happened today to Shin Chongfeng before saying goodbye to go home and cook. Mom, it's all my fault. After hearing Aunt Liang's words, Chinching felt deeply regretful. If I had known Aunt Shuang was so unreasonable, I wouldn't have helped Xia Yunbin and Xia Yunli. I just caused Mom a lot of trouble. Xia Zhizhi shot a glance at her son and snorted, "You know it's wrong. I taught you not to get involved in things that don't concern you. Look at what you did." Speaking of this, Zhizhi glared at Shen Chongfeng, who was carefully protecting her. A doting father spoils his child. Look at how you taught Chinching. It's all wrong. The Tianji mirror couldn't take it anymore. Zhizhi, it seems like you've been teaching the child in the wrong direction. Shin Chongfeng's teaching style aligns with the mainstream values of this era. Zhizhi always taught her child to be tough, never letting him suffer. Shin Chongfeng, on the other hand, had a good heart and taught children to be savvy yet kind. Shut up. Zhizhi was unhappy. Who asked for your opinion? If you keep talking, I'll throw you into the stinky ditch. The Tianji mirror immediately fell silent. If you don't want to hear it, fine. Who cares? Out of anger, it turned around and plowed the space, planting seeds and watering them. Zhizhi, unaware of the Tianji mirror's antics, grabbed Shin Chongfeng's arm and gave him a good talking to, firmly stating that he shouldn't teach the child any nonsense in the future. All right, I'll listen to Zhizhi. I also think I haven't taught well. From now on, how to teach the child will be up to Zhizhi. Please don't be angry, my little ancestor. Shen Chongfeng looked at his wife, who was heavily pregnant, fearing she might go into labor from being too upset. After dinner, Shin Chongfeng instructed Chinching to take good care of his mom and told Zhizhi to stay at home and not wander around. He then took the chicken soup he had prepared and rode his bike to the hospital to support Zhizhi. Maybe it was the protagonist's aura at work. Shuang Xiyue gave birth quickly and without much suffering, delivering her twins in less than 2 hours after entering the delivery room. Oh, my little darling. Look at how fair and tender they are. They don't look like preemies at all. So beautiful. Xia's mother held her grandson, happily swaying him. Mom, why don't you take a break and eat something? Xia Zhenhua came in from outside, placing a lunchbox on the bedside table, smiling as he gently touched his sleeping daughter's face and tucked the blanket around his wife. Xia's mother happily responded, carefully putting down the baby. As she picked up the lunchbox, she suddenly remembered her other grandchildren at home. Zhenhua, did you tell someone to leave a message for the kids at home? How will they eat? Xia Zhenhua picked up his chopsticks. I told a colleague to leave money for the kids. They can eat at the state-run restaurant. Oh, dear, how much did that cost? Xia's mother immediately felt pained. I said to teach Yao Yao to cook, but your wife always said she was too young. She's already 12 or 13 and can't even make noodles. If she could cook, we wouldn't have to waste this money. When Shen Chongfeng arrived, Xia's mother had already criticized her daughter-in-law from head to toe. Knock, knock. There were 2 knocks on the door, and Xia Zhenhua went to open it. Seeing Shen Chongfeng, he remembered his mother's confused words from earlier and felt embarrassed, smiling awkwardly at Shen Chongfeng. Chongfeng, why did you come so late? My mom was just a bit flustered this afternoon. Please don't take it to heart. Shen Chongfeng shook his head, handing the jar of chicken soup to Xia Zhenhua, and said gently, I heard from my wife, Zhizhi, about what happened. She handled it well, and as her husband, it's only right for me to come and apologize. Although it was a bit upsetting when your sister-in-law came to say our child was bad, Zhizhi got a bit too emotional and overreacted. Even though she's pregnant, she couldn't consider that your sister-in-law is also expecting. I've already talked to her about it. She's regretting her actions from this afternoon. Xia Zhenhua. No wonder he's been in the political scene for years. He knows how to shift the blame entirely onto their family. If they dare to say anything bad about his wife again, he won't hold back. After all, his wife is also a pregnant woman who was provoked by their family. Mother Xia dared to scold Xia Zhizhi, but was too afraid to confront Shin Chongfeng. Shin Chongfeng gently explained the events of the afternoon to Mother Xia and apologized on behalf of Zhizhi to her and her daughter-in-law. Zhizhi didn't know your daughter-in-law was so fragile. She just didn't want to hear her speak poorly of our son, and ended up causing her to have a premature birth. This made Mother Xia blush with embarrassment. I was misled by my daughter-in-law's nonsense, and really thought that the daughter-in-law of Minister Shen had scared her. It turns out she just kicked her out. All this fuss was unnecessary. I'll deal with her later. Xia Zhizhi couldn't listen any longer. All right, Mom. That's enough. Seeing this, Shen Changfeng smiled and decided not to disturb them any further. He stood up to leave. Minister Shen, let me see you out. Xia Zhizhi quickly set down the chicken soup and got up to escort him. After seeing him off, Xia Zhizhi wore a serious expression and spoke to Mother Xia in a harsh tone. Mom, can you please be more careful with your words? You keep offending people. Without knowing the truth, you're throwing dirt on others. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Back in Anshan County, you offended a whole bunch of people. If it weren't for his own merits and the support of an old leader who promoted him to police chief in Kaming City, he didn't know when he would get promoted. Mother Xia realized that her loose tongue had caused her son a lot of trouble. Feeling guilty, she promised to be more careful with her words in the future. Xia Zhizhi was angry with Shang Xiyue, and Xin Jichen was also upset with Shang Xiyue's twin sons. From that day on, they completely ignored the two of them and lost their youthful heroism and desire to save their pitiful friends. Mom was right. A person's time and energy are limited, and there's no need to waste them on people and things that hold no value. Otherwise, not only will you gain nothing, but you might also get blamed. Brother Chun. Brother Chun. As Xin Jichen passed by the Xia house on his way to school, he saw his two brothers waiting for him at the door, their eyes shining with foolish hope. Humph, what a nuisance. He frowned and didn't even spare them a glance as he walked away quickly. Xia Yunbin and Xia Yunli's hopes were dashed. Big brother, Brother Chun is really angry with us. He hasn't talked to us for days. Mom must have upset Aunt Xia, and now Brother Chun is mad at us too. No one will want to be friends with us anymore, Xia Yunli said, pulling down his backpack, looking dejected. Xia Yunbin wore the same gloomy expression. Before they could walk far, they were stopped by siblings Xia Yao and Xia Ling, who took all their money. As a result, Shang Xiyue lay in the hospital for 3 days, and the twins went without proper meals for 3 days. Starving, they could only nibble on some raw sweet potatoes. Xin Jichen noticed that the two had been struggling lately, but this time he said nothing and acted as if he didn't know. He disliked Aunt Shang for upsetting his mom. He also grew to dislike Aunt Shang's sons. Not to mention, these two were the main culprits. If they hadn't told Aunt Shang that they learned to fight from him, their mom wouldn't have had to deal with her. More than 2 months later, Zhizhi safely gave birth to a pair of twins in the hospital. Waiting outside the delivery room, Shen Changfeng was so anxious that he was in tears. He kept asking the system for help, wondering if there were any pain relief medications, and if he could somehow give them to Zhizhi. He prayed to all the deities, even the earth god. When Zhizhi learned about Shen Changfeng's anxious thoughts from the system, she couldn't help but laugh. Perhaps she laughed too hard, and the twins slid out one after the other. The whole process took only 10 minutes. The doctors and nurses, who had just prepared for the delivery, were left stunned. Oh dear, Minister Shen, did your wife hit you again? Shen Changfeng went to work with a face full of bruises and was immediately questioned by his colleagues. This was the 3rd time this month, and it was also the 3rd time Zhizhi took the blame for their 2 babies still in the crib drinking milk. Old Wang, it's really not my wife who hit me. Our twins, like their older brother, are just naturally strong and can't control their strength. I accidentally got hit while changing their diapers. Shen Changfeng explained, feeling exhausted. Unfortunately, no one believed him. They all said, "Oh, so that's how it is, and we misunderstood your wife," but then turned around and joked about him. Things like afraid of his wife, controlled by his wife, useless man, and what good is it if his wife is pretty? She's a real tiger. They were teasing Shen Changfeng mercilessly. Shen Changfeng. Honestly, Shen Changfeng had gotten used to it. After Zhizhi gave birth to Chen, he had been teased like this before. Now, with the title of Tiger Mom given to Zhizhi, most of the blame fell on Chen. Now that they had the second and third babies, Zhiji's reputation as a tiger mom was only growing. No matter how Shen Changfeng explained, others didn't believe it was the second and third babies who hit him. They thought he was just making excuses to save face. At noon, as soon as work ended, Shen Changfeng rushed home to prepare postpartum meals for Zhizhi, cook for their eldest son, and feed the two babies. He also planned to wash the accumulated diapers. Starting in May, schools began to close, and Shen Jichen was called home by Zhizhi to help take care of his younger brothers. He was now responsible for changing their diapers and cleaning them up. At first, Shen Jichen was reluctant, but after being forced to do it for a while, he gradually got used to it. There was no choice. Happiness is all about comparison. Compared to his dad washing diapers every day, changing his brother's diapers and cleaning them up wasn't so bad. This break from school lasted until April of the following year. By then, the second and third babies were 1 year old, could talk and could walk, and Chen finally returned to school. Without the little helpers for the second and third babies, Zhizhi turned her attention back to her dear husband. Changfeng, why don't you take the two kids to work? They are just as easy to handle as the eldest, and they definitely won't disturb your work. Shen Changfeng. Of course, he nodded in agreement. He didn't dare expect his wife to take care of the kids, fearing that she might get angry and accidentally hit the two wobbly babies. If something happened, he would be heartbroken. This wasn't an exaggeration. He had seen Zhizhi get annoyed by the cries of the two little boys and give them a good smack on their bottoms. If he hadn't intervened in time, the kids would have been in trouble. So, in the days that followed, Shen Changfeng began his life as a working dad, taking the babies to the office. Xia Zhizhi found Shang Siyue really annoying, always bothering her, and she felt it was time to teach her a lesson. So, after her recovery, Xia Zhizhi secretly beat up Shang Siyue several times. Woo woo woo, Xia Zhizhi, don't bully me too much. You've been hitting me for over a year. Shouldn't all the resentment be gone by now? Why do you keep picking on me? And if my mother-in-law or my son upset you, that's one thing, but why do you hit me for what my stepchildren did? This is just too much. Shang Siyue lay on the ground like a worm, crying out in pain about Xia Zhizhi's actions. Xia Zhizhi crossed her arms and looked down at Shang Siyue, completely unmoved. I realize that you and I are incompatible. Anything related to you makes me angry, so of course, I have to hit you. This reasoning was unreasonable and domineering. Shang Siyue was so angry, she almost spat blood. After being beaten for over a year, Shang Siyue finally learned her lesson and started avoiding Xia Zhizhi. Every time she saw Zhizhi, she would run away like a mouse fleeing from a cat. Xia Zhenhua knew about this and had talked to Zhizhi many times. But Zhizhi was stubborn and refused to admit to hitting anyone. If you can find a single wound on your wife, then come talk to me. Otherwise, I suspect you're just holding a grudge because your wife gave birth early and are trying to extort me. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhenhua was left speechless. If he went to Shen Changfeng, Shen would just look like a helpless husband who couldn't control his wife. Xia Zhenhua was both angry and helpless. He could only tell his wife to avoid going out as much as possible and to steer clear of Xia Zhizhi to avoid another beating. In 1968, Yang Zhao was suddenly transferred to the Northeast Military Region for reasons unknown. He even visited the family compound several times under the pretense of being an old friend of Shen Changfeng. Seeing Shen Changfeng, who held a decent position, still acting like a house husband, always obeying Zhizhi and taking care of 3 sons, Yang Zhao felt all his pent-up frustration dissipate. As a soldier, even though he was married to Zhizhi, he couldn't be as accommodating as Shen Changfeng, and he couldn't even spend time with his wife and children. Shen Changfeng, you better treat Zhizhi well for the rest of your life, or I will definitely come after her. Yang Zhao raised his glass and drank it all in one go, looking at Zhizhi with a sense of relief. Seeing this, Shen Changfeng finally relaxed. Zhizhi is my one true love and the mother of my children. Of course, I will treat her well for life. After that drink, Yang Zhao never returned to the family compound. He never married again, claiming he hadn't met the right person. When Erbao grew up and finished military school, he joined the army and received much support from Yang Zhao. Later, Zhizhi decided to let Erbao recognize Yang Zhao as his godfather. Yang Zhao was overjoyed. However, Shen Changfeng felt jealous, thinking Yang Zhao still had feelings for Zhizhi after all these years. But he knew Zhizhi was doing this for Erbao's future, so he didn't dare complain. Extra Yang Zhao passed away amidst the cries of his godson and nieces and nephews. When he woke up again, it was a month before the founding of the country. He was on the battlefield, having just undergone surgery to remove a bullet from his left shoulder. Rebirth? I actually came back to life. He learned the term rebirth from his great-niece, who was a fan of novels, and he had overheard her talk about time travel and rebirth stories. Was it because he regretted not being with Zhizhi in his past life that he was given this chance to fix it? Thinking of this, Yang Zhao couldn't stay still. He turned over and got out of bed to buy a ticket to Pingqing to find Zhizhi. The guard couldn't stop him and had to call Yang Dage, who hadn't retired from the army yet. Yang Dage didn't understand why his younger brother was in such a hurry to go to Pingqing. No matter how he asked, Yang Zhao only said he needed to find someone. But since Yang Zhao had just had surgery, Yang Dage couldn't let him go. What if he had complications? How could he lead troops afterward? So, he forced his brother to rest in the hospital for a month. When he couldn't hold him back any longer, he arranged for someone to escort him to Pingqing. At this time, Xia Zhizhi was still a pitiful girl ignored by the Xia family and bullied by the maid. Yang Zhao sneaked into Xia Zhizhi's courtyard. Mingyue had run off to play again, and Zhizhi was alone in the yard, happily counting the treasures she had secretly taken from Old Man Xia's private stash. Sigh, Old Man Xia's good stuff is getting fewer and fewer. It seems he hasn't been working hard lately. She picked out only the best quality items, but they couldn't compare to the top treasures she had collected before. They were only of average quality. Displeased, Zhizhi pouted and put the gathered treasures away in her space. Zhizhi, there's a stranger in your yard. The Tianji mirror suddenly gave a warning. After seeing the person's face, the Tianji mirror instinctively calculated and exclaimed in surprise. This person is actually a reborn one? Zhizhi, if nothing unexpected happens, this person is your destined partner for this life. He waited for you all his life in the last one. Zhizhi peered out the window at Yang Zhao, who was gracefully climbing over the wall, and found his appearance rather ordinary. Is he really someone important? Otherwise, why would I not care about his plain looks and consider being with him? After all, she valued her partner's abilities more than looks. A high position and power were the best dowries for a man. As soon as Yang Zhao landed, he saw a beautiful and youthful face peering out from the window, and his excitement was suddenly doused with cold water. Zhizhi seemed to be only 13 or 14 years old. If he dared to take such a young Zhizhi back to marry her, his father would probably chase him for 10 miles with a belt. His brother would also scold him for being a beast. At this point, Zhizhi had already learned about their past lives from the Tianji mirror. She began to struggle with whether to choose this infatuated and high-ranking reborn man or the devoted husband Shen Changfeng. Looking at the awkward man who didn't know what to do, she thought about Shen Changfeng's gentle and handsome face. At this moment, Zhizhi and Shen Changfeng only knew each other and had a slight fondness, which is why she was conflicted. If she lived with Shen Changfeng for a few years and developed feelings, she probably wouldn't be so torn. Before Zhizhi could come to a conclusion, Yang Zhao had already prepared himself and walked over to ask if she wanted to come with him. Worried that Zhizhi might think he was a fraud, he took out his identification to show her and mentioned his father's and brother's positions in the military. Zhizhi, if you are with me, my status will be your status in the future. With my current position and the Yang family standing, I can guarantee that no one will dare to bully you, and everyone will treat you well. After we get married, you won't have to worry about household chores. The army will send people to take care of our daily lives. Zhizhi blinked, feeling excited. She loved being adored and hearing sweet words. Only Zhizhi has the heavenly mirror and knows Yang Zhao's true nature. If it were another girl, she would definitely think he was a fraud. Zhizhi hesitated for a while because of his appearance, especially after hearing from the heavenly mirror that this man had climbed to the second highest position in the military in his past life. This made her even more uncertain, until the similarly reborn Shin Changfeng came to her, looking pitiful, and cried out, "Zhizhi, do you not want me anymore?" "Zhizhi." She wiped her face. "Forget it. Old love is better than new love. A man is best with his original partner." Based on what the heavenly mirror showed her from their past lives, Shin Changfeng worked hard and endured everything, serving her like a devoted servant for a lifetime. She couldn't betray him. Moreover, Shin Changfeng was really handsome. She couldn't let go of him. And although his future achievements might not match Yang Zhao's, they were still impressive. By the time it reached Chen Chen's generation, their development had even surpassed the Yang family. It's just a few years of hardship. She could endure it. Extras are not necessary, just filling space. After Zhizhi and Shin Changfeng passed away, the heavenly mirror immediately retracted the food god system and took Zhizhi's soul away from the small world. When Zhizhi woke up again, she found herself at a scene of a family confiscation and exile. Wait, wasn't she supposed to be in a modern world novel? How did she suddenly end up in ancient times? The heavenly mirror awkwardly said, "Zhizhi, while I was bringing you through, I accidentally hit a sudden time travel tunnel. I unintentionally brought you into this small world, and unfortunately, you became the cannon fodder in an exile story." What is this? How did she get into such bad luck? Before Zhizhi could vent her anger at the heavenly mirror, someone interrupted her. "Zhizhi, don't be afraid. Mother will dress you, and once you're dressed, we'll go find your father." A beautifully dressed woman rushed in, holding a bundle of clothes, grabbing Zhizhi's arm and pulling her out of bed, quickly putting clothes on her. Dazed, Zhizhi was dressed by the woman and put on her shoes. It was only when her feet touched the ground that she finally came to her senses. It was then she noticed that the original owner's room was surprisingly clean, as if it had been licked clean. Heavenly mirror, where are the original owner's belongings? Why is there nothing but furniture? Even the wardrobe was wide open, empty, not even a single mouse hair. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind, and she widened her eyes in disbelief. Could it be that there's another main character with a space? Broken mirror, quickly show me what the plot of this world is about. The heavenly mirror didn't dare to hesitate and quickly played the plot of this world for Zhizhi. As she was being led outside by the woman, she absorbed the story. Her current identity was the legitimate daughter of the Pingyang Marquis. Because her father, the Pingyang Marquis, chose the wrong side during a power struggle, the newly appointed emperor held a grudge and punished them with confiscation and exile. The female lead of this world, Xia Weiwei, was the legitimate daughter of her second uncle's family and a reborn person with a space. The space meant that the owner could hide in it and control it with their thoughts to move to any location they desired. Xia Weiwei was reborn the night before the confiscation and immediately made a blood contract with a jade pendant around her neck, determined not to give her half-sister another chance to benefit. Then, under the cover of night, she cleaned out the storerooms of the Pingyang Marquis' household. Not to mention the original owner's mother, even the main lady of the Pingyang Marquis' household storeroom was looted. This girl didn't spare the treasures accumulated by the concubines of both the first and second houses. Since the storeroom of the Marquis' household was completely emptied by Xia Weiwei, the foolish emperor got nothing and, in his anger, ordered severe torture on the male members of the Xia family. Among them, the male members of the first house suffered the worst. Before they even reached the exile location, they died from untreated wounds due to infection. Without the support of the males, the first lady and the original owner, one weak and one small, couldn't hold out for long and died on the road to exile. The second house only lost a young illegitimate daughter, while the others managed to survive comfortably to the exile location thanks to the supplies from Xia Weiwei's space. Moreover, the female lead, Xia Weiwei, knew that the illegitimate son of Duke Chu, Chu Xin, would dominate the world in the future. On the road to exile, she flattered him and shared her supplies with him. Unfortunately, what she didn't know was that Chu Shen was not from this era. He was a quick transmission traveler with a child system, needing to find women in small worlds to have children and increase his contribution value. As a traveler with a system, Chu Shen could easily see through Xia Weiwei's tricks. Not only did he accept everything she offered, but he also secretly plotted to seize her space. Oh, and I forgot to mention, this world actually has two storylines. One centered around the reborn female lead Xia Weiwei in an exile farming story, and the other about the time-traveling male lead's power struggles. From the female lead's perspective, on the road to exile, she fell in love with Chu Shen. After reaching the exile location, their feelings deepened, and after she came of age, she married him, becoming his main wife. However, not long after their marriage, subordinates began to present beautiful women, breaking their loving bond. The female lead knew that to secure power, she had to win over capable subordinates by accepting their sisters/daughters. Even though it pained her heart, she complied. She continued to manage the rear for Chu Shen. In the end, just like in her past life, Chu Shen ascended to the throne, and she became the rightful queen. Unfortunately, her life was short. Less than a year after becoming queen, she fell ill from overwork and passed away, becoming Chu Shen's white moonlight. From the male lead's perspective, on the road to exile, he was deliberately pursued by a reborn girl with a space. The reborn girl seemed to know he would become significant in the future, constantly flattering him and foolishly providing him with various supplies. Yet, she didn't realize that her secret was already exposed to him. Chu Shen then understood that everything from the Pingyang Marquis' storeroom had ended up in Xia Weiwei's hands. Not bad at all. Items like the mustard seed space were incredibly expensive in the system mall. He could never afford them, but now he had a chance to get one for free. After traveling through so many worlds, he was already skilled at pretending to woo women. Before long, he had Xia Weiwei completely infatuated, turning her into a love-struck fool. Unfortunately, this foolish girl had revealed her secret about having a space to her parents early on, and the system didn't allow Chu Shen to harm the daughter of fate. Chu Shen could only find a way to slowly wear Xia Weiwei down to seize her space. Thus, shortly after marrying Xia Weiwei, he took in many beautiful concubines sent by his subordinates, allowing them to compete in the backyard. Xia Weiwei, born humble, yet occupying the main wife position, would eventually be poisoned by these concubines eyeing her position. Sure enough, less than a year after he ascended the throne, Xia Weiwei died from poisoning. He successfully obtained Xia Weiwei's space jade pendant. While feeling satisfied, he also felt a bit guilty towards this foolish woman who cared only for him, announcing that he would no longer take a queen and finding many substitutes resembling Xia Weiwei. As for the political considerations involved, I won't elaborate further. In any case, everyone praised him for being loyal and righteous. After reading the story from both the female and male leads' perspectives, Zhizhi couldn't help but think, that man is so cunning, he really knows how to play the game. At least her friend Ruizi is better. With the ability to mark men, she never has to worry about them cheating or betraying her. Once a man is marked by them, he belongs to Ruizi completely, with no thoughts of betrayal. Just like in her previous life, Shen Changfeng, even when abused by Zhizhi, never felt embarrassed or angry. He remained a devoted, love-struck fool. Mirror, I don't like either of these leads. Let's take their special abilities for ourselves. Cough. She wasn't seeking revenge for the original owner. She simply didn't want to see anyone else in this world having special abilities besides her. Especially since the female lead harbors hostility towards their family, she couldn't let this pair of scoundrels have the chance to cause trouble. The male lead's ability is disgusting. You can have that, broken mirror. Zhizhi began to divide the spoils early. I really like the female lead's space ability. Can you merge it with my flower soul space? The male lead's childbirth system is just too gross, requiring him to act like a stud, constantly making babies with women to earn contribution points. It clearly isn't a good system. The female lead's space ability is much better. In the future, if she wants to do something sneaky, she won't even need to use an invisibility charm. She can just hide in the space and control it. Heavenly mirror. Hee no problem, Zhizhi. This world is really nice. We didn't come here for nothing. I can enjoy some good food and nourish my body. That childbirth halo is quite impressive, with plenty of energy. Excited, the two of them finally arrived at the gathering place in the front yard. Stay in line and behave. The armored soldiers patrolled with serious expressions. Seeing Zhizhi and her mother arrive so late, they frowned and asked, "What took you so long? Hurry up and join the line." Madame Ho lowered her head and said softly, "The child couldn't find clothes to wear. That's why we are late. Please forgive us." After explaining, she quickly pulled her 6-year-old daughter to the women's area. "Mom, where are Dad and my brothers?" Zhizhi asked sweetly, her big beautiful eyes blinking as she pretended to look for her father and 2 brothers. Her gaze paused on a girl who looked much more relaxed than those around her. "Mirror, that's the female lead, Xia Weiwei, right? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take her special ability." Humph. She couldn't stand seeing the female lead so pleased with herself. Go ahead and be proud. Soon enough, she'll have her moment to cry. Heavenly Mirror received the order and immediately shrank down to the size of a grain of rice, flew out of the space, circled around Xia Weiwei, and then flew back. Little jade pendant, got it. It tossed out a shimmering Pai Xiu jade pendant, showing off proudly. It felt incredibly powerful right now. Zhizhi couldn't stand Heavenly Mirror's arrogance. "Stop showing off and get to work. Merge the space ability with my flower soul space." Heavenly Mirror. Zhizhi was really losing her patience. Heavenly Mirror huffed quietly, twisting its form, and angrily broke down the jade pendant, roughly pulling out the space rules and embedding them into Zhizhi's flower soul space. The whole process took only 5 minutes.
Done.
It spoke in a stiff tone, trying to make Zhizhi notice that it was in a bad mood and needed some comforting. Unfortunately, Zhizhi was oblivious to its feelings and casually replied, "As long as it's done, you can play by yourself." Then she turned her attention back to the female lead, Xia Weiwei. Heavenly Mirror. You really don't care about me at all. With its powerful abilities, when it severed the blood contract, Xia Weiwei didn't feel a thing. So much so that even when she was taken to the prison by the soldiers, she had no idea her space had vanished. Zhizhi pouted, silently thinking, what a slow reaction, and shifted her gaze to her current mother, Su Wanru.
"Mom, don't worry.
Dad and my 2 brothers will be fine." She offered a half-hearted reassurance. Forgive Zhizhi for just having crossed over. She couldn't feel any real emotions for the original owner's family yet. At this moment, all the male members of the Pingyang Marquis family had been taken out for punishment, and Su Wanru was anxiously worried about her husband and 2 sons. Hearing her daughter come for her, she reached out to rub Zhizhi's little head, preparing to say something when a sharp scream interrupted her.
"Ah!
Where's my jade pendant? Where did it go?"
Xia Yingying, was it you?
"Did you take my jade pendant?" Finally, the female lead realized she had lost her space. She was nearly driven mad by this fact, grabbing a pretty girl around her age and questioning her furiously. Xia Yingying seemed to be in pain from the grip, her eyes glistening with tears as she said, "Big sister, I never approached you at all. How could I take your jade pendant? I know you've never liked me, but you can't slander me like this and ruin my reputation. Not only are you pushing me to my death, but you're also tarnishing the reputation of all the unmarried girls in the Xia family. How will we ever get married?" Zhizhi, crouched in the corner, was fascinated. What a master of moral coercion. No wonder this girl could suppress Xia Weiwei, the legitimate daughter, before she was reborn. She's really clever. Look at how she elevated the situation. If Xia Weiwei dared to continue this, she'd definitely become the enemy of all the unmarried girls in the Xia family. Seeing that people in the nearby cells were looking over, the second Madame Xia felt embarrassed and quickly tugged at her daughter's arm. "Weiwei, it's just a jade pendant. If it's lost, it's lost. Stop making such a fuss. When your grandmother and uncle come to visit us later, I'll help you get another jade pendant. Just sit here quietly." Xia Weiwei was so angry her hands trembled. How could a jade pendant be the same? That was her space, filled with everything she had collected from the Marquis's residence. Xia Weiwei was unwillingly pulled by the second Mrs. Xia to sit aside, but her angry gaze remained fixed on her half-sister, Xia Yingying. After her Pichio jade pendant recognized its master with a drop of blood, it had turned into a small black mole on her neck. She had no idea how that wretched Xia Yingying managed to take it. Xia Weiwei firmly believed that her half-sister, Xia Yingying, had stolen her space jade pendant mainly because the previous owner of the space was indeed Xia Yingying. Although Xia Weiwei was the legitimate daughter, neither she nor her mother was favored by old Master Xia. In contrast, Xia Yingying, as the daughter of old Master Xia's beloved concubine, Aunt Xiao, received his utmost affection and lived a more comfortable life than the legitimate daughter. In her past life, Xia Yingying had coveted Xia Weiwei's Pichio jade pendant during their exile. Relying on her father's favoritism and Aunt Xiao's support, old Master Xia ordered Xia Weiwei to give the pendant to her. Later, when she accidentally got injured and bled on the pendant, it unexpectedly recognized her as its master. Thanks to the pendant's ability to move freely through space, Xia Yingying could quietly enter towns along the way during their exile to gather supplies and valuables. As a result, only Xia Yingying, her aunt, and old Master Xia safely reached their destination. The others either died, were injured, or fell ill. The second Mrs. Xia died during the exile due to the deliberate targeting by Xia Yingying and her aunt. Xia Weiwei also suffered greatly on the road, becoming a frail woman who could barely breathe. Not long after arriving at the exile location, she was set up by Xia Yingying and lost her virtue to a local lazy man who couldn't find a wife. If it weren't for Xia Yingying showing off her good fortune to Xia Weiwei right before she fell gravely ill, Xia Weiwei would never have realized that the jade pendant she lost was a space treasure. Zhizhi sighed inwardly. So, if you steal someone else's good stuff, it's best to hide it for life. Otherwise, who knows if the other person will come back with a vengeance to reclaim their treasure. The heavenly mirror agreed. Just as Xia Weiwei settled down, the next cell began to stir again. They were either complaining about their family leader's poor choices that led to their exile or grumbling about the terrible conditions, their mouths never stopping. Suddenly, a fierce-looking jailer threw a pile of prison clothes into their cell and barked, "Silence. Change into these prison clothes quickly. We leave immediately. Move fast, no dawdling, or my whip won't be gentle." The air fell silent for a moment, then erupted into cries and wails. "Why are we leaving so early? Aren't we supposed to wait a few days? What do we do? My family hasn't had a chance to send me money or supplies yet." Xia Zhizhi thought the new emperor was too petty, likely wanting their group to die on the way to exile. She looked down at her thin pink embroidered shoes and then at her small arms and legs, lamenting, "Great, I haven't even walked 2 miles and I might collapse." Xiamu Su Wanru had no time for sorrow and quickly found 2 relatively clean outfits from the pile of prison clothes for herself and her daughter. Once they changed, they were taken out of the cell. As soon as they emerged, they saw the Xia family men lying on the ground, barely alive.
아내야, 성애야.
Su Wanru ignored the blood-soaked back of her husband, who had already fainted from pain, and rushed towards her 2 sons, tears streaming down her face.
How many blows did they take?
Their flesh is all beaten to a pulp. Her hands trembled as she hesitated to touch her sons. "Mother, don't cry. It doesn't hurt that much," Xia Dage Xia Yuhan said, his face pale, forcing a smile to comfort her. Seeing his little sister following their mother, seemingly stunned and wide-eyed, he tried to reassure her too. Xia urged Xia Yusong also endured the pain, not wanting to worry their mother and sister. Zhizhi squatted behind Su Wanru, pretending to be lost in thought while actually asking the heavenly mirror, "Mirror, how are these 2? Are they worth saving?" The heavenly mirror pondered for a moment. "Well, they value family ties greatly. In modern terms, they would be called Mama's boys and sistercon." Xia Zhizhi replied, "That's enough. Just for being a sistercon, I'll save their lives." She moved her fingers, channeling her spiritual energy, into threads that gently covered her brother's wounds. In ancient times, a family needed a male heir to stand strong. Otherwise, Su Wanru and Zhizhi, as women, would face endless troubles. As for their unconscious father, Lord Xia, Zhizhi decided to leave him be. Though he wasn't as bad as old Master Xia, he wasn't a good man either. Having a legitimate son wasn't enough. He constantly took concubines, hoping to have more illegitimate sons. If it weren't for Su Wanru's exceptional skills in preventing pregnancies, they might have ended up with a bunch of siblings fighting over inheritance. Zhizhi had no desire to save such a greedy man who would only be a nuisance to her and her mother. With the male members of the Xia family down, the highest-ranking person was Su Wanru. She assertively directed the household's concubines to form pairs and take turns dragging Lord Xia and her 2 sons along. Why should we? Lord Xia is one thing, but the eldest and second sons aren't ours. Why should we drag them? Recently brought into the household and favored by Lord Xia, concubine Li was the first to protest. With the Xia family in ruins, she wanted to find a way to escape and avoid exile, so she didn't want to do this hard work. Su Wanru sneered. Why? Because you are my property, bought with my money. If you don't want to be sold off to some filthy place, you'd better do as I say, or else. Concubine Li shivered at Su Wanru's cold gaze. I'll go. Is that okay? The others remembered their contracts were under Su Wanru's name, her property, and immediately stopped complaining, hastily getting to work. Zhizhi looked at her mother with starry eyes, thinking that despite her flaws, she really liked her. On the other hand, the second Mrs. Xia couldn't manage the concubines below her, so she took her daughter and dragged her son along. However, Aunt Xiao, old Master Xia's true love, couldn't ignore her man. She sweet-talked a few gullible concubines into helping her drag old Master Xia away. Compared to the Xia family men who lay beaten on wooden boards, being dragged along by their female relatives, other exiled families had it much easier. Unlike the Xia family, who had lost everything, these families had their young boys under 15 unharmed and not beaten at all. Their journey was far less difficult than the Xia families. At the city gate, many people were waiting to send off their loved ones, holding packages. Su Wanru's family was among them. 2 of Su's uncles approached with a large bundle, their eyes red as they spoke to Su Wanru and her daughter Zhizhi about the details of the exile. Wanru, the clothes and shoes in the bundle are from your mother and your sisters-in-law for you and the children to change on the road. There are also some easy-to-eat dry rations inside. Remember to feed the kids along the way. And here are some silver coins and banknotes. Make sure to keep them safe. As he spoke, he pressed a heavy pouch into Su Wanru's hand. We don't know if we'll ever see each other again in this lifetime. The situation was similar elsewhere. The wives and concubines were teary-eyed, reluctantly bidding farewell to their families. It wasn't until an officer shouted that it was time to go that they had to wipe their tears and set off again. Less than an hour into the journey, the weak ladies could no longer endure and began to complain. The injured men, who had been dragged along on wooden boards, were not faring much better. They had eaten a lot of dirt, and the bumpy ride was worsening their wounds. Especially Lord Xiaohou. Su Wanru had little gold ointment left, and with 2 injured sons, she couldn't bear to use it on him. She only sprinkled a little to appease everyone. In less than half a day, he developed an infection and a high fever. Madam, what should we do? If the Lord's fever continues, he might lose his mind. Madam, let's ask the officer to help us buy some medicine for the Lord. And we need food too. Those officers only gave us each one hard black bun that we can barely bite into.
How can we eat that?
During a rest stop, the concubines surrounded Su Wanru, chattering nonstop. They urged her to bribe the officer with money to help buy medicine and food. Su Wanru thought, what are they dreaming about? My money is for my children. Who do they think they are? She ignored them. Zhizhi, noticing they were some distance from the capital, planned to stir things up. With her powerful abilities, she wasn't going to quietly accept her exile. Since chaos had already begun, with rebellion forces emerging across the country, she would add fuel to the fire. Mirror, why are you moving so slowly? Haven't you finished adjusting the male lead's childbirth system yet? She urged. I'm coming. This childbirth system is quite old, having hosted many users, and there are plenty of good things in the system warehouse, hee. The heavenly mirror chuckled mischievously. Zhizhi rolled her eyes. Instead of learning good things, this mirror only picked up the bad ones and was getting more and more perverted. I'll go destroy the dog emperor's family and steal from his private treasury. You stay here and keep watch. Don't let anyone find out I'm gone. The heavenly mirror replied, Zhizhi, don't worry. I'll guard the rear for you. Before leaving through the portal, Zhizhi not only knocked everyone out but also dealt with the fierce officers. Then, under her mental control, she quickly arrived at the palace, armed with a recoilless laser gun, and took out the emperor and his children. She then began to loot the emperor's treasury. She didn't spare the imperial pharmacy either, emptying it of valuable medicinal materials. After finishing with the emperor's family, she went after the royal relatives. She left no one alive from the royal clan. Only then did she leave, satisfied. With the emperor's entire family wiped out, chaos would soon ensue, and his exile decree would mean nothing. Zhizhi, someone is coming. Come back quickly. Just as Zhizhi had copied half of the treasures from the 9 clans using her powers from the previous world, she heard the heavenly mirror calling. She immediately stopped what she was doing, gathered the royal treasures and the marquis's treasures into the jade pendant space of Xia Zhizhi, and hurried back. News of the emperor's family being wiped out spread quickly. Within an hour, the capital was in chaos. There was no helping it. Zhizhi had made too much noise, like a bolt from the blue, with colorful laser beams shooting everywhere, causing many princes and princesses in class to die instantly. The teacher, terrified, fled in panic. Outside, palace maids and eunuchs were in a frenzy, and upon inquiry, they learned that the newly crowned emperor had met the same fate. Thus, the news spread rapidly, and within a day, the capital was in turmoil. With the emperor's entire family dead, all decrees became useless. The group of exiled individuals, still unconscious, was soon taken home by their relatives. Xia Zhizhi's 2 brothers were fine. Thanks to Zhizhi's previous soul power treatment, aside from some superficial injuries, their internal wounds had healed. Later, with Su Wanru's application of gold ointment, even their external injuries were treated, and upon returning to the Su family, they were attended to by renowned doctors, quickly recovering. Lord Xiahou, as the head of the Marquis family, received the harshest punishment. Zhizhi not only refused to help but also let him suffer from a high fever for a long time. He passed away before the Su family could bring him home. Good. With the annoying person gone, Su Wanru and her 3 children were quite happy. 10 years later, when Zhizhi wiped out the royal family, most factions had not yet had time to grow. The foreign prince Nan Tsong relied on his unmatched military strength and his exceptionally clever eldest son to easily defeat the disorganized groups, taking the throne within 3 years. Now, the person on the throne had changed their surname to Mo. The male lead, Chu Xin, no longer had the support of his powers and dared not dream of seizing the throne. However, relying on his experiences from previous lives, he introduced many beneficial policies, such as cement and glass formulas and high-yield crops, becoming a favored minister of the new emperor and a newly appointed Duke of Chu, with hereditary rights. The female lead, Xia Zhizhi, in this life, without any powers, found her father and brothers still lacking ambition, reduced to the status of commoners. Without the coveted powers that Chu Xin desired, she tried to ingratiate herself with him, but he didn't even glance her way. In truth, Xia Zhizhi was most eager to attract the crown prince, the new emperor's legitimate son, Mo Hung. Unfortunately, she couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes and had to settle for trying to gain attention in front of Chu Xin. She was willing to be a concubine. Zhizhi's 2 brothers, wanting to be a support for their mother and sister, worked hard and passed the imperial examinations, with one serving as an official and the other in the Hanlin Academy. The highest ranking was the eldest brother, Xia Yuan, who now served as the Salt Transport Commissioner in Jiangnan, a fourth-rank official with real power, aligned with the Crown Prince Mo Hung. Xia Yuan had not intended to take a side so early, but the shameless Crown Prince had taken a liking to his little sister and requested the Emperor's decree to betroth her to him as the Crown Princess. They were set to marry in the coming year. He was reluctantly forced to take a side early. At the flower appreciation banquet, the imperial garden was filled with blooming flowers and various noble ladies gathered, while Zhizhi, the daughter of a minor official, felt out of place among them. Xia Zhizhi intentionally ignored the Empress, sitting alone in a corner unnoticed. Watching the giggling ladies, her anger surged. What's so great about them? Just wait. I will soon be the Empress, and you will all have to bow at my feet. Zhizhi looked at the other women with disdain, but her gaze toward the Empress was like looking at a corpse. She would not allow this ignorant old hag to live. The current Empress was a stepmother with a son, always eyeing the throne, and thus looked down on the firmly established Crown Prince Mo Hung. Unable to do anything to Mo Hung, she thought Zhizhi, the minor official sister, was an easy target, so she hosted a flower appreciation banquet, hoping to humiliate Zhizhi, the future Crown Princess. What a foolish old woman. This time, she had provoked someone she shouldn't have. Xia Zhizhi waved her hand, and a plain-looking palace maid quickly approached her. What does my lady command? This was a secret guard assigned to her by Mo Hung, responsible for her safety and helping her with any mischief. Zhizhi replied expressionlessly, and see, send someone to lure the Empress to the pond. I want to personally drown this old hag. And C quietly responded, I will arrange it right away, and then silently retreated. The Empress, completely unaware of the grim fate approaching her, continued to smile broadly at the eldest daughter of the right prime minister. Wenqing, I admire ladies like you who are cultured and talented, unlike those from lowly backgrounds who can't even perform a proper greeting. Suddenly, the elegant Gao Wenqing stood up, gracefully bowing. Your Majesty, you flatter. She raised her eyes to Nci and said, Go, throw this old woman into the lotus pond. How dare you? You would drown the mother of a nation. The queen screamed in shock, struggling desperately. Xia Zhizhi smiled and said, What's there to dare or not? If nothing unexpected happens, Mo Hung should have already received the Emperor's abdication decree by now. I don't want to be queen anymore, especially with a strange elder above me, who constantly finds fault with me. I didn't want to kill you so soon, but you offended me today. So, it's time for you to die early. As soon as Zhizhi finished speaking, Nci didn't give the queen a chance to protest, and immediately threw her into the water.
No, don't.
Your Majesty. The queen's maid, Dong Shui, was frantic, especially when she saw Xia Zhizhi playing with the queen like a monkey, hitting her with a stick every time the queen poked her head out. After just 3 or 4 hits, the queen's struggles weakened. She lost the arrogance she had as a senior maid beside the queen and kept bowing to Zhizhi. Miss Xia, please spare the queen. She didn't mean to insult you today. She was just influenced by the maid and made a mistake. If anyone should be punished, it should be me. The 5th princess, seeing her mother being humiliated, screamed that she would kill Zhizhi. A servant holding the 5th princess worried that Xia Zhizhi would be disturbed again, so they quickly stuffed a piece of cloth into the 5th princess's mouth. How outrageous! You are all outrageous. When I see my father, I will make sure he beheads all of you. Dong Shui was doing the same thing. Xia Zhizhi watched the queen drown and then dropped the stick. And see, take the rest of these people to the Ministry of Justice. The charge is treason, and make sure the people there treat them well. Isn't the queen always saying she was above others? Today, I'll use that charge to punish those who wronged her. And C hesitated. My lady, should we send the 5th princess and Miss Shui too? Of course. They have offended me, and I can't let them go. Xia Zhizhi raised her chin, speaking confidently. Do as Zhizhi says. A cold voice with authority came from behind. Zhizhi turned to see her handsome fiancé, Mo Hung. He wore a luxurious purple robe with gold embroidery, featuring a 5-clawed golden dragon and a jade belt tightly cinched around his slim waist. He stood tall and handsome, exuding an air of nobility and authority that made people unable to look directly at him. "Zhizhi, come here." He smiled and reached out to Zhizhi. Zhizhi quickly walked a few steps to Emo Heng's side, allowing him to hold her hand. "Emo Heng, am I about to become queen soon?" She looked at the guards behind him, still holding their weapons, and then at Emo Heng, who gazed at her gently, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Seeing Zhizhi so lively and real, Emo Heng couldn't help but chuckle. "That's right, my little queen. I offer you the world as a bride. Will you marry me for life?" Zhizhi didn't hold back, smiling brightly. "Yes, of course. I said I want to be the best, and to be number one. The same goes for men. I will only marry the strongest man in the world." Emo Heng didn't think Zhizhi was materialistic or vain. He found her genuine charm delightful. People are always striving for fame and fortune, but they often refuse to admit their own mundane desires, wrapping themselves in a false image. Zhizhi was different. She openly showed what she liked and disliked. For what she loved, she would hold on tightly. For what she hated, she would retaliate without hesitation. This authenticity and purity were what he had always sought but never found. Emo Heng took Zhizhi's hand and left the imperial garden, while the guards pretended they saw nothing and followed behind, leaving Nsi and the others to handle the aftermath, taking people to the Ministry of Justice and dealing with the queen's body. Before long, the imperial garden returned to normal. The old emperor and his harem had been urgently sent to the palace by Emo Heng and would be strictly monitored in the future. Emo Heng was now the rightful ruler, leading Zhizhi directly into the study. Along the way, every maid and eunuch who saw Emo Heng knelt down, calling out to greet the emperor. At these moments, Emo Heng would stop and instruct them to refer to Zhizhi as Your Majesty from now on, treating her as he would himself. Throughout the journey, Zhizhi couldn't stop smiling. She was very pleased with Emo Heng's attitude. He was the first man she had met in this era who treated women with equality and respect. As soon as they entered the study, she couldn't help but shake his hand and sweetly act cute. "Emo Heng, you're so nice. I feel like I'm loving you more and more." Emo Heng's lips curled into a smirk as he playfully pinched Zhizhi's cheek. "Acting cute again." Zhizhi raised an eyebrow playfully and asked, "What? You don't like it? If you don't like it, I won't act cute with you anymore." Emo Heng wrapped his arm around Zhizhi's slim waist, pulling her closer and kissing her mesmerizing eyes. "I like it. How could I not? No matter what Zhizhi does, it brings me joy." His voice was magnetic and enticing, and his hand on her waist began to wander, causing Zhizhi to shiver. "Zhizhi. As expected, men are always a bit naughty. You said you would be happy no matter what I do, right?" She smiled seductively, her fingers gliding from his throat to his chest, lightly tapping it, making his breathing noticeably heavier. Under his eager gaze, she continued to slide down. Finally, her fingers landed on his side, pinching a thin layer of skin and twisting it quickly.
"Montag Heng."
Zhizhi laughed and asked, "Do you still like it when I do this?" Emo Heng gritted his teeth and nodded. I like it a lot, but compared to this, I prefer when Zhizhi acts cute with me." He carefully held Zhizhi's delicate hand, moving it away from his side, and said gently, "Zhizhi, if you don't want me to be useless in the future and unable to give you a happy married life, let's not harm this area, okay?" He seemed to remember the doctor saying that this area was not far from a man's kidneys. If Zhizhi wasn't careful, it could be troublesome. He didn't want to be disliked by Zhizhi in the future. Zhizhi's expression suddenly turned sour. "Didn't you say you were a pure man?"
"How do you know so much about this?"
Emo Heng felt wronged. "Zhizhi, how can you doubt me? I just heard that my father had issues in that area and had to take medicine, so I specifically asked the doctor about it." Meanwhile, the retired emperor in the palace cursed, "You're so noble, you're so great, and you even use my embarrassing stories to tease your little wife." The retired emperor was skilled in warfare but struggled with governing the country. During his reign, he relied heavily on his eldest son, the crown prince, to handle state affairs, which prevented any major issues. The court officials, especially the scholars promoted through the new examination system after the establishment of a new dynasty, were very supportive of Mo Hung, who was willing to give them opportunities. Even the male lead, Chu Shen, was no exception. Unlike the incapable retired emperor, the new emperor felt threatened by the influential ministers and sought to eliminate them. He tried to find treacherous officials to frame Mo Hung and get rid of this great minister. Unfortunately for him, Mo Hung took decisive action and helped the crown prince seize the throne early. If he couldn't be a good emperor, he might as well step down to avoid ruining the country. With so many loyal ministers supporting him and holding most of the military power, Mo Hung managed the transition smoothly. No one dared to object. Even when he decreed that he would marry Xia Zhizhi next month and vowed to love her alone for life, the officials had their opinions, but did not dare to oppose him. They knew full well that the former empress had drowned in the lotus pond of the imperial garden, and it was not an accident. It was the work of that ruthless woman, Xia Zhizhi. Despite the emperor's usual wisdom, he acted like a puppet whenever Xia Zhizhi was involved, always favoring her. As long as no one spoke ill of Xia Zhizhi, the emperor remained wise. If anyone dared to criticize her, he would immediately become a tyrant and could genuinely harm them. Mo Hung proudly declared, "I work so hard just to make the one I love live more freely and happily." Anyone who dared to speak against Zhizhi would find themselves sent home to eat their own words. If anyone insulted her, I would deal with them harshly. The ministers, we wouldn't dare, who would? The news of the new emperor's marriage quickly spread throughout the capital. Xia Weiwei, living in a slum, was momentarily stunned upon hearing it. Especially when she learned that the new emperor had publicly declared his lifelong commitment to the empress in front of the court officials, she felt completely unwell.
Could it be
that I was wrong all along? The reborn person isn't the crown prince but my cousin, Xia Zhizhi. But wait, Xia Zhizhi only lived until 6 years old in her past life before dying on the road to exile. Even if she were reborn, she couldn't be this powerful. If she's not reborn, then what is she?
Could it be?
Xia Weiwei's eyes suddenly lit up as she thought of something and rushed out of her house towards the Xia residence in the Western District. The rewards for today have already been distributed. Come back tomorrow to collect. Before Xia Weiwei could get close to the Xia residence, she was stopped by the guards at the gate, who thought she was there to beg for rewards. She had to explain. "No, I'm the future empress's cousin, really. I need to see her about something." Hearing the guards speak to her as if she were a beggar made Xia Weiwei unhappy, and her tone became harsh. The guards still blocked her. "You say you are the future empress's cousin. Do you have any proof?" Xia Weiwei's face turned ugly. "What do you mean? Do you think I'm lying?" The guards remained silent, but their eyes said it all. What if she was lying and trying to get close to the future empress to plot something? Did he want to lose his position? Xia Weiwei held back her anger. "Just go in and tell Xia Zhizhi that Xia Weiwei is looking for her. She will definitely let me in." Presumptuous. The guards at the door moved in unison, drawing their swords and glaring coldly at Xia Weiwei. "How can a commoner like you directly address the future empress? That is a great disrespect." Faced with the glinting swords, Xia Weiwei was frightened and stepped back, her face pale as she waved her hands. No, I was just a bit too excited and didn't pay attention to my words. I didn't mean any disrespect to the future empress." She secretly cursed in her heart. Darn it, it's always like this. They look down on her. The guards, however, did not listen to her explanation. With a wave of their hands, they ordered her taken to the Dali Temple for strict questioning. What if she had ulterior motives and wanted to harm the future empress? After a thorough investigation by the officials at the Dali Temple, they discovered that Xia Weiwei was indeed the future empress's cousin, and they quickly reported this to Xia Zhizhi. Upon hearing that Xia Weiwei had caused a scene at their doorstep, Zhizhi couldn't help but frown. "Mirror, why do you think Xia Weiwei suddenly came to find me?" Ever since the exile decree was revoked and everyone returned to the capital, the two families had not interacted. Naturally, Xia Zhizhi had forgotten about the second branch. Of course, the increasingly down-and-out second branch had thought about restoring relations after Xia Zhizhi passed the imperial exam, but they never had the chance to inform Zhizhi, as Su Wanru and Xia Zhizhi blocked them. They didn't give them a chance to take advantage. The Tianji mirror pondered for a moment and speculated, Xia Weiwei might have sensed something unusual about you. Or perhaps she doesn't believe you have no backing yet can attract someone like Mo Hung, a talented individual, to promise you a lifetime of love. She might think you've changed or that you've taken away her opportunities, stealing her fate. That's why she came to confirm with you. If any of these possibilities are true, she could threaten you into doing anything for her. Xia Zhizhi. No, how could this female lead be so naive, always thinking of beautiful things? Has she never considered that if she threatened others like this, the first thought would be to silence her? Zhizhi didn't want to deal with such an ignorant female lead and merely said to let them handle it, as she wasn't close to this cousin. Later, she instructed the Tianji mirror to place a restriction on Xia Weiwei, preventing her from speaking about Rebirth or anything related to Zhizhi. Zhizhi had almost forgotten about the grudge against this family, and now they had the audacity to jump out seeking attention. Then she could only repay them in kind. Zhizhi whispered a few words to Ensi, who nodded and quickly left the room. The Dali Temple officials, upon receiving Zhizhi's response, couldn't help but marvel. This future empress truly is known for her genuine nature. She really doesn't care about her reputation at all. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't so openly declare they weren't close to their cousin, nor would they coldly leave their cousin in the Dali Temple. In the end, Xia Weiwei was sternly warned by the Dali Temple officials before being released. As soon as Xia Weiwei stepped out of the Dali Temple, she was covered with a drugged cloth, thrown into a sack, and delivered to a trafficker. Oh, not just for free. Before leaving, Ensi slipped the trafficker a bag of silver ingots, advising him to sell her somewhere remote and to a difficult buyer. Upon hearing this, the trafficker took Xia Weiwei out of the city that very night. On the eve of the wedding, the Tianji mirror informed Zhizhi that Xia Weiwei had been sold to a remote county in the south, becoming a personal maid to a twisted county magistrate's wife, who was embroiled in backroom struggles. She faced daily beatings and insults, living a very fulfilling life. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhizhi couldn't help but rest her chin on her hand and sigh. Oh, what a beautiful and kind-hearted girl she is. The female lead harmed the original family, yet you only made her a servant, living a life below others. Zhizhi, you're so kind. You'll suffer for it in the future. She disapprovingly glanced at the stunning beauty in the mirror, suddenly bursting into laughter. Mirror, do you think I'm a bit sickly? Isn't that charming? Mo Hung had been captivated by her when he first saw her cleverly framing other young ladies. Tianji mirror was speechless. Is it possible he was just attracted to your looks and overlooked your malice? Nonsense. He was clearly drawn in by my charm. Zhizhi's expression changed, and she raised her hand to slap the silent Tianji mirror to the ground. With a creak, the door was pushed open. Su Wanru entered, somewhat awkwardly holding a small booklet. Zhizhi. Zhizhi quickly picked up the Tianji mirror and stuffed it under her pillow, smiling as she took Su Wanru's arm and led her to sit by the bed. Mother, did you come to deliver the fire avoidance diagram for me? She giggled, showing no shyness as she quickly flipped through the booklet Su Wanru handed her, then disdainfully tossed it aside. The drawings aren't realistic at all. I'll ask Mo Hung for the palace version later. Su Wanru was momentarily taken aback by her daughter's shamelessness, but her discomfort to Bao. Life is not just about the struggles we face now, but also the struggles to come. After the birth of my two younger brothers, our father and mother became even less responsible. Just because our mother said, "I'm tired of staying in the palace and want to go out to play," our father immediately took her and a large group of attendants on a trip. Debao was left to manage the kingdom and take care of the two still nursing brothers. Outside the study, not good. Your Highness the Crown Prince. The second and third princes have hurt two wet nurses again, and they are crying nonstop. No one can calm them down. Please go take a look. Debeo helplessly put down his pen, stood up, adjusted his robe, and took a deep breath before walking out slowly. This was already the 10th time this month. Those two little troublemakers had scared away countless wet nurses with their tempers and natural strength.
Sigh.
If he had known it would be this tiring, he would never have shown off his remarkable memory in front of the grand tutors. Nor would he have demonstrated his superior governance skills in front of our father. Then, he wouldn't have been tricked by our father into finishing his studies early and experiencing this exhausting life of a top worker. Now, he not only had to work hard every day but also care for two mischievous brothers. It was truly frustrating. Debeo arrived at the Luanfeng Palace and saw two wet nurses clutching their ribs in pain, grimacing as they tried to approach his brothers. Something's wrong. Debeo didn't hesitate and kicked the two wet nurses away. Thud. Thud. One wet nurse, who had only broken a rib, now lay on the ground, her ribs shattered, bleeding internally, gasping for breath, and spitting blood. Debeo was very sensitive to people's emotions and suddenly sensed something. His gaze sharpened. He quickly said, "Remove their jaws, so they can't take their own lives." Two masked dark guards appeared and swiftly removed the jaws of the two wet nurses before they could bite down on the poison pouch hidden in their mouths. "Va wa wa. Va wa wa." As if sensing someone who could take charge had arrived, the second and third princes cried out loudly enough to shake the roof. "Oh no, big brother, there are always bad people trying to harm us." Debeo gently touched his brothers' small faces, feeling guilty. "It's all my fault for not noticing your situation sooner. I won't let it happen again." After saying that, he picked up each brother in his arms and ordered, "Take all the palace staff in Luanfeng Palace to the Ministry of Justice for strict interrogation. Also, capture those who were wet nurses for the second and third princes and interrogate them and their families." With a serious expression, he headed back to the study. From now on, he would keep a close eye on his two brothers and see who dared to harm the royal heirs. "Your Highness, please spare me."
"I'm innocent."
"Your Highness, I am the Queen's person. Please consider the Queen's face." Before they could finish, the palace guards covered their mouths. As the crown prince, Debeo's entourage was only slightly less grand than the emperor's, with many attendants surrounding him. During this regency, the emperor had even ordered that Debeo's powers be equal to his own. Not only could he freely command the palace guards and the imperial army, but he could also use all the tiger seals at his discretion. It was unclear what leverage these wet nurses had against their captors, but no matter how much torture they endured, they refused to reveal their mastermind. Helpless, Debeo had to personally conduct the interrogations. Having awakened his abilities for several years and possessing the luck of a male lead, Debeo quickly extracted the truth from them using his persuasive mental powers. It turned out that the retired emperor and the beautiful concubine were behind it all. During the years they were confined in the palace, the retired emperor had never been at peace, trying to regain power. Unfortunately, ever since the current emperor took the throne, he had gradually eliminated the retired emperor's supporters, leaving him with no means to act. In a fit of rage, the retired emperor vented his frustrations in the harem, constantly scheming. As a result, the most beautiful and well-connected concubine, during her confinement, became pregnant and successfully gave birth to a healthy prince. The retired emperor was overjoyed. He was being watched by the current emperor's people every day and would never return to the throne. But that was fine. He could help his favorite youngest son scheme. As long as the current emperor's son died, he could join forces with the concubine's family to help his youngest son ascend the throne. Unfortunately, they didn't realize that their opponents were not ordinary people, let alone Debeo, who was smarter than his father. Even the still-nursing second and third princes had the alertness of little animals and the protection of the male lead's aura, allowing them to sense impending danger and quickly avoid it. Just to clarify, the three princes originally had the fate of the male lead in their past lives, carrying his luck and reincarnating with Xia Zhizhi, and their luck did not disappear. Knowing who the real culprits were, Debeo certainly wouldn't let them off. He didn't use his usual indirect methods, but instead learned from his mother and took a straightforward approach. He directly sent dark guards to kill the retired emperor and the beautiful concubine and set their quarters on fire, turning them and their loyal servants to ashes. Afterward, he placed the blame squarely on the beautiful concubine. He claimed that the beautiful concubine had cheated on the retired emperor, and when the retired emperor discovered that the young prince was illegitimate, the beautiful concubine, in a fit of rage, stabbed him to death. Knowing she couldn't live, she then set herself on fire. Debao was furious and ordered the extermination of the beautiful concubine's entire family, sentencing her brothers to a gruesome death. How dare they lay a hand on his brothers? They must be tired of living. Even the young illegitimate prince was not spared. Debao ordered him to be poisoned. While some in the court were suspicious, Debao was well prepared, with both witnesses and evidence, forcing everyone to believe his account. Once everything was settled, Debao hurriedly wrote a letter to inform his father and mother about the events in the capital. The emperor read it quickly and smiled, shaking the letter. Not bad. The crown prince is becoming more methodical in handling matters, and he hasn't given anyone a chance to exploit him. It seems it's time for me to prepare to abdicate. After being out for 2 months, not only had Zhizhi enjoyed herself, but the emperor also relished their time together. They could go wherever they wanted and act heroically whenever they pleased. Life outside the palace was much more enjoyable. Zhizhi clung to the emperor's arm, her beautiful eyes sparkling in the sunset, more dazzling than any precious jewel. Are you really willing to hand the throne over to our Debao just like that? You fought tooth and nail for it against the retired emperor. Zhizhi wasn't worried about the safety of their 3 sons in the palace. Before they left, the emperor had already learned of the retired emperor's plans and had set everything up in advance as a test for Debao. Even if Debao didn't discover anything, the second and third princes would not be harmed in the slightest. Seemingly enchanted, the emperor gently brushed his fingers against Zhizhi's cheek. With a loving smile, he said, "You're being mischievous again. Zhizhi knows that before it was unavoidable. If I hadn't fought for it, my fate would have been dire. As the legitimate eldest son who achieved great feats, holding half the military power, I had to earn the respect of most officials. If I hadn't taken the throne, those half-brothers would have seen me as a thorn in their side and would have killed me to secure their positions." He suddenly chuckled. Speaking of which, the reason I was so eager to push my father off the throne was to marry Zhizhi as soon as possible. Zhizhi loves power and wealth, enjoying a life above all others, so of course, I want to help her achieve that sooner. The emperor's smile was captivating, especially since he was the highest authority in this world, wielding life and death over everyone, adding a thick layer of charm. Instantly, his attractiveness skyrocketed. For the first time in her life, Zhizhi felt that she could love a man so deeply. "Sigh, he's so handsome, I love him." Zhizhi clasped her hands, starry-eyed as she looked at him. "Moheng, what should I do? I find myself loving you more and more. How can you be so handsome?" After saying that, she leaped onto him, playfully exploring his body. Unfortunately, her movements were too slow, and she barely managed to unfasten a few buttons before the emperor, consumed by desire, pinned her down. He breathed heavily. "Zhizhi, you're adorably silly. You still haven't learned how to charm someone. But that's okay, if you can't, just lie back and enjoy." While speaking, he quickly undressed her, leaning down to cover her perfectly shaped lips with his. The next part is a restricted scene, so readers don't need to know. Yuan Post 1. Hey, have you all heard? Director X's Great Qian Dynasty is starting filming, and they're currently auditioning for roles. Post 2. Wow. Which brave woman would dare to play the mother of our legendary emperor, Emperor Qian Ruizong? She is famously known as the stunning Empress Zhao Chun, described in historical records as a beauty that could topple nations. Just one glance was enough for Emperor Qian Wuzong to fall in love, leading him to choose her over everything else. He knew his heart was drawn to power and wealth, and instead of being ashamed of his wife's ambition, He seized the throne from his father early on to avoid being overshadowed. Post 3. Are you serious? Was Emperor Qian Wudi really that filial? Post 4. Absolutely. According to unofficial histories, on the day Emperor Qian Wudi forced his father to abdicate, Empress Zhao Chun personally drowned the then empress in front of everyone. She even imprisoned the empress's daughter, Princess Wu, and her niece in the Ministry of Justice, ensuring they wouldn't come out alive. Emperor Qian Wudi supported Empress Zhao Chun and lied, claiming they both died of a strange illness. Post 5. Wow, that's intense. This is the true power of love. No matter how wicked the beloved is, the love remains deep. Unlike today's dramas, where the male lead claims his first love is true love, but as soon as she does something bad, he turns his back and runs to the good female lead. It really tarnishes the meaning of true love, ugh. Post 6. But I have to say, Emperor Qian Wudi was really love-struck. Historical records say he was exceptionally intelligent, and he played a huge role in establishing the great Qian dynasty. Unfortunately, he fell for Zhao Chun and only wanted to be with her. Once his even smarter son finished his studies, he quickly handed over the government to his son, Emperor Qian Ruodi, and took his beloved wife out for fun. Post 7. That's hilarious. At that time, Prince Cheng and Prince An were only a few months old and still drinking milk, left to be cared for by their older brother. It really proves the saying, parents are true love, and children are a surprise. Prince Cheng and Prince An were truly raised by their older brother, Emperor Qian Ruodi, which is why they trust him so much and became famous as the beloved brothers in later generations. Post 8. Honestly, I really want to know if Empress Zhao Chun had any secrets for having children. Although she was a bit wicked, all her sons turned out to be exceptional. One became a legendary emperor who advanced the country for centuries. Another was a victorious general who expanded the nation's territory to unprecedented levels, and the third sparked technological advancements. Truly, our country has remained the world's leading power thanks to these three brothers' solid foundation. Post 9. Sure, don't keep saying Empress Zhao Chun is wicked, or her descendants might send you a lawyer's letter. She was just being true to herself and didn't like playing schemes. These words were confirmed by Emperor Qian Wudi and Emperor Qian Ruodi themselves, and they even had the historians recorded in the annals. Post 10. Haha, this is such a ridiculous way to cover up the truth. But I really want to know if Empress Zhao Chun is a reincarnated succubus or possessed by a fox spirit. Otherwise, how could she not only train her husband to be completely devoted to her but also raise a few sons who are mama's boys, unconditionally adoring her as their mother? Post 11. I want to know +1. Post 12. I want to know +2. Post N. I want to know +10,086. Zhizhi left the ancient realm with a huge collection of carefully selected treasures, smiling all the way. However, her smile quickly faded, because when she entered the original owner's body, she was slapped by someone. Wow, this was really something. It was her first time ever being slapped in the face. Xia Zhizhi was furious and immediately slapped back, using her inner strength to send the woman flying. Ah! Woo woo woo, my teeth, spit, spit, spit. Dai Lu, lying on the ground, covered her swollen cheek and cried as she spat out nearly 10 teeth. Brother Yunfeng, my face hurts so much and all my teeth are gone. You have to help me kill this village girl. Wang Yunfeng, standing nearby, swallowed hard and instinctively took 2 steps back. When he realized what he had done, his face darkened. What the heck? Why was he afraid of this village girl? Xia Zhizhi, don't go too far. I already said that Lu and I are in love, and we are a good match. You, a village girl, can't rely on a betrothal. A toad can't dream of eating swan meat. The last 2 words got stuck in his throat when he saw Zhizhi's stunningly beautiful face. Wait, how did you suddenly become so beautiful? Thanks to the spiritual spring nourishing the flower tree, Zhizhi's soul power had increased significantly. As soon as she crossed over, her appearance changed to her true self. Xia Zhizhi looked coldly at this man. I was already beautiful. With your plain looks, how dare you call me a toad? Where does your confidence come from? Wang Yunfeng's face stiffened as he recalled Xia Zhizhi's image, which was instantly replaced by the current Zhizhi. No way. Had he been blinded by grease before? How could he have treated such a beautiful girl with cold words and even brought his childhood friend to provoke her? Brother Yunfeng, what are you doing? Why aren't you hitting that village girl? Dai Lu, still on the ground, waited for a long time, thinking her brother would help her out by slapping that village girl, but instead, they were chatting. Dai Lu was almost furious with her childhood sweetheart. This isn't right, is it? Wang Yunfeng looked at Zhizhi, then at his childhood friend, feeling conflicted. If he had known the betrothed girl was this beautiful, he shouldn't have gotten involved with his childhood friend. He wondered if it was too late to regret it now. Xia Zhizhi didn't want to deal with these two fools. She tossed her braid and turned to leave. On the way, the heavenly mirror was being overly cautious. Zhizhi told it to hurry, and it answered all her questions, fearing she might take her anger out on it and throw it somewhere unpleasant. The story in this world is a typical sweet romance. The male lead is Wang Yunfeng, and the female lead is Dai Lu. They grew up together as childhood friends. The original owner, Xia Zhizhi, was just a small obstacle in their love story. Years ago, Xia Zhizhi's grandfather and Wang Yunfeng's grandfather were comrades. To save Wang's grandfather, Xia's grandfather lost a leg and was forced to retire. To repay the debt, Wang's grandfather promised that if Xia's grandfather had a daughter, he would give his son to her as a son-in-law. Unfortunately, Xia's grandparents only had one son, who was the original owner's father. Initially, Xia's grandfather planned to drop the marriage, but Wang's grandfather disagreed and promised it to the next generation. Coincidentally, the original owner and Wang Yunfeng were of similar ages, so Wang's grandfather decided to arrange the marriage for them. However, when the original owner arrived with a token and her father, she discovered that Wang Yunfeng was unhappy with the betrothal and was in love with his neighbor. He often brought his childhood friend to provoke the original owner, trying to make her back out of the engagement. This way, they could both escape the betrothal without letting Dai Lu, who knew about Wang Yunfeng's engagement and still interfered, leave a bad impression on Wang's grandfather. Of course, none of this was the most important part. Although the original owner and her father were poor, they were not pushy people. They were preparing to break the engagement and return home when the original owner was suddenly crossed over by a traveler with a mission to win over the male lead. Yes, to win over Wang Yunfeng, the male lead. The traveler ignored the original owner's father's objections and insisted on staying in the capital to continue entangling with Wang Yunfeng. She first bought a beauty package from the system and transformed herself within 6 months. Then, using Wang's grandfather's gratitude towards the original owner's grandfather, she successfully stayed with the Wang family. Wang's grandfather, seeing his grandson unwilling to marry the traveler, worried that the situation would worsen and hurt the relationship with Xia's grandfather. To compensate the traveler, he planned to find her a formal job in the capital. Unexpectedly, the traveler rejected this offer and insisted on staying with the Wang family as a maid. Yes, as a maid. The traveler's thought process was twisted, believing that being a maid in the Wang family would allow her to get close to the male lead and slowly win his heart. Unfortunately, Dai Lu not only had the aura of a sweet romance heroine, but also years of childhood friendship with Wang Yunfeng. Their relationship was not so easy to break. Moreover, even if the traveler took beauty potions from the system, she could only enhance her looks based on the original owner's features. She could never become a stunning beauty like Xia Zhizhi, who could easily capture hearts at first sight. Thus, to complete her mission, the traveler abandoned her morals. When the male and female leads confirmed their relationship, she began subtly seducing the male lead, expressing her willingness to be the mistress. This mistress role lasted until the male and female leads had been married for several years without having children, while the traveler conveniently became pregnant with the male lead's child. Perhaps feelings developed, or perhaps she didn't want her son to be a jerk. Wang Yunfeng finally divorced Dai Lu and ended up with the traveler, and the three of them lived happily ever after. Due to the traveler's reckless actions, the original owner's grandfather died from anger, and her parents fell ill from stress, passing away before 50. This infuriated the original owner, who had been pushed out of her body and lingered around the traveler. Filled with resentment, the original owner was reborn, but unfortunately, she couldn't compete with the traveler who had a system. Before she could propose to break the engagement, the traveler came to seize control of her body again. Seeing the original owner's plight, the heavenly mirror, wanting Zhizhi to have a good identity, with the original owner's consent, pushed the traveler aside and placed Zhizhi into the original owner's body. Zhizhi was frustrated. Couldn't you have chosen a better time to put me into the original body? Why did it have to be when the female lead was slapping her? She got slapped as soon as she arrived. There was no time to react. The heavenly mirror said, "Isn't this just a coincidence? I didn't do it on purpose." The girl who crossed over was too aggressive in taking over the original body. If I had waited any longer, the original body would have been taken by her. Hey, you think you have a point? Zhizhi was so angry that her eyebrows shot up, and she slapped the broken mirror into the giant durian flesh grown in the flower soul space.
Ugh.
Zhizhi, ugh. I won't dare again, ugh. The heavenly mirror, fearless of everything else, was most afraid of stinking. Especially the smell of the durian flesh from the flower soul space, which was not only huge, but also had an upgraded odor that was unbearable. A normal person would probably faint from just a whiff. Those who were more sensitive to smells might even die from it. The heavenly mirror, being extremely sensitive to odors, felt like it was dying after just a touch of the durian flesh. It cast hundreds of cleaning spells before finally stopping the dry heaving. Zhizhi, however, was not satisfied. She glared at it fiercely and said, "Remember this lesson. If it happens again, I'll make you swim in a sea of durian flesh every day. You won't die from the smell." The heavenly mirror cried out, "Wah, Zhizhi, I was wrong. I won't dare again, wah." Zhizhi rolled her eyes, snorted lightly, and ate a few pieces of durian milfai made by Robot, feeling satisfied as she left the space. The durian from the flower soul space was indeed stinky, but it was also delicious, making her want to eat more. As she passed by, a lady on the street caught a whiff of the enticing smell and suddenly leaned against the wall, vomiting. Ugh, this girl looks pretty, but ugh, why does she smell so bad? Did she step in something?
It's so stinky, ugh.
Zhizhi, who hadn't gone far, thought, oh no. She forgot to ask Robot A to get rid of the smell before leaving. Embarrassed, she covered her face and hurriedly walked a few steps, creating a terrible stench that left a trail of people bending over and gagging. Ugh, what is that smell? Did a sewage pit explode? It's worse than poop. Ugh, I wasted my lunch today, and now I'm throwing up everything. How am I going to get through the rest of the day? Behind her, voices of complaints echoed. Zhizhi felt nervous and quickly stuffed a handful of gardenia petals into her mouth to freshen her breath. She leaned against the wall, pretending to be nauseated, and kept dry heaving. Good thing I didn't eat lunch, or I would have wasted that too. She pretended to wipe her mouth and patted her chest, feeling relieved. By now, the fragrance from her body had mostly masked the durian smell. The ladies nearby, who had even vomited up their leftover meals, didn't notice anything wrong. They looked at Zhizhi with envy while continuing to squat and retch.
Ugh.
That's great. You even saved food for your family. Unlike us, ugh. We've thrown up everything, so we've wasted our meals, ugh. Zhizhi smiled sheepishly and quickly left the scene. She had to get away. She was afraid of being recognized and beaten up again. Father Xia, with 2 big patches on his knees and an honest farmer's look, had been waiting outside the Wang family's door for a long time until his daughter returned. Little Guai, why did you take so long outside? Seeing his daughter carrying a big bag of things, he hurried over to take it, immediately starting to advise her. Oh, dear. Why did you buy so much? Little Guai, if old man Wang gives us money, we can't spend it carelessly. Look at Yunfeng's attitude. Your engagement with him might not even happen. If we spend their money, we won't be able to repay them in the future. Their family farmed, and after a year of hard work, they barely had enough to eat. There was no extra money to repay others. Father Xia furrowed his brow in worry. Zhizhi rolled her eyes and replied impatiently, "Dad, can you stop being so naive? What's wrong with me spending a little of their money? They owe us. If my grandfather hadn't risked his life to save old man Wang back then, he would have died on the battlefield, and how could he have achieved what he is today? If my grandfather hadn't saved him, he wouldn't have had to retire due to his leg injury. Maybe we would be living in the military compound now. Do we need to be looked down upon by that ungrateful family? Ugh, they're all heartless. Just wait, once I get what I want, I'll deal with them." Father Xia was startled by her words and quickly looked around. Seeing no one, he sighed in relief. "Zhizhi, you can't say that. We can't. We can't." She rolled her eyes again. "Repay kindness with kindness." Father Xia nodded quickly. "Right, we can't repay kindness with malice. Your grandfather saved him out of goodwill, and over the years, old man Wang has helped our family a lot, sending supplements to your grandfather. We're honest people, we can't keep taking advantage of them." Zhizhi felt exasperated. What a family of absolute good people. They were so different from her, a selfish and petty beauty with a wicked mind. No way, she couldn't go back with Father Xia. Otherwise, after half a month with this family of good people, she would definitely be driven crazy. "All right, Dad, stop talking about these pointless things," she said impatiently. "Just don't talk and don't make trouble. Just listen to me. I'll negotiate with old man Wang. Yunfeng brought his little sweetheart to humiliate me right in front of me. I don't believe their whole family is blind and can't see the tricks of those two. If they push us too far and don't give us anything, thinking they can just brush us off. If they dare to do that, she'll make sure they all end up working on the farm, ruining their good lives." Father Xia hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping himself as he looked at his daughter. Unfortunately, Zhizhi didn't want to deal with this spineless good man. She flicked her braid and stormed into the Wang family's house. As soon as she entered the living room, she was scrutinized from head to toe by Wang Yunfeng's mother with a critical eye, making Zhizhi furious. What is this? How dare she look at her like that? She really wanted to poke her eyes out and use them as marbles. Especially when the woman asked in a sarcastic tone, "Oh, you're back after playing enough." Zhizhi was so angry she wanted to shout, take her away, and beat her to death with sticks. Of course. Every day I have those two dogs performing in front of me. I've seen enough. I came back to fulfill their wish and break off the engagement with old man Wang. They won't have to use underhanded means to force me to do it anymore. Zhizhi sneered and plopped down on the precious sofa that Wang's mother had always forbidden them from sitting on, rolling her eyes so much it seemed they would fly away. Wang's mother stared in shock, her finger trembling as she pointed at Zhizhi. "Xia Zhizhi, you've gotten so bold after being out for a while. How dare you speak to me like that?" Zhizhi slammed the table, her eyes wide open, even bigger than Wang's mother's. "What? Who do you think you are? Why can't I talk to you like this? If my grandfather hadn't saved old man Wang, would your family be where they are today? And you're looking down on me. Ugh, a family of ungrateful people." Crash. The solid wood coffee table was smashed in half by Zhizhi's slap. Wang's mother looked terrified and scooted back, sitting at the edge of the sofa, as far away from Zhizhi as possible. You're so rude. Even Lulu's little finger is better than you. I will never accept you as my daughter-in-law, so give up on that." Zhizhi's face darkened instantly, and with another slap, she smashed the sofa's backrest. "Old woman, did you come from a dung beetle? Are you brainless or something? With your son's terrible character, he doesn't deserve me. I've already said I want to break off the engagement. Break it off. Break it off. Are you too stupid to understand?" The more she spoke, the angrier she got. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was home, Zhizhi beat Wang's mother. Zhizhi was very careful in her actions. By the time the housekeeper returned from grocery shopping, Wang's mother had already woken up and, like a maggot, struggled back to her room, hiding under the blanket and crying softly.
So scary, really so scary.
That little Xia Zhizhi must not be human. Otherwise, why couldn't she say a single bad word about Xia Zhizhi when she clearly wanted to call her man to complain? The male lead, Wang Yunfeng, was unaware that his mother had also fallen victim to Zhizhi's schemes. He was currently at the hospital with Dai Lu, who had lost half a tooth. Woo, doctor, my tooth.
Can it be fixed?
Dai Lu's face was swollen on one side, holding a handful of bloody teeth, looking tearfully at the doctor. The doctor looked troubled. I'm afraid it can't be saved. How about I help you get a partial denture instead?
What?
A denture? Dai Lu felt darkness closing in. Are you saying I can only wear dentures from now on? She asked each word carefully. The doctor nodded. Wang Yunfeng looked at Dai Lu with concern. Lu, don't worry. Even if you can only wear dentures in the future, I won't dislike you.
Wow, what a typical straight guy statement.
Dai Lu felt a wave of darkness again. When a man says this, he usually starts to feel disdain inside. But Dai Lu, being a typical female lead from a rural setting, hadn't been exposed to the overwhelming information of modern times and didn't understand men's mindset at all. At first, she felt a bit uncomfortable. However, with Wang Yunfeng's comfort, she gradually accepted the fact that she had lost half a tooth and would have to wear dentures in the future. But in her heart, she hated the culprit, Xia Zhizhi, even more. She would definitely not let that village girl off the hook. After leaving the dental office, Wang Yunfeng took Dai Lu to apply medicine on her face before leading her back to the military compound. Zhizhi had booked 2 rooms at the guest house for her father and instructed him not to wander around. She took 2 aluminum lunchboxes to the nearby state-run restaurant to buy food. While waiting in line, Zhizhi kept a sulky face, angrily questioning the broken mirror in her mind. Broken mirror, you darn thing, what's so good about the original owner's identity? Not only are the family members annoyingly honest, but even the betrothal is troublesome. Tell me, are you doing this on purpose to drive me crazy? The heavenly mirror spoke meekly, not daring to raise its voice. Zhizhi, I didn't lie to you. The original owner's identity is actually quite good, except for the engagement and family not meeting your expectations. But with the original owner's identity, you have the chance to meet many high-quality men with status and abilities. Zhi scoffed.
How rare.
The men from my last world were emperors at the peak of power, holding the lives of everyone in their hands. They had abs, good looks, and were devoted and affectionate. Now, my standards are at the mountain peak. If the men I meet later don't exceed this level, I won't feel a thing. The heavenly mirror hesitated. But Zhizhi, you don't want to put in the effort yourself. If you don't find a hard-working and capable man to protect you, how will you continue to be arrogant and do as you please in the future? Zhizhi. The heavenly mirror suddenly exclaimed, Zhizhi, this world is a small world from a composite era. Unlike Wang Yunfeng, who is just a useless male lead focused on a love triangle, the other male lead has an emperor's fate, with a concentration of purple energy similar to ancient emperors. This person's future. You understand, and he's incredibly handsome, not inferior to the previous life's Mo Hung. Zhizhi was puzzled. Broken mirror. What's going on? How can an emperor's fate mix into a small world from a composite era? It felt like stepping into a fantasy novel. The heavenly mirror chuckled. Zhizhi, you guessed it right. This small world indeed has a hint of fantasy, specifically designed to serve the celestial female lead who has crossed over from another world. Celestial? Wow, when did such things mix into a small world from a composite era? Zhizhi swallowed hard. Broken mirror, this world doesn't have any spirits, does it? Recalling the ghost movies she had seen before, her scalp tingled, and her hand holding the aluminum lunchbox began to shake. The heavenly mirror replied, not only are there spirits, but also ghost kings and zombies. Wait, Zhizhi, why are you trembling? You're not afraid of ghosts, are you? Zhizhi, embarrassed and angry, was about to throw the broken mirror back into the durian flesh when a very pleasant male voice caught her attention from behind. Comrade, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? With a beauty that could topple nations, Jiao Jiao moved gracefully. Since entering the state-run restaurant, Fu Xingyun had been fixated on the female comrade in front of him. Now that she turned to look at him, his heart raced. He dared say that no one could resist such captivating beauty. His innate flower tree was nourished daily by a spirit spring that enhanced beauty, and now Zhiji's beauty level had risen significantly. A beauty that could topple nations, indeed. Otherwise, in the last life, even the cunning emperor was captivated, doing all sorts of unreasonable things for her. Under Zhiji's enchanting gaze, Fu Xingyun nervously squeezed his fingers. "Comrade, I noticed your hand was shaking earlier. Are you feeling unwell? If so, I can take you to the hospital." Zhizhi paused, then shook her head. "Thank you for your concern. I'm perfectly fine." She smiled politely, then turned back, immediately dropping the smile and frowning. Really, just as the heavenly mirror mentioned the male lead, he appeared right in front of her. What a strange fate. Seeing Zhiji's attitude, the heavenly mirror cautiously asked, "Zhizhi, don't you like this male lead?" Not at all. I don't like him one bit." She wasn't someone who had enough of good days and sought out excitement. She had no interest in a male lead with supernatural elements. The heavenly mirror replied, "But Zhizhi, even if you don't end up with the male lead, you might still encounter spirits, since supernatural elements are a major theme in this world. The celestial female lead still needed to rely on these shining elements. The male lead Fu Xingyun has an emperor's fate, immune to all evils. If you're with him, carrying his aura, those evil spirits will definitely not dare to approach you." Zhizhi. She was suddenly at a loss for words. The people in front had all left, and it was finally Zhiji's turn. She glanced at the small blackboard and thought about the tickets she had, reluctantly ordering only 2 servings of pork and scallion dumplings. Ugh, the Wang family isn't worth anything. That old man is such a miser, pretending to be generous, but only giving this little food ticket and meat ticket.
Who can eat that?
Zhizhi cursed silently in her heart. Fu Xingyun clearly noticed Zhiji's financial troubles. He quickly pulled out a large stack of cash and, in front of the shocked waitress, forcefully stuffed it into Zhiji's hands. "Zhizhi."
What does he mean by this?
The heavenly mirror chuckled. "Zhiji's charm is still strong. This male lead has fallen for you at first sight." As if to confirm this statement, Fu Xingyun took out several more bills and, trying to appear calm, ordered 3 dishes and a soup from the waitress. Then, with flushed ears, he pulled Zhiji's sleeve and sat down in a corner, ready to confess. "Comrade, my name is Fu Xingyun. I currently serve as the Deputy Division Commander of the Beijing Military District and will soon be appointed as the Division Commander of the XX Military District. My father is the commander of the Beijing Military District, my mother works at the Development and Reform Commission, and I have 2 aunts." He opened his mouth and revealed all his background. Then he expressed his feelings for Zhizhi, wanting to establish a revolutionary friendship, and asked for her opinion. "Zhizhi, wait, are you this casual when looking for a marriage partner? Do you even know who I am to make such a quick decision?"
What if she were a spy?
This male lead would be in big trouble. Zhiji's expression was too obvious, and Fu Xingyun quickly realized what she was thinking. He coughed lightly, suppressing a laugh. "You might not know, but my intuition is usually very accurate. This ability has helped me avoid many dangers on the battlefield." So, he could sense that Zhizhi was not someone with a special identity. Could it be the male lead's halo or imperial fate at play? Zhi thought to herself. Remembering her cheap father still waiting at the guest house, Zhizhi didn't have time to chat with Fu Xingyun. She briefly introduced her name, education, address, family situation, and the purpose of her visit to Beijing, mentioning that she still had an engagement to resolve. Fu Xingyun thought Zhizhi was politely refusing and quickly said, "Comrade Xia, I can help you with this engagement. You might not know that Wang Yinfeng has a childhood sweetheart named Dai Lu. They are a couple, and most people in the military district know about it."
I already know about that.
Zhizhi interrupted him. "I'm just angry at the Wang family for being so shameless. My grandfather lost a leg to save old man Wang's life, and this is how they repay us." If they don't pay a price, I can't let this go. Old man Wang is not a good person. Saving him is not worth it. Before, they thought a mere engagement could repay a life debt. Now they allow their daughter-in-law and grandson to humiliate the children of their savior. A great kindness can lead to great hatred. This is saving someone only to create an enemy. Why was her father lingering at the Wang family's door, unwilling to return? It was because Wang's mother looked down on them and constantly said sarcastic things. She made her honest father feel uncomfortable at home. Wang's mother mocked the Xia family, while Wang Yunfeng shamelessly flaunted his childhood sweetheart in front of the original owner, humiliating her in various ways. Zhizhi didn't believe old man Wang was unaware of this. 2 servings of pork and green onion dumplings are ready. The waitress called out. Before Zhizhi could react, Fu Xingyun quickly took the food container from her hands and stood up to get the food. Zhizhi rested her chin on her hand, watching the male lead's actions. Broken mirror, tell me about the plot of the supernatural female lead. I want to see how this male lead handles things. If possible, she wouldn't mind getting ahead of the female lead and securing the male lead for herself. After all, this guy not only has an imperial fate, but is also immune to all evils. In terms of family background and abilities, he is among the best men in this world. If she missed this chance, it would be hard to find someone with such excellent qualities again. The Heavenly Mirror began to explain. The Heavenly Master female lead, Jiang Yueshu, is the 28th leader of the Tianyi sect, a place where metaphysics and technology coexist, and she is the most powerful metaphysical genius. She has a unique constitution that allows her to absorb spiritual energy to increase her cultivation, as well as ghost energy, demon energy, and even evil energy. This trait enables her to advance rapidly, attracting the jealousy of enemies. During an attempt to seal a demon, she was ambushed by her enemies and died on the spot, her soul sucked into an ancient novel. Zhizhi was surprised. It's actually a book crossing? The Heavenly Mirror replied, that's right. She crossed into the role of the #1 villain, Xiao Zongxing's child bride, Jiang Xiaohua, who had already died. Upon arrival, she found herself with 2 children left by the original owner. Before the original soul dissipated, she begged Jiang Yueshu to take good care of her 2 children, and Jiang Yueshu agreed. She felt that gaining 2 good sons without experiencing childbirth was a profit for her. Xia Zhizhi. She didn't understand, but respected it. After all, she couldn't feel affection for children that weren't her own, let alone treat them as her own. She also didn't know how the female leads in these novels thought. The Heavenly Mirror paused and continued. Of course, she couldn't refuse. Cultivators value cause and effect. Since she occupied someone else's body and identity, she naturally had to agree to the conditions set by others. Jiang Yueshu knew the plot and understood that the villain Xiao Zongxing was not a good person in the traditional sense. He had a sense of responsibility, but it didn't bind him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have developed feelings for the military doctor female lead, Shengru, while having a wife and children back home. He even divorced his wife to compete for the female lead, only willing to provide child support for the 2 kids and not allowing them to find him in the military district. Jiang Yueshu felt it was unfair that raising the children was solely her responsibility, and Xiao Zongxing must also fulfill his duties as a father. So, just a few days after arriving, she took the 2 sons to find the male lead in the military district. Zhizhi couldn't listen anymore. Wait, what kind of scum is this villain? Why is Jiang Yueshu still thinking about finding him to raise the children together? Such a scum deserves to be destroyed. The Heavenly Mirror didn't dare to express its opinion and only objectively described the Heavenly Master female lead's thoughts. Actually, Jiang Yueshu felt that her personality was completely opposite to the original owners, and she didn't want to stay in the countryside to farm, which is why she went to find Xiao Zongxing in the military district. Moreover, she secretly didn't think there was anything wrong with Xiao Zongxing not liking the original owner. The marriage between the original owner and Xiao Zongxing was forced by Xiao's mother, and their consummation was due to her drugging him the night before he enlisted. Because of this, Xiao Zongxing was always resistant to this marriage and to the original owner, feeling disgusted that his mother forced him to give his first time to a woman he didn't like. Since enlisting, he only sent safety reports and didn't want to say much in letters. It was only after Zhao's mother passed away that he hurried back, but he only hugged his twin sons and ignored the original owner. After the funeral, he left in a hurry. This departure lasted for several years. Even when he had time off, he didn't want to visit his wife and children. He only saw his wife and children as responsibilities, sending allowances home when the time came, and when he could bring his family with him, he didn't mention bringing his wife and children over. Many people didn't even know Xiao Zongxing was married with kids. It was Jiang Yueshu who brought the two children over that people found out about Xiao Zongxing's marriage, causing many girls in the art troupe and nurses in the hospital to have their hearts broken. Because of the female lead's accident-prone nature, Jiang Yueshu faced continuous problems from the moment she boarded the train to the military district, encountering many supernatural events and using metaphysical methods to resolve various troubles. However, since it was 1969, the decade when feudal superstition was most severely suppressed, Jiang Yueshu didn't dare to openly display her abilities. Except for those possessed by ghosts or those borrowing luck, others didn't know she had such skills. At first, Jiang Yueshu was quite cautious, but later, she didn't know if it was a moment of madness, but after staying in the military for a while and getting to know many people, she actually underwent bloodline reconstruction, transforming into her former self. Even her blood Zhi didn't know why the restrictions of the heavenly mirror were so strong this time. Anyone related to her was completely silenced by Wang's mother. She also didn't know that because the heavenly mirror allowed her to cut in line, the Wang family suddenly faced a very interesting change. Grandpa Wang insisted on being loyal and refused to let the Dai family deal with Xia Zhizhi. This made Dai Lu very angry. She couldn't vent her anger on Grandpa Wang. So, she took it out on the nanny working at the Wang house. She ordered the nanny to bring her water, then complained it was too cold, then too hot, making the already elderly nanny exhausted. This scene was seen by the nanny's young daughter, Yao Li, who came to ask her mother for money. She immediately exploded. Dai Lu, my mom is just a nanny, not a slave. How can you treat her like this? I will report you for your capitalist hedonism. You're a parasite of society. After shouting, Yao Li ran out to find someone to report her. Not good, Lulu, stop her. Don't let her run out and say nonsense. Dai's mother panicked. Dai Lu, with her pig-like face, was stunned for a moment, then instinctively tried to stop Yao Li. Unexpectedly, her foot tripped Yao Li, causing her to hit the corner of a cabinet with the back of her head. Bright red blood flowed out. The nanny immediately dropped the cup and rushed to her daughter. Don't scare me. With blood pouring from her hands as she held her daughter's head, she trembled and checked for a pulse, her face turning pale. There's no breath. Li has no breath.
What?
Dai Lu screamed, collapsing to the ground. How could this happen? I didn't mean to, I really didn't mean to.
Calm down. She might just be in shock.
Dai's father was also very scared, worried that his child might be responsible for a death, and hurried over to check. Wang's father and Grandpa Wang couldn't sit still either, and quickly stood up from their small stools. Cough. Not only the coffee table, but even the sofa in the house had been ruined by Zhizhi. These people sat awkwardly on the small stools, discussing matters. After a round of CPR, Yao Li finally woke up. Ugh, my head hurts. She touched the back of her head and found blood on her hand. Li, my Li, you finally woke up. Before the time traveler could react, a middle-aged woman hugged her. Host, Xia Zhizhi's body has been taken over by someone else. That person probably has a system too, and it's not low-level. Let's not provoke her. From now on, use the identity of the Wang family's nanny's daughter to pursue the male lead. The strategy system said somewhat dejectedly. It had thought about expelling the wandering soul from Xia Zhizhi's body, but just as it was about to act, it almost got swallowed by the other party's system. Scared, it no longer dared to approach. Now, just as it found a suitable identity, it quickly pushed the host in. I can't be bothered to give the time traveler a name, so I'll just call her Yao Li from now on. Yao Li was unhappy, system. Since I'm changing identities, can't you give me a better one? Preferably one that matches the male lead, so I can pursue him more easily. With my current identity as the nanny's daughter, the male lead's mother wouldn't even look at me. She only cared about girls like Dai Lu, who were from good families and had respectable jobs. Seeing that the girl was awake, Dai Lu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Dad, Mom, I saw her lose a lot of blood. Should we take her to the hospital? She was afraid they might only save her for a moment, then she would die again. Then she would be a murderer. Yes, you're right. Hurry, let's take her to the hospital. Dai's father nodded vigorously. Wang's father found a small cart from somewhere, and Dai's mother and Wang's mother worked together to lift Yao Li onto it. Everyone surrounded her as they headed to the hospital. The male lead, Wang Yunfeng, followed behind in a daze. He couldn't understand how things escalated to this point, with his childhood friend almost becoming a murderer. Because of Yao Li's interruption, everyone completely forgot about dealing with Zhizhi. They just hoped Yao Li would be okay. Otherwise, they would all be in trouble. Just as this group left, Zhizhi arrived at the military compound with Xia's father to ask Grandpa Wang to cancel the engagement. Seeing the father and daughter, especially Zhizhi, who showed no respect, Grandpa Wang's expression darkened. Hi Zhizhi, you're here.
Come, sit down.
He welcomed them warmly. Noticing only a few small stools on the floor, Grandpa Wang suddenly sighed. I don't know what happened, but when I returned in the evening, the sofa and coffee table were both broken in half. You can ask my daughter-in-law about it. She was waving her hands around and didn't tell me anything. Just make do with the stools for now. I'll buy a new sofa tomorrow. It's fine, Uncle Wang. We farmers are used to sitting on low stools. This is quite comfortable. Xia's father waved his hands awkwardly and found a stool to sit down, smiling innocently. Comfortable? What do you mean comfortable? Zhizhi retorted. There are clearly chairs, yet you make us sit on stools. You clearly look down on us. Saying this, she plopped down onto the only 2 chairs in the living room. Grandpa Wang's face stiffened slightly, and he looked at Zhizhi with an unclear expression, but his smile remained kind. Zhizhi, I heard you and your dad moved out today. Is someone at home making you unhappy? You can tell me, I'll definitely help you. Grandpa Wang's words sounded nice, but unfortunately, they were just nice words. Zhizhi scoffed. Old man, you don't need to pretend. I don't believe you don't know how my dad and I are treated in your house. If you look down on us, just say it directly. No need to use these roundabout tactics to push us away. Xia's father tugged at Zhizhi's arm. Zhizhi, don't say that. What do you mean don't say that? I'm just speaking the truth. Zhizhi shook off her father's hand and said angrily, and about the secret between Wang Yunfeng and Dai Lu, almost everyone in the compound knows. Don't pretend you don't know. Grandpa Wang never expected that the previously quiet and shy Xia Zhizhi would actually have such a fiery temper. He thought children from the countryside were usually shy and wouldn't dare to make a fuss even if they were wronged. Zhizhi continued, and your good daughter-in-law, Wang Yunfeng's mom, always gives my dad and me a hard time. Don't tell me you're blind and can't see anything. Haha, if you ask me, my grandpa saved you just to let you bully us like this. Pa, a whole family of heartless people. Grandpa Wang's kind and gentle expression finally could not hold up any longer. Unbelievable. Old Mr. Wang angrily slammed his cane on the ground. Even if you're his granddaughter, you shouldn't speak to me like that. Such a rude little girl. That's because my grandfather is kind and also foolish. Xia Zhizhi stood up, her eyes blazing with anger. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sacrificed his leg to save you, you ungrateful old wolf, and willingly let you trick him for years with your empty promises of gratitude. She pointed at the shameless old man and scolded fiercely, you old hag, if you want to repay kindness, why not give money, resources, or jobs to our family? You just know how to deceive honest people and bully them. My grandfather shouldn't have saved you in the first place. It would have been better if you had died on the battlefield. Old Mr. Wang was nearly driven to the edge by Zhizhi's sharp tongue. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. You are truly outrageous. This girl was infuriating, hitting every sore spot. If he had a gun at that moment, he would have wanted to shoot her. Unbelievable? I can be even more outrageous. Feeling the intense killing intent from him, Zhizhi raised her chin defiantly, unafraid. Do you really think your family is something special? If we go back a generation, weren't they just common folk? If my grandfather hadn't saved your life, your grandson wouldn't even be looked at by the village widows. Acting all high and mighty every day. You have a betrothal, and yet mess around with other women. It's bad enough to mess around, but to do it right in front of me, you're betrothed? You must be out of your mind. Beside her, Xia's father kept his head down, afraid to look at old Mr. Wang's ugly expression. He felt useless for not being able to control his child. Old Mr. Wang took a deep breath, smoothing his chest with his hand. Just tell me, what do you want? If it weren't for the public attention on this engagement, he would have pretended to be nice to this father-daughter pair. He really wanted to call the guards outside to throw them out. Zhizhi crossed her arms, rolling her eyes. If you had been straightforward from the start, we wouldn't be in this situation. Who told you to act all innocent? Then she continued casually, saving a life is a huge debt. If my grandfather hadn't saved you back then, you wouldn't even be living in the military compound now. You'd be nothing but dust. Your son and grandson would be worse off than us, let alone flaunting their power in front of us. You could say, without my grandfather, there would be no today for your family. Old Mr. Wang's face darkened.
Go on.
She had hit a nerve, and he was furious. Zhizhi snorted coldly and continued, So, don't think you can fool us with that useless engagement. My grandfather and father might be easily tricked, but I'm not. If you really want to repay my grandfather's kindness, either give money or arrange jobs for our family. Old Mr. Wang looked at her. How much do you want? It's easier to give money than to arrange jobs for the Xia family. That depends on how much your life is worth. Zhizhi raised an eyebrow, twirling her braid. Actually, for people nowadays, jobs would be the best option. But since Zhizhi was about to take action against this family, she was worried that by the time the jobs were arranged, she might be dragged down with them. So, money was better. Old Mr. Wang narrowed his eyes, looking at Zhizhi with a threatening gaze, ready to say something when Fu Xingyun arrived. Zhizhi, have you not resolved your engagement yet? The tall man in military uniform exuded strength with every step he took. Old Mr. Wang's threatening words were swallowed back as he stared in shock at the man standing next to Zhizhi. Xingyun, how come? Fu Xingyun smiled, Uncle Wang. Sorry to intrude. Please forgive me. By the way, Fu Xingyun was 30 years old, a peer of Wang Yunfeng's father, and the youngest son of Commander Fu. To be honest, I was having dinner with my comrades at the state-run restaurant today and happened to run into Zhizhi. Just one glance, and I knew she was the perfect partner for my life. He gazed affectionately at Zhizhi. Unfortunately, Zhizhi rejected me, saying she still had an engagement to resolve. After inquiring, I found out that her betrothed is your grandson, Uncle Wang. If I remember correctly, your grandson has been with his childhood sweetheart, a girl named Dai Lu. Zhizhi shouted loudly, Her name is Dai Lu. That woman is shameless, always clinging to Wang Yunfeng in front of me. She constantly belittles me to elevate herself, trying to make me feel ashamed enough to call off the engagement. Hearing this, Fu Xingyun felt a pang of sympathy. Zhizhi, don't be upset. You're much better than that Dai Lu. She's just trying to provoke you. Old Mr. Wang couldn't take it anymore. All right, enough of this. Zhizhi, if you want to break off the engagement, let's exchange tokens. Xingyun can be a witness. Zhizhi raised her hand. Wait, I haven't received compensation yet. Why the rush? She shot a displeased look at old Mr.
Wang.
Old man, you don't plan to just brush off my grandfather's life-saving grace, do you? You can't be this shameless. My grandfather saved your life, and all my father and I got was being bullied by your daughter-in-law and grandson. We got nothing else. Old Mr. Wang's face twitched, and he reluctantly went to his room to get a stack of cash. Here are 5,000 yuan and some national food and cloth coupons. It's all my savings over the years.
Take it.
If it weren't for Fu Xingyun watching, he wouldn't have given Zhizhi so much money. He would have only given enough for a job. 600 or 700 would have sufficed. Zhizhi didn't believe that 5,000 yuan was all old Mr. Wang had, but it should be enough compensation for the Xia family, so she didn't nitpick. She quickly took the money, counted it carefully. Not bad, exactly 5,000, but there are fewer coupons. In old Mr. Wang's barely concealed pained expression, Zhizhi stuffed the money into her bag and then secretly into her storage ring. Xia's father took out a piece of low-quality jade ring and exchanged it for old Mr. Wang's obviously high-quality sandalwood bead bracelet. Zhizhi glanced at it and scoffed inwardly. This old man was indeed not a good person, having calculated everything from the start. He actually gave the Xia family such a worthless jade ring as an engagement token, only to swap it for such a good-quality sandalwood bead bracelet. Back at the guest house, Zhizhi watched Fu Xingyun leave and turned to her father. "Dad, you can't keep money. Let me hold on to it for now. I'll send you 30 every month so you won't spend it on good deeds again."
5,000 yuan.
Her father was a pushover, and her mother always listened to her husband. Neither was very shrewd. If those relatives found out, they would swindle it away. Zhizhi would be furious. Xia's father wanted to say something, but seeing his daughter's serious expression, he didn't dare to speak. "All right, it's getting late. Tomorrow we have to have dinner with Fu Xingyun's parents to discuss our marriage. You should get some rest." Zhizhi checked the time. It was nearly 9 o'clock and hurried her father to go back to his room. Her watch was new, an imported Omega brand. Fu Xingyun had bought it for her after dinner. The moon hung high, and in the stillness of the night, it was the perfect time for mischief. Zhizhi opened a crack in the window, vanished from sight, and quickly left the guest house, heading towards the military compound. The ability to travel through space was truly a wonderful thing. With just a thought, she could quickly reach her destination. The stronger her spiritual power, the faster she could go. With her current strength, she was as fast as a car, arriving at the Wang family in just 20 minutes. At this hour, the Wang family was deep in sleep. But even if they were awake, it wouldn't matter. With her spatial ability, Zhizhi could act without being seen. Before long, Zhizhi emptied old Mr. Wang and Wang father's study of treasures, stuffing a pile of problematic items and letters into her bag. Then she went to Wang Yunfeng's room, knocked him out, and took him away. Leaving the Wang family, she followed the guidance of the heavenly mirror to the Dai family and the hospital, where she also knocked out Dai Lu and Yao Lily. Of course, before taking Yao Lily, Zhizhi didn't forget to have the chef system swallow Yao Lily's strategy system to level up. Then, guided by the heavenly mirror, she brought the three of them to a deeply hidden spy hideout. Upon arriving at the spy's home, the first thing she did was knock out the spy living there. Only then did she give the three of them animal tranquilizers. Watching them roll together, to be honest, Zhizhi's beauty truly surprised Mr. and Mrs. Fu. They couldn't believe that such a stunning beauty could come from a small rural area. No wonder their son fell in love at first sight. It's rare for a man to see such a breathtaking beauty and not be moved, especially since she looked delicate and shy, easily stirring a man's protective instincts and satisfying his desire to care for the weak. As soon as Fu Xingyun saw Zhizhi, he was all over her, pouring her water and handing her the menu to choose dishes, while also trying to pay attention to his shy and honest father-in-law. "Xingyun, why don't you sit down for a bit?" Mrs. Fu couldn't watch any longer. She had never realized her son only cared about looks when choosing a wife, nor had she seen him so attentive to a girl before. Neither she nor Mr. Fu had ever been served water by their son. But Fu Xingyun couldn't sit still. "Mom, we've been sitting for a while now. Shouldn't we discuss my marriage with Zhizhi? I want to have the wedding before I get transferred so I can take Zhizhi with me."
Merece. Fu.
This son of hers was hopeless. With his good conditions, was he really that anxious? Fu Xingyun wanted to say that Zhizhi was so beautiful that just from the restaurant door to the private room, many men had their eyes nearly popping out. If he didn't act quickly, what if someone else took Zhizhi away? Zhizhi kept her head down, pretending to be shy, ignoring Mrs. Fu's complicated and sour gaze, letting Fu Xingyun take control of the situation. Before she got married, It was better not to reveal her true self. Mr. Fu also felt embarrassed watching his son. He cleared his throat and awkwardly looked at the honest-looking Mr. Xia. Brother Xia, you can see how anxious my son is. You already know our situation. My son talked about it last night, and both my wife and I are quite satisfied with Zhizhi as our daughter-in-law. Let's not waste time and try to arrange the wedding before Xingyun is transferred. Their son was already 30, and despite years of urging, he had never shown interest in marriage. Now that he finally found someone he liked, they couldn't hold him back. Mrs. Fu clearly thought of this too and nodded eagerly. Yes, Xingyun will be transferred in a week. We should arrange the wedding for the 2 kids before he leaves. She wanted to hold her grandchild soon. Mr. Xia, feeling nervous about dealing with such a high-ranking official, nodded at everything Mr. and Mrs. Fu said, not daring to argue. Given their poor situation, their daughter marrying into such a powerful family was a significant step up. Mr. Xia didn't even dare to mention the dowry. Whatever Mr. and Mrs. Fu said was fine. In the end, Fu Xingyun decided on a dowry of 2,000, which would be used to buy items when they got to the XX military district. Mr. Xia was shocked when he heard the amount. No, that's too much. The dowry in our area is usually only a couple of hundred, and normally it's just 40 or 50. Xingyun, just give the standard amount. A couple of hundred was already a high price for a family selling their daughter. Mr. Xia wasn't the kind of person to ask for such a large dowry from his daughter's future in-laws. Uncle, let's not argue about this. To me, this dowry is not enough. Zhizhi deserves the best. When we get married, I'll hand over my savings, and Zhizhi will never have to worry about money. After spending time together yesterday, Fu Xingyun understood Mr. Xia's good-natured personality and spoke firmly. Seeing his son-in-law so assertive, Mr. Xia didn't dare to argue anymore. He weakly said, "Son-in-law, we don't want a large dowry. We'll consider it as a part of Zhizhi's dowry." Zhizhi wasn't surprised by Mr. Xia's response. This honest man wouldn't even take advantage of the Wang family, who owed them a life-saving debt, let alone a future son-in-law from a different status. Hearing his future father-in-law call him son-in-law made Fu Xingyun unable to suppress his smile. No need. You and Aunt can keep the money for yourselves. Zhizhi and I won't be able to serve you two in the future, so having this money will help you live more comfortably. Zhizhi's younger brother was still in school, and they would need to find a job later. Zhizhi's grandfather was said to be in poor health, so there were many places where money was needed. Not giving Mr. Xia a chance to refuse again, Fu Xingyun turned to discuss the wedding date with his parents. After some deliberation, they finally set the wedding date for 3 days later. After holding the ceremony in the capital, they would head to the XX military district and also visit Zhizhi's family, taking Mr. Xia back with them. As for holding the wedding at Zhizhi's home, that was a bit rushed. Mr. Xia said, "Just give out some wedding candies to the villagers before you leave." Nowadays, they don't hold big celebrations for weddings. While they were negotiating, the Wang family was facing a storm. It wasn't just because Wang Yunfeng and Dai Lu were caught for misconduct, but also due to being reported for treason, leading to a large-scale search by the Guesthouse society. When Fu Xingyun returned Zhizhi home, he happened to witness the Wang family being taken away. What's going on? What happened to the Wang family? He quickly grabbed a childhood friend watching the scene. The military district was strictly managed, and the Guesthouse society couldn't enter without solid evidence. His friend whispered, "I heard that a mysterious person sent a stack of reports to the Guesthouse society, all accusing them of being spies. The military has already intervened, and several spies were caught this morning. All the evidence is solid." The Wang family was the last to be arrested. This meant the Wang family was likely not wronged. Fu Xingyun felt something was off, but looking at the telegraph machines and documents they found, he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Forget it. These matters had nothing to do with him. He should focus on preparing for his wedding with Zhizhi. On the day of Zhizhi and Fu Xingyun's wedding, it happened to be the day the Wang family was sent away. Unlike other spies, the Wang family denied being spies, even when their connections were thoroughly investigated. Since no one knew about the Wang family's line, doubts remained about whether they were spies. After discussions, considering that old man Wang was a veteran from the anti-Japanese war, they decided not to execute them but to send the whole family away. Mrs. Wang wanted to escape her fate through divorce, but the higher-ups wouldn't allow it. In the end, the entire family was sent to the northwest, including Dai Lu, who had been involved with Wang Yunfeng. Because of his daughter, Mr. Dai had maintained close ties with the Wang family, which raised suspicions, and he was currently suspended. Not only was he unable to help his daughter, but he also wished he didn't have this daughter dragging him down. While Zhizhi was toasting the leaders with Fu Xingyun, she heard the news and smiled sweetly. Good, the people she disliked were finally getting their comeuppance. The chilly autumn wind blew, messing up Mrs. Wang's hair. Impatiently, she tucked her hair behind her ear and accidentally turned her gaze, only to see Fu Xingyun, adorned with a big red flower, proudly helping Zhizhi into a jeep. She couldn't believe her eyes. Is that Zhizhi?
She can't be.
Marrying Fu Xingyun, right? Son, look over there. Is that newlywed couple Zhizhi and Fu Xingyun?
What?
Zhizhi is marrying whom? Wang Yunfeng quickly followed his mother's pointing direction and, just before the jeep started, clearly saw the two sitting sweetly together in the back seat. That's right. It's Zhizhi. It's Zhizhi and Fu Xingyun. His whisper was carried away by the wind. The military truck sped by quickly, and Wang Yunfeng leaned over the back of the truck, staring at the jeep as it disappeared from view.
What?
Where is Zhizhi? Where is that wretched girl Zhizhi? Dai Lu, with her swollen face and half-finished dental work, exploded upon hearing Wang Yunfeng's murmurs. Ignoring the bumps, she looked around frantically, not seeing anyone, and began shaking Wang Yunfeng's shoulder. Wang Yunfeng, you heartless man. Look what you've done to me. And you're still thinking about that rude village girl. You owe me my reputation and my previous life. She really didn't want to be sent away. Why didn't her parents come to save her? Not only did they not come, but they didn't even look at her. Zhizhi knew in her heart that sister-in-law Fu and second sister-in-law Fu both disliked her and looked down on her, thinking she only captivated Fu Xingyun with her looks and had no real abilities. But she didn't care. After all, the man she married was the best. Not only was he excellent, but he also protected his wife. Whenever Zhizhi showed even a hint of displeasure, he would immediately step in to defend her, whether by confronting others or using sarcasm. Except for second sister-in-law Fu, who only became more stubborn and occasionally had to endure her husband's not-so-gentle family lessons. The others dared not provoke Zhizhi anymore. Father Xia arrived at noon after work, specifically asking the guard to drive him to the guest house. Originally, the Fu family wanted to invite Father Xia to stay at their home, but he probably had some lingering fears from his time at the Wang family and was afraid of being treated poorly again, so he refused to stay. Zhizhi understood her stepfather's honest nature and worried he wouldn't be comfortable living under someone else's roof, especially with second sister-in-law Fu's sharp tongue. So, she gave him some money and let him stay at the guest house. During lunch, second sister-in-law Fu kept casting glances at them, her disdain practically written all over her face. Zhizhi got furious and slammed her chopsticks down, standing up and grabbing second sister-in-law Fu's hair, pulling her towards the door. Xia Zhizhi, what are you doing? Are you going to hit me? Second sister-in-law Fu fell to the ground, chair and all, screaming in shock. Zhizhi. Third sister-in-law, don't be impulsive. Third sister-in-law, let's talk this out. Everyone was surprised that Zhizhi was the type to resort to violence, quickly putting down their chopsticks to intervene. Little darling, please don't fight. Father Xia was also startled. He hadn't expected his daughter to become so aggressive after just one trip to the capital. He rushed over, unsure of how to help. Zhizhi held onto second sister-in-law Fu's hair tightly and slapped her face in humiliation. Tell me, what was that look you just gave? Who do you look down on? Do you want to fight? If you want to fight, I'll gladly oblige and ruin that nasty mouth of yours. It was then that second sister-in-law Fu realized how strong her sister-in-law was, unable to break free from her grip, and tears streamed down her face in anger. Xia Zhizhi, don't go too far. I'm your sister-in-law. Ah Chung, come save me. Fu Xingqing looked at Zhizhi with a grim expression. Third sister-in-law, if your sister-in-law did something wrong, tell me, and I'll handle it. What are you doing? When Fu Xingyan saw his brother scolding his wife, he immediately became displeased. He stepped in front of Zhizhi. Brother, how many times have you scolded her? She still acts this way. Zhizhi is my wife. If she's looked down upon, it's like looking down on me. If you want to keep me as your brother, you better teach your wife to stop doing these ridiculous things. Suddenly, second sister-in-law Fu's daughter, Fu Yuntian, started crying. Bad third aunt, don't hit my mom. Let go of my mom. She waved her little fists, ready to charge at Zhizhi. Fortunately, Fu Xingyun quickly grabbed his niece by the back of her collar, preventing her from acting out. Third uncle is also bad. You help third aunt and not me. I won't like you anymore. Zhizhi snorted, not letting her off just because she was a child. Don't like me? Your affection isn't worth much. Your third uncle will only love the children I have. Fu Yuntian burst into tears. That statement hit hard for Fu Yuntian, who had always been spoiled by her family. As the only girl in the third generation of the Fu family, she was used to getting her way. Even Fu's eldest sister-in-law, who usually clashed with second sister-in-law Fu, adored this pretty niece and often bought her beautiful clothes. Hearing Zhizhi's petty remark, even Fu's eldest sister-in-law disliked her more. Even Father Fu and Mother Fu looked at Zhizhi with disapproval. Zhizhi felt angry about this. Fu Xingyun, you jerk. Are you just going to watch your family bully me? I want a divorce. After saying that, she slapped second sister-in-law Fu again, kicked over a chair, and angrily stormed upstairs to grab her things. Fu Xingyun's expression changed drastically. Zhizhi, I didn't mean it. He felt panicked and hurried after her. Second sister-in-law Fu covered her aching cheek, crying even harder. Xia Zhizhi, you're too much. How could you slap me? Father Fu rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. What a mess, it's all a mess. If we can't live together, we should just split up. All three sons had wives that were increasingly formidable. The first two were manageable, they mostly just argued. But the third one had a real temper, going straight to violence. Mother Fu was also worried and shot a glare at the troublemaker, second sister-in-law. Second daughter-in-law, you're just a troublemaker. If the third daughter-in-law has done nothing to you, why do you keep giving her a hard time? If you get hit, it's your own fault. You need to manage your wife better. If she keeps being disliked and gets hit again, it's what she deserves. The youngest son and grandson were the apple of their eye. To be honest, both Father Fu and Mother Fu had their biases. They always favored their youngest son, Fu Xingyun. Especially since he was the most successful among the three. With their affection came a bit of favoritism, and they directed their resources mainly towards their youngest son. This also meant that Xia Zhizhi, as their youngest daughter-in-law, received a bit more love from them. Now that Xia Zhizhi was having conflicts with the other daughters-in-law, the couple's first thought was to separate the other two sons to prevent their youngest daughter-in-law from causing a divorce over family issues. Mom and Dad, how can you do this? Fu's eldest sister-in-law, usually quiet, suddenly couldn't sit still. She looked at her parents in disbelief. Second sister-in-law Fu didn't even care about her sore face anymore. Mom and Dad, Xia Zhizhi hit my sister-in-law. You didn't say anything about her, but why are you punishing us? They had never seen such favoritism. If they were separated, not only would they lose the right to a maid, but they would also have to do all the cooking, cleaning, and laundry themselves. Plus, they would miss out on any family benefits. Fu's eldest brother and Fu's second brother felt the same dissatisfaction with their parents' favoritism, but their parents held too much authority in their eyes, so they didn't dare openly express their discontent. They could only keep pleading with their parents not to split the family. Now, they didn't even dare to blame Zhizhi for being a bully. They blamed second sister-in-law Fu for stirring up trouble. The third sister-in-law had been at home all afternoon and still insisted on causing issues. They urged second sister-in-law Fu to quickly apologize to the third sister-in-law and prevent the couple from fighting over her. Second sister-in-law Fu. Wah, they're all bullying her. Father Xia looked at the chaotic scene caused by his daughter and wished he could just disappear. Upstairs, Zhizhi kicked and punched Fu Xingyun, twisting and pinching him as he blocked the door. Get out of my way. I want a divorce and to go home with my dad. I don't want to see you anymore. Fu Xingyun, you're such a jerk for just watching while your family bullies me. I really misjudged you. Fu Xingyun let her hit and curse, but he couldn't stand hearing her mention divorce. With a pleading tone, he said, Zhizhi, you can hit me all you want, but can we not talk about divorce? I don't want to divorce you. I want a divorce. You treat me badly, watch your family bully me, and look down on my dad. I can't take it anymore. Zhizhi fumed. He reached out and pulled the furious Zhizhi tightly into his arms, choking back tears as he said, Zhizhi, it's unfair to say, I just watched you get bullied. I was standing in front of you, and even scolded my second brother. When you argued with my 6-year-old niece, I was on your side. Can you be fair and not always blame me? I really don't want a divorce. Zhizhi. What a manipulative man. Where did he learn to speak so emotionally? After venting her anger on Fu Xingyun, Zhizhi felt a bit calmer, but she still insisted on leaving. Fu Xingyun, I don't want to see my sister-in-law, let alone eat at the same table with her. Just seeing her makes me angry. Zhizhi spoke her mind, unwilling to compromise for a man. All right, let's go to the state-run restaurant for lunch. After we eat, we'll take the train and leave, Fu Xingyun said, not wanting Zhizhi to stay and be upset. He picked up 2 large bags from the floor, slung them over his back, and took her hand as they headed downstairs. Fu's mother saw her youngest son carrying the bags and hurried over to stop them. Third son, daughter-in-law, please don't be angry. I'll talk to your dad about splitting the family. In the future, we won't let you sisters-in-law gather during holidays. But please, eat first before you leave. I don't know when I'll see you again. Fu's father sighed and added, this is all your sister-in-law's fault. She shouldn't have given your wife and father-in-law a hard time at the dinner table. I'll make sure they're separated. Don't be upset. As for the daughter-in-law, even though he was unhappy with her attitude, he couldn't show it because she was his son's choice. If he didn't keep his feelings in check, his son, who was clearly devoted to his wife, would surely take offense. Fu Xingyun glanced at Zhizhi's expression before saying, Dad, you handle the family split. Zhizhi doesn't want to eat with my sister-in-law because it makes her upset. I'm taking her and my father-in-law to the state-run restaurant. You all can eat by yourselves. Hearing this, Fu's second sister-in-law turned pale with anger. How dare they treat her this way? They wanted to push her out and have the whole family eat together without her? Compared to the soon-to-leave youngest son, the second daughter-in-law held little weight in the hearts of Fu's parents. Even their most beloved granddaughter was put last. Without thinking, Fu's mother said, You're not going anywhere. If anyone should leave, it should be your sister-in-law. She was the one who misbehaved and shouldn't have the face to continue eating at the table. She grabbed Zhizhi's hand and pushed her toward the dining table. Third daughter-in-law, I apologize for not kicking your sister-in-law out before she gave you a hard time. Please don't let this make you think badly of us. I'm looking forward to holding the grandchild you'll have for us. You and the third son will have beautiful children, better looking than the first and second family's kids. Fu's eldest brother and sister-in-law. Fu's second brother and sister-in-law. Fu's eldest brother's son, Fu Yunhui, and Fu's second brother's daughter, Fu Yuntian. Excuse me? Mom/grandma, are you being so openly biased now? Why are you lifting one and stepping on another? As it turned out, Fu's mother could be even more openly biased. To appease her youngest daughter-in-law, the old lady took out a savings book from her pocket and handed it to Zhizhi. Zhizhi, this is the money your dad and I saved for you too. It's most of our savings over the years. Please take care of each other. You can rest assured that everything we have will be yours. Don't let your sister-in-law's foolishness come between us. Fu's father nodded. Your mother is right. We will rely on you and the third son for our old age. Everything we have will be left to you. Zhizhi. After this combination of tactics, how could any daughter-in-law resist? No wonder everyone says to marry the most favored one in the family. Living in such a loving environment is truly comfortable. Zhizhi instantly changed her expression, smiling sweetly at Fu's mother. All right, I'll listen to Mom. I only have issues with my sister-in-law, not with my parents. Please don't think badly of me for my impulsive actions earlier. I promise to take good care of you two in the future, and I'll strive to give you a beautiful grandchild soon to make you happy. Upon hearing this, Fu's father and mother couldn't help but smile widely. All right, hurry up and have kids. Your dad, and I will give you a big red envelope then. Oh, and she still had plenty of beautiful and valuable jewelry. She would give it all to her youngest daughter-in-law later. But she wouldn't mention this in front of the other two daughters-in-law. Otherwise, those two would definitely spill the beans and cause trouble. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were happy. But Fu's eldest sister-in-law and second sister-in-law had dark expressions, their anger palpable as they pinched their husbands. Ah Qian, are you just going to watch this? Fu's eldest sister-in-law looked at Fu's eldest brother, Fu Xingqian, with dissatisfaction. She had given birth to 2 grandsons for the old couple, yet they had never been this generous. Ah Cheng, we can't just let the younger brother's family take everything from our parents. Fu's second sister-in-law whispered, gritting her teeth in anger. Those 2 old folks were already biased towards the youngest son, and now they were even favoring that troublesome Zhizhi. They weren't worried about being taken advantage of by her in the future when they were old and bedridden. Fu's eldest brother and second brother could only smile bitterly. They were also unhappy that their parents favored the youngest son's family. But what could they do? The old couple earned everything themselves. Even if they tried to take some, they wouldn't get a penny if the old couple didn't want to share. The Fu family wasn't an ordinary family, and Fu's parents weren't just any old folks. They held great authority in front of their children. Especially Fu's father, who was a high-ranking military commander in the capital. His position was among the top in the country. Just like the relationships in ancient wealthy families. The higher the parent status, the more siblings there were fighting for resources, and the children dared not defy them. Especially the less favored children, who had even less courage to oppose. The Fu family was just like that. No matter how much their wives nagged them, Fu's eldest brother and second brother would never dare to act like children from ordinary families who would throw tantrums at their parents over unequal inheritance. Let alone throw a fit, they wouldn't even dare to voice a small opinion. If they angered their parents, it would only make them more biased, and they would have nowhere to cry. So, in the end, Fu's eldest brother and second brother not only said nothing but also watched as Fu's mother personally told Fu's second sister-in-law to go back to her family for a few days to reflect. Fu's second brother personally escorted her out. Before leaving, he took his constantly crying daughter with him. Wah, Grandpa and Grandma don't love Tian anymore. They're bad. I hate Grandpa and Grandma. I hate Aunt San the most. It's all because Uncle San married this bad woman. This bad woman not only hit Mommy but also made Tian not liked by Grandpa and Grandma. The little girl's cries faded away. This made everyone in the Fu family, except for Zhizhi and Fu Xingyun, who was focused solely on her expression, feel soft-hearted. After all, she was their own child, whom they had loved for so many years. If it weren't for their youngest son, Fu Xingyun, being so stubborn and determined to be with Zhizhi, Fu's father and mother wouldn't have been so harsh on their granddaughter. All right, now that the second family has left, let's eat. The food is ready. Fu's mother, fearing that her youngest daughter-in-law would be upset again because of brother Fu and second brother Fu, did not dare to oppose their parents' opinions, so the family quickly split up. Sister-in-law Fu had a lot to say. However, she never felt confident in front of her in-laws. Even though she had given birth to 2 grandsons for the Fu family, her in-laws clearly looked forward to the village girl, Xia Zhizhi, giving birth to a child for their younger son. So, she was even more cautious. After sending off her younger brother-in-law and his wife with a forced smile, her expression fell as soon as they turned away. Be careful. If Mom and Dad see you like this, they'll be upset. Brother Fu nudged his wife and whispered, be smart. Don't be like second brother's wife, who only sees what's in front of her. With Xingyun's talent, he might even surpass Dad in the future. If you offend third brother's wife, and she turns us against each other, I will definitely divorce you. Once the old man is gone, third brother will be the one holding up the Fu family. His abilities are limited, and the family has no political resources. Achieving the position of director was only because of the old man's support. If nothing unexpected happens, he probably won't have another chance for promotion for a long time. Their 2 sons are not young anymore. To prevent them from being sent to the countryside, he plans to send them to the army, which means they will likely rely on third brother's help in the future. If they offend third brother and his wife now, given third brother's grudge-holding nature, they can forget about getting any benefits from him later. Hearing this, sister-in-law Fu dared not frown anymore and made another effort to put on a smile, showing a forced and awkward expression. As they passed by the older couple, Mother Fu glanced at them and quickly looked away, feeling even more disdain for her daughter-in-law. She couldn't even act well and rarely said anything nice. All she did was focus on what they had, competing with second brother's wife, who was even more shallow. No wonder she didn't like them. Look at the younger daughter-in-law. When she received something from her, her sweet words made Mother Fu feel so pleased. No wonder she favored the younger son and his wife. Before long, the old lady shrugged off her bias and returned to her room to organize her jewelry box. All these jewels are meant for the younger son's family in the future. Trains in this era are still exhausting. Even though they had sleeper tickets, after sitting on the train for 2 days and nights, both Zhizhi and her father looked visibly tired when they got off. Fu Xingyun carried a large bag and made sure to protect Zhizhi from the crowd. Zhizhi, are you exhausted? I've already contacted a comrade here. He should be driving over to pick us up now. No need to worry about changing buses. We should be home by this afternoon. Hearing they would be home soon, Summer father finally smiled on his weathered face. A gold house or a silver house can't compare to one's own dog house. Home is still the most comfortable. During their time in the capital, he felt constrained and didn't dare to speak much for fear of being laughed at. Zhizhi tugged at Fu Xingyun's shirt, nodding weakly. But first, we need to eat a warm meal at the state-run restaurant. The box meals on the train were terrible. If she had known, she wouldn't have stubbornly brought the dumplings made by sister-in-law. Fu Xingyun, the obsessive husband, always stared at her the moment he opened his eyes. Even when she went to the bathroom, he insisted on following her. Even if she said she needed to go number 2, he would wait outside. This made it impossible for her to sneak a snack from the space. Fu Xingyun indulgently said, "Okay, once we get to the state-run restaurant, you can order whatever you like." Summer father felt both pleased and awkward. It's nice that his daughter and son-in-law are affectionate, but they always forget that he, as the father, is right there, making their displays of affection a bit too much. As the 3 of them walked out of the train station, they saw a man in military uniform with a dark face standing by a jeep, waving at them. "Captain, over here." Seeing them look over, the man quickly walked over and took a large package from Fu Xingyun's hands. Noticing that Zhizhi was holding onto Fu Xingyun's shirt, he immediately understood that she was his new wife. He nodded at Zhizhi and smiled, saying, "Captain, this must be your wife. She's really beautiful. You two make a perfect couple." Wife. Zhizhi glanced at the man's wrinkled, aging face and then at Fu Xingyun's youthful, smooth features, falling silent. Sigh, perhaps this is the price of having a capable husband. She could already imagine how many people her age would call her sister-in-law once they got to the XX army. What a sweet trouble. Fu Xingyun was pleased by the man's words about them being a perfect couple, his smile growing wider. "Yes, this is my wife. I also think we make a perfect couple. Lao Lu, your taste is getting better." Lao Lu. Is that all it took to make him smile like that? He never noticed the captain was so. He didn't even know how to describe it. If only Lao Lu lived in modern times, he would know the term love-struck, otherwise it would definitely apply to Fu Xingyun. The 4 of them first went to eat at the state-run restaurant in the city, then drove to Lianhua village, taking 3.5 hours to finally reach their destination. Children playing in the mud at the village entrance saw the car driving in and immediately dropped what they were holding, running after it. The car is coming into the village. At this time, everyone in the village was working in the fields. When Zhizhi and the others arrived at the Xia family home, only the disabled Grandpa Xia was in the yard weaving baskets. Summer mother and summer younger brother were called back by the village children. After discussing the departure time with Fu Xingyun for the next day, Lao Lu didn't stay long and quickly drove away. Little darling, this must be the grandson of the Wang family, right? He looks quite handsome. Are you here to get married? Grandpa Xia looked at Fu Xingyun with satisfaction, thinking he was the one originally engaged to the Wang family. Cough, Dad, this isn't that child from the Wang family. Summer father, worried that his son-in-law would be upset hearing about the Wang family's boy, quickly explained, this child's surname is Fu. The Wang family isn't good. They didn't want to marry Zhizhi. But luckily, Zhizhi ended the engagement in time and didn't marry into their family. Otherwise, she might have been sent down too. Mentioning this, Summer father felt grateful, thinking his daughter was lucky to have avoided a disaster.
Sent down?
Hearing this, Grandpa Xia became anxious, forgetting to chat with his son-in-law and quickly asking, what happened? Why would the Wang family be sent down? Here we go again. He didn't know if the original owner's grandfather owed Wang Leiazizi something in a past life, but he cared more about Wang Leiazizi's affairs than his own family's. Zhizhi rolled her eyes in annoyance and pulled Fu Xingyun's hand toward the original owner's room. She really didn't want to hear the self-righteous words from the biggest fool in the Xia family. Not long after, Mother Xia and Xia Xiaodi returned home. Every autumn harvest, the village elementary school has a long break for the busy farming season. Xia Xiaodi is a dutiful and sensible child, inheriting the honest traits of Grandpa Xia and Father Xia. During busy farming times, he actively helps his parents in the fields. Even though he is young, he works very hard. Unlike the original owner, who is dutiful but not as honest, often looking for chances to slack off. Zhizhi looked at her little brother, who was as black as coal and grinning foolishly at her, and couldn't help but twitch her mouth. This family couldn't produce a single clever person. Zhizhi just hoped this group wouldn't hold her back. She didn't want to chase after them to clean up their mess. Big sister, what's Beijing like? Are there bicycles everywhere? What kind of houses do they live in? Are they all bright brick houses? Like a million questions, Xia Xiaodi was very curious about Beijing and kept asking Zhizhi about her life there. Finally, Zhizhi became impatient and raised her hand to swat him away. Why do you have so many questions? Can't you see I'm annoyed? You have no sense at all. You deserve a beating. Just then, Fu Xingyun, who had just finished bathing in the backyard, happened to see the scene. He paused for a moment, pretending not to notice his brother-in-law being scolded, and walked over to Zhizhi. Zhizhi, didn't you say you wanted to take a bath? I'll go get you some water in the kitchen. You should go change your clothes first. After sitting on the train for 2 whole days, and with the unpleasant smell on the train, Zhizhi felt like she was all dirty. Hearing this, she forgot about scolding her brother. She hurried back to the room to find clean clothes from her luggage, preparing to change after her bath, and wrapped herself in a clean bedsheet. She sat obediently on the bed, waiting for Fu Xingyun to bring in the hot water. Outside, Xia Xiaodi smiled foolishly at Fu Xingyun, showing no signs of being upset after being scolded by his sister. Brother-in-law, you go rest in the house. I'll get water for my sister. Fu Xingyun replied, no need, Xiaodi, you've had a long day too. Go rest in the house. By the way, your sister and I specifically bought you some candy and biscuits to bring back. They're in your dad's bag. You can ask him for them. Being a child, Xia Xiaodi was thrilled to hear there was candy and cheered, rushing to rummage through the package his father brought back. Speaking of which, there is quite a big age gap between Xia Zhizhi and Xia Xiaodi. The siblings are about 10 years apart. The original owner is 19 this year, while Xia Xiaodi is only 9, still a young elementary school student. It is said that the midwife who delivered Xia's first child was a novice and accidentally hurt Xia's mother, causing her not to conceive again for 10 years. That midwife gained a bad reputation and no one dared to let her deliver babies anymore. Perhaps knowing that the Xia family were honest and easy to bully, the midwife shamelessly blamed Xia's mother, thinking that if it weren't for her poor health, her reputation wouldn't have been ruined. Even now, she still spits and curses whenever she sees Xia's mother. At dinner, they had dishes bought from a state-run restaurant, 3 dishes, 2 meat and 1 vegetable, with plenty of food, and the staple was steamed buns. After heating them in the steamer, they could be eaten right away. Ignoring Grandpa Xia's troubled old face, Zhizhi enjoyed her meal, taking bites of both the dishes and the buns. After finishing her bowl, she put down her chopsticks. "Grandpa, Mom, you must have heard Dad say I got 5,000 yuan from old Master Wang. You all aren't good at managing money, so I'll send you 30 every month from now on. Also, the house isn't in good shape and Xiaodi likes brick houses, so I'll leave enough money for you to build a new house. Don't spend it carelessly." Her tone was quite firm. Fu Xingyun watched silently, not daring to interrupt his wife's family matters. "Little Guai, how can you take money from old Master Wang? I saved him willingly back then. He was my good brother and helped me a lot." Grandpa Xia's words were cut off impatiently by Zhizhi. "Enough, Grandpa. He never considered you a good brother. Don't be foolish. Otherwise, he wouldn't keep giving you no real benefits, just dangling a marriage contract in front of you. My dad and I went to their house and faced a lot of unfair treatment. Especially me, I was belittled and humiliated by old Master Wang's daughter-in-law and grandson. That old man Wang knows everything but pretends to be nice and unaware in front of us. Ugh, hypocritical jerk. If you keep thinking about that jerk, I won't recognize you as my grandpa anymore." By the end, her tone became fierce. If the Xia family remained spineless, she would treat them as if they didn't exist. She wouldn't even glance at them if they died in front of her. And the 5,000 yuan from old Master Wang, she wouldn't give them a single cent. It was meant for her. Without her, these unfortunate ones would eventually be driven to death by the system-equipped transmigrator. She came here and saved their family's fate. "Little Guai, sigh. Do as you wish. I won't interfere anymore." Grandpa Xia moved his lips and finally sighed deeply, hunching his back as he returned to his room. Clearly, he had compromised with his granddaughter. Hearing her words made him feel uncomfortable. He couldn't imagine how a brother he was once so close to could change so much over the years. He allowed his daughter-in-law and grandson to bully his son and granddaughter. After Grandpa Xia left, the air was silent for a while. It was Xia's father who broke the silence first. Little Guai, it's getting late. You and Xingyan have to leave early tomorrow, so you should go rest. Later, your mom and I will make you scallion pancakes and boil some eggs, so you can take them on the train to eat slowly tomorrow." He remembered how little Guai had been upset about the food on the train, which had worried him throughout the journey. He was afraid that his daughter, who had such good conditions, would be ruined by his own daughter. Fortunately, his son-in-law cherished little Guai and wasn't angry at all. Ignoring his good-natured side, Xia's father was actually a very good father, not at all biased against daughters, and he cared for his children. Because the original owner was their first child and had been the only child for 10 years, he was quite indulgent with her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken her to Beijing to fulfill the marriage contract during the busy farming season. After spending these days together, Fu Xingyun understood his father-in-law's character and didn't refuse his kindness. "Thank you, Dad and Mom." Hearing that their daughter would leave again tomorrow, Xia's mother felt tears welling up in her eyes. However, she wasn't good at expressing herself and could only look at Zhizhi with reluctance. Suddenly remembering something, she quickly wiped her hands on her clothes and stood up. "Little Guai loves to eat tomatoes with sugar. I'll go pick some more tomatoes from the garden for you to take when you leave tomorrow." Xia Xiaodi slid off the stool. "I know where Mom hides the sugar. I'll go get it for my sister." This family, while overly honest and kind, was still very good, especially to the original owner. Zhizhi sighed. Otherwise, she would have long abandoned these honest people. 2 days later, Zhizhi and Fu Xingyun finally arrived at their destination. A square-faced soldier in uniform stopped the car, cleared his throat, and glanced around, feeling shy to look back. "Sir, we've arrived." This is the house assigned to you by the army. Fu Xingyun carefully helped Zhizhi, who was almost collapsing on him, and gently called, "Zhizhi, wake up, we're home. Let's get out of the car." The shy guard, Xiao Fong, felt too embarrassed to stay in the car and quickly got out to help the leader with the luggage. "Hey, Xiao Fong, is this the new commander who just arrived?" Hearing the commotion, a middle-aged woman in a checkered coat from the neighboring yard came out. She thought the new commander and his wife had already entered the house and peeked curiously into the yard.
Bang!
The sound of the car door slamming shut came from behind. Zhizhi and Fu Xingyun got out of the car, and the middle-aged woman turned to look, momentarily stunned by the couple's youth and looks. "Yang, this is the new Commander Fu, who will be partnering with your family's political commissar Luo. The person beside Commander Fu is his newlywed wife." Xiao Fong had just finished moving the luggage and quickly introduced them. "Sir, this is political commissar Luo's wife, Yang. Everyone calls her Yang Auntie." Fu Xingyun nodded slightly to Yang Auntie, his attitude very friendly. "Yang Auntie, I'm Fu Xingyun, and this is my wife, Xia Zhizhi." The transformation of the female lead, Jiang Yushu, was so significant that it amazed the military wives. Just half a month ago, she looked like a typical rural woman, bearing the marks of hardship, appearing 36 at the age of 26. Now, there was hardly a trace of her former self. Her skin was as radiant as snow, and her eyes resembled clear water. With a graceful demeanor, she inspired admiration and made others feel inferior, not daring to disrespect her. She had the aura of a grand female lead from a fantasy novel. She paused and explained calmly, "I haven't been out much lately and have been using pearl powder on my face. I didn't expect it to actually work. My skin has really become fairer." "Oh my, is pearl powder really that effective?" Wu Xiuwan, who was close to Jiang Yushu, exclaimed, her eyes wide as she pinched Jiang Yushu's cheek. It felt as soft as a peeled egg. She marveled, "You've changed completely since I first met you. I guess I should start using pearl powder too. Your skin was worse than mine before, and now it's so fair. If I use it regularly, I'm sure I can become as fair as you." Actually, she wanted to say she could become fairer than Jiang Xiaohua, but she changed her words, thinking it would sound rude. Jiang Yushu's smile faltered slightly. She didn't think that comment was very nice either. Remembering her purpose for being there, Jiang Yushu quickly took out the floral fabric, red checkered fabric, army green fabric, and black fabric she had bought half a month ago and handed them to Wu Xiuwan. "Xiuwan, I want to make a few new outfits. When do you think you can finish them?" Wu Xiuwan looked at the fabric and smiled. "You bought so much. What styles do you want? Just tell me, but I can't do anything too complicated." "It's not complicated. I have the designs here. You just need to follow them. Make 2 shirts and a long dress with the floral fabric, a short coat and a long coat with the red checkered fabric, and pants with the black fabric. The remaining army green fabric can be used to make warm clothes for Xiao Zhe and Xiao Lin." Jiang Yushu's designs were simple yet beautiful, with some attention to detail, but they were not difficult to make. She didn't want to wear the old, patched clothes of the original owner for even a day. The two of them leaned over the designs, quietly discussing the clothing styles. The military wives sitting under the willow tree were also chatting, shifting their topic from Xia Zhizhi to the female lead, Jiang Yushu. "Zhizhi, let's go. I'm taking you to the department store in the county to buy things." Fu Xingyun returned from reporting to the army and hurried into the house to wake the sleeping Zhizhi. "Didn't you say you have no clothes to wear? Hurry up, we're going to buy clothes." Like the female lead, Zhizhi didn't want to wear the original owner's clothes. She packed them all up and sent them back to the original owner's home, telling Xiaomu to alter them as she saw fit. The clothes in her luggage were all bought by Fu Xingyun after they met. With autumn almost over and winter approaching, she needed to get some warm clothes. Zhizhi, half asleep, peeked out from under the covers and said cutely, "Brother Xingyun, help me get dressed. I'm still sleepy and can't open my eyes."
Fu Xingyun.
What else could he do? Of course, he helped this spoiled girl get dressed. It wasn't the first time he had done so for his wife. Since the couple was too affectionate, getting dressed took more than half an hour. Zhizhi was led to the car by Fu Xingyun, and their neighbor, Sister Yang, peeked out and saw Zhizhi's lips were overly red. She couldn't help but blush and quickly looked away. She scoffed, calling her a little fox, clearly thinking she wasn't a good person. Just like the newcomer, Jiang Xiaohua, who didn't look like a decent person either. In her eyes, anyone too good-looking couldn't be trusted. Fu Xingyun noticed Sister Yang's gaze and frowned slightly, thinking how she had no sense of boundaries. He had noticed her peeking at them since morning. Once the car left the military area, Fu Xingyun reminded Zhizhi. Zhizhi, Sister Yang next door probably isn't someone to be taken lightly. If you can avoid dealing with her, do so. Dealing with someone like her would only lead to frustration. Zhizhi munched on the egg pancakes Fu Xingyun made that morning, her cheeks puffing up as she mumbled, "And then I know. I don't like Sister Yang at all, and won't deal with her. Brother Xingyun, I want a women's bicycle for convenience when I go out. Remember to buy one for me." Fu Xingyun's eyes sparkled with joy. "Sure. Whatever you want, I'll get for you. I'll make sure you have everything you need. Is there anything else you want? Just tell me, and I'll buy it all for you." Sigh. Once Zhizhi acted cute, he had no way to resist. He wanted to present all the good things to her. Zhizhi couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Drive properly. Don't keep turning to look at me. If you drive into a ditch, you won't be allowed in bed anymore." Did he really have to be so infatuated with her that he couldn't focus on driving, glancing at her every now and then? After a long silence, the Tianshi mirror chuckled slyly. That's why they call him a wife-obsessed man. As long as Zhizhi is in his sight, his eyes will unconsciously stick to her. Indeed, as the Tianshi mirror said, Fu Xingyun couldn't help but keep his eyes on her. "Don't worry, Zhizhi. My driving skills are top-notch. I could drive with my eyes closed and wouldn't end up in a ditch. And I just really like you, always wanting to see you. Every time I look at you, I feel so happy and fulfilled. Zhizhi, I want to look at you like this for the rest of my life." Zhizhi. What is wrong with him? She tried to keep a serious face. "Drive properly. If you don't, you won't get to see me anymore. Safety first, romance second." Although Zhizhi was somewhat swayed by Fu Xingyun's sweet words, she remained rational, fearing that one day this love-struck fool would cause an accident. After that, Fu Xingyun didn't dare to act silly anymore. He drove steadily and reached the county smoothly. They first went to the department store to shop for a sewing machine, a radio, a women's bicycle, and a watch, which they didn't need to buy. Then they went downstairs to buy various beautiful fabrics. Due to their extravagant spending, the sales clerk became suspicious and asked why they were buying so much fabric, as if they were planning something improper with it. Zhizhi was quite displeased with the questioning. "Can't we help the military wives in the military district? Why ask so much? You're not the police. You're really overstepping." I don't know why, but Zhizhi has become especially irritable in this world. Just because a salesperson questioned her, she got into an argument, her little mouth spitting venom, leaving the salesperson's face red. It was only when the people in line behind her couldn't stand it anymore, along with Fu Xingyun trying to mediate calmly, that they managed to pull Zhizhi away. The celestial mirror explained, "Zhizhi, this world is designed to serve the female lead, the celestial master. Various evil spirits and entities keep appearing, and your soul is pure and belongs to the floral category. The negative things in the air have polluted your pure soul, making you irritable." Zhizhi's heart sank.
How could that be?
"I don't feel anything wrong with my soul." The celestial mirror replied, "That's because your soul has a strong healing ability, constantly cleansing itself, which is why it hasn't been polluted. Don't worry, Zhizhi. As long as I'm here, you won't be harmed." "Heh, you watched my soul get polluted, and still say I won't be harmed." Zhizhi gritted her teeth in anger. "Broken mirror, you seem to be getting more arrogant." The celestial mirror cried out in protest. "Zhizhi, don't blame me. I'm doing this for your own good. If you don't use your talents, they'll waste away. In previous worlds, aside from occasionally using your soul power to maintain your health and that of your 3 treasures, you haven't used your abilities, which is why they haven't evolved. Is that true?" Zhizhi didn't know whether to believe it or not. As the one person and one mirror communicated with their minds, they didn't notice someone rushing out from a corner as they entered an alley, heading straight for Fu Xingyun. Stop. Zhang Xiaohua, you better stop right there. Running ahead was the celestial master female lead, Jiang Yueshu, with her husband, Xiao Zongxing, following closely behind. Jiang Yueshu was running too fast and didn't see the two people at the corner, so she crashed directly into Fu Xingyun's arms without even having time to brake.
Fu Xinjun.
Oh no. My life is over. I don't know if it was due to the plot, but even though Fu Xingyun wanted to dodge, his feet felt glued to the ground, unable to move. It was the celestial mirror that shouted sharply, Zhizhi, pay attention. The male and female leads are about to meet for the first time, and they're going to hug. Zhizhi was startled by the celestial mirror's sudden loud voice and instinctively kicked out, causing the female lead to stumble and fall toward the wall. An interesting scene unfolded. When Jiang Yueshu was about to crash into Fu Xingyun, she couldn't stop, but as she fell toward the wall, she managed to control her body. She twisted her foot, spun around, and stood upright. Zhizhi's face darkened. What does this celestial master female lead mean? Did she just intentionally throw herself into her man's arms? Fuming, she pinched Fu Xingyun hard. Fu, what was that about? You just stood there like a fool when a beautiful woman threw herself at you. Fu Xingyun forced a smile. Zhizhi, please don't be angry. You might not believe me, but I actually wanted to dodge. My body just wouldn't listen to me. What do you mean your body wouldn't listen? I see you just couldn't resist the temptation. Fu Xingyun, I've finally seen your true colors. Zhizhi raised her fist and pounded it against the man. Most men couldn't handle Zhizhi's strength, and Fu Xingyun winced in pain, not daring to dodge. Zhizhi, you're misunderstanding Fu Xingyun. I really sensed a strange force controlling him just now. The celestial mirror couldn't help but explain, seeing Fu Xingyun's pitiful state. Zhizhi held her fist, unsure whether to strike or not, her expression changing. Finally, she vented her anger on the celestial mirror. Broken mirror. Why didn't you say that earlier? Now my handsome husband has taken so many hits from me. The celestial mirror. I'm guilty. I shouldn't have said anything. The celestial mirror wished it could slap itself for being too talkative. Meanwhile, Zhizhi was hitting her husband. On the other side, Xiao Zongxing was confronting his wife. No, it couldn't be called hitting. It was more like a couple's sparring match. You're not Zhang Xiaohua. Who are you, and what is your purpose in the military district? Xiao Zongxing dodged Jiang Yueshu's elbow strike, tightly restraining her arm and leaning in to whisper. And where is the real Zhang Xiaohua? Is she alive or dead? How did you gain the trust of Xiao Zhe and Xiao Lin, tricking them into calling you mother? According to the female-targeted novel setting, no matter how powerful the female lead was, she couldn't surpass the male lead. In this story, the celestial master female lead is involved in a love triangle, and Xiao Zongxing, as one of the male leads, exudes a sinister aura that is completely different from Fu Xingyun's noble energy. At this moment, the spiritual energy Jiang Yueshu had accumulated was used for bloodline reshaping, making her no match for Xiao Zongxing's overwhelming aura. Caught by Xiao Zongxing, her body instantly softened. I told you, I am Zhang Xiaohua. If you don't believe me, you can investigate. While she gritted her teeth, she secretly regretted her haste. She shouldn't have rushed to regain her former appearance. Now she had raised Xiao Zongxing's suspicions, and she didn't know if others in the military, especially higher-ups, had begun to suspect her. Before long, Zhizhi had calmed down Fu Xingyun and was now holding onto his arm, watching the commotion between the couple. Xingyun, that man is bad. He actually hit his wife. You can't learn from him. She watched and occasionally commented, using it as a lesson for her own husband. Fu Xingyun sighed. Zhizhi, in our family, it's only you who hits me. How could I bear to lift a finger against you? Humph, that's more like it. Zhizhi cheered up, her eyes sparkling with joy. The couple had just arrived at the military district yesterday and hadn't seen Jiang Yueshu and Xiao Zongxing yet. Xiao Zongxing, who was twisting Jiang Yueshu's arm and questioning her, had no idea that the people watching them not far away were his superiors and their wives. The next day, when they gathered to meet the leaders, seeing Fu Xingyun's face, he froze. But at that moment, he had no idea of the awkwardness to come. Seeing Zhizhi and Fu Xingyun staring at them without shame, he decided not to question Jiang Yueshu any further. With a dark expression, he shot a glance in their direction, grabbed Jiang Yueshu's arm, and quickly left. Fu Xingyun watched their retreating figures, deep in thought. Zhizhi, that man who hit a woman, is a soldier, likely on a mission. You shouldn't get involved. In the future, if you see fights on the street, don't impulsively jump in to mediate. If it's a public official catching a spy or a criminal, you could be in danger.
Zhizhi, that I know.
Do I look like the type who meddles in other people's business? Originally, she had wanted to rush in and slap the female lead a few times to teach her a lesson, but the celestial mirror warned her that the other party had skills and that she was no match for her. So she swallowed her anger. After being out of contact for 2 days, the celestial mirror finally returned from the female lead, bringing back an ancient storage ring. Zhizhi, look what I brought you. A faint silver light flashed, and as the celestial mirror appeared, an ancient ring was tossed in front of Zhizhi. Zhizhi was startled and quickly stuffed the remaining peach pastries into her mouth, clapped her hands, and carefully picked up the ring from the table. Mirror, this isn't another storage ring, is it? The celestial mirror shook its body. Yes, it is. This space is much larger than the one you currently wear, filled with many treasures accumulated by the female lead. Zhizhi, let's divide it quickly. These treasures can be ground into powder to nourish your life flower tree. What are we waiting for? Zhizhi's selfish and domineering nature burst forth as she quickly took all the treasures from the storage ring. All that was left for the celestial mirror were some worthless scraps, magical tools, and waste paper, talisman paper. The celestial mirror fell silent, thinking thankfully that it had returned well-fed. Zhizhi, you don't have to worry about your man being controlled anymore. I swallowed the plot correction rules from the female lead, so Fu Xingyun won't experience any more loss of control. It shook its body again, not forgetting to take credit. This source of power with rule strength is a huge boost. It felt its own power had increased a bit more. Zhizhi, Fu Xingyun thought for a moment and replied seriously, I think I would still fall in love with you at first sight, but I definitely won't cross any boundaries while you're still married. That would be morally wrong. The education I received since childhood doesn't allow me to do such things. There was nothing he could do. Zhizhi was the type of woman who easily made men fall in love at first sight. She was the epitome of a delicate beauty. She had looks and a charming presence, perfectly showcasing feminine grace. If Zhizhi's photo were posted on a forum in the future, she would not only earn the title of beauty queen but also be called national sweetheart. Fu Xingyun didn't know what others thought of beauty. He only knew that Zhizhi had completely captured his heart. Everything about her pleased him. Even her occasional little temper was endearing. It was hard not to fall for Zhizhi. Zhizhi, unaware of his feelings, was very unhappy with his answer. Why is it that when it comes to the female lead, you can break moral boundaries but not with me? Is the female lead more beautiful and charming than I am? Thinking of this made Zhizhi pout. Tell me, who is prettier, me or the woman who threw herself at you that day? Did you fall for her at first sight too? Zhizhi pinched the soft flesh on the inside of his arm and started to act unreasonable. Otherwise, why would you avoid her? Fu Xingyun was taken aback. Zhizhi, what are you thinking?
Did someone say something to you? You should know how I feel about you.
Ever since I met you, I've treated you like royalty. How could I have any thoughts about another woman, especially if she's my subordinate's wife? Fu Xingyun felt wronged and seriously suspected that Xiao Zongxing's wife had said something to Zhizhi. It wasn't unreasonable for him to think that she had a motive. Just yesterday evening, when he went to the military supply store to buy groceries, he ran into Xiao Zongxing's wife again, who had been staring at him with a longing gaze for quite a while. This made Fu Xingyun frown, feeling that she was quite flirtatious. She already had a husband and children, yet she could show such expressions to a stranger. Her character was truly questionable. Now, hearing Zhiji's sudden doubts about him, he naturally suspected Xiao Zongxing's wife was trying to stir trouble between them. Jiang Yueshu. No one is as wronged as she is. She was just admiring the aura of a walking spirit stone. How did that make her flirtatious? That rich imperial purple aura would make any cultivator drool, right? Just as she was preparing to retreat, the heavenly mirror, which had been observing the commotion, kindly explained to Fu Xingyun. Zhizhi, don't be angry. The story is just a story, and reality is reality. The female lead, Jiang Yueshu, has a set of narrative rules granted by the world consciousness. Fu Xingyun's actions are largely constrained by these rules. No matter how foolish his actions seem, they can be understood. Now that I have absorbed the rules from the female lead, he won't be able to act out against your man anymore. So don't take the story too seriously and bully your man over it. Seeing the bruises on Fu Xingyun, Zhizhi truly felt no pity for her man. Zhizhi. Before closing, the heavenly mirror reminded her again. Remember, don't take out your frustrations on your man over these baseless matters. It would be bad if it affects your relationship. The mirror was genuinely concerned about Zhizhi's love life. After venting her frustrations on her man, Zhizhi was no longer that upset. Moreover, the concept of narrative rules sounded much more impressive than her marking ability. It was normal for Fu Xingyun to behave foolishly in the narrative, after all. Her marking ability had turned her past life's emperor husband into a love-struck fool, who abdicated early to accompany her on outings. Thinking about it this way, it made sense that the narrative rules had turned Fu Xingyun into a love-struck fool with questionable morals and a preference for married women. Seeing Zhizhi's attitude soften a bit, Fu Xingyun felt happy and swore again. Listening to his cheesy love declarations, Zhizhi couldn't help but twitch her lips. She raised her hand to cover his mouth. All right, Brother Xingyun, please stop talking. If he kept going, she would feel nauseous. I'm hungry. Let's go cook. If we keep talking, it will get dark. Upon hearing this, Fu Xingyun immediately felt sorry for her, rolled up his sleeves, and headed to the kitchen. What does Zhizhi want to eat? I'll make it for you right now. Perhaps due to the poor environment over the past 2 years, the leaders in the military district hardly dared to hire a nanny, and they followed suit by not hiring one either. Most of the housework fell to Fu Xingyun. Of course, Zhizhi wasn't completely idle. Fu Xingyun could do anything, but he had no talent for cooking, and his dishes always lacked flavor. Zhizhi couldn't get used to it. So every time Fu Xingyun cooked, Zhizhi would supervise him, directing him on how to control the heat and how much seasoning to use. Sigh. It seems I need to have our second child soon. This time, the second child will be bound to the food god system to take care of their mother. Zhizhi thought to herself. As for why she didn't bind Fu Xingyun, it was simply because he had no cooking talent, and he often needed to work overtime, making it impossible to keep him at home for housework. It would be better to have her own little helper and train them with the food god system to take care of her. All the children she bore were extraordinary, strong by nature, and smart. By the age of 3 or 4, they would be able to cook for her. Ever since arriving at the military district, Zhizhi had been a homebody, spending her days playing puzzle games. It wasn't until she got bored of the games on her tablet that she thought about going out for a stroll. To her surprise, as soon as she stepped outside, she stumbled upon the classic scene of the female lead bravely fighting off evil spirits. You must be the new wife of Colonel Fu. You really are as beautiful as the rumors say, even prettier than Colonel Zhao's wife. A woman with a long face and fair skin suddenly approached Zhizhi, acting very familiar. I'm Sister Xia. My name is Lin Finfang, the wife of Zheng Jie, the deputy commander of the 2nd Regiment under Colonel Fu. The 2nd Regiment? She remembered that one of the male leads, Xiao Zongxing, was the commander of the 2nd Regiment. Seeing her so eager, Zhizhi guessed it wasn't just to curry favor with her husband's superior's wife. There was likely more to it. As expected, after chatting for a while, Lin Finfang began to speak ill of Jiang Yueshu. But can you avoid talking bad about someone when they are right there? Zhizhi looked at the 2 identical little boys glaring at her from across the way, feeling speechless. What are you staring at me for? I didn't say anything bad about your mom. She glared back fiercely. Down at the foot of the mountain, Xiao Zhe and Xiao Lin were waiting with Jiang Yushu, who had come to collect firewood and had just encountered a person possessed by a vengeful spirit, so she hurried off after them. Xiao Zhe and Xiao Lin stayed behind at the foot of the mountain. Zhizhi and Lin Fenfang were wandering around when they happened to overhear Lin Fenfang bad-mouthing Jiang Yushu. Xiao Zhe, being a mature child, knew Zhizhi was his dad's leader's wife, so he quickly stopped his impulsive younger brother from arguing with her. Brother, let's go find mom instead. That aunt had a worse reputation in the family compound than their mom. It was said she was ruthless, and if she held a grudge against them, she might go to Uncle Fu and complain. That could affect their dad's future. Upon hearing they were going to find their mom, Shaolin immediately stopped trying to argue with Zhizhi. Okay, let's go find mom together. Lin Fenfang, who had been hiding, finally spoke up as they left. She looked extremely frustrated. Xia Zhizhi, it's over. I've upset the two sons of Zhang Xiaohua, and now I'm definitely going to have bad luck. She looked like she wanted to slap herself. Zhizhi raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What happened? What bad luck are you talking about? She vaguely remembered that the female lead, the Celestial Master, never used tricks on ordinary people. Had the female lead changed? But it wasn't a change. Ever since Jiang Yushu lost her storage ring filled with treasures, she had become much more restless and impatient. Not only did she start actively looking for cultivation resources, fighting evil spirits, and exorcising demons, but she also stopped being patient with people like Lin Fenfang, who always sought trouble with her and directly placed bad luck curses on them. Because of this, many military wives had noticed something was off and dared not provoke Jiang Yushu anymore. Lin Fenfang hadn't expected that her bad-mouthing Jiang Yushu in front of Zhizhi would be overheard by Jiang Yushu's son, and she was internally lamenting. Zhang Xiaohua is extremely troublesome. Anyone who crosses her ends up unlucky. I'm sure I'm going to have a few days of bad luck where even drinking cold water will get stuck in my teeth. At that moment, a woman carrying a basket and a half-grown boy suddenly approached. Fenfang, I have some insider information. I heard that there are a lot of ginseng growing near the graves on the mountain, and many people are digging them up. Do you want to come with us? Ginseng? Lin Fenfang's eyes lit up, and her earlier fear vanished. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry up before we miss out, and everyone else digs them all up. Then she suddenly remembered Zhizhi was there. She asked with a pained expression, Xia Zhizhi, do you want to come too? I heard ginseng is worth a lot of money. We could secretly sell some to help with household expenses. Now that was a normal reaction. Zhizhi glanced at the regretful Lin Fenfang, and then at the smiling woman with the basket, feeling a chill run down her spine. Oh no, what if that woman was possessed by a ghost? Why did she give off such a creepy vibe? Zhizhi had never improved her acting skills, no matter how many lifetimes she lived. Especially since she was genuinely afraid of ghosts. Her face showed her fear, and she took a few steps back.
No, I
don't like working, so I won't go. You guys go ahead. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman with the basket's expression changed in an instant. Her eyes turned pitch black, completely devoid of whites. She stiffly smiled, a chilling laugh escaping her lips. Hee, you don't want to go? That's not up to you. I've never encountered a soul as sweet and delicious as yours. You must belong to me. Lin Fenfang was so scared she froze, just as the woman waved her hand and knocked her out, leaving Zhizhi alone standing there. Zhizhi. Just now, she felt a force that made her extremely agitated fall upon her. What's going on? Why aren't you fainting? The ghost king possessing the woman was taken aback, not believing it, and waved his hand again. Still not fainting. Another wave. Still not fainting. After several attempts, Zhizhi remained standing, trembling like a leaf. Run, you useless thing. At the critical moment, you're failing me. The ghost king laughed in anger. All right, you really are a treasure.
You can withstand me.
It seems I need to catch you myself. The figure shrouded in black mist was indistinct, and after a few rotations of its arms, it stepped toward Zhizhi. Perhaps out of sheer fear, Zhizhi's adrenaline surged, filling her with strength as she sprinted towards the military district. "Mirror, mirror, come out and save me. There's a ghost chasing me." Zhizhi called out frantically for the heavenly mirror while running. Unfortunately, the heavenly mirror was currently in seclusion, refining tools, and had cut off mental communication. It wouldn't come out unless Zhizhi was in a life-or-death crisis. "Little beauty, you can't escape. Stop struggling in vain." The Ghost King pursued her relentlessly, laughing ominously.
Ah!
Darn it! How can there be such disgusting ghosts in the world? Hearing the ghost's chilling laughter made Zhizhi's skin crawl, and she quickened her pace. "Did you find them?" Fu Shengyun asked several soldiers carrying guns who were walking over from a distance. A small-eyed soldier shook his head in frustration. "Sir, we searched the entire nearby mountain and couldn't find anyone. Almost half of the families have gone missing at once. There must be spies among them. Otherwise, how could so many families be tricked into coming up the mountain to dig for ginseng?" Another square-faced soldier pounded a tree in anger, his eyes red. "My wife and my 5-year-old son are missing too. I don't know if they are." "Shut up. Don't say such depressing things. They are definitely alive and well," Fu Shengyun shouted, shaking as he pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, fumbling with several matches before finally lighting it. He took several deep puffs, trying to calm his anxiety. "Keep searching. The mountain has been sealed off since early morning. They must still be up there. We will find those missing families sooner or later." He would definitely find Zhizhi. He had to. Zhizhi, who had been missing for 3 days, was now staring in shock at the Ghost King slowly dissipating before her, her fear instantly turning into joy. So the heavenly mirror hadn't deceived her. Her soul power could indeed evolve after absorbing enough of this filth. The story began from the day she got into trouble. As Zhizhi ran, she realized something was off. It seemed she hadn't escaped the mountainous area, but had instead run deeper into the mountains. This realization sent chills down her spine. She suddenly stopped, steadied her mind, and her soul power transformed into countless threads, quickly extending from her body and wrapping her into a giant cocoon. At the same time, she sent out a thread of soul power to see her surroundings. The illusion dissipated like smoke, and the buildings of the military district were nowhere to be found. Instead, she was surrounded by uneven, overgrown mountains. Seeing that Zhizhi had stopped running, the Ghost King thought she had given up and no longer toyed with her like a pet. "Hee, why aren't you running anymore? Weren't you just running with enthusiasm?" He approached her step by step with a sinister smile. Feeling a strong chill approaching, Zhizhi swallowed hard and suddenly remembered something. She took out a stack of yellow talismans from her space and held them in her hand. She was ready to test how strong her soul power's purification ability really was. The heavenly mirror had previously told her her life flower tree had grown into a towering tree over the years due to the nourishment from spiritual springs and various treasures. Consequently, her flower soul had significantly improved in both strength and talent. Not only was her healing ability at max, but she could also purify some bad things. She just didn't know if passing through this small world would allow her talent to fully evolve, making her a low-tier version of the 12th-grade pure world White Lotus, with the ability to cleanse all impurities and evil in the world. If she evolved further, she might even be able to cleanse souls, remove the impurities of living beings, and purify the heart. Fortune favors the bold. Let's give it a shot. Zhizhi's expression became determined. If her soul power couldn't handle it, she could use the yellow talismans from the Celestial Master's space to resist. If those didn't work, although it wasn't as powerful as the pure lotus of the world, it was still a much weaker version. It was enough to deal with the minor evil spirits and demons in this small world. With the previous upgrade experience and the timely assistance of the heavenly machine mirror to hold down the Ghost King, Zhizhi was quite skilled in handling the Ghost King. It felt like playing a throwing game. Zhizhi stood there continuously throwing soul power orbs at the Ghost King. After throwing for an entire day, she finally eliminated the Ghost King completely. As the Ghost King dissipated with reluctance, the mountain's illusion also vanished. Fu Xingyun and Xiao Zongxing soon arrived with a group of soldiers.
Zhizhi.
You Shu. Before Zhizhi could feel happy seeing Fu Xingyun, she was met with a stinky embrace. The strong smell of sweat mixed with dirt jolted Zhizhi awake after 3 days, without sleep.
Ugh.
Get off me. Fu Xingyun, you stink. She gagged while patting the man's back. Fu Xingyun. Really, he felt his heart break. Xiao Zongxing, seeing the unconscious Jiang Yushu, felt a pang of worry. He quickly told Fu Xingyun and rushed to carry the pale Jiang Yushu to the hospital. Inside the cave, there were still many military family members and villagers from the foot of the mountain who had been harmed or knocked out by the evil spirits. After confirming that Zhizhi was truly okay, Fu Xingyun hurriedly directed his soldiers to handle the aftermath. Once everyone in the cave was transported down the mountain, he finally had time to talk to Zhizhi. Zhizhi, why did you suddenly come here? Do you know how worried I was looking for you? Do you know how long I searched for you? After asking, he noticed Zhizhi's bad expression. She seemed unhappy with his questioning. He quickly changed his tone. Zhizhi, I didn't mean to yell at you. I was just too worried about you and what might have happened while you were missing. Zhizhi disdainfully shook off his hand. Fu Xingyun, you smell terrible and look awful. I don't want to hold your hand. Her bad mood wasn't just because of his tone. It was because this stinky man kept getting too close, making her feel nauseous. Fu Xingyun looked nothing like the handsome man he used to be. He had stubble, and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked like he had aged 10 years. Not only did he look worn out, but he also smelled bad, which Zhizhi couldn't tolerate.
Fuxinjun.
Crack, crack. He felt his heart shatter again. Because Zhizhi found him stinky, he kept a distance of 2 steps from her on the way down the mountain, afraid of making her uncomfortable again. On the way, he also asked her what had happened during her disappearance. Zhizhi didn't hide anything. She explained how she encountered ghosts at the foot of the mountain and, accidentally, discovered her special ability to eliminate them. After sharing her story, she mischievously mentioned that Jiang Yushu seemed to have Taoist techniques and could use a peachwood sword to defeat ghosts. By the way, Brother Xingyun, the Ghost King said, I have the Emperor's purple aura from someone else, and the evil spirits fear this aura. Zhizhi stopped walking, crossed her arms, and smiled at him. The Ghost King also said that only through intimate relations between a man and a woman could I gain so much purple aura. Cough, cough, she made that part up. It wasn't the Ghost King who told her, it was the heavenly machine mirror. It might be because of her unique flower soul. Logically, she had no cultivation and didn't practice dual cultivation techniques, so she shouldn't be able to absorb Fu Xingyun's Emperor's purple aura. But miraculously, her flower soul had unknowingly absorbed Fu Xingyun's aura, greatly enhancing her ability to counter evil spirits. This also laid the foundation for Zhizhi to easily evolve her innate abilities. Thinking about this, Zhizhi felt that marrying Fu Xingyun was truly worthwhile. He was a treasure of a man. A real treasure. No wonder in the original plot, the female lead Jiang Yushu wanted to divorce Xiao Zongxing and turn to Fu Xingyun. She didn't have to struggle to cultivate. Just sleeping with a man a few times could quickly improve her skills.
Who wouldn't be tempted by that?
Fu Xingyun showed no surprise on his face. Zhizhi, you're right. I do have the Emperor's purple aura. When I was young, an old Taoist came to my parents and said I had a strong Emperor's fate, having been an emperor in 10 lifetimes, with rich purple aura that could counter evil spirits. The old Taoist wanted me to follow him to cultivate, but my parents refused. Zhizhi. This part of the story didn't seem to be mentioned before. Next, Fu Xingyun told her about the supernatural events he encountered as a child and how he often collaborated with the country's special departments to help those cultivators eliminate evil spirits after joining the military. The reason he climbed to a high position at such a young age was due to these contributions. Zhizhi. This was never mentioned in the original plot. Even after being sent home, Zhizhi kept doubting the authenticity of the original story. Mirror. What's going on? The original plot never mentioned that Fu Xingyun knew he had the Emperor's purple aura, nor did it mention his side jobs. The heavenly machine mirror was also surprised. Zhizhi, wait a moment. Let me calculate and deduce. The heavenly machine mirror was used to relying on the plot and didn't realize there were other hidden truths outside of it. This deduction was quite significant. Zhizhi, your man is not simple. The rules of the female lead's plot correction can't completely bind Fu Xingyun. They can only control him to complete the plot related to the female lead. Outside of the plot, work and tasks are not governed by those rules. The female lead Jiang Yushu thought she was hiding her abilities well, and before the country's thoughts and policies relaxed, only her customers knew about her abilities. But she didn't know her actions were always under the country's surveillance. It's also because the female lead has been doing good deeds by eliminating demons that the country turned a blind eye. Otherwise, with her constantly controlling people to follow her plot and using some originally normal people who inexplicably became foolish in her presence as punching bags or cannon fodder, the country would have eliminated her long ago. In the original plot, Fu Xingyun insisted on being married to Jiang Yushu because of a task issued by the country. He would timely advise Jiang Yushu against following the plot and not let her become a tragic tool. The heavenly machine mirror was amazed. It was unexpected that the truth outside the plot was like this.
Zhizhi was also shocked.
Mirror, does the military know about Jiang Yushu's current situation?
They know, of course,
the heavenly machine mirror said. The first person Jiang Yushu saved on the train to the military district was a division commander. At that time, she told him not to reveal her special abilities to others. Unexpectedly, when the commander realized she was a family member of their unit, he immediately reported her situation to the military.
Zhizhi.
So, Jiang Yushu might have been under military surveillance during her time there. Because what they encountered involved ghosts and gods, and the country strongly promoted the fight against feudal superstition while advocating for science, the military did not reveal the truth. They directly blamed the incident on spies. The villagers down the mountain, who committed crimes and caused deaths, were arrested by the military as spies. Some received the death penalty, while others were sent away. The unexpected was not so unexpected. Zhizhi secured a stable job and became a member of a special national department. However, Zhizhi was not fond of working and had no desire to protect the country or serve the people. She firmly refused to go on business trips for tasks, even when her leader sent Fu Xingyun to persuade her. In the end, the minister of the special department had to consider her situation and designated Zhizhi as an external staff member, paying her as a temporary worker. The regular staff in the department, unable to eliminate the evil spirits, could only seal them or deal with the ghostly energy attached to them, which they could not handle. They all came to Zhizhi for help. Thus, Zhizhi managed to do her tasks without leaving home while receiving a salary from the state. Of course, the leaders were lenient with Zhizhi not just because of the Fu family's influence, but mainly due to her unique talent. With a wave of her hand, she could purify ghostly energy and various bad things. No one else in the country could do that. The country is very tolerant of talent, especially those with extraordinary and unique abilities. Not only Zhizhi, but Jiang Yushu also secured a stable job. Unlike Zhizhi, who was lazy and disliked work, Jiang Yushu was very passionate about her job. After joining the special department, she actively took on tasks, even neglecting her 2 children at home. She spent half of each month away from home. To help stabilize her family life, the department's leaders arranged for a middle-aged woman who was nominally Jiang Yushu's cousin but actually a nanny to help take care of her children. When they found a nanny for Jiang Yushu, they also remembered Zhizhi, the special talent. So, Zhizhi took advantage of Jiang Yushu's convenience and got herself a live-in nanny, which completely freed Fu Xingyun's hands. Zhizhi, be careful. Don't walk so fast. That night, Zhizhi, supporting her pregnant belly with Fu Xingyun's help, was carefully taking a walk when they ran into Sheng Ruyi, who had been transferred to the military hospital for half a year. Jiang Yushu was the female lead in the original story as a military doctor. Xingyun, are you out for a stroll to digest? Ignoring Zhizhi, Shengru focused intently on Fu Xingyun, wearing a mysterious smile. Zhizhi angrily twisted Fu Xingyun's arm. She called you Xingyun, and you have no reaction? She spoke through gritted teeth, her voice loud enough to make Shengru blush. That scoundrel man, being the male lead, attracted many admirers. After Zhang Yushu, now there was Shengru, all female leads from small worlds. At least Zhang Yushu had some morals. She didn't try to flirt with a married man, even though she was tempted by the purple energy surrounding Fu Xingyun. Plus, her nominal husband, Xiao Zhongsheng, preferred career-oriented beauties. The two lived together as a couple, and unsurprisingly, Xiao Zhongsheng fell for the beautiful and strong Zhang Yushu. Xiao Zhongsheng made the first move, and after a series of romantic pursuits, their relationship blossomed. Thus, Zhang Yushu had even less interest in the purple energy around Fu Xingyun. But Shengru was a bit shameless, knowing Fu Xingyun had a wife and was about to have a child, yet she still tried to get close to him. If Fu Xingyun hadn't firmly rejected her, she might have followed him into battle as a field doctor. Zhizhi, what are you talking about? We didn't see anything, so why should we react? Fu Xingyun, worried Zhizhi would be angered by Shengru, patiently tried to calm her down for a long time. Once he managed to soothe her, he half-embraced Zhizhi and was about to leave. Shengru's expression changed, and she loudly said, Xingyun, my cousin said she wrote to you, asking you to take good care of me.
Why have you been ignoring me?
As she spoke, she bit her lip and glanced at Zhizhi. Is it because Zhizhi misunderstood something that she doesn't want you to take care of me?
Zhizhi?
Summer Zhizhi was so angry that she stepped forward and slapped Shengru. Who do you think you're calling sister? I'm 4 years younger than you. By your logic, if you call someone younger than you sister, then you should call Fu Xingyun Uncle Fu or Grandpa Fu. He's nearly a decade older than me. Shengru never expected Zhizhi to act so boldly in front of Fu Xingyun, striking without hesitation. She touched her sore teeth, winced in pain, and covered her throbbing cheek with her hand, tears streaming down her face. Summer Zhizhi, how dare you hit me? Zhizhi raised her chin, sneering, and looked down at her. If I want to hit you, I will. What's there to be afraid of? I thought you were just a clown, and I didn't want to bother with your silly antics, but now you're challenging me directly. If I don't teach you a lesson, you might think you can keep pestering me. Saying this, Zhizhi took out her trusty snake whip and gave Shengru a good thrashing, making her cry out for mercy. I was wrong, I won't do it again. Summer Zhizhi, please stop hitting me. Xingyun, save me. Come help me. I swear I won't bother you again, please save me. Fu Xingyun felt a twitch below and thought, how could I stop Zhizhi? If she doesn't hit you, she'll hit me instead. Better you suffer this punishment, since you brought it upon yourself. The commotion they caused was too loud, and Shengru's cries were too pitiful. Soon, someone came to break up the fight and rescued her from Zhizhi's whip. Shengru, who was quick to forget pain, once freed, endured the sting and began to slander Zhizhi. Wah, sisters, I don't know how I offended Sister Zhizhi, but after just one word with Xingyun, Sister Zhizhi whipped me.
Wah.
The clueless military wives genuinely believed Zhizhi was bullying her, and they began to criticize her. Fu Xingyun would not let his wife take the blame and quickly stopped the furious Zhizhi from swinging her whip again. He explained seriously, ladies, don't listen to Dr. Sheng's nonsense. My wife acted for a reason. Dr. Sheng is shameless. Not only did she flirt with me in front of my wife, but she also tried to pounce on me, attempting to tarnish my reputation. My wife got angry when she saw someone trying to pounce on me and wouldn't listen to reason, so she acted out of anger to defend my honor. What a clever twist of the truth. Shengru nearly fainted upon hearing Fu Xingyun's words. The onlookers were not just military wives. Some soldiers, tired of the summer heat, had come out for a stroll and couldn't help but smirk at Fu Xingyun's blatant words. This guy really has thick skin. Men, too, care about their reputation? He wasn't afraid of being laughed at. Not only could Fu Xingyun talk, but Zhizhi also chimed in, pointing at Sheng Ruyi and scolding, "Dr. Sheng, do you have no shame? I've said I'm 4 years younger than you. Are you deaf or just not smart enough to understand human language? How can you still call me sister? If you like pretending to be young so much, why not just go back to being an embryo in your mother's womb and let her give birth to you again? Then you can call whoever you want sister." Sheng Ruyi's face turned red, and for a moment, she didn't know how to respond. I didn't mean it." Tears filled her eyes, making her look pitiful. If she were facing a burly man or a foul-mouthed middle-aged woman, her act might have drawn sympathy. Unfortunately, she was facing Zhizhi, a rare beauty. Even when angry, she was stunning enough to captivate attention. Most onlookers were too busy admiring Zhizhi's beauty to notice Sheng Ruyi's act, only lamenting how lucky Fu Xingyun was to have such a beautiful wife. Those who initially stood up to criticize Zhizhi finally realized that both Zhizhi and Fu Xingyun were not to be trifled with. Especially Fu Xingyun, who not only held a high position but also came from an impressive background. They wished to distance themselves, not wanting to incur the couple's wrath, and dared not speak up again. For various reasons, Sheng Ruyi's act ended up being in vain. Ultimately, she angrily covered her face and fled. As expected, Zhizhi was called in for a talk by the military leaders the next day. Everyone in the hospital knew that Sheng Ruyi had offended a couple of military leaders who held high positions and had significant backgrounds. No one dared to speak up for her. Of course, in the 6 months since Sheng Ruyi arrived, she hadn't made any close friends. Every day, she focused on how to attract Fu Xingyun and how to make him get rid of Xia Zhizhi to elevate her status. The rest of her time was spent trying to please her master. So, the female doctor who disliked her kept making things difficult for her, while the others pretended not to hear and went about their own business. This time, Sheng Ruyi was genuinely upset and cried.
Why is this happening?
Didn't my cousin say that Xingyun actually likes me and promised to take care of me? How could he let me be bullied by Xia Zhizhi and the hospital? Well, the female lead is a bit foolish. Before the celestial master female lead entered the story, in the original plot, Sheng Ruyi was able to be with Fu Xingyun thanks to the planning of Fu Xingyun's sister-in-law. Fu Xingyun's sister-in-law wasn't helping her out of kindness, but out of her own selfish motives. She knew that Fu Xingyun was not only the beloved youngest son of his parents, but also the most promising son of the Fu family, destined to be the future leader. For the future of her 2 sons, she needed her brother-in-law to marry someone she could control. Sheng Ruyi, who had always admired Fu Xingyun, caught her eye. Like many melodramatic stories, Sheng Ruyi was able to marry the man who had always looked down on her because her cousins secretly provided her with opportunities. When Fu Xingyun returned home for the new year, she ran out of his room disheveled in front of everyone. Just like she dealt with Zhizhi, Sheng Ruyi pretended to defend Fu Xingyun, but in reality, it confirmed their relationship. This forced Fu Xingyun to marry her, holding his nose as he did so. He had no choice. That morning, the Fu family had visitors from rival families. Fu Xingyun couldn't let this evidence fall into the hands of his enemies. Because he was so disgusted by their forced marriage tactics, Fu Xingyun never touched her again. This is also why Zhizhi never took Sheng Ruyi seriously. In the original plot, Fu Xingyun could be said to have despised Sheng Ruyi for his entire life. Later, he saw her genuinely caring for his illegitimate child. Before she died, she kindly told him that her actions had touched him. This made him close his eyes contentedly and leave the world happily. Yes, in the original plot, Fu Xingyun had an illegitimate child, which is quite shocking. Even more shocking is that the illegitimate child is connected to Zhizhi. In the last analysis of the plot by the Celestial Mirror, it unexpectedly discovered that Zhizhi appeared in both the earlier and later plots, but had never shown up in the story. According to the original plan of the Celestial Mirror, she was supposed to be sent to the small world of the last era. However, during the time travel, she accidentally collided with a time-traveling man from the childbirth system and was brought to the ancient world. This changed Zhizhi's original time travel trajectory. If nothing had gone wrong, she should have crossed over in 1975. She would have become a young Chinese girl whose parents were capitalists, coming to America to develop their business due to uncertain conditions back home. In this life, Zhiji's parents were very business-minded, doing quite well, and her brothers inherited their parents' shrewdness and were very good at business. As soon as Zhizhi arrived, she lived the life of a wealthy young lady, shopping and enjoying herself. Less than 6 months after her arrival, she met Fu Xingyun at a party, who was there to recruit talent back to the country. Zhizhi immediately noticed his looks and physique, especially since the celestial mirror said he held a significant position in the country, with a bright future, and had a strong aura that would greatly enhance her abilities. Hearing this, Zhizhi didn't care that he was a married man. Without any shame, she took advantage of the situation and slept with him. Afterward, she even remembered to give him payment, using her abilities to help him successfully bring those talents back to the country. Whether it was in Sheng Rui's life as his wife or Jiang Yueshu's, Fu Xingyun never had children. Zhizhi thought he was so capable and would have a remarkable future. Although he wasn't suitable to be her husband, he could be a father to her children. After their encounter, she quickly decided to use his DNA to have 3 children. When the 3 kids were around 10 years old and ready for middle school, Zhizhi sent them back to Fu Xingyun for him to raise. She continued to live a carefree life in America, spending money and playing emotional games with various handsome men. In both Sheng Rui's and Jiang Yueshu's lives, the country knew about Fu Xingyun's sacrifices for it. They also knew that Zhizhi had given birth to triplets for him. So, they turned a blind eye to Fu Xingyun raising the 3 children. They couldn't let him be childless, could they? Especially in Jiang Yueshu's life, Fu Xingyun had already sacrificed his marriage to help the country monitor dangerous elements. They couldn't let him be childless again, could they? Especially since the family resources were benefiting children with no blood relation to him, which would infuriate any man. Thus, in both lives, although Zhizhi didn't appear in the plot, her presence was still significant. The 3 sons she bore were, in Sheng Rui's life, claimed by Fu Xingyun to be the sons of a fallen comrade, taken in as his adopted children, and raised by Fu's parents. Fu's parents loved them dearly, and Fu Xingyun doted on his children, directing all their resources toward them. They didn't leave anything for other nephews and nieces. Fu Xingyun's sister-in-law schemed, but ended up with nothing. In Jiang Yueshu's life, the same excuse was used. The only difference was that he never dared to bring the 3 children before Jiang Yueshu, fearing she would discover something and harm his sons. He directly took the 3 sons home to be raised by Fu's parents, occasionally visiting to spend time with them and take them out to play. While he was satisfied, he didn't forget to find excuses to deal with Jiang Yueshu. Fu Xingyun claimed that Fu's parents didn't like Jiang Yueshu and her 2 adopted grandsons, so they didn't want to see them. He didn't let Jiang Yueshu visit his parents anymore, not even during holidays, only going alone. Because of this, Jiang Yueshu only found out about Fu Xingyun's sons when she was close to death, and she realized he had kept the mother of those 3 sons in his heart for his entire life. This made her so angry that she spat out blood and died. She didn't even have time to pass on her last words or give her storage ring to her eldest son, Xiaozhe, before she died. The storage ring was naturally confiscated by the state. When Zhizhi learned about these developments after the story ended from the celestial mirror, she couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, one should never underestimate anyone, especially not the state, and never trust a lover enough to expose your cards. Who knows if they are plotting against your golden finger? It's hard to understand people's hearts. Luckily, I was born selfish and only like to enjoy things alone. I never used my soul power to save others and have never revealed my special abilities in front of anyone. Zhizhi patted her chest, still feeling anxious. Who would have thought that Jiang Yueshu, with her powerful plot correction abilities, could make Fu Xingyun love her wholeheartedly and dedicate his life to her? In the end, she was tricked and left in anger. This shows how frustrated Fu Xingyun was about being controlled by Jiang Yueshu's plot rules for his entire life. The heavenly mirror pondered, looking at it this way, Zhizhi, your markability is actually better. It only makes the other person gradually become infatuated without controlling their actions. No matter what they do, they follow their own desires, without noticing anything unusual or raising any doubts. If Jiang Yushu's plot correction rules were effective against an average male lead in a small world, it would be fine. But Fu Xingyun, the male lead of this small world, has an extraordinary background, having been an emperor in 10 lifetimes, with a strong aura and exceptional luck. The plot correction rules can't fully control someone with such strong luck. That's why we see Fu Xingyun's betrayal outside the plot. He clearly resents living a life controlled by the plot. Especially since Jiang Yushu's actions touched his interests, she gave resources meant for him to her 2 cheap stepsons during the plot's control. At this point, Zhizhi was puzzled. Mirror, why didn't you take away Jiang Yushu's special abilities when she was the female lead? The heavenly mirror coughed lightly. Well, we arrived a bit late in that lifetime. The plot correction rules are quite powerful, being a type of law. When the plot reached its climax, Jiang Yushu and Fu Xingyun successfully married, gaining immense power and merging with the small world's heavenly path. We came too late to intervene. Otherwise, the small world would have been destroyed. In the end, Fu Xingyun managed to break free from the plot and infuriated Jiang Yushu, preventing her stepson Xiao Zhe from inheriting the storage ring his mother gave him. It was all because I worked hard to separate the plot correction rules from the small heavenly path and absorb the results. Zhizhi. She never expected the power of rules to be so formidable. Shengru Yi was not giving up. She initially wanted to go to Zhizhi's house to confront Fu Xingyun for answers. Unfortunately, Zhizhi didn't give her a chance to annoy her, spending several colorful scarves sent by her mother-in-law to bribe her rival to keep an eye on her. Shengru Yi left without having the opportunity to bother Zhizhi. She didn't forget to stir up trouble with her sister-in-law. After Shengru Yi left, she went to Fu Xingyun's office with him to threaten her mother-in-law over the phone. Mom, from now on, if I'm home, my sister-in-law isn't welcome. You must not let her in again, and you can't show her any kindness. Even if she has 2 sons, you must not spoil them anymore. My sister-in-law is too annoying. She even sent her cousin to interfere in our marriage. It made me so angry, I almost had a miscarriage. Your grandson was almost driven to death by her shameless cousin. Her cousin even said that seducing Fu Xingyun was all my sister-in-law's idea, and then she crazily claimed that Fu Xingyun liked her all along, and I was the one who interfered in their relationship. Does that make any sense? Fu Xingyun carefully protected Zhizhi, worried she might get upset again. Zhizhi, don't be angry. I'll call my brother later. If he continues to let my sister-in-law do such shameless things, I'll cut ties with him. Zhizhi was already over 7 months pregnant and couldn't let her scheming sister-in-law make her give birth early. Ugh, you go away and don't get in the way. Zhizhi impatiently swatted Fu Xingyun's hand away and continued, Mom, remember to tell my sister-in-law to wait for me. I will definitely get my revenge. On the other end of the line, Fu's mother was silent for a moment before asking, Xingyun, what do you think? Fu Xingyun cleared his throat. Mom, I listened to Zhizhi. He couldn't directly scold his sister-in-law or take action against her. Otherwise, it would openly break ties with his brother. It was better to leave it to Zhizhi. Women should handle their own issues. He couldn't directly confront his sister-in-law, but he could deal with her family. He could make sure Shengru Yi's family lost their jobs and faced hard times. As for Zhizhi, she never held back against her enemies. If his sister-in-law ended up suffering too much, his brother wouldn't be able to say anything. After all, it was his sister-in-law who started the trouble. Mom, why are you asking what Fu Xingyun means? Zhizhi immediately became unhappy. My sister-in-law has treated me this way, and you expect me to swallow my anger? Why should I? She turned and pinched Fu Xingyun hard. Fu Xingyun, look at your mom. She only pretends to care about you, but doesn't truly care at all. At a time like this, instead of thinking about getting revenge for your son, she's here trying to smooth things over. Clearly, your sister-in-law holds more importance in her heart than you do. She even said we would return for the new year this year. What do we have to go back for? We're not going. Fu Xingyun let out a pained hiss. Ugh, Zhizhi, be gentle. Mom definitely won't side with my sister-in-law. Don't worry, don't get angry. What if it harms your health? Fu's mother listened to Zhiji's furious tone on the phone and the sound of her son seemingly being hit by his wife. She didn't dare say much, afraid that Zhizhi would really harm her health, affecting her precious grandson. After waiting for a while, seeing Zhiji's anger subside, she cautiously said, "Zhizhi, please don't be angry. I didn't mean anything else. I just wanted to ask Xingyan's opinion to see if he had other thoughts.
Please don't misunderstand.
I have always favored you and Xingyan. How could I favor your sister-in-law? That's impossible. Just wait. I'll call someone to bring your sister-in-law over and give her a good talking to, warning her not to come to our house anymore. And Yuhai and Yuwu, they are also not allowed to come to our house anymore. From now on, I will only spoil the children you and Xingyan have. They are my true grandchildren." This daughter-in-law had a fierce temper and had her son firmly in her grasp. More importantly, she was carrying their precious grandchild. She couldn't afford to anger her daughter-in-law. If she harmed her grandson's health, it would be a great loss. The old lady felt both pity for her son and concern for her grandson, and she didn't dare go against Zhiji's wishes, promising her many benefits. After hanging up, her expression changed, and she called her eldest son, telling him to bring his troublesome wife back for an important discussion. Yesterday, Fu's sister-in-law received a distress call from Shengru Yi, knowing that the foolish cousin had angered her younger brother and his wife with her obvious actions, resulting in her being transferred to a remote military district. Being transferred was one thing. Her record now had a stain on it. It wasn't even noon yet, and Fu's brother was coming to pick her up to see their mother. How could she not know that it was her sister-in-law who called their mother to complain? She felt bitter and wanted to struggle one last time. "Xingqian, I can't leave right now. How about we visit Dad and Mom another day?" Fu Xingqian saw his wife's evasive behavior and knew she was in trouble.
"No way.
Mom said we have to go back at noon, even if we have to crawl back. If we don't return, she will announce that she's cutting ties with us tomorrow." The hospital was busy, making it inconvenient to talk. He spoke to the head nurse, got his wife a half-day leave, and took his sorrowful wife to the military district. On the way, after repeatedly questioning her, he roughly understood what trouble his wife had caused. "Liang Huiru, you really are something." He took a deep breath, trying to suppress his anger. "How many times have I told you? Even if you don't get along with my sister-in-law and can't be friends, you can't offend her. What are you doing now, ignoring my words? Do you think my brother is easy to deal with? Do you think he respects you as a sister-in-law and can tolerate you ruining their marriage?" If she really thought that there would be no hope for her. His younger brother Fu Xingyan was never a pushover. Over the years, as his position rose, even he had to be careful when speaking to him, let alone a sister-in-law with whom he had little interaction and a cold relationship. Fu's sister-in-law felt embarrassed. I didn't want to. It's just that Xia Zhizhi is so difficult and always picks on me, even stirring up trouble in front of